Chapter 1. A Whole New World. Lucius muttered under his breath as he pocketed the spare change he had just scored from an elderly couple, disappointment palpable in his voice. Still short $1. Can't even buy a cup of coffee. The convenience store's parking lot was his usual haunt on warm days. From his favorite spot, he had a clear view of the customers but stayed out of sight of the store clerk. He plopped down and massaged his legs, the soreness a cruel souvenir of yesterday's long walk across town. After a moment, he patted his pocket to ensure that the coins were secure and stood up. Maybe he could bug that couple one more time. Then, the images hit. They came out of nowhere, unbidden and vivid. Lucius froze as his vision filled with the image of a tall, gaunt man in medieval garb standing before a magnificent crystal palace. The man's figure was dwarfed by the towering structure, its battlements glowing with runes and spires that emitted a kaleidoscope of light. "What the hell?" he whispered, rubbing his eyes and trying to shake the images out of his mind, but the scene only grew sharper. It wasn't just visuals now. Despair, anger, melancholy, and regret crashed over him like waves, radiating from the man in the vision. Did I finally lose it? Glancing around warily, he noticed that everyone in the parking lot was frozen, their startled expressions mirroring his own. In the vision, the man raised a gnarled staff, shouting as a shadowy creature emerged in the distance. The towering figure of darkness inspired a sickening dread, its shape shifting and undulating like a living pool of ink. Tentacles lashed out toward the man, who stood his ground, his staff glowing with brilliant white light. Lucius's stomach churned. The sheer malevolence of the shadowy creature seemed to claw at him, and he clutched his chest as he continued staring at the strange scene unfolding before him. The man's lips moved, murmuring words Lucius found unfamiliar, but somehow understood. He was asking for forgiveness. Resolve etched itself on the man's face as he charged into the heart of the writhing mass, his staff outstretched before him. Tentacles engulfed him. The sound of crunching bones soon followed as the man's lower body was crushed. He was soon dragged, still alive, into the writhing mass of shadows, until even the last inch of skin could not be seen. There was a long moment of silence before a blinding explosion of light ripped through the darkness, nearly blasting the towering monster in two. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the vision vanished. Lucius staggered back, his eyes wide open as he clutched at his pounding heart. He wasn't the only one shaken. "What was that, Jimmy?" the elderly woman whimpered, clutching her husband's arm. "Who was that man?" Her husband's voice trembled as he replied, I don't know. I don't like it. Let's get home." Lucius barely registered their words. A surge of panic filled his chest. It was the same unnatural unease he had felt when he first saw the shadowy creature. Then, like a slap to the face, a row of text appeared in his vision. "Latent talent detected. You have unlocked the talent Sense Danger. Sense Danger, Level 1. "No way," Lucius breathed, the sense of panic growing until it became nearly overwhelming. He didn't have time to ponder the meaning of the sudden words. The new talent's magical warning was blaring inside him, too loud to ignore. Wait a minute!" The old man didn't even turn around. He wrapped his arm around his wife as they hurried away, shouting, "Leave us alone! We already gave you money!" "No, that's not what I—" Before Lucius could finish, the sky darkened as if a great shadow had swallowed the sun. The alarm in his chest cranked up to 11. His legs shake, change jingling in his pocket as he felt his palms turn clammy with sweat. "Something's wrong. We need to hide." He wanted to scream, but the words barely came out as a mumble. Fight or flight was kicking in, and his feet moved of their own accord, taking him toward the store's entrance. Bounding up to the doors, he yanked them open and darted inside. He glanced around the small store frantically. There was a young man behind the register, along with a middle-aged woman with a boy waiting in line. Lucius slammed the door shut behind him, just as the screaming erupted outside. Whirling around, Lucius peered through the safety of the glass in horror, as the other patrons of the store moved toward him and do the same. The old man knelt near his car, a creature the size of a house cat clamped to his face. The monster had a shell and claws similar to a crab, but unlike a crab, it had a long and sharp proboscis for a mouth that was piercing the man's left eye. The old man screamed in agony and terror, his fingers clawing futilely at the creature, but his struggle didn't last long. As the proboscis sank deeper, his movements stopped. Blood streamed down his face as he went unnaturally still, his higher brain functions destroyed. "Someone help him!" the young boy burst out, darting toward the door, but his mother yanked him back. "You're not going out there!" she shrieked, gripping his arm. The clerk grabbed a broom from behind the counter and charged toward the door. Lucius blocked his way, throwing out a hand to stop him. "Don't go!" "What are you talking about? Get out of my way!" the clerk snapped, shoving Lucius's hand aside. "Just listen, I can't explain, but—" Lucius began before he was cut off by a deafening buzz. Outside, an entire swarm was descending on the parking lot. The elderly woman tried to run toward the store, but the creatures overtook her. She flailed and clawed at the monsters, but she vanished completely from view under the relentless assault. "They'll get inside! We need to seal this place!" the boy's mother shouted, clutching her son. "We have tables in the break room. There'll be enough to cover the large windows and door," the clerk yelled as he firmly locked the door. Lucius and the clerk rushed to grab the tables. They stacked them in front of the doors, turning the tables so that the tops kept anything from seeing in. As Lucius worked, his sense of danger flared. He shoved the table into place, grabbed the broom, and scanned the room. His eyes landed on the bathroom door. Something pulsed in his chest. "What's wrong?" the clerk questioned at the sight of Lucius's actions. Lucius didn't respond as he stalked toward the bathroom, jabbing the door open with the pointy end of the broom. Glancing inside, he saw that one of the creatures was squeezing itself through the open window. "Help!" Lucius yelled, swinging the broom wildly at the thing, missing it entirely. The creature buzzed past him, sounding eerily like an insect, heading straight for the easiest target. It shot across the store with a loud hum, dive-bombing the young boy. His mother tried to block its path, swinging her purse as if to swat it away, but the thing veered around her effortlessly. Its claws latched onto the boy's face, but before its proboscis could pierce his skin, a blast of white powder knocked it away. The boy jerked backwards, and Lucius whipped around to see the clerk holding a fire extinguisher. "Keep spraying!" Lucius bellowed as he smashed the broom into the creature. It had a hardy armored carapace, and the first blow barely did anything. Again and again Lucius swung, fueled by adrenaline and panic. Finally, with a sickening crunch, the insect shell gave way. Lucius sagged against the nearest shelf, stepping back hastily from the liquid oozing out from under the cracked exoskeleton. Text filled his vision once more. "You have defeated Juvenile Abyssal Insectum, Level 1. You have reached Level 2. You have 1 attribute point available for distribution. Through effort, you've gained +1 to strength. Through effort, you've raised Sense Danger to Level 2. Chapter 2. Let's figure this out. Lucius slammed the bathroom window shut before returning to the rest of the group. Now that the most pressing danger had passed, he took the opportunity to introduce himself. "My name's Lucius." The clerk nodded in acknowledgement as he responded. "I'm Jack." This is my family's store. The last to speak were the boy and his mother. I'm Mary, and this is my son, James. Mary appeared distracted as she spoke, her gaze distant even as she looked at both Lucius and Jack. James, in contrast, chirped a cheerful, "Hello." "So you all saw it too, right?" Lucius asked, casting his gaze from face to face. "Before the sky darkened and the bugs attacked, I saw a man fighting a giant monster." Everyone agreed that they had all had the vision, but no one offered any explanation as to the meaning of the strange events. However, the boy James was the first to speak up about his experience. "I felt really sad when I saw the man fighting the monster," he offered. "Yeah," Jack agreed, rubbing his chin. "It felt like I was losing something precious. Forever." "And what about the messages floating in front of my eyes?" Lucius asked, beginning to pace back and forth. "They said I leveled up and I gained a talent called Sense Danger." "I got the message that I leveled up when we killed the first bug thing, but I didn't see anything about talents," Jack replied. Their discussion was interrupted by muted screams from outside. All four of them rushed to the makeshift barricade and peered through the gaps. A man was trapped in his car right outside, swarmed by the terrible creatures. He was pounding on the window as he screamed to draw someone's attention to his plight. "Why doesn't he just drive away?" Jack asked, a trace of derision creeping into his voice. "He can't. I have the keys," Mary exclaimed. "That's my husband, Patrick." Her earlier distraction made sense now. She wasn't just trapped. She was trapped and separated from her husband. James tugged on her hand as a nervous expression spread across his face. "Is Daddy going to be okay?" "Why don't we wait it out?" Jack suggested, although his uncertainty was obvious. "Maybe the bugs will lose interest and leave." They weren't so lucky. The minutes that went by felt like hours. Mary paced back and forth near the window, biting her nails as she peered outside again and again, while the swarm of creatures remained as thick as ever. The group continued to do nothing but watch on helplessly, until Mary had had enough. "We have to do something," she insisted. "We have enough food and water here, but Patrick doesn't. We can't leave him like this." No one answered her, both Lucius and Jack turning away from her anxious gaze. Lucius looked out through the window, his eyes narrowing as he watched the menacing swarm buzz around the car. "I've got an idea," he announced. "Let me see if it'll work." Lucius selected a number of items from the shelves and spent the next hour working alone in the bathroom until his creation was complete. Flinging open the door, he called everyone over to take a look. Pressed up against the window frame was a simple box-like cage, constructed out of chicken wire, pallets, and tape. Once the window was raised, anything that entered would be trapped in the cage. Leaning up against the wall was a pile of wooden broom handles, their tops broken off and the ends haphazardly filed down into makeshift spears. "My brooms," Jack lamented as he picked up one of the broken-off heads. "You could have just pulled off the tops. You didn't have to break them." "Okay, here's the plan," Lucius announced, deliberately ignoring Jack's displeasure. "I'll open the window and lure a few bugs inside, so that we can use the spears to kill them. They won't be able to attack us if we're careful because the spears are longer than their reach. We can take them out a few at a time until they're all dead. After we've cleared them all out, it should be safe to free Patrick from the car." "That's kind of genius," Jack admitted, forgetting about the ruined brooms as he grew excited about the plan. "I want to help too," James said eagerly. "Absolutely not," his mother shot back. James pouted, crossing his little arms tightly across his chest. "Take James into the store," Lucius instructed. "Jack and I will test the plan. If something goes wrong and we end up dead, just keep the bathroom doors shut. You'll be safe out there." "If we what?" Jack asked, his brows furrowing at Lucius's bluntness. Lucius had only just gained the new talent, Sense Danger, but he wasn't feeling any warning from it right now. He was confident, although he wasn't sure if the talent was sophisticated enough to warn him if his plans were about to fail. He and Jack opened the window just enough for the bugs to squeeze through and waited. Nervous excitement turned to boredom as nothing happened. "Maybe we need to make some noise. They seem focused on the car," Jack suggested. "Be my guest," Lucius replied dryly. Jack took a deep breath and shouted, "Hey! Terrifying nightmare bugs!" A buzzing began instantly outside the window. Bzzz. "Guess that worked," Lucius muttered, bracing himself as he readied his spear. A cloud of insects swarmed the window, one of them already poking its proboscis through the small gap. Lucius reached up and slammed the window shut after 3 of the creatures came through, leaving the remainder buzzing around outside angrily. The creatures went berserk the moment they realized they were trapped, ramming the cage with their armored bodies and causing it to shake alarmingly. "I've got it," Jack cried out sternly, jamming the butt of his spear against the cage to hold it in place. "Thank God that window is tempered glass," Lucius muttered. He jammed his own spear against the cage to help hold it up and reached for a second spear with his other hand. "That should do it. You ready to kill these things?" he asked. You go first," Jack stammered. "I hate killing bugs, and these are the size of cats." "No way. That's unacceptable," Lucius said firmly. "The world just turned into some kind of nightmare, and these things are killing people. You can't afford to be too squeamish to help. Pick up another spear, and we'll do it together." "Damn," Jack muttered, rubbing the back of his head as he looked at the creatures. "Okay, fine. Let's just do it." He leaned over to grab another spear, readying it before looking back at Lucius. Lucius nodded grimly in approval. 1, 2, 3. "Go!" he roared. What followed was a mess of crunching and splattering, with blue blood spraying everywhere. The hard shells made killing them difficult, however, and both Lucius and Jack were covered with blood as they struggled to stab the insects. Jack gagged loudly, but continued. They learned quickly that there were unarmored weak spots around the eyes, mouth, and rear, finally managing to exterminate the bugs more quickly after they did so. "You've defeated Juvenile Abyssal Insectum Level 1. You've defeated Juvenile Abyssal Insectum Level 2. You've reached Level 3. You have 2 attribute points available for distribution. Through effort, you've gained +1 creativity. You've defeated Juvenile Abyssal Insectum Level 1. Through effort, you've gained +1 stamina. Latent talent detected. You've unlocked the talent Assassinate. Assassinate Level 1. Lucius and Jack stood side by side, gazing down over the bloody mess they had created and panting heavily. "What are we going to do with all the bodies?" Lucius asked. "We've got a big freezer in the break room. It's empty right now because we're waiting for a shipment of frozen food," Jack suggested. "That works," Lucius replied. "By the way, did you get any system messages?" "Yeah," Jack replied. "I hit Level 2 and gained a passive ability called Harden Heart." Chapter 3. Learning the Ropes. Before starting the next round of extermination, Lucius wanted to experiment with the magical system that was assigning them points and skills. It felt just like the stories Lucius had read about systems suddenly appearing in people's lives, but it was hard to believe that it was their new reality. If this was one of those stories, the first thing we should do would be to use our attribute points, and then try to learn how our talents work as fast as possible, Lucius suggested. "I guess so. How do we do that? I don't suppose we can just think something like status window," Jack replied. "I'm going to try communicating with the system. It seems magical, so maybe it can understand me." A focused look came over him as he attempted to speak to the system. Hello? Status messages? System?" He tried speaking aloud, but nothing happened. However, when he repeated the same thing using only his thoughts, he got a response. User inquiry. Proceed. Lucius's eyes flew wide open as he saw the text appear in his vision. It worked! You can use your thoughts to talk to it, he told Jack, explaining his discovery. I'm going to try asking it some questions. Lucius focused and asked the system what it was. I am a magical construct. Okay, I guess that makes sense, but why are you suddenly in my head? My purpose is to aid those who resist the abyss. What? What is the abyss? And why did you suddenly show up now? Your planet was previously shielded from my influence. That shielding ceased to exist at 1114 hours Earth time on Friday the 26th of October 2024. That was a few hours ago, when we all saw the vision. Do you know what that was all about? Insufficient data. But what is the abyss? You didn't answer that. The abyss is our sister universe, a realm that is home to powerful beings whose might threatens even the gods of this realm. I was created to resist the abyss. Creatures of the abyss are currently entering your world through small dimensional anomalies. Oh God, this is way beyond what I could have imagined, Lucius thought. I think I understand that. What about talents and those points we earned? Attributes? Can you help me understand that? Focus on the talent to learn more about it. Focus on the concept status to access attributes. Okay, status? Status, level 3. Strength, 4. Vitality, 3. Dexterity, 3. Intelligence, 5. Creativity, 6. Luck, 1. Stamina, 3. Magic power, 0. Free attributes, 2. Lucius looked over the status menu that appeared. Now he understood how to use his free attributes. Most of them seemed straightforward, with the exception of magic power. Magic power? That sounds interesting, but I'm no mage. If anything, I'm closer to a thief than some noble wizard, Lucius thought. The smile he commonly used to hide his emotions slowly creeping onto his face as he admitted the distasteful truth to himself. Let's try this. I'll put my 2 free points into dexterity. I have a feeling that there will be lots of running away and dodging in my future. As soon as he thought the command, Lucius felt a rush of strange energy course through his body, as though someone was flushing ice-cold water through his veins. What the fuck? Lucius yelped, stumbling forward. He rubbed his arms rapidly, trying to rid himself of the sudden sensation. The bone-chilling infusion of power was quite a rush. Lucius slowly regained his bearing as the feeling passed. I'm not going to get used to that anytime soon. Okay, now I want to know about talents. Sense danger level 2. Heightened sense of danger. Passive. Assassinate level 1. Plus 20% damage accumulated with each successful attack. Accumulated power is lost when you are damaged or leave combat. The assassinate ability seems strong. Each successive attack will do more damage, if I don't get hit. I wonder whether there's a limit to how much damage I can do. Lucius pondered. This seems like it would pair really well with speed. Luckily, I just spent my points on dexterity. A genuine smile couldn't help but spread across his face as he pondered the situation. His life had just been transformed. His old life of living in rags and begging for change from indifferent strangers was a soul-numbing existence. He had no power, no dignity, and no hope for the future. Now, he had a chance to change everything. He could be useful not only to himself, but to those around him as well. And there was a path to gaining real power right in front of him. Sure, it was dangerous dealing with these strange monsters, but it was a far better existence than his life had been so far. Without realizing it, his fingers had begun tapping against the table in eager anticipation of what the future might hold. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Lucius decided. I'll throw myself into this new world and make something of myself. I would have ended up dead on the street soon anyway. Risking my life for a real shot at something sounds good. Now that Lucius understood his situation better, he turned back to the task at hand. He needed to test his new abilities, and the knowledge that he could get stronger by killing these creatures had him eager to do more. How's it going, Jack? You done chatting with the system? Lucius asked. Jack had followed Lucius's lead the moment he realized it was possible, and learned the same information as a result. Yeah, I put my free attribute points into strength. I've never been the smartest guy, so I figured I would just try to get as strong as I can, Jack replied. On his face, too, was the same sense of wonderment that Lucius had experienced. Are you ready to get back to work? I want to try gaining more levels. And Patrick is still trapped, Lucius explained. Together, they cleared the dead creatures from the cage and stuffed the bodies in the freezer, as Jack had suggested earlier. But before they lured in the next batch of creatures, Lucius had an idea. Hey, Jack, do you have any knives in the store? I feel like we could do much better than sharpen broom handles with a bit of work. Yeah, we have kitchen knives. But wouldn't we have to, get too close if we use those? Those creatures are vicious, and they might be venomous. I don't want to find out the hard way if they are, Jack shuddered. Just show me the knives. Trust me. I'll show you what we can do, Lucius insisted with a confident smile. Jack took him to the food prep area and opened a drawer full of knives. Lucius grabbed the two largest ones, using a roll of duct tape to secure each blade to the end of the broom handles they already had. He also grabbed a smaller dagger-sized knife, thankfully one with a sheath, and slipped it into his boot for good measure. See? Now we have some spears that are actually sharp enough to do some damage, Lucius said with a grin. Why didn't I think of that? Jack mused. Mary and James had been watching what Jack and Lucius had been doing with some interest, especially after the two men had emerged from the bathroom covered in bluish blood from the creatures. Please be careful. If anything happens to you, Patrick is doomed, Mary pleaded, her voice wavering. After hearing about the information they had gleaned from the system, she understood that no one else would be coming to help. It was truly the end of times, and they could only count on themselves from here on out. Don't worry. Just keep James safe and wait for the good news, Jack reassured her before he and Lucius headed back into the bathroom. They locked the door behind them before getting ready for round 2. Chapter 4. Slaughter. Lucius pressed his palms against the flaking paint of the wooden window and pushed up hard after he and Jack fortified the cage with even more tape. Some of the swarm was still lingering just outside, buzzing around angrily like startled wasps, giving them a clear view of what they were facing. How strong do you think we'll be after killing all of these things? Jack asked, staring at the creatures buzzing about. Let's worry about staying alive first, Lucius replied, watching the first of the monsters zip through the open window, crashing wildly against the interior of the cage. The creatures all reacted the same way once the window was slammed shut behind them, flying about frantically and smashing their shells and claws into the walls of the cage again and again, like a housefly stuck in a jar. What they lacked in brain power, however, they made up for in speed, armored shells, claws, and those deadly spear-like snouts. Lucius tugged the window down, slamming it shut with a thunk once 5 creatures had flown in. It was more than he had aimed for, but it still seemed manageable. Kill the ugly bastards, Jack roared, managing to chip the hard carapace of one of the creatures as he stabbed it. I was planning on it. Seems like you're done being squeamish. Do you think it's got to do with that new ability of yours called Hardened Heart? Lucius yelled as he plunged his spear through another creature's eye. It seemed as though the system had taken away all of Jack's prior hesitation around killing things. Just how much of an influence human emotion was with its magic. I guess so, Jack called back, raising his own spear and stabbing inwards again. Lucius attacked the trapped creatures with all his might. The tension and anxiety that had accumulated over his lifetime seemed to flow out of him, fueling the violence he was committing. You've defeated Juvenile Abyssal Insectum Level 2, He was good at it, too. While Jack had to leverage every ounce of strength just to barely harm the creatures, Lucius found he simply needed to keep a steady rhythm. His first strike did little, aside from angering the bugs, but each successive strike grew more and more effective. It was clear proof of how effective Assassinate could be, even when Lucius was only at level 1. "How are you doing that?" Jack questioned, sounding irritated. "It looks as if you're barely breaking a sweat." "It's the system that's helping me do it," Lucius shouted back. "It gave me this talent called Assassinate." It soon became clear that Lucius needed approximately a dozen stabs to build up enough power from the new talent to allow his attacks to easily kill one of the creatures of the abyss, with the 13th stab making the thing practically explode. It was quite unpleasant, to tell the truth. The sticky blue blood had an awful stink, like the ocean receding to reveal rotting seaweed and rubbish at low tide. And shattered bits of carapace flew in all directions around the room. Jack and Lucius were soon no cleaner than before, even though they had taken a quick break to scrub the blood off their faces and hands before commencing the second round. "You've defeated Juvenile Abyssal Insectum Level 1. You've defeated Juvenile Abyssal Insectum Level 2. You've defeated Juvenile Abyssal Insectum Level 1. You've reached Level 4. You have 1 attribute point available for distribution. You've reached Level 5. You have 3 attribute points available for distribution. Through effort, you've raised Assassinate to Level 2. Through effort, you've gained +1 to stamina." "What a mess," Jack sighed, staring down at the blood on his arms and the mess on the floor. "Yeah, I kind of lost control for a bit there. Anyway, once I hit Level 5, I got 2 free attribute points for leveling up instead of 1. I wonder if that will keep happening," Lucius said. "We'll find out soon. I think you're much better at killing these bugs than I am. That ability the system gave you is really useful. I should just control the window while you take out the creatures." "I am too slow compared to you at killing these things," Jack offered. "Are you sure? You probably won't level up that way." "Wait, are you just trying to get out of killing again?" Lucius asked, glancing over toward Jack with narrowed eyes. "Not this time. The goal is to save Patrick, isn't it? The longer this takes, the longer he'll be in danger," Jack protested. "Fine. Let's do it your way." As per Jack's plan, the boys got into their positions. Jack would let the abyss creatures in, and Lucius would use Assassinate to quickly wipe them out. "Ready? Yeah, go!" The cage was soon filled with bloody bodies again, resulting in Lucius's vision being flooded with status messages. "You've defeated Juvenile Abyssal Insectum Level 2. You've defeated Juvenile Abyssal Insectum Level 1. Through effort, you've gained +1 stamina. You've defeated Juvenile Abyssal Insectum Level 1. You've reached Level 6. You have 5 attribute points available for distribution. You've reached Level 7. You have 7 attribute points available for distribution." "Wait a minute. I just gained some attribute points. Let me see if I can use them," Lucius blurted out, stopping Jack as he raised his hand to slide the window open again. Lucius had 7 points. That was more than he currently had in any one attribute. Could he double his speed or strength by putting them all in one category? He decided that spreading them out was the better choice, so he used 3 points to bring strength up to 7 and 4 to bring dexterity up to 9. Status: Level 7. Strength 7. Vitality 3. Dexterity 9. Intelligence 5. Creativity 6. Luck 1. Stamina 5. Magic power 0. Free attributes 0. The flood of energy was so strong this time that Lucius collapsed to his knees. A burst of sensation flooded through his body, setting his muscles alight. It felt as though his limbs were frozen, rendering him immobile at the same time. He could barely keep his eyes open, trying desperately to cope with the sensory overload. "Lucius? Hey, what's wrong with you?" Jack shouted, as he grabbed Lucius by the shoulders and tried to shake him awake. Lucius's eyes slowly flittered open, blinking up at him blearily a moment later. "I'm okay. Distributing my attribute points was intense. I think I just added too many at once," Lucius reassured him. Even with the sense of being overloaded, the attributes had done their job. Lucius felt like he could fight a tiger with his bare hands. He bounced a little on the balls of his feet, feeling light and energized in a way he had never felt before, as if he had grown extra nerve endings and muscles that allowed him far better control over his own body. He was confident that he could do a backflip or run halfway up a wall if he needed to. The urge to test out his new prowess was bubbling up within him. He had a hunch he might already be close to the peak of normal human ability. "Let's get back to work. We still have a ton of these creatures to kill," Jack urged, reaching for the window once more. He opened the window just long enough for a new group of creatures to swarm in, along with something they hadn't seen yet. One of them was different from the rest. "Look at that. Doesn't it seem bigger than the rest? It's darker, too," Lucius pointed out. "Hopefully it bleeds the same," Jack joked, though his smile didn't last. When the larger creature noticed that it was trapped, instead of going into a frenzy like the others, it turned to face Lucius and glowed faintly, the light coming from it pulsing outwards in waves. Panic swelled within Lucius's chest, just like it had before during the initial vision he had had. Something was wrong. He didn't know what the creature was doing, but he heeded the warning and leaped aside just in time. The creature stopped glowing, shooting a jet of green liquid from its proboscis-like mouth, right past the spot Lucius had been standing a moment before. The green liquid hit the wall with a resounding splat, sizzling and popping sounds filling the little bathroom. Jack and Lucius stared down at the melting wall, the shock evident on their faces as they glanced up at one another. "Oh crap! It's got acid spit!" Jack shrieked. "You need to kill that one now! Don't let it shoot another one!" Lucius sprang to his feet faster than he ever had, strength and dexterity on full display. In an instant, he was right in front of the cage. He stabbed at the creature with all his might, but the blade didn't penetrate the creature's carapace. Horror and understanding dawned upon him. Assassinate must have reset when he stopped to distribute his attribute points, removing all the accumulated power he had built up from the talent. Lucius didn't let the fear overcome him. He knew he had to quickly kill this creature, or it would dissolve the cage with its acid. And once it was free to fly around, it would become impossible for the boys to defeat it. He started stabbing wildly, trying to make up for the power he had lost as quickly as possible. Fortunately, his efforts paid off. Each strike sank deeper into the creature's shell, and Lucius went from leaving shallow scratches to actually drawing blood by the time the monster began glowing in a pulsating fashion again. Lucius reared back for another stab, but he was out of time. His talent sensed danger, sent him a familiar warning, and he leaped aside once more. The creature projected yet another spray of acid right at him, but the warning had allowed him plenty of time to dodge. Unfortunately, when the glob of green acid splattered against the wall beside him, a single drop landed on his sleeve. Lucius wasted no time in ripping the shirt off and throwing it to the ground. Not a minute too soon, he and Jack were soon watching it disintegrate into a smoldering pile. He didn't linger. Luckily, the acid on his shirt didn't count as a hit, so he hadn't lost his accumulated power. He raised his spear and plunged it once more into the creature. This time it sank in deep, making the creature hiss in pain and fall to the bottom of the cage. Lucius kept striking it, pinning it against the floor with his spear, and not allowing it to move. It took 5 more attacks before the creature stopped struggling, its crab-like legs curling up underneath its body. The message from the system showed up in his vision a moment later, confirming the monster's death. You've defeated Adult Abyssal Insectum Level 5. You've reached Level 8. You have 2 attribute points available for distribution. Through effort, you've raised Sense Danger to Level 3. Chapter 5. Who I Am. Lucius slumped over, sliding slowly down the wall as adrenaline left him. He wiped his brow with the back of his hand, struggling to regain his breath as he glanced over at the mess of bloody corpses on the floor. "This isn't going to work," Lucius huffed. "It's too dangerous if these things have magic abilities. We got lucky this time and I was able to kill it before it could use that acid to melt the cage, but we can't keep going like this if we want to finish off the whole swarm." Outside, more insects buzzed threateningly, hovering right outside the window as if they were watching the proceedings inside. "Don't look at me! You've been the brains of this operation so far. If only we could just let the little ones inside, the plan would have worked," Jack muttered, kicking the cage half-heartedly. Lucius's eyes lit up. Jack's words had sparked an idea. "You're a genius," Lucius proclaimed. Jack scowled. "Are you making fun of me?" Grinning widely, Lucius shook his head. "Nope. You wished we could take on only the little ones. Why can't we? Just don't open the window wide enough for the larger ones to get in." A look of realization slowly came over Jack as he glanced at the window. "Why didn't I think of that? That's so stupidly simple, it's probably going to work. It will. We can kill all the small ones to get stronger and better prepared to fight the larger ones," Lucius explained, getting to his feet. "Okay, let me make sure I don't screw it up," Jack agreed, sounding determined. He put down his bloodied spear and headed out of the bathroom, returning with a handful of nails, a hammer, and a tape measure. Jack used the tape measure to measure the smaller creatures. Their bodies were just about 5 inches tall, from their bellies to the tip of their heads. Like the crabs they resembled, their bodies were much longer than they were tall, just over a foot long without counting their wings, legs, or proboscis-like mouths. Jack hammered a few nails into the windowsill above the window, one on each side, so that the window could only be opened to produce a 5-inch gap before hitting the nails. "There. Now I can't screw it up," Jack proclaimed. "Wait, just one more thing." Jack pried 2 handles off the nearby cabinets, then ripped one of the cabinet doors off its hinges and screwed both handles to the center of it. Now someone could slip their arm through one handle and grab the other, like a makeshift shield. It wasn't comfortable, but it would work. "This should block a few acid shots, when the time comes." "Good work," Lucius commended, nodding approvingly as he observed Jack's creation. While Lucius was looking at the shield, Jack's attention seemed to drift away, staring into space for a few seconds as he mumbled. "Huh, I just unlocked a talent. Craftsmanship level 1. Lucius smiled at the news, before tilting his head and tapping a finger on the counter beside him as he responded, "The way talents are unlocked doesn't make much sense. You got that talent for hammering a few nails, but I built a whole cage and didn't get it." "Yeah, but you got that amazing damage-buffing skill for attacking the abyss creatures and I didn't," Jack replied. "Maybe it has something to do with the person's abilities, or past. This shop you were standing in always needed something fixed, and my family is not rich. So me and Dad always did it all ourselves. He didn't always teach me how to do things the same way a professional would, but he taught me how to make it work somehow. Fixing things is second nature to me." "That would explain why I unlocked Sense Danger right after the system showed up," Lucius mused. "Living on the streets makes you paranoid, always expecting something to go wrong. I thought it was a curse. It's not a fun thing to deal with, but now it saved my life more than once." He paused for a moment, with a slightly bitter expression on his face, then shook his head. "I wonder why I unlocked Assassination, though. I don't see how that fits my character." "Really?" Jack retorted. "We were barely 5 minutes into the apocalypse and you were already setting up a trap to lure monsters to their deaths. You didn't even flinch when it came to slaughtering them. I think most people wouldn't have that in them. Let's face it, you're good at killing things." Lucius glanced at the floor, furrowing his brows at Jack's revelation. "That's disturbing. I always knew I was messed up, but I didn't know I was that messed up." "Hey, at least you care that you don't care. That means you've still got a heart in there, right?" Jack teased, trying to lighten the mood. "Forget about that for now. Let's test our upgraded window and see if this plan works." "All right, but I want to try something with the next batch. Can you let just one of them in before leaving the room?" Lucius asked, crouching low to stay out of the cage's line of sight. "I want to see if my other characteristic can be useful." "Are you sure?" Jack asked, his brows furrowed as he glanced out the window at the deadly abyss creatures. "I'll be fine," Lucius reassured him. "They can't hurt me from the cage, and I'll yell if I need any help." "All right then," Jack replied, pulling the window up until it bumped against the nails. Almost immediately, the creature swarmed the little gap, and Jack slammed the window down, He ended up catching a bug by a couple of its legs in the window, trapping it. "Oops. Is this all right?" "Yes, that's perfect. Go," whispered Lucius, waving Jack out of the room. With the bug trapped in the window, it had nowhere to go. Its field of vision was massively restricted, which was perfect for what Lucius wanted to try. After Jack left the room, Lucius settled down to wait, still crouching. It was surprisingly comfortable. His increased strength and dexterity were certainly making a big difference. He felt like he could stay crouched like this forever, without getting sore. After a few minutes, the bug's furious buzzing quietened down. It was still flapping its wings, trying to free itself, but it was no longer in such a panicked frenzy. Lucius took that as his signal to start moving. He slowly lifted his front leg and stretched it out in front of his body, becoming cat-like in his movements as he crept closer to the insect. Lucius was well practiced at making himself invisible. When your parents were alcoholics like his had been, not being seen was essential to your well-being. As a child, you don't have the option to fight back or leave. Long after Lucius had fled that terrible family, he still felt constant anxiety. Now he lived in a state of hypervigilance, a lingering consequence from the trauma he had been through. As the years went by after escaping that home, even as he got older and didn't need to continue the coping behavior, he couldn't seem to stop. Lucius drifted across the room in this manner, remaining perfectly silent as he moved his body in a well-practiced manner. He knew exactly how to place his feet and shift his weight to avoid creating any sound. When he got to the cage, he slowly rose up from the floor like a stalking cat, being careful to avoid entering the creature's line of sight as he aimed his weapon toward the weak spot on the creature's backside. Without warning, Lucius struck. He was so keenly aware of his senses, the whoosh of his spear moving forward broke the silence of the room. To the young man's surprise, the sudden attack pierced right through the insect's underbelly. Blue blood began gushing from the large wound as the insect collapsed onto the floor of the cage, twitching feebly before succumbing to the lethal damage. "You've defeated Juvenile Abyssal Insectum Level 3. Congratulations! You've developed a unique aspect. Guise of the Thief." Chapter 6. Good News and Bad News. "How?" Lucius exclaimed. He hadn't expected his attack to be so effective. Even with his enhanced strength, he thought he would need to stab the creature at least 8 times before it perished. Something he had done had increased his attack's effectiveness by a massive amount, and he suspected that the message he'd just received might shed some light on why. An aspect? Not a talent, Lucius mumbled to himself, squinting at the system message. "What is an aspect?" he asked, hoping that the system would explain further. Aspects, unlike talents, are magical abilities that permanently alter the characteristics of those who acquire them. That seemed straightforward enough, Lucius thought as he focused his attention on the new aspect, prompting the system to explain the details of this new power. Aspect, Guise of the Thief. Your early life experiences as a child in a dangerous environment forced you to learn the skills of survival. This affected your soul, causing it to develop in a unique way. A desperate yearning to go unseen by the dangers you could not overcome in your younger days is carved into your very being. This generates potent magical effects. Description: 1. Don't mind me. Reality itself flows around you without making a ripple. You go unnoticed by all. This effect is diminished by any loud noise, strong sense, or attacks you make while in the presence of enemies. 2. Sucker Punch. If Don't Mind Me is active when you attack, Sucker Punch is triggered, raising the chance of landing a critical hit to 100%. 3. I'm so lonely. The powerful magic generated by your existence affects everything about you, even the way other people think about you. This has created a barrier that makes it nearly impossible for anyone to develop romantic feelings toward you. Figures, Lucius mumbled, feeling a sharp sting in his chest. This aspect was a magical reflection of who he was. The negative side effect, I'm so lonely, was proof that his past had left him emotionally scarred. And now that problem was being magnified by magic. Whatever, if it helps me survive, I'll take it. Lucius pushed the matter to the back of his mind and called out for Jack. Jack walked in casually, but he immediately did a double take when he looked at Lucius. "What happened to you?" "I'm not sure exactly," he said, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Lucius. "Well, some good news and bad news," Lucius replied, explaining what had occurred when Jack left the room, and how his actions had earned him an aspect called Guise of the Thief. "That settles it. You already had a skill called Assassination, and now you've triggered a stealth aspect. I think that makes you some kind of rogue," Jack said excitedly, before continuing in a more sympathetic tone. "That side effect is rough, though. Maybe we can find a way to fix it. After all, magic exists now, right?" Lucius smiled at Jack's good intentions, while slowly shaking his head. "I'm sure I'll regret it someday, but right now, I'm not too worried about it. I was homeless before all this happened, remember?" Lucius quipped. He had a habit of covering up how he really felt with a smile, a laugh, or a joke. "You don't typically end up like I did if you have lots of people who care about you. So, I don't have any relationships for that side effect to ruin." Jack didn't know what to say. He grew up in a loving family and could not imagine being all alone, without the support of his family and friends. It was clear that Lucius was putting on a strong front and suppressing how he felt, but there was nothing Jack could do about it. In any case, they needed to focus on staying alive. After a few moments of awkward silence, he changed the subject. "We should get back to work," Jack suggested, trying to sound optimistic. "Yeah, let's do that." Lucius swallowed the dull pain he felt with a practiced smile. He was an expert at hiding, and hiding his emotions was just another part of that skill he'd mastered as a child. The boys got back to work in silence, and this time, they didn't let anything distract them. For the next 3 hours, the only sounds coming from that bathroom were the hissing, screeching, and buzzing of the creatures, followed by the sharp whistle of metal slicing through the air, along with the sick squelching of flesh. "You have defeated Juvenile Abyssal Insectum Level 2. You have reached Level 16. You have 36 attribute points available for distribution." The last 3 hours blurred together for Lucius, as he repeated the same actions again and again. He had managed to accumulate so much power that he sliced through the creature's armor with a simple flick of his wrist, even though he was only equipped with a spear fashioned out of a broomstick and a kitchen knife. Magic was truly an incredible thing. Lucius knew what he was doing shouldn't be possible, yet it kept proving to be so over and over again. One thing he clearly noticed during the slaughter was after getting to level 10, he started gaining 5 attribute points per level, though the time and effort required to level up kept increasing. He had counted once. In order to reach level 13, he needed to kill an incredible 32 of the juvenile abyss creatures. After that, he stopped trying to keep track. Eventually, when Jack opened the window to let more creatures inside, none came buzzing through the opening. His eyes widened, glancing toward Lucius with a grin. "Is that all of them? Did we get all the little ones?" he asked with hope in his tone. Lucius and Jack gathered together, up against the window, as they searched the surroundings. They could still see abyss creatures, but only the larger adults. They had managed to accomplish something amazing, slowly killing the entire swarm of juvenile abyss creatures. "That's it for the easy part. From now on, things are going to get increasingly dangerous," Lucius said solemnly, as he ripped open a roll of paper towels that Mary had brought them when she saw how covered in blood they had become. Lucius and Jack cleaned themselves up after moving the rest of the bodies to the walk-in freezer in the break room, which now contained a heaping pile of gruesome remains. "Let's take a break. We need to let Mary and James know what's going on. And you can spend that truckload of attribute points you've just earned," suggested Jack, tossing aside the empty cardboard tube after using the last of the paper towels. They walked back into the store and were greeted by James and Mary, who rushed over but stopped a short distance away. "Ew, you guys stink," squealed James, pinching his nose shut and scrunching up his face in an exaggerated display of disgust. "Don't be rude, James," his mother gently scolded. Although he was right. It wasn't just perspiration that Jack and Lucius stunk of. They had tried their best to clean off the blood from the creatures of the abyss, but the smell remained. "Everything about those creatures is wrong. Even the smell of their blood," Mary murmured, holding a napkin over her nose and mouth. Jack and Lucius explained the progress they had made so far killing all the juvenile abyss creatures, and reassured them that they would be reunited with Patrick soon. Mary had to take to writing notes and holding them up against the glass so Patrick could see. She let him know that he would be rescued soon, and then he should stay inside the car. Lucius could see pieces of paper scattered on the floor next to the window, reading, "I love you, stay strong, and help is coming." It was bittersweet for Lucius to see. He was glad Mary and Patrick loved each other, but it was a cruel reminder so soon after unlocking his aspect of what had been taken from him in exchange for power. Lucius took a seat near the center of the room. He was about to distribute his free attribute points, and he wanted to avoid fainting since he had nearly done so the previous time. He could probably choose to distribute the points slowly, one at a time to avoid being overwhelmed, but Lucius wanted to escape the empty feeling welling up in his chest after seeing a loving family and being reminded of just how unfortunate his own situation was. Besides, he liked the way it felt. Distributing attribute points was so intense that for a few moments, all his problems disappeared, leaving only the bone-deep rush of power. Lucius planned to split the points across 3 attributes: 15 in dexterity, 15 in strength, and 6 in stamina. He was exhausted now after doing something relatively easy. What if he had to really fight something that could fight back? His stamina just wouldn't be enough, so he decided to throw a few points there as well. Lucius took a deep breath, hugged himself tightly, and gave the command. He realized how poor a choice that had been when the searing pain hit him. It felt like he was being ripped in half. He wanted to scream, but the pain was so intense that it kept him from opening his mouth at all. Lucius felt as though the muscles in his body had all locked up, resulting in him only managing to grind his teeth and moan. Darkness was creeping into the edges of his vision. He tried to take in a breath of air, but lost consciousness just as he did. It was too much to bear. He didn't get to experience any of the rush he had hoped for, and now he was convulsing on the floor. Jack and Mary ran over when they realized something was wrong. Lucius was flailing around, his jaw clenched tight, and his eyes rolled back in his head. His back kept arching, and his entire body was spasming as bubbling spit sputtered out of his mouth. His own fingernails tore red lines in his arms where his clenched hands were grabbing. "What's happening to him? He's hurting himself!" Mary shouted as Jack rushed forward to try and help Lucius. That turned out to be a mistake. Lucius was gaining strength so rapidly that he had gone from being above average to having the strength of a full-grown grizzly bear. When Jack tried to hold him down, he was struck hard by Lucius's flailing limbs. He was thrown back so quickly and violently that his shoes came off midair. Jack flew away like a rag doll, crashing into the canned goods shelf before collapsing into a heap on the floor. Mary stood rooted in place as she looked back and forth between the two boys, trying to decide. Both Lucius and Jack needed her help, but how could she choose between the two? She turned away from Lucius and rushed towards Jack, who was far less likely to hurt her. Blood was flowing from his ears and nose, as well as from a wide gash on his head, probably from when he hit the shelf. It didn't seem to her like he had any broken bones, but she was no expert. "James, go get me the first aid kit. It's the white box with the big red cross on it behind the register. Go, hurry!" Chapter 7. Uncle Sam versus the Apocalypse. 5 hours earlier, Washington, D.C., the office of the President of the United States. "Mr. President, you can't expect Congress to go along with this. I understand you ran on a platform of fiscal responsibility, but too many Americans rely on Social Security to put food on the table. And our elderly citizens vote." The congressman repeated his argument for what felt like the 100th time. He knew it wouldn't do any good, but his job was to represent his constituents' interests. Benjamin King had only been sworn into office last January. It was his first term, and he'd been President of the United States for less than a year. "I understand that, George, but this country can't—" The loud sound of the door slamming open interrupted the president's rebuttal. 2 of his Secret Service agents and the vice president rushed into the room, escorting a woman who appeared to be blind. A pink silk sash covered her eyes, holding back long black hair. She wore a black outfit, though Ben couldn't tell if it was a dress or a set of robes. The moment he saw who the men were escorting, Ben's demeanor changed, the relaxed expression disappearing from his face. "I'm going to have to ask you to step outside, George. I need to handle this." Benjamin stood, politely waving the congressman out. "This conversation isn't over, though, Ben. We need an answer soon," George insisted, as an agent led him out and locked the door behind him. The vice president was a short, stocky, balding man named Henry. He was a nice enough person, but Ben had picked him as a running mate partly because Henry was unremarkable. He was someone who wouldn't overshadow him. "What's going on, Henry? Is that who I think it is?" Ben gestured at the blindfolded woman, signaling the agents to bring her closer. "I'll let her explain, but it's bad. Really bad," Henry replied breathlessly. Ben couldn't tell if he was out of breath or just scared. The young woman's name was Alexandria. She was in her early 20s and was one of the U.S. government's best-kept secrets. Billions in taxpayer money had gone into programs exploring the limits of human abilities. Motivated by competition with Russia, the U.S. had funded dozens of similar projects, most of which failed. The top-secret projects weren't nearly as glamorous as civilians like to imagine, but not all of them had failed. Alexandria had come from one such program, which combined science with occult practices to try to awaken psychic abilities. The catch? The subject had to be female and blind. The program was terminated 15 years ago, when a scientist went rogue, becoming a whistleblower when his conscience prevented him from continuing to participate in the program. He had gone to an independent journalist with proof that a government-funded program was using orphaned female infants in their care for nefarious purposes, surgically removing their eyes. News like that would have not gone over well with the public. It was an absolute disgrace, and what happened next was the last straw. The man in charge of the CIA at the time was a real old-school psychopath, and he didn't hesitate to order the cold-blooded murders of both the whistleblower and the independent journalist. The 2 men were found dead in their sleep, and the story had been killed along with them before it could ever be released. Unfortunately, the public would never discover the truth, although news of the program spread within the highest echelons of government itself. When rival factions within the government found out that the CIA had conducted both murders and inhumane experiments on children, it nearly led to a civil war. A few branches of the armed forces took a stand against the intelligence agencies. Hundreds of servicemen and women died in the covert internecine skirmishes that followed. With the threat of full-scale war looming, the intelligence agencies were forced to negotiate. A truce was brokered. The programs would be shut down, the director of the CIA would be replaced, and everyone would go about their business like nothing had happened. It was in the best interests of the United States that the public never find out what had occurred. Now, however, Alexandria worked directly for the Executive Office of the United States. It was through Alexandria's scrying ability that the government had first learned the horrifying truth. Earth was not alone, and the universe was locked in a titanic struggle for survival against another dimension, one filled with brutality, chaos, and magic. A terrifying place called the Abyss. Thankfully, Earth was protected by a mysterious figure Alexandria had glimpsed, a powerful being standing sentry before a floating palace, warding off terrifying entities attempting to enter the world from the abyss. As long as he stood guard, humanity was safe. Alexandria had been tasked with the mission of trying to communicate with this otherworldly being. Any information they could gain, even from a casual conversation, would be of great importance. Unfortunately, her attempts had always been met with silence. Until now, that is. Alexandria's voice trembled. He finally spoke to me, sir." The fear in her voice was obvious. Her words sent a jolt through Ben's body. He clenched his fists, barely containing his anticipation. "Well, that sounds like good news, doesn't it? What did he say?" He said, "Forgive me." Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down enough so she could speak. "He said to tell my people that an abyssal titan has found our world. He cannot hope to match the creature's power, but he might be able to wound it enough that it would be forced to retreat. However, doing that would cost him his life." "An abyssal titan?" Ben whispered, confidence draining from his face. "But he said he could chase it away, didn't he? Does that mean we're going to be safe?" The Vice President Henry stepped forward, his face twisted in an angry grimace. He threw the paperwork he was holding onto the table. "Our protector is about to be killed. Who is going to protect us now? Millions of those creatures from the abyss will cross into our world every day," he shouted, spittle flying from his mouth onto Ben's face. "Who is going to deal with those creatures? You?" Ben was in shock. Henry's fear made him lash out in anger, while Ben's made him freeze. "Okay, how much time do we have? We can at least declare a state of emergency and give people some warning." Ben was cut off when the sunlight filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows dimmed unnaturally fast, as if a giant hand had blocked out the sun. Ben looked toward the window, but before he could understand what was happening, a vision entered his mind. He saw a man garbed in ancient clothing, standing before an impossibly ornate crystal palace, facing off against the terrifying, shadowy entity that was approaching. Chapter 8. Stupid Boy. Am I dead? The last thing Lucius remembered was blinding pain coursing through his body immediately after using his attribute points. Now, he couldn't feel his body at all. All he could sense was darkness all around him. It was hard to tell how long he stayed like that, but Lucius thought that if he was dead, it wasn't so bad. In fact, it was kind of nice. No anxiety, no monsters, just peace. At some point, the empty void covering Lucius's vision was broken as a speck of purple light crept into the corner of his vision. Over the next few minutes, the speck grew larger and larger until it resolved into the shape of a magnificent crystal palace, consuming his vision as it loomed over him. The whole scene in front of him seemed like something out of a fantasy novel. Lucius couldn't help but take in the view while the palace lingered before him. After all, there wasn't much else he could do at the moment. At the very front was a gigantic drawbridge that appeared to be made of crystal-clear glass, with intricate, rune-like characters engraved across it. The inscriptions swirled and branched off from each other in different directions, growing smaller as they flowed across the surface, like living fractals. Perfectly uniform bastions jutted out from each corner, made of a shiny reflective material, but with a purple hue. Ornate battlements, looking more like art than tools of war, lined the top of the palace walls. Without warning, the drawbridge lowered. There were no chains connecting it to the palace walls. It appeared to move on its own, descending all the way down until it touched down gently. The entire process was silent. Even when the massive bridge met the ground, Lucius couldn't hear a sound. Until... "Such a stupid boy!" The sudden voice boomed so loudly and powerfully that Lucius thought he might die just from hearing it. If he wasn't already dead, that was. Lucius looked all around him, trying to locate the speaker. "Who is it?" He tried to yell, but his mouth refused to obey his command. Still, it seemed his message got through. "Wouldn't you like to know?" The voice was entirely different now. It had suddenly become feminine, and no longer caused a painful ringing in his head. More importantly, it was coming from right beside him. "Where are you?" Lucius tried to exclaim, looking toward the voice. He finally caught sight of the being that was speaking. It was a little pink cat, with a luxurious, fluffy coat and large eyes, the same color as the palace walls. Light reflected off the cat's eyes in the same unique way as it did from the palace, as if they were both made of the same material. "I am the great Twixelatl. My master calls me Twixie," the cat announced, seeming very pleased with her own name. "But now, Twixie has no master. He's dead. He died protecting you weaklings. And how do you repay him? Huh?" Twixie pranced closer, giving Lucius an angry glare. "The highest-leveled human on your planet goes and tries to kill himself with mana poisoning." The cat berated him, swatting at him with her tail. She was obviously unhappy with him about something, but she was so adorable, and her voice was so charming that it had the opposite effect. Lucius stared into her violet eyes, transfixed. As long as she kept talking to him, she could say whatever she wanted, he thought. "So, what do you have to say for yourself? Speak," Twixie demanded. Am I dead?" Lucius asked timidly. "You should be. If Twixie hadn't stopped your soul from burning to a crisp, you would have already ceased to exist," she explained. After she finished reprimanding Lucius, she calmed down. Stalking around him a few times, she came to a stop right in front of him, took a seat, and lazily cleaned her paws. "Say thank you, stupid boy." Thank you." Lucius was still quite bewildered. He had never spoken to an animal before, never mind a magical alien animal. "Will I be okay?" "Mana poisoning is dangerous to the soul. Native souls can't handle that much power. Not that fast. Right now, I am protecting your soul from all that mana you just pumped into your body. The problem is, if I put you back, poof, you'll die," she explained cheerfully. "So, are you going to keep me here forever?" Lucius asked. "Don't flatter yourself. If Master didn't care so much about helping you people, Twixie would have just let you die, like Master should have. Then Master would still be here with Twixie." Her voice broke toward the end of her sentence, and she sobbed quietly. "I'm sorry." Lucius didn't know what else to say. He had never lost someone he loved before. In fact, had he ever loved someone? He might have loved his mother when he was still a boy, before all the pain his parents inflicted smothered the ember of love in him. "I saw this palace in a vision. There was a man here fighting something. Was that man your master?" Twixie nodded, still unable to stop the tears from flowing. By now, her perfect fluffy fur was all matted below her eyes from the wetness. "Thank you. I guess this means that you and your master saved my life twice now." Lucius wanted to change the subject. He wasn't comfortable with this much emotion. "What will happen to me now?" Twixie wiped her eyes with her paws, regaining her composure as a devilish grin spread over her face. "Well, we need to acclimate your soul to all the magic that you greedily pumped into your body. Twixie can admit that what you did was impressive. You attained power so fast that you actually earned enough attribute points to poison yourself before your planet's mana levels rose enough to protect you. Twixie has never seen such a thing before. It's so rare that the system doesn't even have a safeguard against it. Normally, souls become acclimated to higher mana levels as the planet's mana levels rise. If you had simply waited a few days before spending all those attribute points, or used them more slowly, he would have been fine." "I think I understand," Lucius replied slowly. "How can I acclimate my soul, then?" The magical creature turned away from him as she spoke, inspecting her paws as if she found the topic of conversation entirely too trivial. "By blasting your soul with mana until you almost die. Again and again, until you've adapted, that is," she explained insouciantly. "What? Won't that be painful?" Lucius asked nervously. He was starting to feel his heart race, even though he didn't have one. She looked up from her paws, the glee evident on her face. "Oh my, yes it will be. It will be terribly, unbearably painful." Twixie snickered as she rose to her feet. "We'd better get started. Wait a minute. Can you acclimate me more slowly? Maybe with smaller doses of mana so it's less painful? Lucius pleaded. Of course Twixie can, she replied, her little cat brows furrowing impressively, as if the very idea that she wasn't capable was offensive. Lucius felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if he had just been pardoned from a death sentence. Thank you. I was really scared. Before he could finish his sentence, Twixie continued speaking. But that would be so boring, don't you think? She giggled as her body rose up into the air, hovering right before Lucius. She started glowing an ominous red before she pointed her paws at him. Through effort, you've unlocked a hidden attribute. Your magic resistance is now level 1. Chapter 9. Responsibility. Mary took a deep breath and tried to settle her nerves. She had already bitten her nails down to the quick. Everything had gone wrong since the moment she walked into the store. Why didn't I stay in the car? The thought wouldn't leave her alone. Every time she tried to relax, Patrick's predicament tormented her. Before her family arrived, they'd been in the car for hours, traveling south from their home in Vermont. She had only taken James into the store to stretch their legs. Now, she was trapped with strangers in a horrifying emergency, and Patrick was trapped in the car on his own. Mary tried to concentrate on the task at hand, however unpleasant it was. She was currently stitching up the wound on Jack's forehead, despite the young man's constant complaints. Ah! Ow! Ow, 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 ow! Can we stop? I think I'd rather bleed to death, he whined. She couldn't believe he could even talk. She had seen how hard he'd been hit. Any normal person would be in a coma if they had somehow managed to survive. Jack shrugged off her concerns, claiming he'd always had a talent for taking hits. Now, however, he quite literally did. The first thing he had done upon waking up, blood still dripping down his face, was cheer at the message waiting for him from the system. The tough young man had unlocked a passive ability called Endless Grit, making his body unusually durable and likely saving his life. Settle down. You'll be fine, Mary consoled him, skillfully ignoring his protests. A talent any mother worth her salt possessed. However, stitching him up was definitely hard work. Thanks to his new skill, Jack's skin was tougher than an old leather boot, and she had struggled at first to pierce it with the needle. There. I'm finally done. See? You survived. She clipped the end of the stitches and sprayed antiseptic over the whole area for good measure. You have unlocked the talent Mend Wound. Mend Wound Level 1. Injuries to which you have applied first aid will heal 25% more quickly. Why don't you help us instead of playing this stupid game of talents and points? Mary scolded the system. Insufficient data. Of course there is. How convenient, she grumbled. Mary's argument with the system was interrupted by James. He ran up to her, pointing back at Lucius. Mom, he's moving! Lucius had been lying absolutely still for almost an hour. The horrible seizures had finally stopped, thank God. But now he was barely breathing. Mary couldn't even begin to guess what was wrong with him. He had been perfectly healthy one moment, and the next, he seemed on the brink of death. Now life seemed to be returning to Lucius's body. His breathing grew deep and steady, and his bottom lip moved like he was trying to say something. No. Bad kitty, he mumbled, though his voice was so soft it was barely audible. Weird, James muttered. Do you think he's dreaming? James let out a playful meow after hearing Lucius utter the word kitty. Lucius jolted at the sound, and his eyes shot open. Ah! He screamed, scrambling backward away from James across the floor, as if trying to escape from him. Calm down. You're fine. Take a deep breath. Jack held his hands out to show Lucius that he wasn't a threat. Where am I? Lucius looked around the store, confusion fading from his face as he blinked a few times. I'm back? You didn't go anywhere, Lucius. You've been lying there the whole time. Jack suppressed a chuckle. You all right now? Let me help you up." Jack offered Lucius his arm, helping him to his feet. Lucius noticed the freshly stitched wound on Jack's forehead, as well as the bruises and fresh bloodstains over the older blue ones from the abyss creatures. "How long was I out? Did you get attacked while I was unconscious?" he asked. Not exactly," Jack muttered, scratching his head and looking away. "No, you did it!" James exclaimed as he pointed at Lucius, oblivious to the pleading look in Jack's eyes. "What? How could I have done it?" Lucius asked, confusion returning to his face. James didn't spare a single detail as he updated Lucius on everything that had happened since he'd lost consciousness. "Damn it! Are you okay? I can't believe I was so stupid!" Lucius scolded himself as he cast his eyes down, avoiding eye contact with Jack. He didn't mind putting himself at risk. In fact, he was downright self-destructive at times. He had never allowed his behavior to harm others, though. Until now. The fact was, he had almost killed Jack through his foolhardiness. He liked the way that gaining attribute points made him feel, so he had taken a risk and distributed them all at once despite knowing that it was likely to be a poor choice. That realization left a sinking feeling in his chest. Lucius was ashamed, and he couldn't help thinking that the vicious torture he had suffered at Twixie's hands, or paws rather, was well-deserved. Jack could see that Lucius was remorseful. "Oh, knock it off. You didn't hurt me on purpose, right?" Jack said, his tone sounding a bit harsher than he had intended. "Look, I'm fine, and I earned a new ability." "I'd say you did me a favor," Jack proceeded to brag about how he had received the passive ability Endless Grit from enduring such a hard hit. Being knocked out in such a way was clearly embarrassing for Jack, which was probably why he was minimizing the situation. Still, Lucius felt a little better. But no matter what Jack said, his behavior had been reckless. Even if he hadn't hurt Jack, he could have died from mana poisoning. Jack's selfless choice, letting Lucius take all the kills to grow stronger, would have been wasted. Jack, Mary, James, and Patrick would have lost their strongest ally. Lucius felt a surge of emotions he wasn't used to. Other people actually needed him now. Dormant feelings of responsibility were awakening within him, and he resolved then and there that he wouldn't continue to throw his life away anymore. Twixie had said it. He was the strongest human on Earth at the moment. How many lives could he save if he used his new abilities to protect others? If he died, he'd be taking all those potential lives with him. That was not something he could accept. Chapter 10. The Rescue. The four unlikely companions regrouped in the center of the store. Lucius and Jack were back on their feet, and after a short discussion, everyone agreed that they had made Patrick wait long enough. "My main attributes have more than doubled. If we take advantage of my new aspect as well, I think we can try fighting the larger abyss creatures," Lucius suggested. "Sounds good to me. How do you want to do this? The same as before?" Jack asked. "Yeah. Grab the hammer so we can pull the nails out of the windowsill. Mary, please keep the bathroom door shut behind us." Lucius wasn't taking any chances. If something went wrong and they failed, he didn't want Mary and James to perish along with them. The boys made their way into the bathroom. Jack held the makeshift shield he had previously crafted from cabinet doors and manned the window. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Dinner's ready!" The buzzing was initially faint, but it grew louder quickly. The creatures were coming. A hideous, eight-legged creature shot through the window. Luckily for the boys, the adult creatures were large enough that only one could fit through the opening at a time. Once the creature was inside, Jack drew its attention, slamming his shield against the cage and letting fly a few choice words that could even make a giant abyss crab monster blush. The creature turned to face the noise and tried to charge at Jack, soon discovering it was trapped. That discovery enraged it, and a faint pulsing red light emitted from its body. Jack lifted his shield, tracking the angle of the creature's mouth to ensure that he could block the attack effectively. But he wouldn't get the chance to test his shield. Not this time. The creature had barely begun to build up power for its attack when Lucius's spear ripped through its carapace, causing a shower of blue blood as it exited from the creature's left eye. His stealthy attack had been a success. By using Jack to lure the creature's attention, Lucius was able to carefully line up an attack from behind and trigger Sucker Punch, making his first attack a critical hit. You've defeated Adult Abyssal Insectum Level 8. The boys cheered. Their plan had worked. They felt an immense sense of achievement. The adult abyss creatures had been a terrifying threat, constantly lingering in their minds since the first encounter. Now, they had a way to overcome them. They could repeat this strategy and wipe out the remainder of the swarm. And that's exactly what the two of them did. You've defeated Adult Abyssal Insectum Level 5. You've defeated Adult Abyssal Insectum Level 8. You've defeated Adult Abyssal Insectum Level 7. You've reached Level 17. You have 5 attribute points available for distribution. Through effort, you've gained +1 stamina. Through effort, you've raised Assassinate to Level 3. The boys quickly dispatched a dozen or so creatures. With each gout of fresh blood came a shower of bits of shell and system messages. Even Jack gained a few points in stamina and dexterity from his hard work. He also gained the talent Shield Bearer when he finally managed to use his shield to block an attack from one of the creatures before Lucius could kill it. It seemed Jack was forming a habit of getting stronger after being attacked. The boys were on top of the world. They had overcome the evil creatures that had trapped them for so long, and they could finally save Patrick. Mary and James would be so relieved. Lucius and Jack left the bodies on the floor. They were done using the trap, so they didn't feel the need to clear it out. They left the bathroom together to deliver the good news. I think we got them all, announced Lucius. But, just in case, let me and Jack be the ones to go out and get Patrick. We'll bring the weapons and shields so we can take care of any creatures that remain. I want to come too. It's my dad. I can hold a shield, insisted James. But the stern look on his mother's face was enough to quell his protests. His shoulders slumped in frustration. Please, be careful, Mary told the two of them, excitement palpable in her voice. She was finally going to be reunited with Patrick. As long as they were together, as a family, she was willing to face anything, even the end of the world. You are both my heroes. She gave each of them an enthusiastic hug, ignoring the way that blood smeared all over her dress. The two young men worked together to clear the barricade from the doors, ripping off the tape and moving the plastic tables back into the break room. They drank some water, grabbed a spear and a shield each, and did a final reconnaissance at every available window. They looked high and low for signs of creatures they might have missed, but found nothing. Lastly, Lucius assigned his newly acquired attribute points. He added them one at a time, having learned his lesson the painful way previously. A faint sheen of sweat could be seen on his brow. He decided to add all 5 points to vitality. He was getting stronger quickly, but without much vitality, he felt like he could be taken out with a single hit. Gaining more vitality felt entirely different from gaining strength or dexterity. Instead of a cold, tingling rush of power, Lucius felt a warm upswell of energy bubbling up inside him. His eyes glazed over as he let out a satisfied shudder, the warm bath of energy massaging his body from head to toe. After the sensation faded, Lucius took a quick glance at his current attributes. Status, level 17. Strength, 22. Vitality, 8. Dexterity, 24. Intelligence, 5. Creativity, 6. Luck, 1. Stamina, 12. Magic power, 0. Magic resist, 5. Free attributes, 0. He had no idea just how impressive his achievements were. The circumstances, the swarm of relatively fragile, low-level abyss creatures, combined with Lucius's unique aspect and a heavy dose of creativity and luck, had led to an impossibly fast increase in power. Most surviving inhabitants of newly integrated planets took months, if not years, to reach Lucius's current strength. He had done it in a single day, powering up his body so fast it had almost killed him. Having done everything they could think of to ensure their safety, the boys opened the door and stepped outside, pausing just beyond the doorway to scan their surroundings for any hint of danger. They were close to the building if something jumped out to attack them. The world was mostly quiet. They could hear the buzzing of the electric signs on the wall outside the store, the chirping of various birds and insects, and even a strange, deep thundering noise, like the footsteps of a giant. The sound was faint and distant, barely reaching them. "That doesn't sound good," Jack voiced what they were both thinking. Lucius felt sense danger pulse every time he heard the sound, like an anxious heartbeat assuring him that whatever it was deadly. "We should hurry," he urged. The boys crept toward the car where Patrick was trapped. They could see him waving his arms, but couldn't quite tell what he was trying to express from so far away. When they reached the halfway point, Patrick's movements became frantic, and sense danger suddenly exploded in Lucius's chest. Lucius stopped immediately. "Something's wrong," he shouted, grabbing Jack's shoulder to stop him from continuing. The next moment, they understood why Patrick was so frantic. A large creature buzzed into the air, hidden from their view because it was on top of the canopy that covered the gas pumps. It was alone, but the problem was that it wasn't a juvenile or even an adult. It was the same type as the ones before, but it was much larger than any they'd seen. At least 5 times the size of the largest adult creature, with a dark purple carapace and terrifying red spikes jutting from its shell. However, the size wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that it was smart. The creature buzzed through the air at least twice as fast as the smaller creatures, circling rapidly around the boys and preventing them from escaping back into the store. The speed of the creature was disheartening. They would never be able to get away on foot. Even with Lucius's impressively high dexterity, he knew he couldn't outrun such a fast-flying creature. He could probably escape using his stealth aspect, but that would leave Jack to die. Lucius found himself wishing he had come out alone. But it was too late for regrets. In that moment, they only had 2 choices: fight or die. Chapter 11. The Queen. The giant abyss creature hovered a few dozen yards away from the boys, snapping its clawed forelegs in provocation. "Why isn't it attacking?" Lucius questioned. He was thinking out loud in an attempt to distract himself from his own growing panic. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles had become bleached white. The truth was that the weapon he was holding offered little comfort when faced with such a powerful foe. "Let me just pull out my guide to evil abyss creatures. I'll get right back to you on that," replied Jack, his sarcasm evident. His new ability, Hardened Heart, went a long way in keeping his emotions from overwhelming him. Lucius was envious of that. Before the boys could decide on their next course of action, a change occurred in the creature. A series of flaps opened up on its back, and disgusting, slime-covered, orb-shaped organs began protruding from inside the creature's body. The moment the organs were completely exposed, Lucius felt a strange pressure inside his mind. It wasn't his own anxiety this time. Feelings of absolute, burning hatred were telepathically transmitted directly into their minds from the creature. Lucius could suddenly feel and understand exactly what the creature was thinking, and it was the worst possible scenario he could imagine. The creature was a she, and she was the queen who had birthed the entire swarm. She was, unfortunately, fully aware of exactly who had murdered all her babies. "Oh, damn! Sorry, Mama," he shouted at the bug. "Your babies tried to kill us first, though, so actually I'm not." He realized midway that he was probably provoking the queen even more. The Abyssal Queen transmitted one final burst of thoughts and emotions. She wanted the boys to know that she was going to capture them alive and use their living flesh as a source of nutrients to spawn a new brood of children. She thought it was only fair that they should replace the children they had taken from her. Their deaths would be agonizingly slow, and their worlds would be filled with nothing but pain and terror until their final breaths. Lucius's hands trembled. The creature's thoughts were filled with gruesome images of abyssal larvae slowly devouring their bodies from the inside out. He shook his head to try to push the images away, but it was useless. He couldn't stop the Queen's intrusion into his own mind. "I don't think she likes us," Jack quipped, giving Lucius a slap on the shoulder. He could see the nerve slipping away from his friend. "Get your head on straight. I'm as good as dead if you don't." That was all the time they had to prepare themselves for what was to come. The slimy organs retreated back into the creature, and the openings in its shell sealed shut. Thankfully, the mental intrusion disappeared along with the organs, which must have been what the creature used to transmit its signal. Perhaps the shell was capable of blocking magical intrusions, which would explain why it needed to be out of the way for the signal to get through. The moment the queen shell slid back into place, she attacked. When the creature moved at its top speeds, its wings flapped so powerfully and fast that it sounded like a machine gun. One of the quirks of having wings made of hard shell, Lucius guessed. It was a miracle that the thing could even fly at all, never mind at such incredible speeds. "Run!" Lucius yelled, pointing at the line of cars parked a few dozen feet away. They didn't stand much of a chance facing her in a head-on fight. Even if they somehow came out on top, they wouldn't escape without serious injury. If she was venomous, then their chances were even closer to zero. As they ran, Lucius realized with a sinking heart that he had left Jack behind. His upgraded attributes allowed him to run at almost double the speed of his much lower-leveled friend. Lucius's shoes slid across the concrete as he quickly turned and returned to Jack's side. Lucius turned to run backwards as he followed behind Jack, facing the approaching Abyss Queen with his spear held high in an attempt to ward the creature off until they reached the cars. The dreadful creature was not deterred in the slightest by Lucius's spear. She flew right at him like a bullet, whipping up large gusts of wind and dust behind her. Just when he was sure that she would fly right into the end of his spear, she shifted her trajectory, her pincers clamping onto his weapon as she flew past. Lucius was caught by surprise, and the spear was ripped out of his hands before he could react. Thankfully, that at least bought them enough time to reach the cars. The boys squeezed into the gap between a minivan and a pickup truck in the hopes that the vehicles would offer them some protection from the creature. Lucius never thought he would be so thankful to see someone park like such a jerk. The vehicles were clearly too close together, blocking the driver's door of the van from fully opening. Jack looked back at the queen just in time to see her snapping Lucius's spear in two as she flew in a large arc through the air, circling back around toward them. He pressed his lips together, considering their options for just a moment, before holding out his own spear. "Here, take my spear and give me your shield. I'm never going to be able to hurt that thing anyway, but I can distract it and give you a chance to do some damage." That was as good an idea as any. Lucius agreed without pause, handing over his shield and accepting Jack's spear. Jack brandished the second shield, holding both out in front of him as the queen approached them. "I'm going to try something. Do your best to get her attention, and please don't die," Lucius shouted as the queen began swooping down toward them. After receiving a determined nod from Jack, he took a deep breath and focused on the feelings that had generated his aspect, guise of the thief. It was a familiar desire that had been developing inside him his entire life, the intense yearning to go unseen that had developed during his traumatic past. The moment Lucius did that, he felt something change. He looked down at his own body and became disoriented by the conflict in his mind. He could still see himself, but at the exact same time, he could not. His body was clearly right there, but he couldn't quite grasp hold of it with his senses. If Lucius wasn't inside his own body, with the absolute knowledge that he was right there, he would not have been able to locate his own hand. Confident that the aspect was working properly, Lucius dropped to the ground and swiftly moved beneath the car. All of that had taken no more than a heartbeat, but even that was too much time to waste. The very next instant, the Abyssal Queen came slamming down on top of the van, sending a wave of shattered glass spraying out in all directions. The roof caved inward by a foot from the power of her landing, causing Jack to flinch backward as he held up his shields to defend himself. "Stay away, you nasty bitch!" Jack screamed at the creature, holding his shields up in front of him. Only a thin layer of particle board stood between him and the terrifying monster. Even so, the young man was incredibly valiant, steadfastly facing the danger head-on. He continued to taunt her as he jumped to the side to dodge the snapping claws swinging toward him. Lucius came up from the other side of the car, directly behind the queen as she focused on Jack, and lined up a strike as swiftly as he could manage. Unfortunately, before he could deliver his first attack, the Abyssal Queen launched herself down off the roof of the van. Her 8 clawed legs had acted like powerful springs, building up tension before releasing in a snap of rapid motion. The creature's body became a blur of purple as it crashed down with overwhelming force directly into Jack's shields. The older boy managed to keep his shields up to block the blow, but he didn't make it out unscathed. The monster's incredibly sharp proboscis penetrated right through the shield and through Jack's finger in the process. The young man watched in horror as his left pinky finger flew up into the air. The force of her attack pushed Jack to the ground, leaving him on his back with his shields held up above him at arm's length as she bore down. His own severed finger followed the two of them down, bouncing off Jack's face as it made its way to the ground. "Damn it!" Jack screamed, as the blood from his wounded hand dripped down onto his face, impairing his vision. Adrenaline was dulling the pain, but it did nothing to make the situation any better. Things had become dire. The queen was overpowering him, her 8 legs crunching into the metal panels of the cars on either side as she pushed his shield down further and further, her sharp mouth like a knife dangling right above him. The young man struggled with all his might to keep it from piercing his face. Lucius was out of time. If he didn't act now, Jack was going to die. He rushed around the back of the vehicle to get close enough to attack. Meanwhile, the desperation of the situation was causing a rapid string of thoughts to flood through his mind. If he simply struck her with the spear, the queen would become aware of his stealth ability the moment he attacked, and a single stab would not be enough to kill such a powerful abyss creature. Once he lost the element of surprise, it would become impossible to win. The queen could simply take flight and slowly pick off Jack while remaining wary of his sneak attacks. That would be the worst-case scenario. No, he couldn't let it play out like that. Once he struck, the queen needed to die before she could fully grasp the situation. So Lucius mustered up all the courage he could and jumped on her back. Chapter 12. A Real Fight. Even with hardened heart, Jack was close to his limit mentally, gritting his teeth hard as his bloodshot eyes teared up. The terrifyingly powerful Abyss Queen had him pinned to the ground between the two vehicles. If things didn't change in the next minute, he would probably die here. The Queen had sheared off one of his fingers in her opening salvo and pinned him to the ground in the same motion. Jack was hopelessly outmatched. The silver lining was that Jack's skills were benefiting from the beating he was taking, something of a recurring pattern for Jack. Through effort, you've raised Hardened Heart to level 3. Through effort, you've gained +1 strength. Through effort, you've raised Endless Grit to level 2. Through effort, you've raised Shield Bearer to level 2. System messages scrolled through his field of vision as the creature pressed him into the ground. He was surprised to see everything leveling up at once. It was probably a result of fighting something far above his level. Unfortunately, chances of him living to enjoy it were slim. As the razor-sharp proboscis inched closer to his face, Jack felt anger growing in his chest, rather than the fear he would have expected to feel at such a time. It wasn't right. How the hell were normal human beings supposed to stand a chance against these creatures? He and Lucius had gotten incredibly lucky, using every ounce of ingenuity they could muster, and it still wasn't enough. Jack hated injustice the most. If he survived this, he would do his best to make sure that others wouldn't have to die as unjustly as he was about to. Just as the creature's mouth pierced his cheek, it suddenly lurched backward, scrambling away from him while reaching its claws up behind its back angrily. As Jack leaned forward off the ground, he saw a blurry pair of legs wrapping around the creature's body from behind. The legs appeared to be flashing in and out of existence, making it very difficult for Jack to maintain the image in his mind. Nevertheless, the creature's attention was no longer on him, allowing the young man to quickly crawl backward away from immediate danger. Lucius felt the spikes on the creature's hard shell stabbing through his thighs as he landed on its back, but he ignored the pain. Wrapping one leg around the creature's left wing and the other across its back to prevent the queen from throwing him off, Lucius leaned to the side to avoid the grasping claws as he lifted his spear and stabbed down with all his might into the Abyss Queen's face. Scream! She let out a horrible shriek as Lucius's spear penetrated her left eye. It sounded more like metal tearing than a sound a living creature should make. Lucius was amazed at the power of his own strike. He still wasn't used to the incredible force his upgraded body could generate. The knife-tipped spear made a loud thunk as it was stopped by the hard carapace of the queen's eye socket before it could penetrate more deeply. His legs could feel the Abyss Queen's entire shell reverberating from the force of the impact. Lucius reared back to strike again, but the Abyss Queen wasn't the only thing damaged by his last strike. The knife that had been hastily attached to the spear had come undone and was still inside the creature. Lucius was left holding a harmless broomstick. There was no time to think about his next move. The queen went into a frenzy, bucking wildly to try and throw Lucius off. He dropped the broomstick and clung on tightly, tightening his bleeding legs around her carapace. The Abyss Queen's first instinct was to take flight, but with Lucius's leg tightly wrapped around her left wing, she ended up flying rapidly in a descending half-circle, before slamming them both into a concrete pillar that held up the gas station's canopy. Fortunately, the creature had taken the brunt of the impact, leaving it momentarily stunned. Lucius took the opportunity to reach across his body and pull the dagger from his boot, letting out a painful groan as the hard spikes ripped the wounds on his thighs even larger from the motion. Rearmed, Lucius immediately launched a second attack on the creature, this time aiming for the queen's remaining eye. He slammed the knife down, burying the entire 6-inch blade into soft tissue. The Abyss Queen attempted to reach Lucius with her pincers, flailing desperately with her limbs. She nearly succeeded, but Lucius nimbly leaned back out of her reach. He continued attacking the creature as it scuttled across the parking lot, colliding with obstacle after obstacle in its attempt to dislodge him. Unfortunately, he was constantly being injured from the creature's spiny carapace, preventing his talent Assassinate from activating to accumulate power. Even so, with such a high strength attribute, Lucius was able to do tremendous damage to the creature. The problem was that he couldn't break through its shell. He had already shredded the soft sensory organs on its face, but his knife couldn't penetrate any deeper. He wouldn't be able to deliver a killing blow if he couldn't break through the carapace, and eventually the queen would find a way to throw him off her back. He needed to think of something soon, and as his mind raced to come up with a solution, he suddenly remembered the scene from earlier. The Abyss Queen's carapace has flaps. She opened them to expose those weird organs. Lucius's face lit up as the realization filled his mind. He focused his determined gaze on the carapace beneath him as he rapidly patted down the creature's shell, nearly being thrown off multiple times in his distraction. If his legs weren't effectively nailed to the creature's back by her own spikes, the queen would have already succeeded in throwing him off. After several seconds of searching across the creature's back while dodging its claws, Lucius found what he was looking for. There on the creature's shell was something that stood out. There was a groove in a semicircular piece of shell that was different from the rest of its back. Lucius tried prying at the groove with his fingers, but he couldn't gain any traction. When that failed, he began hastily jamming the blade of his dagger into the groove. It took all his effort to press the knife into the groove while holding on and avoiding the furious frenzy of claws. But he succeeded. Once the blade was in place, he wrenched it back with all his might. At first he thought the knife would break, but it held, and the semicircular piece slowly rose from the creature's back. As soon as the opening was wide enough, Lucius stuffed his fingers inside, prying it open the rest of the way. Ah! The moment the organs within were exposed, Lucius's mind was blasted with a torrent of nightmarish images in rapid succession. Lifelike depictions of his own body being cut into pieces while he was still alive. In one image, he saw his own mutilated body clinging to life, with all his teeth pulled out, so he couldn't form any intelligible words or bite down while slimy egg sacs were forced down his throat, one after another, until his stomach bulged grotesquely. It wasn't just the horrifying images that made Lucius scream. Being this close to the creature's telepathic organ was actually painful. The images felt like they were being seared into his mind. His head was already pounding from the pain after only a few moments of exposure, with the worst headache he had ever felt. Everything about the experience was shocking, and Lucius nearly let go of the carapace to grab his own head in pain. However, his better judgment stopped him before he could make the mistake. Lucius focused on the task at hand. Fighting through the pain, he aimed his knife at the exposed organ and stabbed downwards, twisting the blade viciously. Ugh! Lucius let out a deep breath of relief as his blade destroyed the organ, the searing pain and gruesome images beginning to fade the same moment. Although his entire body was still racked with pain from the struggle, Lucius mustered all the strength he could and pushed his knife as deep as he could into the creature's body, until his entire arm was deep in the creature's innards. Bubbles of blue blood began flooding out of the Abyss Queen's ruined face as the creature's relentless struggling slowed down. Lucius pulled out his arm and plunged the blade back in again and again, aiming to eviscerate her. With one last gurgle, the Abyss Queen finally collapsed to the ground, unseating Lucius. He rolled off her clumsily, barely managing to avoid stabbing himself with his own knife. You have defeated Matriarch Abyssal Insectum level 21. You have reached level 18. You have 5 attribute points available for distribution. Through effort, you have gained +1 stamina. Through effort, you have gained +1 vitality. As a reward for defeating a powerful abyssal creature, you have been awarded 1 equipment upgrade token. Chapter 13. Devolution. 12 hours had passed since the meeting in the Oval Office where the most powerful man in the pre-apocalyptic world had learned how trivial his life achievements really were. After all, what did it matter to be president of the most powerful country on Earth if everything could be wiped away in an instant by some otherworldly malevolent force? Pay attention, goddammit! Benjamin King cursed under his breath, pushing the nihilistic thoughts to the back of his mind. He had to focus on the tragedy unfolding before him. He had been rushed to the reinforced bunker beneath the White House and was currently manning the Situation Room. Together with a cadre of the country's most powerful people, or at least those who were close enough to make it to the White House before everything went to hell, Benjamin was desperately trying to save as much of his beloved nation as he could. Still, he was failing. Almost immediately after the world had witnessed the last moments of Earth's only protector, the NORAD NWS warning system, designed to detect unauthorized airspace violations over the United States, saw more anomalous contacts in 20 minutes than it had in its entire history. Not long after that, reports started flooding in of animal attacks. All over North America, humans were being attacked and devoured by creatures no one had ever seen before. Local police forces were hopelessly outmatched, and the ensuing panic made it almost impossible to effectively deploy troops. What the hell is the Air Force doing? The 10th Mountain Division is about to retreat from New York, Ben shouted. We are going to lose the city. They can't get anything off the ground, Mr. President. The skies are too dangerous. The only aircraft capable of staying in the air are stealth bombers, but most of them are equipped with nuclear payloads. We're doing our best to refit the bombers for tactical strikes, but ETA is 1 hour. They're reporting catastrophic casualties. They might not even make it out, confessed Vice President Henry Higgins, his expression defeated. Sir, our early warning system just flagged 6 ICBM launches. It's the Russians. Flight trajectory analysis shows impact locations just outside St. Petersburg, a young intelligence analyst reported. Oh my God! They just doomed 6 million people, Henry whispered, some part of him hoping that by keeping his voice low, he could make it less true. Of course, things didn't work that way. "It's time, Mr. President," General Gaius Varro interjected. Gaius was one of many four-star generals, but it was an open secret in Washington that he was the best U.S. armed forces had to offer. When anyone with real power thought of the leader of the United States Army, they didn't think of the Secretary of Defense. They thought of General Varro. "You need to enact the devolution protocols. This is a fight for humanity's survival. I won't allow you to keep sacrificing our forces like this. Give the order, now." Devolution was the act of shrinking hierarchies of governance and areas of authority. It was to be used only in the most catastrophic emergencies. In this situation, it would mean abandoning most of the country and consolidating government control over a small area that they could defend. The protocol was designed only as a stopgap measure to maintain the chain of command if too many members of the government were lost. However, Gaius strongly suspected that this devolution would be permanent. "That would mean sacrificing most of the country to these goddamn monsters, General." Ben was panicking. All he had ever really wanted was to be popular and important, maybe even make some positive changes that he could take credit for. He didn't want to make life and death decisions in an apocalypse. It was an unwinnable situation. No matter what choice he made, he would be seen as the president who lost the nation. Ben was, in fact, a brilliant man. He was an unstoppable businessman and a cunning, charming politician who had made it to the presidency in record time. He thought he could serve a couple of terms, clean up some of the fraud, waste, and abuse in government, and be remembered as the president who fixed America. Now, all those dreams were gone. "That would leave hundreds of millions of people defenseless. I won't do it," Ben shouted. "Mr. President, I will ask you one more time. Give the order. Do you refuse?" All emotion was gone from Gaius's voice. Ben had never heard him speak like this, and it sent a chill down his spine. "I refuse, Gaius," he insisted, standing firm. He could never make a decision that would doom so many people. It was career suicide. He would rather die himself. Gaius let out a sigh and waved forward the two soldiers standing guard near the door. "As per National Security Directive 28, I am now the acting executive authority, charged with the preservation of this government." Ben stood up so fast his chair shot into the wall behind him. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Gaius?" Gaius ignored Ben's protest and gave the order. "President Benjamin King, you are under arrest for gross negligence and dereliction of duty in a national crisis. Your failure to act has jeopardized the survival of this government, and I am legally bound to step in." "Damn you, Gaius, don't do this! You're destroying the country!" Benjamin shouted. But he didn't resist as the soldiers pulled his arms behind his back and zip-tied his wrists together. He knew it was pointless. He needed to use whatever time he had left to talk Gaius out of it. That would be true if the world you grew up in still existed. It doesn't. "That's an error in your logic," Gaius said coldly. "You would squander what small chance we have left to save some semblance of civilization. You aren't the president of a great nation anymore. What you are is a member of an endangered species." He waved the soldiers away, and they escorted a distressed Benjamin toward the door. "Are you going to stand there and let him do this to me, Henry?" Ben was furious. He had lost any semblance of being strategic now and just wanted to lash out. "Say something, you coward!" Ben directed his vitriol at his vice president, deeply regretting his choice of running mate now. I'll make sure that they let you out when things are under control, okay, Ben?" Henry stuttered. He looked deeply uncomfortable, but he would never stand up to Gaius on Benjamin's behalf. Henry was a man who groveled and obeyed whichever authority was before him. He was an expert ass-kisser, which was the whole reason Benjamin had given him the job in the first place. Gaius took the commander's seat at the table, letting out a heavy sigh. "From this point onward, we are no longer the leaders of the United States of America. We are the remnants of the devolved U.S. government. Our top priority is to save as much manpower and resources as we can. Order all remaining forces to retreat. They are to protect themselves as the top priority. Those close enough should rendezvous here in Washington. We will try to preserve as much of the capital as we can. The rest are on their own. I am delegating command to the most senior office of each unit. Expect no further orders. Good luck." Alexandria was still in the room. She tucked herself into a corner and tried to stay out of the way, remaining quiet through the entire ordeal. General Gaius was the man who had rescued her from the government psychic program when she was a child, and she owed him her life. He had risked everything to stand up to her captors, saving her from a horrifying fate. Anyway, her abilities were more suited for information gathering, not fighting. She hated how useless she felt in emergencies, but that wasn't the only reason she was so distracted. Her power wasn't just capable of showing her distant events as they happened, like some overrated magical video camera. No, she had developed another ability, one much more mysterious. It turned her into something like an oracle. If she cleared her mind and meditated on a question, she would sometimes see visions that led her to an answer. She had resolved to keep this new ability a secret for now. She knew all too well how depraved people could be in pursuit of power. She had the scars under her blindfold to prove it. Right now, Alexandria was meditating on a question. She wanted to know if humanity had any hope of surviving this catastrophe. But no matter how hard she tried, she kept getting visions of the same dirty, homeless boy in what looked like a common convenience store. Maybe the question is too vague. Or maybe we really don't have any hope of making it through, she lamented. Chapter 14. A Horrid Dilemma. Lucius wasn't able to read the system messages flooding past. His vision was still a blur after the head-splitting psychic torture he had just endured. The blood loss and exhaustion probably weren't helping much either. A few of the wounds on his legs were fairly deep because of how violently the Abyss Queen had been struggling to unseat him, but it wasn't anything that was life-threatening. Against all odds, Lucius would be able to walk away, if painfully, from his battle with the Abyss Queen. Lucius stood up next to the Abyss Queen's corpse for a few moments, letting his head clear. He looked around and noticed Jack walking toward him. The tough young man had ripped a sleeve off his shirt, creating a tourniquet around the stump of his pinky to stop the bleeding. Lucius took a few wobbly steps toward Jack, stumbling from the pain shooting up his thighs. When Jack saw how his friend was struggling to walk, he picked up his pace, quickly coming over and throwing Lucius's arm over his shoulder to help him walk. "That was incredible. You saved my life," enthused Jack, a wide grin spreading across his face. "I even got credit for helping fight the Abyss Queen. The moment you killed it, my level shot up to 5, and I got some kind of item upgrade." Noticing the pained look on Lucius's face, he quickly changed the topic. "Let's get you inside, so we can take a look at those injuries." "No, not yet. Let's finish what we came out here to do," Lucius demanded, pointing his free hand at the vehicle where Patrick had been trapped all this time. "All right. Come on then, let's make it quick," Jack replied. Even as the two young men limped and shuffled their way over to him, Patrick was already getting out of the vehicle. He had had a front row seat to the entire violent battle, and he knew exactly who he owed his life to. Patrick was a middle-aged man with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing a green scholarly sweater vest over a button-up shirt and slacks. "Thank God you're both alive. When I saw you come outside, I was sure you would be killed by that creature. I've been watching the beast feed on unsuspecting humans for hours now. I never expected to see it killed by a couple of young men, armed with homemade spears no less." Words tumbled out of Patrick's mouth at top speed as he ran to the boys. "Let's get inside. There are a few things we need to discuss." The three of them made their way back into the safety of the store, where Mary and James eagerly awaited their return. Once inside, Lucius and Jack witnessed the heartwarming family reunion. "Oh, thank God!" exclaimed Mary. She had witnessed the Abyss Queen's assault on the boys, and she was sure in that moment that she would never see her husband alive again. The relief she was feeling now was palpable. "Dad, Dad, magic is real! Isn't that amazing? James shouted as he ran into his father's open arms. The young boy had complete confidence in Lucius and Jack's ability to defeat the monster, so he had not been as worried as his mother. The reunion was short-lived. Mary was aware of the injuries that the two boys had suffered, and she insisted on applying first aid to their wounds before doing anything else. Mary cleaned the wounds that were too deep to heal on their own, applied antiseptic cream to everything, and finally wrapped everything up in clean bandages. Then she gave the boys some over-the-counter medicine for the pain. For her efforts, she received another message from the system. Through effort, you have raised Mend Wound to level 3. Once the boys were all patched up, Patrick asked Mary to take James away for a moment, so he could speak to Lucius and Jack alone. Earlier in the day, I saw those monsters gathering corpses up on top of the canopy, where the queen made a nest. I assumed they were already dead at the time, Patrick began. I thought they were just gathering food, like any hive of insects. But when you boys fought the queen, the telepathic images she sent out made me rethink my guess. Patrick took a deep breath before continuing. I think there might be people up there, alive, with those eggs in their bodies. Then we need to go help them. What are we waiting for? Jack burst out, already moving toward the entrance. Wait, Lucius grabbed Jack's shoulder. It's not that simple. Think about it. If there are people with eggs planted in them, we have no way to save them. They will die a slow and painful death anyway, and if we rescue them, even more of those abyss creatures will spawn from their bodies. Exactly, Patrick agreed. If we do what you suggested, Jack, we prolong their suffering and put all our lives in danger. So, what are you suggesting we do? Jack asked incredulously. Let them die? Kill them? I am not going to murder innocent people. What if it was Mary or James up there? Would you still want to kill them? That's the wrong question. The question is, what would you want us to do if one of the abyssal creatures caught you and pumped you full of eggs? Lucius interjected. I know what my answer would be. I'd want someone to put me out of my misery as fast as possible. Jack looked conflicted. He knew what Lucius and Patrick were saying was true, but he hated everything about it. Fine, but we don't even know if there's anyone alive up there. And if there is, we don't know for sure that they have any of those eggs in their bodies yet. You're right. The first thing we need to do is go outside and see what we are dealing with, said Patrick. Come on then. We are going to need a ladder. Jack ended the conversation, signaling for the two others to follow him. They rearmed themselves with more makeshift spears just in case they ran into any more creatures and made their way over to the canopy. Jack placed the ladder against the side of the roof, and they took turns climbing up. The first one up the ladder was Jack, who immediately gagged and covered his mouth. That was a bad sign. When Lucius finally reached the top, he understood why Jack had reacted so strongly. In the middle of the roof was a pile of naked human bodies. Most of them were missing at least a few limbs, and all of them had been torn asunder in one way or another. The bodies were stuck together with a thin layer of webbing, just enough to hold them, but not enough to cover up the gruesome sight. Oddly enough, Lucius felt relieved. All these people were now dead. The worst-case scenario they had considered wouldn't come to pass. Just as Lucius was about to suggest that they burn the bodies, something in the pile shifted. Something was alive. The three quickly made their way over. Upon noticing the child-sized body that appeared to be moving, a terrible dread descended on all of them. Jack ran up to the body, which was that of a small girl who couldn't have been much older than James, her stomach clearly bulging from the parasites inside her. As Jack reached out, her body fell off the pile and rolled away. The group suddenly became aware that she was, in fact, already dead. She had been moving because something that lay beneath her was still alive. With the girl's body out of the way, the three could see that it was a small goat, probably less than a year old itself. The animal's body had been mutilated just as badly as the humans around it, its stomach bulging just like all the others. A wave of relief washed over the group. They wouldn't be forced to end the life of a child. Not a human one, anyway. "I'll do it," said Patrick, feeling responsible for taking on the burden as the oldest man present. "We need to move these bodies away from the gas pumps, so we can burn them. Can you boys go get a wheelbarrow?" As Lucius and Jack reached the bottom of the ladder, they heard an animal cry out in pain before falling silent. Chapter 15. Geared Up. The two young men, along with their newest companion, got busy with the unpleasant task of moving the bodies. Using a tarp and some rope, they lowered the bodies to the ground. It wasn't as difficult a task as it could have been, thanks to Lucius's impressive strength, and it quickly became obvious that Jack had spent many of his newly earned attribute points on strength as well. "You didn't put all your new attribute points into strength, did you?" Lucius asked when he saw Jack carrying two adult human bodies, one under each arm, without a hint of strain on his face. "Not at all," Jack responded, heaving the two bodies into the wheelbarrow. "I put a few into vitality, too. After all, I only have 9 fingers left," the young man joked, holding up both his hands. "No point being strong if I can't even take a hit." His words were jovial, but the macabre situation was taking a toll on the young man's spirit. With the bodies all in place, Patrick said a short prayer for the people who had died, and Jack suggested that they move the bodies of the slain abyssal creatures out for burning as well. Lucius and Patrick quickly agreed, and the three of them cleared out the bodies from the store. When only the body of the Abyss Queen was left, Lucius told the others to wait as he approached the slain creature. "I asked the system about upgrade opportunities that we just got. They're more impressive than I thought," Lucius explained, placing his hand on the razor-sharp proboscis of the Abyss Queen as he gave a mental command. Golden orbs of light, each the size of a firefly, spiraled around Lucius's hand and the proboscis he was touching. "I learned that this was a very rare opportunity that should be used on the best magical thing I could find," Lucius elaborated. Slowly, as the orbs of light spiraled around both his hand and the creature, the proboscis disappeared. The golden orbs started moving together, forming the shape of a sword in Lucius's hand. Suddenly, the light vanished, and in its place was a vicious-looking weapon. The blade was as keen as the proboscis it was made from, while the grip took on the purple hue of the slain creature's carapace. The guard was crafted from 2 of the red spikes, the same ones that had hurt Lucius during the fight. The weapon fit perfectly in Lucius's hand, feeling as if it were made just for him, which, of course, it was. Lucius focused on his new weapon and received a message from the system in response. "Matriarch's Fury, short sword, quality, rare. Created with the rare magical material proboscis of the Swarm Mother. This weapon will never be dull. Further enhanced by an upgrade, it has miraculous penetrating power and is imbued with the Swarm Mother's ability, Leech Life. Leech Life. 0.15% life stolen per hit." Jack and Patrick were stunned by the miracle that Lucius had just performed. "Incredible," Patrick muttered under his breath, while Jack ran up to Lucius to get a closer look at the item. "I didn't know we could use item upgrades like that," Jack exclaimed. "How did you do it?" he asked. "Just put your hand on the magic material you want to use and think about the kind of item you want. If it's something the system can't make, nothing will happen. You can't ask for something the materials can't be used to make, and the better suited the material is for your item, the higher the quality will be," Lucius explained. "Got it. Thanks," Jack replied quickly, excitement clear in his voice. He ran back over to what remained of the corpse. Jack placed his hand on the thickest portion of the dead creature's carapace, carefully avoiding the vicious red spikes, and focused on what he wanted to make. The same scene the group had just witnessed repeated itself. This time, a much larger swarm of orbs coalesced, covering her back. Lucius was amazed to see the carapace, which he hadn't been able to scratch with his full strength, easily consumed by the magical light. The lights wrapped around Jack's left arm, creating a large item half as tall as Jack himself. When the orbs disappeared, it was clear that he had created a shield. Jack focused on his new shield as Lucius had instructed him, and the system provided a description of the item. Matriarch's Resolve. Large shield. Quality, rare. This shield is incredibly durable, created from the carapace of the powerful Swarm Mother and further enhanced by an upgrade. This shield offers potent physical and magical protection. Mind Shock. This shield can release a blast of telepathic energy, stunning all enemies within 8 yards for 1.5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The moment Jack's shield materialized, the descriptions of both items received an additional line of text. Long live the Queen. Set item. When this item is within 15 yards of the other item in the set, wielders receive +2 to all attributes and +10% haste. The shield was shaped like a large almond, rounded at the top and pointed at the bottom. It was big enough to cover more than half of Jack's body when standing, and if he crouched, he could hide behind it entirely. The shield was dark purple, like the Swarm Mother, with the same red spikes jutting out of it. Jack's left arm, which was holding the grip, was hidden inside a tube of carapace affixed to the back of the shield. The grip he was holding onto fit his left hand perfectly, accommodating his missing finger. Jack wondered what the grip was made from. It felt smooth and soft, yet sturdy, but he couldn't see it because it was hidden inside the tunnel of carapace. "This is amazing!" Jack hollered, holding his new shield in front of him. Jack and Lucius had both felt a rush of power flooding through them the moment both items had been manifested. The young men quickly realized that it was a result of what the system had called Long Live the Queen. "I guess we'd better stick together. Now we're literally stronger as a team." Jack punched Lucius on the shoulder playfully. Lucius couldn't help but allow a small smile to creep onto his face. Between the rush of power from the items and Jack's assurance that he would stick by Lucius's side, the young man felt more hopeful than he could ever remember feeling. The group finished moving the bodies, and Jack filled a container with gasoline from one of the pumps. He proceeded to douse the pile of bodies before he created a trail of gas leading a few feet away. Patrick lit a match and dropped it onto the end of the gas trail before the three of them retreated to a safe distance. They stared at the scene before them, watching as the bodies of humans and monsters alike were engulfed by the fire. As the bodies blackened before their eyes, Lucius couldn't help but feel a growing sense of grief for all the lives stolen away by the creatures of the abyss, and for the humans still clinging to life, who would undoubtedly face a terrifying future. The young man's mind was also consumed, like the bodies before him, but luckily with curiosity about the future rather than fire. "Let's get inside," said Patrick. "I don't want the fire and the smell of burning bodies to attract more creatures. We need to have a discussion about what to do next, too, since we can't stay here forever." Chapter 16. Wielder of Words. Now that they had rescued Patrick, it was time to seriously consider the future. As Lucius, Jack, and Patrick sat facing each other near the store's register, eating some of the snacks every convenience store carried, James ran around with Jack's shield, playing hero while Mary chased him about, trying to get him to stop. "That's not a toy, James. Look at those dangerous spikes. You could hurt yourself," she complained, but the boy was undeterred. "But I need to get strong like Jack and Lucius, Mom. Maybe I'll get a shield skill like Jack's if I practice with it long enough," countered James. "That's fine, but you can practice with one of the shields Jack made from the cabinet doors, not the one with deadly spikes," Mary insisted, finally managing to pry the large shield from his hands. Despite its size, it was amazingly light, and even James could hold it without too much trouble. "Fine," he relented, "but I want a real knife. What if another monster gets close to me, like when the bugs first attacked? I need to defend myself," James explained, his argument sounding rather convincing. "I'll think about it. Now quiet down and let your father speak," admonished Mary, as Patrick patiently waited for the drama to finish before he began talking. "Before we discuss anything else, I'd like to show you all something. Mary and James, come take a look too," Patrick began. "I studied Latin before all this happened, and while I was trapped in that car, I practiced my writing to pass the time. That's when the system first spoke to me." Patrick held out a piece of journal paper, with the word Fortis written on it. The word was placed prominently in the center of the page, written with artistic flair and full of intricate details. Patrick had obviously put a lot of effort into it. Upon being handed the piece of paper, Lucius realized it wasn't a mundane, everyday item any longer. "I can feel it. There's power coming from it," he exclaimed. "That's right," Patrick responded. "I unlocked an ability called Wielder of Words. If I focus my energy and attention while inscribing a word, I can imbue it with magic. For some reason, the more details I add to the word, the better it works. I was able to create a rudimentary inscription with this paper and pen, but with proper materials, it could become much stronger." Patrick showed the boys a plastic water bottle filled with blue liquid. "I filled this up with the blood of the Abyss Queen before we burned her. I'll try creating stronger inscriptions with it. Think about what you'd like inscribed, and let me know. Your sword and shield are too strong, though. Since I'm not very skilled, I can only inscribe ordinary objects. I tried it on a piece of the Queen's carapace but wasn't able to do it. However, I can enhance the protection of a piece of defensive equipment or increase the amount of damage a weapon can do." "Can we use more than one inscribed item each?" asked Lucius. "No, but if I level up the skill enough, I have a feeling that it will become possible," Patrick replied. The boys considered it for a few moments before deciding what they wanted inscribed. "Can you inscribe this belt with durability? I'm trying to use it to hold my sword, but I'm having trouble." Lucius had used 2 belts, wearing one around his waist and looping the other around it to hold his sword. However, the sword was slowly cutting through the belt with how keen its blade was. "Probably," Patrick agreed. "I know what I want," said Jack, walking to the back of the shop and returning with a large sledgehammer. "This weapon suits me better than the spears or knives. It's already pretty durable, so I'll go with enhancing the amount of damage it can do." Jack handed the hammer to Patrick. Patrick laid the 2 items on the floor and took out a black case from his vest pocket. He opened it, retrieved a strange-looking pen and a bottle of ink, and mixed some ink with the blood from the Abyss Queen. He then dipped the pen into the mixture. Starting with the belt, Patrick carefully inscribed the word Durabilis, working incredibly slow, pouring utmost attention into every detail. As he wrote, golden motes of light like those that had created the boys' items appeared, although not nearly as many. Whereas thousands of lights had appeared in an instant during the item creation, they now appeared one every few seconds. The lights lingered around Patrick's hand before moving toward the tip of the pen, eventually joining with the item being inscribed. He kept working until the entire item was dotted with lights. With the last stroke, the lights disappeared, leaving the belt with a slight magical sheen. Patrick repeated the process with the hammer, this time inscribing the word Damnum on its head. When he finished, he handed the items back to the boys. Lucius put the belt on and tried placing his sword inside it. He was pleasantly surprised to find that it held the sword without issues. Focusing on his makeshift sheath prompted a description from the system. Sheath. Belt. Quality. Mundane. This is a mundane belt that has had its durability magically enhanced through inscription. Jack's hammer had a similar description, with the difference being that his item had received a damage enhancement. With that out of the way, the companions continued the discussion. "Has anyone tried to look up the news on a cell phone or on the TV?" asked Jack. "Maybe there are designated shelters we could try to get to." "The internet hasn't worked since the beginning of the emergency, and even regular electronics are starting to malfunction. Look." Mary picked up a flashlight off the counter and pressed the button to turn it on. Only the tiniest flicker of light came from the bulb. "I've tried new batteries and even opened new flashlights. They're all the same. The more time passes, the more broken everything seems to get, so we won't be able to receive any TV, radio, or internet signals." "Sounds like regular electronics are failing over time," Lucius muttered. He had a suspicion about what was happening and decided to ask the system directly to confirm his fears. "System, do you know what's happening? As the mana levels on your planet rise, mana is imbued into every molecule of your world. This has an impact on physics itself. as well as the chemical reactions you have relied on to create technologies. Technologies affected might include batteries, gunpowder, explosives, medicine, electronics, internal combustion engines. The system continued listing technologies until Lucius finally asked it to stop. This new discovery would throw a massive wrench into any plans they might have. They would need to travel on foot anywhere they decided to go, greatly restricting their ability to cover long distances. They were also completely cut off from the rest of humanity, with no way to communicate or gather information from the outside world. It was sinking in that no matter what they decided, they were on their own. As the group fell into silence, considering what they had just learned, they heard a rumbling noise coming from far off in the distance. It was the same noise that Lucius and Jack had heard when they first stepped outside, right before the battle with the Abyss Queen. It was getting closer, and Lucius could feel a warning from sense danger rising up in his chest. The sensation was an explicit warning to Lucius that it was not safe to remain anywhere close to whatever horrid creature was creating the sound. Chapter 17. Setting Off. After the four of them spent half an hour anxiously proposing ideas, most of which were unworkable, it was Jack who finally came up with a winning plan. Isn't there a military base kind of close by? Jack asked. Oh yeah, it's right down the street from that big church. I used to go there when they had food drives, Lucius answered. I've walked there a few times from here. It takes about half a day. That was before the world was invaded by monsters. It would take much longer now. We need to move slowly and carefully, Patrick added. It's not a bad idea, though. The people best equipped to survive this disaster are soldiers, and even if the base is empty, we might be able to find some useful equipment. Are we really going to try walking across the city while those monsters are out there? Mary asked. The idea of leaving the relative sanctity of the convenience store was chilling. We don't have a choice. We can't stay here, and we need to make contact with others if we want to survive in the long run, Patrick replied, his tone of voice reassuring but firm. Mary could tell that he had already made up his mind. It might not be as dangerous as you think. I can scout the way. With my unique skills and sense danger, I should make a great scout. Lucius's confidence helped ease Mary's worries. Fine, then. We had better pack plenty of supplies. We don't know how hard it will be to find more after we leave. Mary made her final suggestion before the entire group set about preparing for the journey ahead. Jack had some camping gear that would be useful. A rucksack, a small tent, a few sleeping bags, as well as supplies for starting a fire. He filled the rucksack with as much non-perishable food as he could fit, while the others picked backpacks from the store to fill. Mary packed the medical supplies that she had been using, and Patrick packed his inscription tools, as well as all the food that he could fit. Can we spend the night here at least? It's already late, and I'd rather not travel through the darkness, Patrick suggested to Lucius. They were relying on sense danger to know how much time they had left. It should be fine. I'll take first watch tonight to keep an eye on things. If anything changes, we can leave, Lucius responded. The party settled in for their first night after the beginning of the apocalypse. Luckily, it passed without incident, and the sun rose on the embattled planet. The companions awoke feeling weary. None of them had slept well on the hard floors of the store, but they had no choice but to be ready to face the day. After one last check to make sure they had all the supplies they would need, they pushed open the doors of the store for the last time and set off down the street. Patrick and Mary carried a new set of makeshift spears and shields, similar to the first pair that Lucius and Jack had created. Lucius activated his aspect and walked along a few minutes ahead of the rest of the group for safety, with the intention to double back and warn them if the path ahead was too dangerous. Lucius moved through the area at a modest pace, feeling a budding sense of melancholy at the eerie silence of the familiar streets he passed by, as if the city itself had been murdered by the abyssal creatures. The few humans he saw along the way were already dead, laying slain within their cars or along the side of the road. He thought he saw movement once or twice as he peered inside the windows of the buildings beside him, but he couldn't be sure. and they didn't have time to check every building they passed for survivors. It didn't take long for Lucius to run into the first abyss creature of the journey. Only 10 minutes after beginning their slow trek through the empty streets, Lucius stumbled upon a terrifying creature. It was different from the abyss insects that he had seen before. It was larger than any of the others, at least 5 times the size of the Abyss Queen. The massive creature looked like a nightmarish mix between a crocodile and a snapping turtle. With milky white scales, a large, armored shell on its back, a long snout filled with sharp teeth, and a thick tail with an intimidating bulb on the end that looked like a battering ram. The creature was sniffing around an overturned car, and it stopped to lick at what looked like a puddle of stale blood on the ground beside the vehicle. Lucius tiptoed backwards, planning to avoid the encounter, when the creature lifted its head and sniffed rapidly. At that moment, Sense Danger blared a sudden warning just as the creature came barreling directly toward him. Lucius was stunned for a moment that the creature was able to sense his location so easily, but he quickly suppressed his surprise as he retrieved Matriarch's Fury from its sheath. When the creature was almost upon him, Lucius dodged to the side to avoid the snapping teeth that moved through the air he had just occupied, slashing his sword at the side of the creature's face as he moved past. Even with the sharpness of his magical sword and the upgraded strength he now possessed, the weapon barely broke through the creature's hard scales. It was obvious that it relied heavily on defense as a survival mechanism. That was okay. Lucius had an ability perfectly suited to countering that. He felt thankful that the creature seemed to rely on its sense of smell to pinpoint his location, and could not actually pinpoint his exact location from moment to moment. As long as he moved at the right moment, he could easily dodge the creature's poorly aimed attacks. For the next few minutes, Lucius and the creature traded attacks. The creature lashed out at him, and he danced out of the way, returning a backhand strike toward its exposed face. After 3 or 4 successful strikes, Lucius's blade tore through the scales much more easily, releasing fountains of blood from the creature's face. He felt confident that he would be able to defeat this opponent. He only needed to keep doing what had worked so far. Unfortunately, his confidence was misplaced, and the creature's behavior soon surprised him. After Lucius dodged another of the creature's snapping attacks, he moved forward to strike it again. At that moment, the creature's entire body spun like a top, slamming the bulbous end of its tail into his chest. Lucius was thrown through the air by the strength of the blow. He could already tell that the wind had been knocked out of his lungs before he hit the ground, and some of his ribs were potentially broken. Landing on the floor in an ungraceful heap, time seemed to slow down for Lucius as the creature turned to face him. Thinking quickly, he kicked out at his backpack. It had fallen off his shoulders and landed just beside him after his fall. His kick sent the bag rolling across the ground away from him. His quick thinking saved his life, as the creature's attention immediately shifted from him to the backpack. It charged up toward the inanimate object, snapping up the item in its mouth before viciously wrenching it back and forth a few times. Finally, once it felt confident that it had defeated its foe, the creature tipped its head back and swallowed, not seeming to realize that the bag was not food. Although he had lost his supplies, the sacrifice had bought Lucius enough time to scramble to his feet and regain his composure. He grabbed a handful of pebbles off the ground as the creature realized its mistake and approached him once again. He tossed the pebbles off to the side as the creature neared him, and when it rushed forward in after the sound, Lucius pushed himself forward with all the strength he could muster. Aiming his sword at the back of the creature's knee, he sailed toward it at incredible speed, stabbing down with all his might. Even after taking a hit and losing the strength he had accumulated from his assassination skill, his sword managed to pierce the armored scales, sinking all the way down into the creature's leg. The moment the sword penetrated the creature's flesh, Lucius felt an immediate sense of relief coursing through his body. The creature was so large, with such a powerful life force, that even though his sword only stole a small amount of its life, it was enough to go a long way toward dulling the pain he was in. Lucius pulled his blade out of the creature's knee and jumped back just before it spun to defend itself. His attack had achieved its goal, and the enemy was now limping as it moved. The creature was less mobile than before, and his own ribs were healed enough that it was no longer slowing him down. With renewed confidence, Lucius resumed exchanging blows with the now crippled creature. It was clear after only a short while that he had gained the upper hand. He landed a few more strikes on its face, aiming for its eyes and nose whenever he could manage it. When he was confident that he had built up enough power to assassinate, he leaped forward past the beast's last desperate attack, driving the blade into the side of the creature's skull. Its armored scales and thick skull could not prevent the magical sword from sinking into its brain. The creature was stunned for a moment, frozen to the spot. Lucius thought it might turn and continue attacking him at first, but his worries faded away when its body collapsed to the floor the next moment. You have defeated Crocodilus Titanum, level 14. Through efforts, you have gained +1 to vitality. Latent talent detected. You have unlocked the talent Sword Fighter. Sword Fighter, level 1. Chapter 18. Ambush. Jack, Mary, Patrick, and James trailed behind Lucius. They had set out 5 minutes after him, moving along the route they had agreed on. Mary held James's hand tightly, unable to keep herself from glancing toward Jack every few minutes. The sight of the young man armed with a heavy sledgehammer and a magical shield helped calm her nerves. She looked up at her husband, Patrick, who was walking beside her, practicing his inscriptions in his journal. Mary stifled a sigh of exasperation. Patrick's inscriptions were an asset that would help the group survive, but it didn't help her feel any safer right now. The group walked along the route in an anxious silence, doing their best to avoid attracting any danger. Unfortunately, danger would soon find them. Wait, whispered Jack, cupping his hand behind his ear. A bestial roar had come from Lucius's direction, catching the young man's attention. One thing they had recently discovered was that adding attribute points to either strength or vitality had the additional effect of boosting perception. Both attributes empowered the body, and it seemed that along with that power came enhancements to their senses, allowing Jack to hear what the others could not. Is something wrong? Patrick asked as he lifted his eyes from his journal, glancing around warily, while Mary pulled James close. The group was standing in the center of a four-way intersection, abandoned cars littering the road around them. The nearest building was at least 30 yards away. They were quite exposed at the moment. I think Lucius might have run into trouble, but I can't be sure, Jack said, straining his neck as he angled his ear toward the sound. Wait, what was that? With a startled expression, the young man spun around, facing the direction the group had just come from. He raised his weapon and shield in front of him, a stern expression covering his face. There's something there. Jack's senses had allowed him to pick up an entirely different sound, a rapid skittering of movement right behind them. They turned back just in time to witness the arrival of something unexpected. A half-dozen creatures climbed over and around the scattered cars, parked haphazardly around the intersection. It was an ambush. The creatures were child-sized and humanoid, each riding atop a pink and white spider the size of a large dog. The small humanoid creatures were hairless with dark green skin and comically large elf-like ears on the sides of their faces. They wore clothes that would not have been out of place in a primitive human tribe, with loincloths covering their genitals and little else. Each carried what appeared to be a stone-tipped spear, except for one, the leader of the group, who wore a pelt from something resembling a wolf, the head of the slain creature resting atop his own head like a hood. Goblins! James shouted, with a bit too much excitement, and not a proper amount of fear in his voice. It was too much of a coincidence. The creatures had attacked them the moment Lucius ran into trouble up ahead. The goblins must have been observing them for a while, and decided that this was the perfect opportunity to strike, Jack thought. Jack tried to step between the goblins and his companions, but the mounted creatures were much faster than him, quickly skittering around him and encircling the group. He wouldn't be able to protect everyone at once. Stay together and protect yourselves, Jack yelled, frantically as he tried to think of a plan to resolve the situation. The first to strike was the leader, who hurled a stone axe at Jack's face with surprising force. Jack lifted his shield and swatted the projectile away. When he felt the force reverberate down his arm, a grim expression spread across his face. If that stone axe had hit him, he'd be incapacitated, if not dead. The goblin leader was as strong as Jack, or perhaps possessed a skill that empowered his throw. Even though his attack was blocked, a wide smile spread across the goblin leader's face. He had achieved his goal of distracting the strongest in the group so that his tribe could go after the rest. Mary and Patrick stood back to back, with James between them, holding their shields and spears. The mounted goblins encircled them, feigning attacks to catch them off guard. It didn't take long before they succeeded. One of the goblin riders darted in close, pretending to strike at Mary, and when she hid behind her shield, the creature grabbed her spear and wrenched it out of her hands. Mary collapsed to her hands and knees from the strength of the pull, leaving James unprotected. The moment James was exposed, one of the other riders threw a noose over his head and dragged him away. "Help!" the young boy screamed. Jack knew he needed to act now if he wanted to prevent James from being taken. He turned away from the creature in front of him and dashed toward his companions. Just as he expected, the goblin leader raced around him to block his way. The creature was small enough that it had to come within a few paces of Jack to do so, holding out its spear to try to force him to defend. A look of confused surprise covered the leader's face when Jack didn't yield. As he was about to run into the goblin leader's spear, Jack held up his shield and activated its unique ability, Mind Shock. A ripple of telekinetic power blasted out from the shield, hitting the goblin leader and 3 of his closest subordinates. The leader grimaced as he lost control of his body, his arms weakly drooping down to his sides. Jack never stopped moving, charging directly at his enemy. He knocked the leader's spear aside with his shield, swinging his hammer back with all his might before heaving it forward. The weapon swung down like the fist of God, crashing into the goblin leader's head with a crushing whomp. The damage was catastrophic. The blow caved in the creature's skull, killing it instantly before slamming down and crushing the large spider beneath. You have defeated Goblin Princeps, level 6. You have defeated Arachnid Mons, level 3. You have reached level 7. You have 3 attribute points available for distribution. Latent talent detected. You have unlocked the talent Heavy Strike. Heavy Strike, level 1. Jack didn't stop, rushing past the leader's slain form and toward the goblin that was dragging James away. Unfortunately, Mind Shock could only reach so far, and the goblin kidnapping James had not been affected. When the remaining goblins saw that their leader had been killed, they immediately lost their courage and retreated. Mary and Patrick had begun to chase after James as soon as they saw what was happening, but the mounted creatures were much faster than the humans, even while dragging a child behind them. "No, please, God!" Mary was frantic. This was the nightmare no mother should ever face. Jack rushed past Mary and Patrick, his attributes strong enough to let him keep pace with the fleeing goblins, but he couldn't gain on them. He considered throwing his hammer, but he knew he could hit James. When he saw the remaining goblins regrouping to help pull James away, he knew any chance he had of catching them was gone. The 3 adults stood there, stunned into silence, as they watched the goblin riders climb up the side of a building, pulling a struggling James with them, before disappearing from sight. Chapter 19. The Village. Lucius sat down beside the corpse of the slain beast, greedily gulping down breaths as he calmed his nerves. The whole experience had been a terrifying blur of danger and violence, and it had all happened too fast. Now that it was over, he allowed himself a few moments to process what had happened. He decided to wait here for the others to arrive, before continuing on the journey. That's what he thought would happen anyway. Instead, Lucius's rest was quickly cut short by screaming. It sounded like his own name? Lucius's eyes shot open in realization as he leaped to his feet. The voice was Mary's, and she was screaming for help. Something was wrong. Darting forward, he retraced his steps. It only took him a fraction of the time that he had taken to get there. That was the benefit of throwing caution to the wind. Unleashing his full strength felt good, and he couldn't help but smile as he weaved past one obstacle after another, thrilled that he could move with such speed and grace. Less than a minute passed before he saw Mary's figure off in the distance. She was running toward him, a tortured combination of panic and tears on her face. "Lucius!" The scream escaped her mouth between stuttered gasps for breath. Her lungs burned from exertion, and she couldn't stop crying. Jack and Patrick trailed closely behind her, both looking grim. Lucius was confused. Everyone looks uninjured. Why are they? Before he could finish forming the thought, a different one leaped to the forefront of his mind. Where's James? The boy was never far from his mother, but now he was nowhere to be seen. The conspicuous absence of the child, along with his mother's distraught disposition, was enough to begin painting a distressing picture in his mind. Mary picked up her speed when she noticed Lucius's figure in the distance, ignoring the burning in her chest from lack of oxygen as she rushed up toward him, grabbing hold of Lucius's clothing as she collapsed to her knees. "Please, James," she gasped, struggling for breath between sobs. "Help! Please!" Jack and Patrick quickly caught up to them. Jack was the only one not gasping for breath, so he filled Lucius in on the events of the goblin ambush. Now that he had all the information, Lucius swallowed down his dread and focused on quickly analyzing the situation they faced. They took the effort to capture him alive, so they probably aren't going to kill him immediately, he said, trying to offer some hope. His words did not have the intended effect. Mary shook with dread as Lucius mentioned killing. He didn't have the time to comfort her, as they needed to move quickly to save James. "Show me where it happened," he demanded. It took them longer to get back, unfortunately. Mary and Patrick were exhausted from all the running, and they couldn't be left behind as they would be defenseless. Lucius examined the body of the slain goblin leader. He was trying to get a sense of how dangerous the creatures were. He thought he had a chance at tracking them down using his talents, but he would need as much information as he could get. Unfortunately, sense danger did not respond to dead bodies, so he needed to guess how the skill would react to the presence of the goblins. His idea was quite simple. He would move in the directions the creature had fled, using sense danger to try to narrow down their location. Of course, the skill wasn't meant to be used this way, so there was no guarantee of Lucius being able to track them down. Lucius stood up, turning to his companions. "I can cover more ground alone," he explained. "You three should set up camp in one of these buildings and wait for me." As Lucius prepared to leave, Patrick spoke. "We are counting on you, Lucius. Bring James back to us." He held Mary, who was still trembling from shock and exhaustion. Patrick's face let slip a rare display of emotion as his eyes filled with moisture. "Please." Jack looked conflicted, but made up his mind after hearing Patrick's words. "Wait, take this with you," he said, handing his shield to Lucius. Lucius wanted to refuse, but he knew James would die if he didn't succeed. "Fine, just make sure you stay hidden until I return," he responded. Jack gave him a thumbs up before ushering Patrick and Mary toward one of the empty buildings nearby. Without wasting any more time, Lucius secured Jack's shield to his left arm and set off into the ruined city. James's head was covered, and his hands were bound tight behind his back. The goblins had stopped to secure him to one of the spider creatures, so that they wouldn't have to drag him the entire way. He could do nothing but wait, feeling the constant motion of the creature beneath him, as the ropes pulled painfully against his skin each time his captors moved up and down over a building. It was quite uncomfortable, and watery tears filled his eyes from the pain around his wrists. Fortunately, they didn't travel for long before reaching their destination. After around 20 minutes, James noticed a sudden increase in noise. The goblins had taken him to their village. James heard a mixture of chatter and laughter in a language he did not understand, as the spider beneath him slowly passed through the area. A few minutes after he started hearing the commotion, James felt the creature come to a stop. A few softly spoken words cut through the din. "They got another one. James lifted his head in surprise as he heard the voice of a human, but before he could make sense of it, he was violently pulled off the spider and tossed to the ground. He heard something clanking shut behind him. Then someone pulled the hood off his head and began untying his hands. James was finally able to look around him. He was in a large cage that contained over a dozen other people. A tough-looking man with a thick beard was the one leaning down and untying his hands. "You're okay, little fella. My name is Paul," he said with a smile that looked forced. It didn't reach his eyes. Paul looked ragged, like he had been through a hard fight and lost. In fact, everyone in the cage looked bedraggled and defeated. It was obvious that they had been dealing with poor living conditions. "Thank you." James stood up, rubbing the painful rope burn on his wrists, and taking in the scene outside the cage for the first time. Hundreds of creatures moved about busily around him. Not just goblins, either. There were creatures that looked like goblins, but much bigger, at least as tall as an adult human. "Hobgoblins," James whispered under his breath. The hobgoblins were much fewer in number than the goblins, as there were 1 or 2 for every few dozen goblins. The larger creatures looked incredibly fierce, and it was obvious that they were in a higher social class than the goblins. The hobgoblins wore higher quality clothing, animal skins, and carried weapons that looked far sturdier and more well-crafted than what the goblins carried. "What are they going to do to us?" asked James as he looked back at his fellow captives. No one answered, and the faces of the others turned pale the moment they heard the question. Outside the cage, one of the hobgoblins shouted a few guttural words, and the goblins around him quickly scampered toward the cage. The humans reacted like frightened animals, rushing to the back of the cage, climbing over each other in their haste to get away. The man named Paul grabbed James, quickly lifting him up and rushing away from the entrance of the cage, along with the others. The goblin swung the door open. "Doba Gabra!" one of them shouted as it pointed its spear at the helpless humans. The other 2 goblins rushed into the cage, grabbing hold of the woman at the front of the group. The woman kicked and screamed in panic the moment she realized that she had been selected. "No, please!" she begged, but the vicious creatures responded by striking her face with the blunt end of their spears, laughing when they saw that her nose had been broken by the attack. The woman covered her bleeding face as the goblins yanked on her hair, pulling her out of the cage. They took her a few dozen yards away from the cages, where a line of primitive wooden fencing had been erected around a standalone shed with an open garage door on the front of it. Crowds of goblins came flooding over, collecting around the fence from all directions. James could see the excitement on their faces. Whatever was about to happen was titillating for them. As the crowd cheered, the goblins shoved the crying woman into the fenced-in area, watching her fall as they closed the gate behind her. The woman got to her feet in a hurry, paying no attention to the blood dripping down her face. She ran toward the fence and tried her best to climb out, but the goblins on the outside attacked her with rocks and sticks, knocking her back down each time. James looked on in shock as a large silhouette appeared at the edge of the garage door. It was a spider. James could tell that it was the same species of spider as the one he had traveled on to get here, but this one was the size of a bull elephant. The creature moved forward in a blur of motion, much faster than any creature that large should ever be capable of moving. As it reached the woman, it pounced on her from behind, sinking its massive fangs into her back. James expected to hear a scream, but instead, the woman's body went stiff as the creature bit her. She stayed unnaturally frozen, even as the creature raised its head, lifting her into the air. "It's the venom," Paul whispered to James from behind as they watched the spider retract its fangs, dropping the woman to the ground. Pressing its own abdomen to the woman, the spider began cocooning her body in a thick layer of silk. Chapter 20. Novice Tracker. Lucius started his mission by climbing up the side of the building the goblin riders had used to flee and hopping onto the roof. As he reached the top, he looked out across the city in front of him, searching for any sign of the creatures. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be that easy. Examining the roof itself, Lucius discovered what would become his most important clue in finding James: spider tracks. A layer of grime covered the entire roof, and it was the perfect texture and consistency to preserve the creature's footprints. The tracks looked like a mixture of dots and lines. Some of the creatures stepped lightly, leaving dots, while others dragged across the ground, creating lines. Lucius took a long look, memorizing the pattern of the tracks and learning to tell what direction they indicated the creatures were traveling. He knew the direction the goblins had fled, but the next time he spotted tracks, he would need to glean that information from the markings alone. One set of tracks was deeper than the others, suggesting that the spider was carrying extra weight, likely the one carrying James. Latent talent detected. You have unlocked the talent Novice Tracker. Novice Tracker, Level 1. Lucius was pleasantly surprised by the system's interruption. As soon as he saw the name of the new talent, he focused on it to understand how it might assist him in finding James. Novice Tracker Level 1. You have begun to learn the ways of the tracker, plus 25% perception while tracking. Useful clues become easier to spot. Good! Lucius clenched his fist in satisfaction, a small smile forming on his face. This was exactly what he needed. His chances of finding the missing boy had just risen exponentially. Taking one last glance at the tracks, Lucius could already feel a difference in his perception. Every detail relevant to tracking felt slightly magnified in his senses. When he was confident that he had learned all he could from the tracks in front of him, he made certain of the direction of his prey, moved to the edge of the roof, and hopped from the ledge onto a canopy halfway down. Even with the canopy cutting the jump in half, it was still a superhuman feat. The same fall would have broken his legs just a few days ago. Suppressing his fear, Lucius stepped off the canopy, landing lightly on the ground, as if he had only gone down a few stairs rather than jumped off a roof. Lucius made his way forwards, paying careful attention to any warnings from sense danger along the way. It wouldn't do James any good if he got himself killed by an abyss creature before he could save the boy. He climbed up the next building in the suspected route, searching for tracks. But the roof was smooth and sloped, lacking any surfaces that could leave tracks. All Lucius could do was keep moving and keep watch for more tracks. And that's exactly what he did. Through trial and error, he learned which rooftops best served his purpose and prioritized checking those buildings first. Progress was slow. Even with his strength and speed, climbing so many buildings was tedious. The sun moved across the sky as Lucius diligently continued his task, carefully checking one area after another. By the time the sun reached its zenith in the sky, he had searched over 50 rooftops and the surrounding courtyards without success. After narrowly avoiding a handful of powerful abyss creatures and coming across too many corpses to count, he second-guessed himself. What if the creatures changed direction? He wondered. Am I heading the wrong way? Doubt was constantly chipping away at his confidence, and Lucius was beginning to feel the need to turn back and retrace his steps. Hopping down from a set of apartments, Lucius walked through a playground tucked into a corner of the complex. He took a few steps away from the area, lost in thought, before he suddenly froze. Turning his head back toward the colorful children's area he had just passed, Lucius's enhanced perception began flickering with excitement. There in the sandbox was a single set of spider tracks. Through effort, you have raised Novice Tracker to Level 2. The system message was further proof that he was on the right track. He felt the joy bubbling up inside him. But as he scrutinized the tracks, that feeling was abruptly cut short. It's all wrong, he thought as confusion crept in to replace his elation. These new tracks didn't make sense. They were heading in the exact opposite direction, back the way he had just come. After pondering his discovery for a few minutes, Lucius realized what was happening. These tracks could have been left by the goblin riders before they had stolen James, when they first headed out on their hunt. If that was true, he might still be heading in the right direction. If the goblins had a permanent camp, they would return to it after hunting. If they were nomadic and didn't stay in one place, these tracks would be useless. Without knowing for sure, Lucius would still have to rely on luck. The young man carefully ascertained the direction the tracks had come from and continued his hunt with renewed vigor. The trail led him to a commercial district filled with warehouses and factories. It wasn't far from the port where massive ships once unloaded their cargo from all over the world. Picking one of the warehouses in the general direction of the goblins' travel, he made his way up to the roof. After reaching the top and deftly flipping over the lip of the building, Lucius looked down and did a double take as he stood rooted in dumbfounded disbelief. He had been preparing for a long, tedious search for the next clue, but suddenly found himself standing on a roof absolutely littered with tracks. The roof contained so many overlapping tracks that it would be impossible to determine the direction of any of them. For a moment, Lucius didn't know what to do next, but he soon realized what this meant. Crouching low to the ground, he slowly crept up to the opposite edge of the warehouse. Lucius glanced down at the area below, searching for any signs to confirm his suspicions, and it didn't take long to find them. The manicured landscape in front of the building had been trampled over, and all the decorative trees had been hacked down and taken away, clearly felled using crude hand tools. Lucius's heart palpitated. "I'm close," he thought, double-checking to ensure his aspect was working before climbing down from the roof. As he reached the ground, a pulse of warning echoed from his chest. Sense danger was picking something up. He cast his eyes in the direction where the sense was the strongest and remained still. The feeling in his chest intensified. Something was moving toward him. Once it got close, a group of goblins emerged from the corner of a distant warehouse. There were at least a dozen of them on foot. There were no spiders with them. They moved along hurriedly in groups of 4, carrying lengths of wood from the trees they had chopped down. When he finally caught sight of the creatures he had been tracking all day, Lucius felt satisfaction welling up inside him. The constant anxiety he had carried that he would fail the kidnapped boy, that he wasn't capable of tracking down the kidnappers, had been gnawing at him since he began the hunt. Those doubts were erased by the proof in front of his eyes. Now he just needed to follow these creatures back to their camp, find James, and get the boy out alive. Lucius waited for the goblins to pass before he began moving, unwilling to take any risks now that he was so close. The creatures moved slowly, burdened by their heavy loads, so there was no danger of losing track of them. As he carefully followed the creatures, Lucius saw group after group of goblins in the area. He was growing increasingly alarmed by the sheer size of their population, and it wasn't long before he discovered the hobgoblins as well. The sight of the larger creatures thoroughly startled him, especially when it triggered the loudest sense danger warning he'd felt since facing the Abyss Queen. Those things are dangerous, he couldn't help but think. It took another 15 minutes for the goblins to reach the outskirts of their camp, revealing the extent of what he was dealing with. Hundreds of goblins and dozens of hobgoblins bustled about, building themselves a primitive village right in the center of the warehouse district. Lucius moved along the outskirts of the settlement, making a complete lap around the perimeter before he climbed to the top of the nearest warehouse to get a clearer view of the village. There, in the center of the structures the goblins had erected, Lucius spotted a large cage filled with human beings. Chapter 21. The Rescue. After witnessing the terrible spectacle, James understood just how dangerous the situation was. Still, he refused to give in to terror. "My friends are strong. They won't leave me here," he assured his new acquaintance, Paul. "I hope that's true, kid. But unless your friends happen to be a whole army, I don't know how much they can help us," Paul responded with a sad smile on his face, as he handed James a piece of bread that bore more similarities to a rock than what it was meant to be. James tried to take a bite, but could barely crunch off a small corner. "Puh! It tastes like sawdust!" he complained while trying to scrape the chewed piece off his tongue, then pushed the remainder of the bread back into Paul's hand. "I know it isn't very good, but it's all they give us. When you get hungry enough, you'll learn to eat it," Paul replied as he took back the piece of bread. He wasn't offended. He had reacted much the same way when he had first eaten it. James hadn't spoken much to the other prisoners. Most of them were so listless or terrified that they didn't want to talk either. James thought he understood how they had to feel. Living in constant fear of death, with almost no hope of survival, was an awful fate. However, James didn't feel that way. He knew that help was coming, even if Paul didn't think it was possible. While the two talked, a group of goblins walked up to the cage, dragging a disheveled young woman behind them. The young woman's clothing had been ripped, and she was hugging her chest tightly with a pale expression. The creatures carelessly tossed the girl back into the cage, tied the door locked, and left. One of the other prisoners, an older woman, took off her own coat and wrapped it around the girl. "What did they do to her?" James whispered toward Paul. "You would rather not know the answer to that question, young man. I promise you," Paul responded, as his gaze drifted toward the ground. Lucius knew the moment he saw the cage that he'd found his target, even if he couldn't make out which one was James from such a distance. He had assumed that finding James would be the hardest part of the rescue, but he had turned out to be wrong. After seeing the huge number of goblins in the village, discovering the dangerous hobgoblins, and witnessing the number of humans held captive, he realized how complicated this mission was. He could probably sneak into the village and steal James back. If he was discovered when he took the boy from the cage, he stood a good chance of outrunning the creatures, even if he was carrying James. The problem was that doing so would mean leaving the rest of the captives to die. In the past, he would have told himself that it wasn't his responsibility. After all, he could barely take care of himself. Things were different now. Lucius knew that he was one of the highest-leveled humans on the planet. Even if someone else had surpassed him, that still made him the only person he knew who could do something about situations like this. What if I can't do it? Lucius second-guessed himself for a moment before pushing his doubts to the back of his mind. I'll do my best to save everyone. If things go wrong, I'll just focus on saving James. Now that he had made his decision, Lucius needed a plan. He would never be able to get everybody out if the goblins were chasing them. He needed a distraction. Scouting the area around the village again, he focused on sense danger as he searched. Lucius moved from one warehouse to the next, scouring the district, until he found what he was looking for. When he arrived at the port, sense danger released a burst of warning in his chest. Found you. Lucius followed his senses until he arrived at the water's edge. There, around a large crane, rested 4 of the pale armored turtle creatures he had fought before. These creatures were blind and relied on their powerful sense of smell, so he could lure them over to the village without being spotted by any goblins along the way. Lucius tore a strip from the bottom of his shirt, tied it around a rock, then hurled it toward the turtles with all his might. Lucius hadn't thrown anything since upgrading his strength. He'd intended for the rock to land near the turtles and draw their attention. Instead, it shot out of his hand like a bullet, crashing into the face of the largest turtle, causing the rock to shatter into pieces. The beast let out an angry roar, startling its companions. Unable to identify the threat, the creatures began sniffing around, quickly picking up his scent on the strip of fabric. Lucius kept his distance and watched. When he saw them begin waddling in his direction, he knew he had succeeded. Taking off at a run, he chose a route easy for the large creatures to follow, heading straight for the goblin village. It only took him 5 minutes to cross the distance with his speed. As he neared the goblins' territory, he slowed down, moving as stealthily as he could. He passed through the border of the village without issue, continuing without stopping until he had made his way all the way up to the captives. When he reached the cage, he felt a rush of conflicting emotions. He was overjoyed that James was alive and well, but furious at the miserable condition of the other captives. It was obvious that they'd been terribly abused. Disgusting bastards. Lucius had to clench his teeth to keep the thoughts from coming out as angry curses. While he waited for the creatures following his scent to arrive, sense danger activated again. This time, the warning was so intense that it took him a moment to realize what it was. That's something I don't want to fight, he thought, glancing toward the direction of the warning. A hobgoblin, much taller than the others he had seen thus far, emerged from one of the huts. It had rippling muscles that bulged under its fur pelts, and held what appeared to be a ritual dagger of some sort in one hand and a staff in the other. Both looked like they had been carved from bone. The hobgoblin wore a dark totem mask, depicting a demonic face. Decorating its hut were rows of spiked heads lined up on each side. Some goblins, others human. Through effort, you have raised sense danger to level 4. Lucius felt his stomach cramp as the hobgoblin seemed to look right at him. The hair on the back of his neck stood up like he was a prey animal in the sights of a hungry predator. Lucius thought his luck had run out as the sweat beaded on his forehead, but in the next moment, the creature's attention was drawn by an angry roar. 4 large, armored turtle monsters barreled into the village, trampling goblins as they passed. When the hobgoblin saw this, he raised one clawed hand to his mouth and let out an ear-splitting whistle. Lucius watched as the largest spider he had ever seen scurried up to the hobgoblin, who then leaped onto the spider's back in one swift motion, shouted at the goblins around him, and charged toward the invaders. He must be the boss, Lucius guessed, because as soon as the powerful creature spoke, the rest of the goblins quickly responded, all following him toward the scene of the battle. His plan was working. Lucius waited a few moments to allow the slower goblins to join the fray, then approached the captives, taking a closer look at the cage that the goblins had created. It wasn't very well secured. The door was held shut by nothing but a few ropes knotted around the frame. Apparently, it wasn't actually the cage that was keeping the humans trapped here, but the threat of death if they tried to escape. Lucius lifted his sword up over his head and swung down hard at the ropes. As the ropes fell to the ground, Lucius released his stealth, becoming visible to the people inside. "Listen up! If you do exactly what I tell you, you might live," he shouted. James jumped to his feet, a wide smile taking over his face upon seeing Lucius. He looked cockily toward Paul before letting out a self-satisfied, "Told ya!" Chapter 22. Spider Whisperers. Aside from the jubilant James, Lucius was met with a sea of stunned faces. Some of the humans even cowered away from him in fear. It was clear these people had been traumatized. "It's okay, he's a friend," James shouted, watching in confusion as his fellow prisoners clamored over each other to get away from Lucius. "I don't have time for this," was the most prominent thought in his mind. Walking into the cage, Lucius took a deep breath and shouted, pointing his sword at his fellow humans. "Get out of the cage, now!" Lucius quickly herded the traumatized prisoners out of the cage. Once they realized that he was there to save them, they understood the situation and followed Lucius's lead. "This way, move," Lucius ordered. But as soon as the group started moving, he realized they were just too slow. Many were in very poor physical shape, and they were all exhausted and weary from malnutrition. "These people will never get away if the goblins decide to come after us," Lucius thought. He racked his brain for a solution, kicking himself for not planning more thoroughly. As the group of humans moved toward the edge of the village, away from the chaotic battle, 2 mounted goblin guards returning from patrol noticed them and began moving swiftly in their direction. Knowing that they would never outrun the mounted creatures, Lucius had no choice but to turn and fight. "Don't panic! Keep moving!" he ordered as he broke away from the group and headed toward the attackers. He chose not to activate his aspect, leaving himself exposed to ensure that the creatures focused on him instead of the escaping humans. "Come and get me!" he hollered, charging directly toward them. His plan worked, and the goblin riders turned their attention to him, baring their fangs. As the distance between the two parties closed to almost nothing, the lead goblin raised its spear at Lucius, attempting to thrust it into his chest. But the goblin's movements appeared slow and clumsy to Lucius's enhanced perception. Easily knocking the goblin's spear to the side with Jack's shield, Lucius jumped into the air and stabbed the goblin with his sword, knocking it off its spider in the process. "You have defeated Goblin Custodia Level 4. Through effort, you have raised Sword Fighter to Level 2. The second goblin did not waste the opportunity, taking full advantage of Lucius's distraction. "Ah!" Lucius shrieked, feeling a sharp pain in his back He rolled forward off the dead goblin. The creature's companion had thrown its spear into his back. Lucius reached behind him and yanked the spear out. He could feel warm blood running down his back from the wound. Luckily, it was stopped by one of his ribs, so the damage was not nearly as bad as it could have been. Drawing his arm back in anger, Lucius wrenched it forward and hurled the spear back at the offending goblin with all his might. He didn't expect much from the haphazard attack, but the result left him quite stunned. The goblin raised its wooden shield to block, but the stone-tipped spear broke through the layer of wood and stabbed right through the creature's neck with great force. Lucius watched as the goblin fell from the spider, writhing on the ground, gurgling noisily as blood spurted from its neck. You have defeated Goblin Custodia Level 2. Damn, I wasted an opportunity to use Leech Life, Lucius regretfully realized. With the goblin riders defeated, he turned to face the spiders, sword raised, but soon realized that the creatures had no intention of attacking him. In fact, the spiders hadn't moved at all since he had slain the riders. They looked placidly at him, blinking occasionally. How docile the creatures were behaving gave Lucius an idea. He carefully approached the closest beast, reaching out and picking up the reins dangling down its side. Lucius gently pulled at the reins and watched in awe as the spider casually followed behind him. This could work, he thought excitedly. But these spiders are too small. Lucius looked around and saw that some of the goblin huts had spiders large enough for humans to ride, tied up outside. They must have belonged to the larger hobgoblins. Looking toward the battle at the far edge of the village, he saw that one of the turtles had already been slain. Time was running out. He spent the next few minutes quickly collecting 6 of the largest mounts he could find. The humans would have to double up, but it should be enough. The spiders each had lengths of rope attached to their abdomens behind their saddles, so Lucius used those ropes to leash the creatures together, creating a convoy before he led them toward the fleeing humans. It took a bit of convincing to get the humans onto the creatures. They associated the spiders with the goblins and had internalized a strong fear of the creatures. Lucius picked out 6 people who seemed the most capable, including James and Paul, to be the riders. The rest would only need to sit behind them and hold on. It wasn't too much to ask, even of people in such bad shape. Lucius was fast enough to keep up with the spiders even on foot, so he didn't need to ride. With Paul at the front of the pack, pulling the rest of them along in the proper direction, it wasn't as difficult a task as it might have been. Do you know how to get to 5th Street from here? He asked Paul. I do, the bearded man responded with a bit of hesitation. You aren't leaving us, are you? Don't worry. Keep leading the convoy in that direction. I'll be right behind you. Lucius was planning to follow a short distance behind, to make sure that the goblins weren't following them. With a few strong leaps and some scrambling, Lucius made his way to the top of a building that gave him a good view of the goblin village they had just escaped. Gazing back toward the southern edge of the settlement, Lucius witnessed the final moments of the unfortunate creatures he had used to distract the goblins. 3 large corpses lay in pools of blood, arrows and spears protruding from the bodies of the slain monsters. Bodies of dead goblins lay scattered around them. The largest of the 4 turtles was the last survivor, currently facing off against the village leader and his giant spider. The turtle lunged forward, attempting to grab one of the spider's legs with its sharp teeth, but the spider nimbly skittered out of reach. The large turtle had the thickest armored scales, and the goblins had not been able to deliver a killing blow. Lucius watched as the hobgoblin leader reached down to his waist, pulling a shrunken head off his belt and holding it up. He used his ritual dagger to cut his own palm. Then he dripped a few drops of his blood onto the head. A magical green glow emitted from the item as the hobgoblin whispered something into its shrunken ear. The green glow exploded around the head, twisting itself into the silhouette of a ghastly creature. It looked like a translucent hobgoblin, but unlike the living hobgoblins, this one was gruesomely transformed. It had massive, elongated claws and limbs, looking like it had been stretched out and lengthened. A red, glowing mist emitted from its eyes as it turned, fixing its gaze upon its summoner. The hobgoblin pointed at the remaining turtle beast, and the ghost moved in a way that would haunt Lucius's dreams. It was like watching a living stop-motion film. The nightmare creature jolted and lurched from place to place with its spindly limbs, flickering in and out of existence. When it reached its target, the ghost launched itself at the turtle's face, and Lucius was alarmed to see that the ghost left deep wounds in the turtle's armor, while the turtle was unable to harm the incorporeal ghost. The massive turtle swiped, lunged, and snapped at the ghostly figure, but all its attacks passed harmlessly through the apparition. "I've seen enough. I need to avoid fighting that thing at all costs," Lucius thought, his knuckles white as he clutched his own weapons tightly. He had been thoroughly frightened by what he had just seen. Hopping down from the building, he quickly caught up to the group of humans, deciding not to head directly to their destination, in case the creatures tracked them. Even though he knew how dangerous the city was, Lucius had been so scared by the hobgoblin leader's magic that he led the group in a wide arc, circling back on their own position to muddle their tracks. After all, if he had been able to track down the village using the tracks the spiders had left, what was preventing the remaining goblins from doing the same? Only when he was confident that he had done everything he could did he finally guide them toward Mary, Jack, and Patrick. Chapter 23. A Place to Stay. Lucius had led the convoy on a twisting, maze-like journey through the city, something he could never have pulled off without Sense Danger helping him find a safe route. He had done this to deter any attempts at being tracked. After all, Lucius had led a group of monstrous turtles to ambush its village, stolen all their prisoners, and made off with a half a dozen of their largest mounts. He had also killed 2 of the village's guards. The hobgoblins had every reason to hunt Lucius down, so he was incredibly motivated to keep everyone from being found. About halfway through the journey, the convoy crossed over a bridge. There was a river running underneath, and that gave Lucius a final idea. Halting the convoy, he led everyone down to the bank of the river. Then, one by one, they drove the spiders into the shallow water. The spiders didn't like it, but Lucius didn't care. A little water wouldn't kill them, hopefully. The humans all had to dismount to get the spiders to walk into the water, so they held the reins and walked alongside the spiders. Once everyone was in the water, Lucius led them along the bank of the river for almost a quarter of a mile before finally allowing them to get back onto the shore. "What was that for?" James asked. He had been confused about the entire maneuver, but waited until they were back on dry land to ask questions. "To hide our footprints and scent. If they can still track us after that, they deserve to catch us," Lucius responded, finally feeling some confidence that the nightmarish hobgoblin leader wouldn't be able to find them. The group made their way toward Jack, Mary, and Patrick. The boy was visibly excited at the prospect of being reunited with his family. Still, the rest of the journey wasn't without issues. Lucius did his best to avoid danger, but the city was crawling with monsters, so sometimes it just wasn't possible. Only a few miles from their destination, they ran into a group of oversized mutant rats. The creatures appeared to be in rough shape, with large patches of scarred skin blemishing their fur. The largest of them stood nearly the size of a fully grown male wolf. To everyone's surprise, the spiders became excited at the sight of the creatures, apparently considering them to be prey. As soon as the rats came into view, the spiders went into a frenzy, rapidly skittering forward to attack the rats. James tried to pull back on his reins and stop his mount, but he was useless, so he just held on for dear life. Luckily, the rats were no match for the spiders, so the group simply needed to wait for them to be slain and eaten, then continued their journey. A half hour later, they finally reached their destination. After a long and winding trek, Lucius had returned James to the same location from which he had been stolen. Even before the group reached the building where their companions were waiting, the 3 of them had seen them coming and rushed outside to meet them. Mary and Patrick ran up to James with tears in their eyes, and soon a heartwarming family reunion was underway. "Are you okay? Did they hurt you?" Mary looked the boy over from head to toe as she questioned him, as Patrick wiped his teary eyes and thanked Lucius. "I brought it back in one piece," Lucius said as he turned to face Jack, handing the magic shield back to him. "I never doubted you. But could you explain who all these people are, and why they're riding giant spiders?" Jack asked with an amused expression on his face. Right. About that, he mumbled, then proceeded to introduce everyone and explained what he had encountered at the Goblin Village, as well as how everyone had been rescued. Those monsters all deserve to die! Mary fumed as she observed the rest of the people who had just joined them. They were filthy and starving and looked clearly traumatized. We'd better not stay here for long. The goblins might think to look for us here, since this was where they kidnapped James, said Patrick. We should find a place to settle down for a while. A lot of these people are in no condition to travel, Lucius explained. Somewhere big enough to fit the spiders, too. The companions discussed their next move and decided to head toward the agricultural district just outside of the city. They could cover the distance relatively quickly, especially with the spiders. There were also large fenced-in areas and barns for animals, making it easy to defend and spacious enough to fit the spiders. Not to mention, there would be plenty of food if any of the crops still existed. Since everyone was in agreement, they waited for Jack, Mary, and Patrick to pack up their campsite before setting off toward the farm. He scared you that bad, huh? Jack commented, after listening to Lucius's retelling of his encounter with the hobgoblin leader. He could tell from the way he was speaking that the encounter had left the young man shaken. You didn't see the creature he summoned. It was right out of a nightmare. I'd rather fight 2 abyss queens at the same time, Lucius explained. Anyway, let's just hope we don't run into him again. The group made their way out of the city to an area with far less human development. The roads were surrounded by dense forest, and the area that was cleared was lined with fields that had been used to grow various agricultural products, like corn and wheat. They searched for a farmhouse and barn that was large enough to fit everyone, and stabled the spiders. Finally deciding on a large farmstead that looked promising, Lucius and Jack got busy sweeping the house for any abyss creatures. Once they were certain the building was safe, they brought the exhausted freed captives inside to rest and get their injuries looked at by Mary. Meanwhile, Lucius and Jack headed outside to check out the barn. Lucius pushed the large sliding barn door open and glanced into the darkness inside. He couldn't see much, but he was getting a faint warning from sense danger that something was off. So Jack reached in and pushed up a row of switches on the wall. Unfortunately, the electricity had finally stopped flowing in their world, and the inside of the barn remained hidden in darkness. Near the barn, Lucius and Jack found a can of oil, some rags, and a thick enough stick to use as a torch handle. Lucius wrapped the rags around the end of the stick, before soaking it in oil and setting the rags on fire with a match. It took a while to get the oily rags to start burning, but once they did, he had a stable flame. He made his way back to the barn door with Jack, casting the flickering light from the flame into the dark barn. Resting in the center of the building, wrapped around a stack of hay bales, lay a massive purple snake. It was at least 50 feet long, with a head the size of 2 large watermelons. Lucius instinctively activated his aspect the moment he saw the creature, his figure instantly fading away from the creature's perception. Jack raised his shield and slowly backed up. The light from the flame had woken up the beast, and it wasn't very happy about being disturbed either. I'll draw its attention. You kill it, Jack shouted as he began knocking his hammer against his shield to attract its attention. The snake slithered slowly toward Jack, sizing him up and deciding if it wanted to attack. The answer turned out to be yes, because it arched upwards as though preparing to lunge. Get ready, Jack shouted. The plan worked a bit too well, as the snake instantly launched itself at Jack before Lucius could step behind it. Jack reacted quickly, slamming his spiked shield into the side of the creature's head and activating its Mind Blast skill at the perfect moment. The ripple of telekinetic power left the snake momentarily stunned. Jack didn't waste the opening, leaning back and lifting his sledgehammer up in an overhead swing before smashing it down on the snake's head with a tremendous thud. You have defeated Serpent Normalis, level 5. Oh, guess I don't know my own strength. Jack let out a chuckle at the snake's anticlimactic death, as Lucius deactivated his aspect, reappearing with a smile as he let out a gentle sigh of relief. Looks like we'll have plenty of food for the spiders. Let's bring them in, said Lucius before he and Jack led the group of spiders into the barn, locking the door behind them. Back in the city, the hobgoblin leader was leading a large war party. Dozens of goblins and hobgoblins walked along the city streets, all following behind a pair of goblins that each held the leash of a wolf-like creature. They were walking along the exact route Lucius and the other humans had used to escape. The goblins had somehow found the strip of fabric that Lucius had ripped off his shirt and used to lure the tortoises into attacking the goblin village. How on earth they found the small strip of cloth and knew it was his scent was a mystery. But the goblins were obviously every bit as dangerous and crafty as Lucius had feared they were. The wolves led the goblins on a roundabout route through the city, going in a large circle and ending up right back where they had started. This wasn't enough to deter them, however, and the creatures soon discovered the real scent trail leading away from the circular route. They followed the path straight to the riverbank. But after that, no matter what they tried, they couldn't pick up the scent again. The two goblins responsible for tracking Lucius began cowering on the ground in front of the hobgoblin leader when they realized that they had failed. The leader slowly removed his stone knife from its sheath, the goblins beginning to beg and scream the moment they saw the blade. Chapter 24. Anomaly. Returning from the barn, Lucius saw that Mary was still patching up the survivors from the goblin village. Some of them had infected wounds from living in such a filthy environment. On the plus side, she had gained a new talent from dealing with all the injuries and was now capable of something called Blessing of the Healer. It was a kind of aura that supercharged the healing speed and immune systems of everyone under her care. It worked just by being near her, which Lucius thought was quite a lucky thing. He had felt the miraculous effects of the talent himself when Mary stitched up the wound on his back for him. The wound he received while fighting the goblins had been quite fresh and painful, but once Mary worked on it, the pain quickly vanished, and in only a few minutes, it had visibly begun healing. Behind Mary in the kitchen, he saw that a few older women had brought in some water from the well, and were now stoking a fire in the wood stove, washing vegetables to prepare a meal for everyone. Wherever he went, people would stop what they were doing and come up to him, thanking him for what he had done. It was something that Lucius was certainly not accustomed to. Before the apocalypse, these people would have walked past him in the street without looking twice. If they had looked at him, it would have been out of disgust or pity. Walking out of the kitchen, Lucius headed out the back door and toward a smaller building that had smoke coming from the chimney. As he neared, he realized that the loud clanging noises he heard came from inside. As he walked through the doorway, he saw Paul and Jack huddled around an anvil. There was a large forge in the corner, radiating tremendous heat. "Lucius, Paul knows how to work with the forge. He's going to teach me. Maybe we can make some real equipment," Jack said excitedly, as he looked up from the glowing red metal that Paul was hammering into shape. The older man, Paul, looked up from his work. "We're going to make some proper spears first. Enough for each person to have one. That way, everyone can help if we get attacked again," he said. "I won't let those bastards capture me again. I'll die fighting next time, I swear it." Jack was nodding along to Paul's words. "Patrick even offered to draw inscriptions on them to improve the sharpness of the blades," he exclaimed. Lucius was pleasantly surprised to see that the farmhouse they had chosen had something so useful. The wood stove, well, and forge would go a long way in helping them survive. There was even a large supply of firewood and metal. Unfortunately, the fields had already been harvested, so they would need to sow some crops of their own if they wanted to grow food. Lucius suspected that there might be some fruit orchards in the area that hadn't been picked clean, but he would have to go scouting to find them. Lucius made his way to the barn, where James, along with one of the younger girls named Sarah, was brushing the pink and white fur of the spiders. They had taken the saddles off the creatures and lined them up on the shelves of the barn. "Are you sure it's safe to spend so much time with these spiders? They still give me the creeps," Lucius said as he watched James and Sarah happily brush the large creatures. "Yes, it's definitely safe," James replied. "And how exactly do you know that?" Lucius asked, resting his hands against his hips. "Because I got my first magical talent," James exclaimed joyfully. The boy had been obsessed with the various magical abilities of his companions since the day the abyss creatures arrived. Lucius shared the boy's happiness at finally having a talent of his own. "Is that so? Let me guess. It has something to do with these spiders? Lucius asked inquisitively. Yep, I got a talent called Beast Tamer. As soon as I gained it, I felt connected to the spiders. It's like I can feel what they are feeling, James said excitedly. I can even make them do stuff. Look. James waved his hand at the spider he was brushing, and the beast took off running, climbed up the wall, across the ceiling, and back down the other side, coming right up to James and looking at him expectantly. Cool, huh? James grinned as he resumed grooming the creature, patting it gently. Very cool. I guess I don't have to worry that these things are going to hurt anyone with you around, Lucius said, obvious relief in his voice. It had been something he worried about since they took the spiders. Keep up the good work. Maybe we can find some more abyss creatures for you to tame. Lucius walked back into the farmhouse and went upstairs to the study, where he found Patrick sitting at a desk with papers containing various inscriptions spread out around him. Ah, Lucius, come here. Patrick waved him in the moment he saw the young man in the doorway. Take a look at this. Tell me what you think, he said as he handed Lucius a piece of paper with an intricate Latin word inscribed on it. The word was exorcismus, and Lucius could feel a strange magical power imbued in the item. This feels different from the other types of magical energy I've felt before. What does it do? Lucius asked, curiosity clear on his face. When you told me about the ghostly creature that the hobgoblin leader summoned, I started thinking about how I could create something that would cause damage to an incorporeal being. I believe a weapon imbued with this inscription could work. I intend to add the inscription to some of the spears that Paul and Jack are making, so the community will have a way to defend itself from such things, Patrick explained. Incredible! Can you add it to this dagger? Lucius pulled the dagger from his boot and eagerly handed it to Patrick. He had felt a constant sense of anxiety about the ghostly creature since first laying eyes on them. The way Lucius was coping with the end of the world was by strengthening himself. It gave him a sense of power and control over all the chaos. The existence of the ghostly summoned monsters who would be immune to his attacks had robbed him of that sense of security. Of course, I'll do it immediately, Patrick replied, accepting the dagger from Lucius. Patrick laid the dagger down on the desk in front of him, before mixing a new batch of magical blood and ink. Lucius watched as Patrick dipped his pen in the concoction before beginning to draw the new inscription on the knife. The familiar golden fireflies of magical light moved through the air toward the blade. This time, the lights formed a larger cloud and moved faster than the last time Lucius had watched Patrick work, most likely a result of Patrick's ability growing stronger. The magical lights take on the mysterious energy of the inscription as they gathered around the blade. Once Patrick had finished writing, it was completely covered in shining light. This time, instead of simply disappearing, the lights gathered together and sank into the inscription Patrick had drawn before dissipating in a bright flash. When Lucius picked up the dagger, he could see that the inscription wasn't just drawn on the blade. It had been engraved in the metal, as if someone had used a chisel to carve it out. That's new, Lucius commented as he examined Patrick's handiwork. Yes, when my talent reached level 5, my inscriptions took on this more impressive form, Patrick explained with a smile. Thank you for this. It feels good to know I have a way to fight back if I ever come face to face with that monster again, Lucius said, releasing a soft sigh below his breath. I've decided to make myself useful and go out scouting in the area around us. Let the others know I'm gone. I don't know how long it'll take. If things go smoothly, it shouldn't be more than a day or 2, he added. Very well. I intend to organize the others into guard shifts, so someone is always keeping watch. I will take the opportunity to do that while you are away. We can't be complacent, Patrick said. Lucius agreed. They had to be on guard. They were still vulnerable, and surrounded by creatures of the abyss on all sides. It was only a matter of time before the farm came under attack. Lucius tucked the upgraded dagger into his boot and waved to Patrick as he left, heading back down the stairs. He began gathering supplies for his mission. He strapped on his sheath and sword and stuffed a few meals' worth of food in his backpack, leaving it mostly empty since he intended to forage for supplies while he was out. He passed Mary on his way to the door, telling her what he had told Patrick. The busy woman nodded along to his words before quickly waving goodbye and returning to cleaning the wounded leg of the young woman in front of her. Lucius stepped out the front door and looked around, trying to decide which direction to go. There was a tall grain silo at the edge of the farm that would offer a good view of the surrounding area, so Lucius made his way up the tall building, until he had reached the peak. Looking out, Lucius could see various farmhouses like the one they had chosen, as well as a pack of abyss creatures roaming the countryside. The pack consisted of pig-like creatures with porcupine-like quills on their backs, but overall, they didn't look too strong. They were larger than humans, but not nearly as large as the giant turtle creature he had slain. That's weird. His attention was quickly drawn to a strange sight that Lucius could not identify. Off in the distance was a puddle of water floating in the air, above a field. It rippled and swirled in a large circle as it floated in the same spot. As Lucius watched the bizarre anomaly, intrigued, he saw a large snake, like the one he had seen in the barn the previous night, slither out of it. It was a portal. Dimensional anomaly detected. Warning! Increasingly powerful abyss creatures will descend into your world from unsealed anomalies. Chapter 25. Hammer of Creation. For the first time, Lucius was able to see exactly how the abyss was invading his world. Anomalies, like the one in front of him, were portals into the abyssal realm. According to the system, they would become more and more dangerous the longer they stayed open. To prevent that, humans like him were tasked by the system with sealing them, and the sooner, the better. It made sense that the system wanted these things closed, but what Lucius didn't understand was how it expected him to do that. He was good at fighting, not well-versed in interdimensional gateway magic. These things are bad news. I understand that, but I don't know what you think I can do about it. Anomalies are conjured and maintained magically by a group of sentient abyss beings known as rift summoners. The simplest way to close an anomaly is to travel through it into the abyssal realm and slay the summoner that has opened the anomaly. The portal will begin to collapse once a summoner is slain. You must return swiftly to avoid becoming trapped in the abyss. Failure to do so will result in almost certain death at the hands of the summoner's allies. Sounds simple. Just go into hell and fight the magic-wielding demon that lives there. How do you know that is even something I'm capable of? What if this rift summoner is way out of my league? Rift summoners conjure anomalies in order to siphon magical energy from your world. They use this stolen energy to empower themselves over time. The more powerful a summoner becomes, the larger an anomaly they are capable of conjuring. Therefore, an anomaly size can be used to indicate the power of its summoner. A small portal means it's a weak summoner. Got it. Even if I can kill the summoner, though, there are probably anomalies like this all over the world. Me closing one is like trying to put out a forest fire with a bottle of eye drops. It won't stop the abyss creatures from coming, so why shouldn't I just take my friends and hide? Sentient beings of this realm inherit the sacred duty of resisting the abyss. Every member of your race shares in this responsibility. That sounds noble and everything, but my only responsibility right now is to survive. Sacred duty doesn't help my blood stay inside my body. Extensive rewards are bestowed upon those who take part in the successful sealing of an anomaly. What kind of rewards are we talking about exactly? Insufficient data. Right. Lucius had a lot to think about. The scouting mission hadn't even begun, and yet he had already spotted a ticking time bomb right outside their new home. It would be dangerous for them to stay here if that anomaly remained open. But what would he face on the other side of the swirling mass? He needed more information before he made a decision. Well, I wanted to go scouting. I guess it's all the same if I scout around the farm or scout out the evil nightmare dimension that's slowly consuming our reality. Lucius climbed down from the silo and made his way toward the portal, making sure to keep his Guise of the Thief activated every step of the way, since he couldn't be sure that some eldritch horror wouldn't suddenly spawn from the portal ahead of him. It took around 20 minutes to reach the location of the anomaly while moving so cautiously, but the time passed quickly, and Lucius finally came face to face with the thing that had caused so much death and destruction in his world. He found it depressing, but ironic that something so beautiful as the hypnotic floating pool of magic was in fact a portal to the deadly Abyss realm. Now that I think about it, I don't actually know anything about the environment on the other side of this thing. Maybe it isn't all fire and brimstone like I'm thinking. But it also feels unlikely that I'm going to step through into a rainbow-strewn fantasy land. The portal emitted a strong magical energy. It reminded him of the first abyss creature that he had witnessed, the monstrous, shadowy being that had fought Twixie's master, in the vision shared with all of humanity. It was hard to describe exactly what made it feel that way, but it was as if the magical energy of the anomaly possessed a similar rotten flavor as the monster, only much weaker. Lucius tried to gauge how dangerous it would be to go through the portal, but since danger wasn't giving him any warnings to go by, he guessed that the distance between him and the world on the other side, or maybe even the portal itself, was interfering with the talent's ability to detect imminent peril. "I guess I just have to hold my nose and dive in," he lamented. Lucius debated whether to head back to the farm first, and discuss his decision to scout the anomaly with his companions before choosing to leap into danger. But nothing they could say would change the fact that the anomaly needed to be closed. He felt that Jack might also insist on coming with him. "It's safer if I scout it out alone first. Besides, the longer I wait, the more dangerous the anomaly becomes." Taking a deep breath to settle his nerves, Lucius made sure his backpack was secure and that his sheath and sword was tightly fastened to his waist. He stepped up to the edge of the anomaly, peering into the glass-like, swirling surface and gathering his courage. As he summoned his willpower and slowly reached out his hand toward the portal, a set of teeth the size of kitchen knives suddenly materialized into the air before him, just a few inches from his exposed fingers. The sudden change caused him to jump in fright as he swiftly pulled his hand back. Losing his balance from the worst jump scare of his life, Lucius fell and rolled hastily between two large rocks in a clumsy attempt to hide. Gazing up from his hiding spot, Lucius watched as a massive reptile materialized and descended from the portal. The horrid creature looked like some mad scientist's unnatural creation, like someone had spliced the DNA from a gorilla and a velociraptor. It had a classic reptilian head, jaws, and teeth, but its body was humanoid, with two heavily muscled arms and legs. Worst of all, it was enormous, towering at least 10 feet above Lucius. The monster could almost certainly reach up its arms and touch the canopy of the trees around it if it wanted. Dark red scales that appeared almost black in the low light covered its body, and a thick, powerful spiked tail extended behind its reverse-jointed legs. It was the very definition of a nightmare. A powerful blast of warning from sense danger rose up inside him, but even without the warning, Lucius knew that he stood no chance against the monster. Remaining perfectly still to avoid detection, he watched in relief as the creature slowly lumbered away from him in the opposite direction of the farm. Only after it disappeared from sight did sense danger's warning fade. Lucius felt a lingering embarrassment. The way he fell to the ground so clumsily from the jump scare sent a flush of red to cover his cheeks. His embarrassment turned into a growing ire that he directed toward the portal beside him, dusting the dirt and leaves from his clothing as he stared at the floating pool of liquid with furrowed brows. "Laugh while you can, portal!" He didn't let himself hesitate this time, for fear that another creature would come through and startle him. Taking in a deep breath, he rushed forward and leaped, sending his body soaring into the anomaly. Jack's upgraded strength was a tremendous aid in the task he was currently absorbed in. He had never realized how important strength and endurance were in the art of blacksmithing. Holding the red-hot metal before him with large tongs, he struck down heavily again and again, folding it over repeatedly and beating the impurities out of it, just as Paul had shown him. Unlike Paul, though, something special happened the first time Jack wielded the smith's hammer. He had always loved working with his hands, especially when he had the freedom to create something exactly the way he wanted. The prospect of forging his own weapons and armor excited him so much that he drifted into a meditative trance from his intense focus as he hammered the metal. Fantasizing about pouring his heart and soul into the crafting process, Jack envisioned himself creating something powerful and elegant that would make him and his friends much stronger. He was so lost in the tantalizing spell of creation that he failed to notice the golden specks of light materializing in the air around him. Jack was startled when he finally saw the lights as they began moving toward the metal on the anvil in front of him. The sound of striking metal paused for a moment as he stared in wonder. He had seen a similar phenomenon happen when Patrick inscribed something, so he was able to deduce that something comparable might be happening now. He noticed that the golden lights began dimming as soon as he stopped focusing his thoughts, so Jack quickly regained his concentration. As the young man refocused on the process of creation, the lights regained their bright glow, and even more appeared around him, slowly moving toward the metal. Jack carefully maintained his focus, working the metal with steady precision for what felt like a long time. Gradually, the metal was completely consumed by the magical lights. With one last powerful blow, the lights fused with the material and disappeared. At the same time, a system message flashed across Jack's field of vision. "Congratulations! You have developed a unique aspect, Hammer of Creation." Chapter 26. First Creation. Jack's eyes opened wide in surprise as he watched the words appear. An aspect? He was expecting to unlock some talent related to crafting like he had done before. An aspect was different, as the system informed him. It was formed by powerful magic that transformed the person who unlocked it, something much different than a simple talent. Jack looked down at the metal he had been working on. It was still red hot, but he could already tell something had changed. The metal had a magical sheen that could be seen even through the molten glow. He concentrated on it, triggering a description from the system. Iron, raw, quality enhanced. This is common iron. Its quality has been elevated from crude to enhanced through the unique aspect Hammer of Creation. Weapons crafted from materials of enhanced quality or higher will receive at least one additional attribute. Awesome! What are the different grades of items? Is that something you can tell me? Item quality in the known universe has been sorted into 9 distinct categories. The category of each individual item is determined based on various attributes, including magical energy, potential, and rarity. These categories are crude, common, enhanced, magical, rare, extraordinary, legendary, epic, and artifact. Jack took a moment to let the information sink in, before quickly turning his attention back to his new aspect. He was eager to check the details of his magical upgrade. Focusing his attention on the name Hammer of Creation, he prompted the system to explain the aspect. Aspect, Hammer of Creation. You have always possessed a love for the act of creation, but your father's pathological cost-cutting meant your materials were of the poorest quality. Seeing your hard work so often going to waste when the poor materials failed has instilled in you a powerful desire for something better. Hammer of Creation. 1. Blessing of the Creator. Materials you work with are affected by the deep yearning in your soul, magically improving their quality. 2. Eye of the Craftsman. You have an innate sense for the quality of any material you gaze upon, as well as an idea of their potential uses. 3. Is it warm in here? While forging, you gain immunity to burns. He hadn't noticed until now that he no longer felt stifled by the heat around him. Laying down his hammer, he cautiously moved his hand over the red-hot metal on the anvil in front of him. He could still feel the heat, but it was different than it should be, like a gentle warmth rather than a scalding heat. He moved his finger right up close to the metal, but it still felt the same. So feeling confident, he wrapped his fingers around the iron and lifted it up in front of his eyes. "This is incredible," he whispered, carefully returning the metal to the anvil. He didn't want to push his luck. The aspect gave him immunity while forging, but he wasn't sure exactly what qualified as forging and what did not. It was better to be careful. I wonder if I can improve the same material twice, Jack thought aloud. He decided to give it a try and went back to hammering the metal in front of him. Focusing on the metal in the same way he had before, he quickly became excited when he saw the familiar golden firefly start to materialize. It's working! He kept going until the first of the lights made its way to the metal. At that point, he could tell that something was wrong. No matter how hard he focused, he could not get the magic to enter the material. It felt like he was trying to stuff clothes into a suitcase that was already overfilled. Damn, I can't do it. Jack lowered his hammer and pondered for a moment. I feel like the material can be further improved, but I just don't know how. I wonder if there's a way to enhance the power of my aspect, even further, he thought. My aspect uses magic to enhance the materials, so maybe increasing my magic attribute will help. Jack still had a few attribute points left over from the last time he leveled up, so he decided to put one in the magic power attribute as an experiment. As soon as he added the point, he felt as if warm butterflies were flying around inside him. From the base of his spine, they spread upwards and outwards into his chest, then up his neck and into his head. It wasn't an unpleasant feeling, but Jack got goosebumps from the way the magical warmth felt alive. Once the feeling stopped, he picked his hammer up and tried once more to upgrade the metal. He watched as the golden lights materialized, and noticed that they were slightly larger and just a bit faster as well. He held his breath as the first of the magical orbs reached the iron, which absorbed it without any issue. Unfortunately, Jack watched as the subsequent lights refused to enter the metal. Only the first had been absorbed. I'm on the right track. Raising my magic power made a small difference. He decided that he would focus on raising his magic attribute in the future, to take advantage of his new aspect. For now, I want to see what I can make out of this upgraded metal. The young man went back to work, forging the weapon. Since the metal had cooled after he had spent some time experimenting, he needed to reheat it. He pushed it into the forge and watched as it regained its bright red glow. Then he pulled it out with the tongs and brought it back over to the anvil. Jack hammered and flipped the metal for the better part of an hour, until he was satisfied. Next, he began forming it into the shape he wanted. Through a sequence of stretching and hammering, Jack forced the iron lump into the form he had in mind. It needed to be long enough to keep its user out of striking distance while attacking, strong enough to pierce hard scales without breaking, but also light enough for normal humans to wield without immediately becoming exhausted. Jack carefully molded and shaped the metal, creating a long shaft with a flat-pointed tip. He also pressed a few grooves into two separate areas along the shaft. Once he was happy with the shape, he checked to make sure it was perfectly straight. Then he took advantage of his immunity to burns, to balance the burning hot metal on his fingers, to make sure that its weight was properly distributed. Once he was satisfied, he dropped the whole thing into a long trough full of water, watching as it bubbled and steamed. After the water calmed down, Jack pulled the spear out and began the process of sharpening the tip. With no power tools, Jack was forced to slowly grind down the metal head of the spear, one swipe at a time against the edge of a brick. It was a painfully slow process that convinced him that he needed to build a stone grinding wheel in the future. Once the weapon was perfectly sharp, he tightly wrapped lengths of thin leather strips between the two grooved areas in the shaft, creating sturdy grips. When that was done, he polished every inch of the metal with oil, which gave off a beautiful gleam once he was finished. Through effort, you have raised the talent craftsmanship to level 3. Jack held the weapon proudly in front of him as he inspected his work, then prompted the system to describe his creation. Survivor's Spear, Iron Spear, Quality, Enhanced. The first weapon forged by a group of survivors. It has been magically enhanced by its creator's unique aspect. Strength of the survivor. Wielder gains +3 strength when this weapon is in use. Jack smiled happily as he looked over the system's description of the weapon. It was a much better weapon than he had expected to make, especially given how new he was to this. In his excitement, he decided to bring the weapon to Patrick and get it inscribed right away. Chapter 27. The Abyss. The world around Lucius turned dark the moment he passed through the anomaly. He felt as though he was being pulled apart and compressed simultaneously, and his mind struggled to make sense of it. Thankfully, that only lasted for a few brief moments. Color returned to his vision. A lot of color. Lucius was grateful for the solid ground beneath his feet as his eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness assaulting him. He ducked low to the ground and covered his eyes, squinting to try to get a look at his surroundings. Lucius's vision soon adjusted enough for him to take in his first images of the abyssal realm, and when he did, he found it jarringly different than he had expected. Really? A rainbow? The sky looked no different than it did on Earth. However, what Lucius thought was a rainbow was something else entirely. He realized moments later that the coloring was all wrong, with the only shades of color being bright yellow and red. As his eyes followed the bow of colors spreading across the sky, he discovered that it wasn't a bow at all. It was a full circle, and in the center was a massive green orb. "It's a planet," he mumbled in fascination as he stared up at the sky. Lucius pulled his mind back from the attention-grabbing visual above him and surveyed his surroundings. The ground was covered in rocks, like a riverbed, but he did not see any water. Out of the rocky ground grew various plants that would not have been too out of place on Earth. It was not quite a forest. The plants were spread too far apart. It was like someone had taken a forest and stretched it out to cover more ground than it was meant to, leaving the foliage sparsely distributed. The large trees were quite beautiful, though, with perfectly white bark and bright red leaves. If Lucius had seen this place in a movie, he would have complained that it was too colorful to be believable. Looking back at the anomaly behind him, he realized that it was not floating in the sky like it had on Earth. Instead, there was a ring of runes carved into the ground, the portal lying flat in the center of the symbols. There was a pathway connected to the portal leading off into the distance, which also contained runes on either side. Every few seconds, the runes would flicker red, a clear sign of the power flowing through them. Lucius kept his aspect activated as he slowly followed the path. He couldn't stop himself from glancing up at the vivid, ringed planet lingering above him every few steps. Eventually, he noticed that the planet was not alone in the sky. There was something else in the distance, but it was hard to see from his position. Climbing a tree to get a better look, he caught sight of what could only be described as a massive, floating abomination moving across the distant horizon. It was the size of a mountain, containing thousands of long, fleshy tentacles that drifted along below the bulk of its mass. It was grotesque and disturbing to Lucius. He was so put off by the sight that he didn't even bother wondering how something so large could float. Luckily, it was far enough away that he could avoid it altogether. Shuddering at the grotesque sight, he climbed back down the tree and continued to follow the path. He noticed a few more abyss creatures wandering through the area along the way, but was able to avoid them easily. At the end of the path, he caught sight of his destination. The path had led him to a large black tower made of stone. The tower contained the same runic inscriptions, but the ones on the tower were much larger and appeared to be moving power toward the top. Archways led into the tower on all four sides, and Lucius could just about make out a large spiral staircase in the center. The building seemed out of place in the forest, a massive, man-made thing in the middle of all the natural greenery. Lucius felt a sense of unease welling up inside him as he looked at it, akin to the kind of feeling you might get when you see a parasite climbing out of a live insect. It felt tragic and malevolent. As he approached the tower, Lucius picked up a sound. It was still faint, but it was unmistakably the sound of screaming. The voice sounded human and female. He stopped to try and make out what exactly he was hearing, but all he could discern was that it was coming from higher up in the tower. He moved cautiously through the archway and into the lower portion of the structure, gazing at the dark stone walls around him. There were no decorations or furniture, just cold black stone and runes carved into them. With a bit of hesitation, he slowly moved toward the stairs and began climbing up toward the sound of the screams. Lucius approached the second floor as cautiously as possible, until he saw the inside of the room above. What Lucius saw was an inhuman nightmare. Standing in the center was a being that appeared to be a man at first glance, but as he looked closer, he saw that the man's body was covered in pulsing webs of blackness. The webs started in a large mass at the top of his head, spreading out around his body like a fungus. The man's face had a lifeless appearance, and his eyes were pale and glazed over. He wore no clothing, allowing Lucius to see that the trails of black covered his entire body. The nails on the man's fingers were long and sharp. He was currently using those nails to dig his bloody hand into a woman's flesh. She was lying on a stone edifice in the center of the room. The woman had been completely brutalized, but what was left of her clothing was enough for Lucius to recognize the camouflage print typical of army fatigues. She was a soldier. Lucius couldn't help but shake in anger and disgust as he saw what was happening. The woman's arms and legs were already gone, the destroyed remains of which lay strewn around the floor beside her. It was amazing that anyone could be alive after their body had been so destroyed. As the creature shoved its sharp nails into the woman's flesh, Lucius heard a whisper of a voice coming from the humanoid monster, even though its lips did not move. It spoke a language he could not understand, seeming to revel in its actions. The voice was deep, gravelly, and inhuman. The woman let out another pain-filled scream, but she was clearly in shock and barely had the strength to even cry out in pain. Clutching his sword tighter than he ever had before, Lucius crept into the room. He had to walk a wide circle around the creature to avoid stepping in the blood and giving away his presence, but he managed to make his way behind the monster. Lucius raised his sword up high, lining it up with the back of the creature's head. Mustering all his strength, he suppressed the fear rising inside him and lunged forward, pushing the tip of his sword into the back of the creature's skull. Matriarch's fury did not let Lucius down, and its piercing ability did its job. The power of the sword, combined with Lucius's strength, allowed the tip of the sword to break through the back of the creature's skull without slowing down. He kept pushing until the sword went all the way in, coming back out through the creature's forehead. Lucius stood still for a moment, expecting to see the familiar message from the system, but instead, all he received was an elbow in the gut from the creature in front of him. Lucius stumbled backward in shock, inadvertently pulling his sword back out of the creature's skull from the force of the hit. The creature turned around angrily, searching for its assailant. But luckily for Lucius, Guise of the Thief saved him from a swift counterattack. When it realized that it could not locate Lucius, the creature began hovering off the ground, red glowing mist flowing from its hands. Lucius still hadn't caught his breath after getting the wind knocked out of him, but he managed to roll out of the way, just in time as a beam of red energy came out of the creature's hand and sliced through the place he had been standing. Lucius jumped to his feet and circled around the creature once again. This time, aiming for its heart, he struck out with his sword. The blade sliced deep into the monster's body, and Lucius did not wait around for it to counterattack, hastily pulling back his sword as he dodged another sizzling beam. The beam missed Lucius, but the soldier was not so lucky. The beam sliced up one side of the stone edifice and down the other, killing her instantly. Chapter 28. The Summoner. Lucius moved swiftly around the monster, dodging its lethal attacks deftly. His perception was high enough to determine the trajectory of the attacks before they landed, and he was fast enough to stay out of danger. Even though he was holding his own against the creature so far, Lucius had serious doubts about the entire situation. The system had explained that an anomaly of this size should contain one of the weakest summoners. He had expected something far weaker than what he was facing now. The second issue was the fact that there had been another human being here. Had a different group of people entered the anomaly in an attempt to close it, and been captured by the summoner? It didn't make sense. This anomaly was in the middle of nowhere, and he hadn't seen any troops in the area when they arrived. What were the odds of someone else, particularly a soldier, going through the portal before him? Regardless of all that, Lucius needed to defeat the overpowered abomination in front of him first. This thing doesn't seem to have any weak spots. I've stabbed it in the head and the heart already, but it doesn't even flinch. There was obviously some aspect of the creature that Lucius did not understand, something that was allowing it to resist his attacks. It can't possibly be immune to physical damage. Although Lucius couldn't seem to use Matriarch's fury to kill the creature with a single blow, he was still managing to accumulate more power with each attack. He just needed to avoid being hurt and losing the bonuses from Assassinate. Let's see how long you can keep this up. He stopped trying to land deep or devastating blows on the creature and began attacking with quick slices and jabs, doing his best to build up power through Assassinate. Through effort, you have raised Assassinate to level 4. Through effort, you have raised Sword Fighter to level 3. The room around him was becoming a scorched mess from all the magical energy the creature was unleashing. Lucius guessed that it was tapping into the energy being siphoned out of the anomaly, like the system had suggested. He couldn't hope for it to run out of juice anytime soon, so he had to rely on his own abilities to defeat it. Being able to accumulate power through Assassinate was incredibly potent in the right situation, and Lucius could already see the effects of his increasingly powerful attacks. He ducked under the monster's outstretched arm, feeling the searing heat from its energy beam on his skin as he struck out with his sword. His blade made a narrow pass through the creature's thigh. What should have been an insignificant laceration, however, turned into what looked like an axe wound. When the buffs from Assassinate stacked high enough, like that had now, it was as if his sword suddenly contained an explosive power. Lucius watched in frustration, however, as the large gash in the summoner's thigh filled itself in with the same black substance that coated its body. So that's how you're doing it, Lucius realized. The strange black substance seemed to be able to take the place of damaged tissue, but that ability probably had a limit. Lucius was determined to find it. He started aiming at a single point on the creature's abdomen in the hopes that he could overwhelm its self-repair ability. After landing at least 5 blows in a row, the monster's abdomen looked like it had been blown out by a cannonball. The creature fell to its knees, unable to stay on its feet in the face of such a debilitating wound. Attempting to capitalize on the weakness of the foe, Lucius moved in, but before he could close the distance, the runes inscribed on the walls around him flashed rapidly in their ominous red, and a blast of energy erupted from the summoner's body. A perfectly timed warning from Sense Danger helped him back away just in time to avoid the brunt of the blast, which quickly dissipated as the energy spread out. But the original blast had been so powerful that when it reached Lucius, it still felt like hurricane-force winds blowing him off his feet. Through effort, you have raised Sense Danger to level 5. The blast had been extremely potent. Lucius was sure that he would have been severely injured if he hadn't managed to avoid the worst of it. As the final gust of wind from the blast cleared, he noticed something had changed. The monster's flesh looked desiccated and sunken, as if it had been drained. Its movements had visibly slowed as well. That blast of energy must have been the creature's attempt to end the fight, using up the remainder of its accumulated energy to do so. When it realized its attack had failed, the weakened monster began scrambling toward the spiral staircase. You want to run? It would be a shame if something happened to your legs, Lucius taunted. Now that the creature had been significantly weakened and could no longer release those deadly beams of light, Lucius was able to freely unleash devastation upon it. He easily kept pace with its attempts to flee, hacking at the back of its legs in rapid succession. It took him only a handful of swings to destroy its ability to run. The black sludge was still attempting to repair its wounds, but the process was so slow by now that its effect was almost negligible. Lucius started directing his attacks at the web of black itself. As soon as he did, the creature began flailing wildly in pain for the first time. Oh, you don't like that? I should have done that to begin with, Lucius grumbled. Redoubling his efforts, he sliced again and again at the black webs covering its body. Even in its defenseless state, the creature displayed unbelievable resilience. How the hell is anyone supposed to kill something like this? Guise of the Thief and Assassinate had helped Lucius get to this point, but any other human being would have been defeated easily by the summoner. Thinking about how unfair it would be for one of his companions to face something like this made him angry. By now, his attacks had reached an absurd level of damage, each blow further mutilating the creature's body until it was an unrecognizable heap of flesh. Even then, Lucius had to hack away at the unmoving mass for another 2 minutes before he finally received confirmation of its death from the system. You have defeated Abyssal Parasitus, level 25. You have reached level 18. You have 5 attribute points available for distribution. You have reached level 19. You have 10 attribute points available for distribution. Finally. When Lucius saw the message, he stopped attacking and wiped the sweat from his brow. As he read the line of text, he realized that his suspicions had been correct. That wasn't a rift summoner. Whatever that creature was, it was not what he was supposed to find here. Another message followed the first one, though, shedding some light on the situation. You have defeated Rift Summoner level 10. So that was the summoner? Or at least it was also the summoner. Apparently, Lucius had been fighting not one creature, but 2. That black goop was the abyssal parasite, and it had somehow taken over the Rift Summoner's body. Either way, his job was done, and he needed to escape back through the anomaly before it closed. Before leaving, Lucius approached the body of the poor woman who had been captured and tortured by the despicable creature. Her body had been thrown to the floor by the monster's final desperate blast of energy. He didn't have time to bury her, but soldiers usually wore dog tags. At least he could bring those back so what happened to her wouldn't remain a mystery. He found the tags around her neck and quickly pulled them off. He also noticed something in the front pocket of her uniform when he got closer. Opening the Velcro flap, he found a small notebook and pen. He only glanced at the first page due to a lack of time, but it was obviously a journal, so he took that as well. Lucius would have liked to search the tower thoroughly for anything useful, but it was imperative to avoid being trapped in the abyss. Quickly, he made his way back to the anomaly. When he reached the runic circle, he noticed it was different than when he arrived. The red glow of the runes was faint, and the portal itself flickered ominously. Wasting no time, he leaped through the portal before it could close on him. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a Rift Summoner and closed an F-Class anomaly. You have been awarded an upgrade token, usable on items of the grade Magical or below, and a Ring of Holding. Chapter 29. So Sparkly. Lucius let out a deep breath of relief when he saw the familiar sky of Earth above him. Once his feet were firmly planted on the ground, he turned around to face the anomaly he had just passed through. It began shrinking at a rapid rate the moment he came out of it, and he watched as the portal became smaller and smaller until it reached the size of a quarter. Instead of disappearing completely, the anomaly took on the form of a ring. Once the shape was fully formed, it changed from the watery clear color it had been into a shiny black. The ring fell out of the air, and Lucius reached forward to catch it, holding it up to take a closer look. Now that he was up close, he could see that it wasn't just smooth metal. Instead, it was covered in engravings that he could not decipher. He concentrated on the ring to prompt a description from the system. Ring of Holding. Metal ring. Quality, magical. A ring of holding is a utility item commonly given as a system reward for the residents of newly integrated worlds. The ring contains a dimensional space that can be used to store non-living materials. The space is approximately 3 by 3 yards. It was the item he had been rewarded for closing the anomaly. Lucius placed the ring on his middle finger and tested out its functions. Whenever he concentrated on the ring, an image appeared in his mind of a small, empty space. When he held his sword in his hand and imagined it entering the space, it blinked out of existence. Now when he focused on the ring, the empty space contained his sword. It was an interdimensional storage space. That's convenient, Lucius muttered. He took the food and bandages out of his backpack and stored them in the ring's dimension before taking the soldier's journal out of his pocket. He intended to put it in the storage space too, but something made him flip it open and skim through the pages. November 3rd. The creatures just keep coming. Gunpowder stopped working completely today. God help us all. That can't be right. November 3rd is 2 days from now, Lucius mused. He flipped through the remaining pages and checked the dates. The last entry was dated November 15th. a full 2 weeks into the future. It detailed the dead soldier's reaction to her squad being ordered to enter the anomaly. Did she just get the date wrong? That doesn't make sense, though. Even if she wrote the wrong dates, it doesn't explain why there are 2 weeks' worth of daily entries. And hasn't been 2 weeks since the abyss creatures showed up. Now he was sure that something unusual was happening. This wasn't the first thing that hadn't made sense to Lucius, but he had been ignoring his own doubts. When they had first escaped from the store, he found it strange that the city was already completely deserted. The dead bodies appeared as if they had been decomposing for much longer than they should have. The complexity of the goblins' village had shown him that they had been there for much more than a few days, and the people he had saved looked like they had been kept in captivity for more than a week at least. Lucius decided to ask Paul how long he had been a prisoner when he got back to the farm. For now, he placed the journal in his ring and started heading back. While he walked, Lucius was contemplating how he should use his second system reward, the upgrade token, when he had a sudden idea. The highest quality item I'm allowed to use it on is magical, so I can't use it on my sword, and it would be a waste to use it on something of a lower grade. Can I use it on this ring? The ring was the highest quality item he possessed, other than the sword, so Lucius decided to give it a try. The first thing he did was remove all the items he had just placed inside. He didn't want to lose any of his stuff if anything went wrong. He took the ring off his finger and held it in his open palm, then concentrated on the item upgrade token like he had done once before when he created his sword. Lucius was pleasantly surprised when he saw the familiar, magical golden radiance appearing around him, and he watched as a river of golden lights flowed into the small ring, packing themselves tightly around the surface of the item. The shape outlined by the golden lights changed as he watched. The ring was just a plain-looking circle, but soon transformed into a much more ornate-looking signet ring. When the lights disappeared, Lucius saw that it was still black and metallic, with the inscriptions remaining, but the ring now also contained a large orange gemstone of some kind. The new look of the ring was quite pleasing to Lucius, and he didn't hesitate to prompt the system for a definition of the new item. Adventurer's Ring, Gemstone Ring, Quality, Rare. A utility ring fit for an adventurer. This ring contains a dimensional storage space of 9 by 9 yards and imbues its wearer with weak telekinesis. Lucky Dog. All attributes +3. Lucius reread the description multiple times to make sure he had read it correctly. Telekinesis? I need to try this, he thought as he returned the upgraded ring to his finger. The first thing that caught his attention was the feeling of power it gave him. He felt stronger, faster, and sharper the moment he put on the ring. It was just like how it felt when he was close enough to Jack and the set item bonuses kicked in. He lingered for a few moments, enjoying the experience, before looking down at his items on the ground. Reaching his hand out toward his sword, he concentrated on picking it up. An unusual sensation appeared in his mind. It felt like he was moving an invisible hand, using it to reach out and touch the sword. With nothing but the power of his mind, Lucius managed to lift his sword off the ground. The sword moved, but quite slowly. Lucius reached out his actual hand and maneuvered the floating sword into it. It's way too slow and weak to be useful in a fight at the moment. Maybe it has other uses, or perhaps I just need to use it on something smaller. Lucius moved his sword into his ring and reached out again for a can of tuna, still laying on the floor. This time, he tried to move it into the space ring from a distance, without touching it with his real hand. And it worked. He experimented for a few minutes and determined that the maximum distance he could transport an object with his new power was about 5 yards, so anything small enough within that distance could be moved in and out of his ring by telekinesis. Now it made sense why a storage ring would come with such a power. It was incredibly convenient for moving items around. After he finished testing his new storage ring and ability, he returned all his items to the ring and made his way back toward the farm. He wanted to speak to Paul right away to get to the bottom of the unusual oddities that had been occurring regarding the passage of time. When Lucius reached the farm, he saw an interesting sight. A few of the survivors from the goblin village were riding the giant spiders while holding shiny new metal spears, patrolling the outskirts of the farm. Patrick must have set up route for his guard duty. Lucius released his aspect and allowed them to see him approaching. The older man and woman stopped for a moment, looking startled before quickly realizing who it was and waving at him. "Hello there. I don't think I ever got your names," Lucius greeted them. The couple consisted of a balding man who looked to be in his 50s and a woman probably a decade younger. "Good evening. My name is Scott, and this is Helen. We've been eager to speak with you and thank you for what you did," the man responded keenly. "Happy to help. Are these the new weapons that Jack and Paul were working on?" Lucius asked, pointing at the weapons. Up close, Lucius could see that the metal spears had been beautifully inscribed by Patrick. "Indeed! Jack is quite the talented craftsman. Take a look," said Scott, as he handed the spear to Lucius. "Survivor Spear, Iron Spear, quality enhanced. One of the first weapons forged by a group of survivors, it has been magically enhanced by its creator's unique aspect and further empowered by inscriptions to enhance its damage. Grit of the Survivor. Wielder gains +3 to stamina while this weapon is in use." "Each one has a different attribute," Helen explained. "Some give you strength, while others assist with vitality or stamina. Jack let us ladies have the spears that give you more strength, because we wouldn't be able to use the heavy things without it." Lucius gave the spear back to Scott and asked the question that he was most curious about. "Can I ask you both something? How long would you say you were trapped in the Goblin Village?" The smile turned a bit stiff on Scott's face, but he thought about it for a moment and answered. "I can't say for certain, but it must have been a few weeks, at least." Chapter 30. Predator. Lucius leaned against the wall in the swelteringly hot room, watching Jack busily hammer away at a piece of metal. Jack quenched the burning hot metal in a trough of water for a moment before returning to claim it, but as he reached down to pick it up, it vanished right before his eyes. Jack shook his head, rolling his eyes before he turned to look at Lucius, who was holding the missing item with a cheeky grin on his face. "Will you stop that?" he grumbled. Sorry. Catch!" Lucius tossed the lump of metal into the air toward Jack. Jack reached up to catch it, only to watch the metal disappear again just as it was about to land in his hand. Lucius chuckled happily to himself, holding the item and waving it in the air with a playful smile on his face. "Okay, I promise that's the last time." After noticing Jack's stern expression, Lucius decided not to push his luck any further. Walking over, he placed the item in Jack's outstretched hand. "Are you going to tell me how you're doing that?" Jack asked, as he dropped the grumpy expression and returned the metal to the forge. "Nope. I have something more important I want to talk to you about." Lucius proceeded to tell Jack about his experience closing the anomaly, showing him the soldier's blood-speckled journal he had taken from the abyss. "Yeah, that's weird, but so is everything else. There are magical goblins who can summon ghosts running around the city. Is a little inconsistency in the passage of time really that strange in this world? Anyway, why don't you just ask the system about it?" Jack suggested offhand, as he continued his work. "That's a good idea." The system had been rather forthcoming with information before, and Lucius couldn't believe he hadn't thought of that. He proceeded to call on the magical construct in the usual way, describing what he had seen and quickly receiving a response. When a world is invaded by the abyss, the first wave of anomalies can disrupt the normal flow of space-time. Those in close proximity to an anomaly during this period may experience a hastening or slowing in the passage of time. This is a rare and temporary phenomenon, most commonly occurring in the first few weeks of an abyssal evasion. Lucius shared the system's response with Jack. "That must be it," Jack said. "We were probably too close to an anomaly during the first wave of attacks." "Yeah, I think you're right. Only a few days passed for us, but weeks went by for others," Lucius replied. At least they understood what was happening now. But it was a bit unnerving that their flow of time had been disrupted. "Before you go, check this out," Jack said, proceeding to use his ability to upgrade the quality of the metal he was working on. "You're not the only one with an aspect anymore. Do you think you can find some better material so I can make us both a decent set of armor? Now that the anomaly is closed, I can scout the area like I planned. I'll keep an eye out for something usable, Lucius agreed, waving goodbye as he left the sweltering shack. After leaving the forge, he walked into the main house, stopping by the room he had claimed as his own. With so much space in his storage ring, he could now carry as much food and water as he wanted. He moved 2 cases of bottled water and a week's worth of canned food into the ring. Once he was done, Lucius sat down on the mattress in the room and reviewed his attributes for the first time in a while. Status: Level 19. Strength: 22. Vitality: 10. Dexterity: 24. Intelligence: 5. Creativity: 6. Luck: 1. Stamina: 13. Magic power: 0. Magic resist: 5. Free attributes: 10. He decided to split his free attribute points 3 ways, adding 2 points to stamina, 2 points to strength, and 6 to dexterity. That would take his strength to 24, his stamina to 15, and his dexterity up to an impressive 30. Lucius took his time to add the attributes before taking a look at his skills. Sense Danger Level 5. Heightened Sense of Danger. Passive. Assassinate Level 4. Plus 26% of damage accumulated with each successful attack. Accumulated power is lost when you are injured or when you leave combat. Novice Tracker Level 2. You have begun to learn the ways of the tracker. Plus 30% perception while tracking. Useful clues become easier to spot. Sword Fighter Level 3. Increased learning speed related to sword fighting. Plus 9% damage while wielding a sword. When he was satisfied, Lucius left his room and checked in with his other companions, updating them on his experience in the anomaly, and explaining what he had discovered about the flow of time. Afterward, he headed out the front door and back into the area surrounding the farm, eager to get a better sense of what sort of dangers might exist nearby. At least with the nearest anomaly closed, they would face less immediate danger from abyss creatures spawning into their world. This time, he headed south, in the opposite direction of the anomaly he had closed. Lucius walked along the only road in the area. It was a simple, unpaved dirt path, but it was still better than trudging through the brush. Sparse foliage flanked either side of the road, allowing him to see about a quarter mile past the tree line in both directions. Whatever lurked deeper in the forest, however, remained a mystery. Perhaps he would scout its depths in the future, but for now, it was a more efficient use of his time to explore the areas he could easily access. Only a few miles from the farm, Lucius found traces of abyss creatures. Kneeling down, he inspected the ground closely, his expression turning grim. In the dirt was a set of tracks that looked unsettlingly familiar. His thoughts flashed back to the moment before he had entered the anomaly, when a massive reptilian monster had emerged from the portal, causing him to stumble embarrassingly in shock and terror. At the time, he had been relieved when the creature moved away from the farm where the humans had settled. Now, it seemed they weren't so lucky after all. The massive reptile had left behind very distinctive tracks, and Lucius was quite sure that he had not made a mistake in identifying them. Wherever the creature had gone after he lost sight of it, it had apparently wandered closer to the humans afterwards. If it was this close, it would find them sooner or later. Lucius began tracking the creature, immediately feeling a significant boost to his perception from his tracking skill. He followed the tracks off the road and into the forest. The creature was easy to track. Its sharp claws left deep grooves in even hard-packed dirt, and its large body crushed bushes and broke branches in its wake. For an hour, Lucius carefully followed the trail, sometimes moving closer to the farm, other times farther away. The beast's movements seemed random, but with it being so near, it was only a matter of time before it attacked the farm. Lucius was hoping that he would be able to find the beast and deal with it before that happened. Eventually, Lucius noticed that the tracks he was following had grown quite fresh. He was closing in on the monster. He moved with heightened caution, stepping carefully to minimize noise. Suddenly, the panicked bleat of a deer shattered the forest's silence, startling him. Climbing onto a nearby boulder for a better vantage point, he finally caught his first glimpse of the creature he had been tracking. Crouched on top of the boulder, Lucius watched as a massive humanoid reptile lifted a small deer to its oversized teeth and tore the young animal's hindquarters off with a single bite. It was a grim and tragic scene, The deer, still alive, struggled desperately to free its mangled body from the monster's grasp as it was eaten alive. Chapter 31. Magar. Lucius crept closer to the creature, getting near enough to see individual drops of blood flowing down its toothy maw. Sense danger kept blaring at him the entire time, just as loud or perhaps even louder than when he had seen the terrifying hobgoblin leader. He watched the monster in morbid fascination. It was the closest thing to a living demon he had ever seen. Or perhaps a human-dragon hybrid. He had no idea how he was going to deal with this thing, but he didn't like his odds in a head-on fight. He would need to think long and hard about how to face it. Lucius rose from his crouched position. He had seen enough, but as he turned to move away, he felt his heart drop into his stomach when the creature suddenly spoke. "I smell you. Stop hiding." A deep, gravelly, inhuman voice boomed. Blood drained from his face as he slowly turned back toward the monster. He felt the urge to run, but his limbs were frozen in place when he realized it was looking directly at him. None of the abyssal creatures he had encountered before had been able to see through his stealth, much less speak using human words. The creature shifted its piercing eyes away from Lucius, back toward the now dead animal in its claws, and sat down lazily on a large boulder nearby. "You were there when I first descended into this realm. Did you believe you escaped detection then as well?" A terrifying smile stretched across the creature's face, putting its razor-sharp teeth on full display. "Come, sit." Using its claws, the monster ripped a chunk of meat off the exposed ribs of the deer and tossed it onto a rock close to Lucius. It glanced back at Lucius expectantly. "Oh, right. You creatures prefer to treat your meat with fire." The monster raised its palm into the air, and a small ball of flame quickly materialized. It casually tossed a ball of flame onto the meat it had portioned for Lucius, searing it instantly. Lucius could not make sense of the situation. It was too different from any of his past interactions with creatures of the abyss. He decided to keep his distance, but he couldn't help giving in to the desire to communicate with the creature. He allowed guides of the thief to fall away and stood there silently for a few moments as the creature watched him, deciding what he should say, before slowly opening his mouth. "You are the only abyss creature that has spoken words I can understand. What are you?" The creature's eyes narrowed. "I am known as Magar, and I am no creature of the accursed abyss," he responded with a low growl. Lucius couldn't stop himself from taking a step back when the growl reached his ears, but he planted his feet firmly and held on to the tree beside him for support. "Well, you aren't from this planet. I watched you walk out of an anomaly," Lucius countered skeptically. "Yes, you speak the truth. My world is also under siege from the abyssal realm. I have fought against it for many years. My brothers and I were in the process of closing an anomaly, but we were betrayed. The traitorous fool left us to die, trapped in the abyss. My brothers did indeed find their deaths in that place. By the time I came across another portal, only I remained. I had hoped that it would lead me back to my home, but instead, I am here. I intend to return to seek revenge, but the abyss nearly killed me, and if I die, then all hope is lost. No, I must grow stronger before I attempt to traverse it again. Even so, there is no way to know which portal will lead me home. I am truly lost," Magar admitted. "As for why I can speak your language, I cannot. It is a simple trick of magic. The ability was a talent I received after closing a portal. At the time, I had been quite displeased, thinking it a wasted reward." Regret was audible in Magar's tone when he spoke of his dead brothers, but it had quickly morphed into rage at the mention of the traitor. "Don't Waste the meat. Eat. Magar motioned to the place he had left the meat. Lucius extended his hand toward the freshly charred venison, pulling it into a storage ring from a distance. I'll save it for later, thanks, he said as he leaned against the tree again and watched Magar eat. It's good to know you're not a threat. You look strong. Maybe we can work together, Lucius suggested. The bitter taste of betrayal is still fresh on my tongue. I will not allow it to happen again. I have seen the place your tribe sleeps. I watched from afar as they put their meat over the fire. The smell drew me to that place. It intrigued me enough that I tried it myself soon after. It wasn't to my taste. I still prefer to eat my flesh raw. Magar grinned as he threw the last chunk of meat into his large mouth. I will tell you how we can work together. I will leave your people alone. You must tell them to do the same. I will kill the abyss creatures that invade this area from the south. Your people will be responsible for protecting the north. If you find an anomaly that is larger than you can handle, you can show me its location. If you or one of your people attempt to deceive or harm me, I will slaughter you all. Lucius thought about it briefly before nodding. I don't have any issue with that. If I need to find you, where should I go? He asked. A few minutes' walk south from here. Just off the road is a large cave. I will spend the nights in that place. When the sun is high, you will need to search for me in the forest, Magar responded. All right. My name is Lucius. If you run into any of my people, you can mention my name. It was good to meet you, Magar. I'm glad to have you protecting this forest, he said before waving to the giant being as he headed back the way he had come. The entire experience was incredibly surreal. He didn't know if he could trust Magar not to harm him or the other humans, but he was keenly aware that the warnings from sense danger had nearly disappeared while he was speaking with the creature. He hoped that it meant Magar had no intention of harming them. It was also quite a benefit to have such a powerful ally protecting the farm from the south. If Magar stayed in this area and did nothing else besides killing abyss creatures and closing anomalies, it would be a huge boon for the humans. Maybe, with the passage of time, the powerful being would grow to trust them more, and they could cooperate in more meaningful ways. How great would it be to have Magar by his side the next time he traveled into the abyss to close an anomaly? Chapter 32. Magna Simia. Lucius moved through the forest, away from the stretch of woodland that Magar had claimed as his own. He didn't feel the need to scout any further there with such a powerful being protecting the area, so he headed east. After a while, he reached the old dirt road again, following it south until he came to an intersection where he continued heading east. The sun was still shining high in the sky, with only a few lazy clouds drifting around it. The forest was a patchwork of autumnal orange and red leaves, with a few patches remained green from the pine needles. You would never guess that the world had descended into a bloody struggle for survival by looking at the scene around Lucius right now. The young man took a deep breath, soothed by the natural environment. He had spent most of his life surrounded by gray, lifeless, and filthy concrete. Even with the end of the world looming, being in nature did a great deal to ease his worries. Something about the trees piqued Lucius's attention, and he came to a stop. His eyes narrowed as he looked carefully at the canopy a few dozen meters away. When he decided that nothing was the matter and was about to continue walking, the leaves he had been watching shook abruptly. A fist-sized rock came barreling out of them toward him. Lucius's eyes shot open as his relaxed bearing disappeared. The rock shot through the air toward him at superhuman speed and deadly accuracy, forcing Lucius to launch himself to the side to avoid being struck in the head. A chorus of rapid, high-pitched cackles flooded out of the forest around him. Something was there, and whatever it was able to see through his aspect. Matriarch's fury materialized in his hand as he rushed in the direction the stone had come from, making full use of his high dexterity and strength. He scaled a large boulder in a few carefully placed leaps before jumping 6 feet onto the lowest branch of a nearby tree. From his elevated position, Lucius caught his first glimpse of the creatures that had him surrounded. In the tree, half a dozen meters away, stood an ape-like creature, a bit smaller than a full-grown man. The beast's body was covered in yellow fur that spread over rippling muscles, its eyes radiating a strange blue glow. It had opposable thumbs like a human's, with short red claws at the end of each finger. The creature released another round of ear-piercing cackles, and displaying the full length of its oversized canines. The creature shot through the trees like a true expert, effortlessly gliding from branch to branch at speeds that made Lucius dizzy. Looking around, he was able to count 5 of the beasts in total. Lucius set his sights on the closest of the ape-like creatures and began swiftly jumping through the canopy to get within striking distance. When they saw him approaching, the creatures escaped through the treetops, using their impressive speed and agility to prevent him from getting any closer. As he tried and failed to match the speed of the monsters, his chest was flooded with a sudden warning from sense danger. The severity of the warning made Lucius act instinctively, ducking forward and swinging below the branch he was standing on. As he clung onto the bottom of the tree limb, searching for the danger, 3 rocks moving like bullets exploded against the top of the thick branch where he had just been standing. The force of the projectiles was so great that the limb was nearly destroyed, crashing downward with only a few thin fibers keeping it attached to the tree. Lucius was swung toward the ground as the limb he was holding was nearly destroyed. He quickly kicked off the trunk of the tree, swinging toward the closest branch and climbing back to his feet before another attack could catch him off guard. Lucius stood still on the new branch, listening carefully and preparing for the next attack. He watched as the creatures swooped down to the ground to rearm themselves with rocks before taking up positions around him again. Lucius's fist clenched tightly around the handle of his sword as he waited, every muscle in his body tense and ready to move as he hastily considered his options. The creatures wore arrogant smiles as they swung back into the canopy and continued to provoke him. When the largest of the bunch let out a particularly headache-inducing cry, the group released their next barrage. That was what Lucius was waiting for. The moment the beasts made their move, he launched himself off the branch in the direction of the closest creature with so much power that the limb beneath his feet was broken, releasing a loud crack as it fell. Lucius's movement put him on a collision course with the deadly rock the creature had thrown. His enemies wore confused expressions, as it appeared as if he were charging toward his own death. Lucius took full advantage of that moment of hesitation. Just as the projectile should have made contact with his head, it suddenly disappeared from thin air, allowing Lucius to fly past unscathed. The creature looked horrified at the unexpected event, turning as if to leap away. But by then, Lucius was close enough to execute his plan. Landing on the branch closest to the creature, he jumped after it as he summoned the rock from his ring and hurled it through the air at the fleeing creature with as much force as he could muster. The beast saw the attack coming and swung away, but the moment it did so, a long, needle-like black sword came flying in like a dart and pierced its arm, just as it was reaching for the next limb. Lucius had predicted the monster's reaction perfectly, using the rock as a diversion from his real attack. As the creature tumbled out of the tree toward the ground, the sword disappeared from its arm and reappeared in Lucius's hand. The creature hit the leafy forest floor with a heavy thud, before dizzily scrambling to its feet to run, but was slammed back into the ground by the force of Lucius landing on top of it, driving his sword through its head into the dirt. The impact was so powerful that splinters of pain shot through his arms and legs, but the sensation was soothed shortly after by the life force being stolen through his sword. You have slain Magna Simia, level 9. Through effort, you have raised Sword Fighter to level 4. When the remaining creatures saw their companion lying dead in a heap on the forest floor, they let out screams of anger toward him, but ultimately decided to flee. He watched as the slain creature's 4 companions moved through the trees toward the west. Good luck. That's the way to Magar's territory, Lucius muttered as he imagined the fate of the unlucky creatures. Looking down at the one he had slain, he held his chin as he considered for a moment. The skin on these things should make strong leather. It was quite tough to stab through it. If I hadn't been falling from the sky, Matriarch's fury might have struggled to pierce it. He held out his hand with the adventurer's ring and lifted the body off the ground with his mind. Once it was hovering in the air, he stored it in the ring's dimensional storage space. Chapter 33. The Church. Lucius moved through the sparsely wooded forest in the opposite direction from where the apes had fled. A smirk crept onto his face as he thought about the arrogant creatures trying to defeat a being as powerful as Magar by throwing rocks. His eyes twitched a bit when he imagined Magar crunching their bones with his massive teeth. He shook his head to clear the image from his mind and concentrated on the environment around him. He needed to be more careful. After all, he had just fought a group of monsters that were able to easily see through guise of the thief. It was a strong reminder that he couldn't always rely on his stealth to keep him safe. The area he was currently passing through was the wooded region between dozens of large farms. This place had been home to a small settler community of Puritans in the distant past, but only local historians, likely all killed by abyss creatures by now, would have known anything about that. As Lucius descended the hill he had been climbing, he entered a large clearing in the center of the forest. He felt a slight chill on his face and arms, as the warm air around him seemed to drop a few degrees. Right before him lay a row of flat, moss-covered stones sticking out of the ground. In the distance stood a large white structure with a roof of old black slate. It was in poor condition, having slightly collapsed in a few places. At the front of the structure was a long white steeple reaching up toward the heavens. The cross at the top was tilted slightly to one side, but was still steadfastly upright. "That's unusual," he muttered as he stared at the scene. He had been hiking through the center of the forest, not a place one would expect to see an abandoned church. Lucius walked toward the closest stone and scraped the soft green moss off the front of it with his fingers. The words, "Here lies the body of Hezekiah," were carved into the front of the gravestone. Exhaling, Lucius noticed that his breath had suddenly become visible. Row after row of goosebumps rose on his skin, from his forearms up to his neck. The next breath he took was accompanied by an intense wave of sensed danger that felt like a barrage of needles stabbing him internally. The sudden pain caused Lucius to stumble backwards from the headstone, a grimace on his face. He wasted no time in summoning Matriarch's fury in his free hand, preparing for whatever happened next. Ignoring the painful sensation in his chest, Lucius forced himself to focus on his surroundings. He couldn't spot any changes in the environment, and try as he might, he wasn't able to discern where the threat was coming from. "Nope." With a single word, he turned on his heel and sprinted back toward the forest and away from the strange clearing. As he was about to go past the trees, however, his vision blurred, and he found himself once again facing the dilapidated church, like he had been teleported. "No way," Lucius whispered as he looked down at himself. He tried to ignore the strange occurrence and turned around again, heading back toward the safety of the forest. This time, he leaped over the invisible boundary, up toward the closest tree, reaching out to grab a branch, but his vision blurred once again, his fingers closing around empty air as he fell heavily to the ground among the row of headstones. Lucius spat out a curse as he racked his mind for a solution to his current predicament. He pretended to walk casually toward the church, humming a tune with an awkward smile on his face. Then, after a few steps, he jolted back, flinging his body toward the trees, only to fall to the ground among the gravestones once again. Curses poured out of Lucius's mouth, like the hissing of an angry snake, as he grabbed a handful of dirt and hurled it at the nearest gravestone, enraged. How was he going to get out? Lucius climbed to his feet and dusted himself off. Then he took a few deep breaths, exhaling slowly in an attempt to calm his racing heart and mind. He scanned the ground near his feet until he found a sizable rock. Turning back, he hurled the rock toward the tree line, watching incredulously as it passed through the invisible barrier without disturbance, rolling across the forest floor. Lucius tossed a few more rocks into the forest before trying for the last time to walk across. When he inevitably found himself teleported back inside the row of stones, he cast his narrowed gaze toward the sky as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, It's just me that is being kept here. That means this isn't a natural phenomenon. Something doesn't want me to leave. Lucius glanced out of the corner of his eye toward the church in the center of the clearing, his brows furrowing at the thought of entering the creepy building. "I guess you're not giving me a choice," he mumbled bitterly. Even in the light of day, with the soothing sounds of nature all around him, Lucius's heart kept thumping heavily in his chest in defiance against his decision to scout the building. The headstones slowly passed by on each side as he crept toward the church. Lucius continued to consider his current circumstances as he moved forward. Something was odd about the entire situation, other than his inability to leave the area. The building itself and the clearing around it seemed much better maintained than an ancient, abandoned church in the center of a forest had any right to be. Why hadn't the plants overtaken this clearing a long time ago? How were all the glass windows on the church unbroken? Even the white weatherboard panels were in relatively good condition. The building was clearly dilapidated, but nowhere close to what something abandoned in the forest should be. Lucius tried to come up with an explanation for the strange inconsistencies around him, but the nonstop warning from sense danger and his own pounding heartbeat made it difficult to think. He tried to peer into the windows as he walked around the church, but all he could see inside was darkness. As Lucius walked past one window, he had the eerie sense that he was being watched. He whirled around, staring intently into the window he had just gone past. For a moment, it appeared as if the shadows behind the window were flowing along the inside of the glass, like a river of darkness. But when he moved his face closer and looked again, it was gone. Lucius rubbed his eyes and stared back through the glass, but all he could see was inky blackness. As he rounded the building, he came up to the large black wooden doors at the entrance. The doors were unusually large and rounded at the top like archways. Large brass knockers rested slightly above the middle of the two double doors, with intricate handles at the center where the doors came together. The handles were decorated with flourishes of fancy lines pressed into the metal. Lucius reached out and grabbed the left handle. He tried to twist it open, but the handle wouldn't budge, prompting the young man to tighten his grip and put his superhuman strength on display. "Really?" Lucius questioned, raising an eyebrow when he saw that the handle still refused to turn. Eyes narrowing and nostrils flaring, he put his full strength into the grip. The incredible force caused the metal door handle to groan and bend before it broke apart completely in his hand. Lucius looked down with narrowed eyes as the shattered metal disappeared in a wave of golden sparks. Chapter 34. The Pilgrim. Lucius watched as the wave of magic spread out and disappeared into the air. The building appeared to be some sort of magical construct. That at least explained the odd inconsistencies of its existence. He looked back at the doors before him and decided to try a different approach. Reaching up, he wrapped his fingers around the cold metal of the large door knocker and knocked 3 times. Thunk, thunk, thunk. As he knocked for the 3rd time, he felt the weight of the door shift under his hand as it slowly creaked open. Lucius pushed the door the rest of the way with the butt of his sword and cast his gaze into the church for the first time. Rows of broken pews lined both sides of the building, and soft candlelight flickered off the walls from the candlesticks sitting in front of each window. It was just one more thing that didn't make sense. He should have seen the lights from outside, but had only seen darkness. Taking a deep breath, he slowly stepped into the building, walking along the center aisle toward the front of the church, where row after row of candles burned silently. As Lucius reached the lectern at the front of the building, a loud slamming entered his ears. Turning like a startled cat, he looked back the way he had come to find that the door had closed. The next moment, the light of the candles slowly dimmed, and the figure of a man appeared behind the lectern, only a few paces away from himself. Lucius stumbled backward a half-step at the sudden appearance, glaring up at the figure warily. The man wore a round black hat with a wide brim that circled his head. The hat sat atop a head of long, curly gray hair, that framed the thin, stern-looking face of a man in his 40s. He wore black, flowing clothes. The only other color on his body was the white circle of fabric that appeared around his neck. He had shiny black leather boots on his feet, and a black cane with a round metal handle at the top. "Good evening to you, traveler. Might I inquire from you the current year and month of our Lord?" The man spoke in a hushed whisper, but in the silence of the church it was easy enough to hear. Lucius stared back at the man for a long time before he responded. His nerves had been pulled taut by the eeriness of the situation, and the man's sudden appearance had sent buckets of adrenaline shooting through his veins. "The year is 2024. I couldn't tell you the day," Lucius replied flatly. Not lowering his sword, he continued watching the man carefully for any signs of danger. "By God! I am 400 years a dead man." The man looked down at his hands as he spoke. "The book of Revelations did promise that the dead would rise on Judgment Day. But why have I risen alone?" The man began mumbling something under his breath that was difficult to hear, seeming to ignore Lucius's presence for a moment. Lucius took the opportunity to get a better look at his surroundings. There was a slight smell of iron lingering in the air, and he was well enough acquainted with the scent to know it was blood. Taking a few slow steps backward, he glanced between the pews to his left and saw the body of a small white rabbit, noting the two small, bloody holes on its neck. Looking away from the dead animal, he returned his gaze to the strange man as he continued speaking. "I have seen the foul demonic beasts that stalk these forests. The day of judgment truly has come. The devil's hordes have been unleashed upon humanity, and the righteous have no doubt been whisked away to heaven in glorious beams of holy light, as was promised." The man's voice grew louder and more animated as he spoke. When he finished his sentence, he looked at Lucius with a crazed smile stretching across his teeth, exposing the sharp canines hiding there. "Yet you remain here on earth, after the day of judgment, no doubt abandoned by God for your wicked deeds. This is the greatest possible proof of your sins." The man raised his hand and pointed his cane at Lucius. With a tone of finality, he spoke one last sentence. "I am well within my rights to do with you as I please." As the man finished speaking, the candles dimmed once again until barely any light was being emitted. Long shadows began rising unnaturally, like snakes all around Lucius, swimming through the air toward him. Sense danger sent a pulse of warning, helping him identify the threat in the darkened room. He wasted no time as he tried to make his escape, the shadows hastily pursuing him, but they quickly blocked his path forward from all directions. With no other choice, he jumped into the air, placing the tip of his foot on the edge of the nearest pew, and launched himself with great force toward the closest window. He slammed into the glass like a cannonball shoulder first, but the enchanted material barely cracked and did not shatter. After falling back to the ground, Lucius was forced to dodge and run again to avoid the shadow's pursuit. A constant flow of shadows continued to rise from the darkness around the room, closing around him like a vice. He would soon be trapped entirely if he didn't think of a solution. Looking at the situation he was in, Lucius concluded that his only chance to stop the shadows from swallowing him up was to attack the man directly. But there was no clear path toward his enemy. Thinking quickly, Lucius ran at full tilt toward the nearest wall, launching himself into the air, and running sideways across the window panes for 3 entire steps out of reach of the shadows. On his last step, he jumped down over the lectern where his attacker stood. As he fell, he reached back with matriarch's fury to add the strength of his arm to the falling strike, the tip of his sword whistling through the air. However, as soon as the tip of the sword touched the man, his body collapsed into a pool of shadow, which the sword passed harmlessly through. The surprising failure caused Lucius to miss his landing, his body crashing down into the pool of shadows. The moment the shadows made contact with his flesh, they began piling onto him, wrapping around his limbs from every direction. Lucius struggled with all his might, tearing away the first few shadows, but they managed to force his arms behind his back so he couldn't leverage his strength, wrapping his hands together like handcuffs, while another did the same to his feet. Matriarch's fury clinked to the floor as the shadows forced it from his hand. Realizing that he had been bested, Lucius clenched his fist so tightly that his fingernails dug into his skin as he glared at the man approaching him. A goblet floated off the row of tables near the lectern into the man's hand as he approached Lucius. As the man's hand rose into the air, his fingernails elongated into long black claws, swiftly stabbing them into Lucius's chest to draw a steady flow of blood. He pressed the goblet down to collect it. Lucius could see saliva pooling in the corner of the man's mouth. The man's eyes had become bloodshot, and he appeared to be completely entranced by the sight of the blood, rapt as he watched Lucius's blood dripping into the cup. Lucius knew this was his chance. The man's eyes remained fixed on the blood, missing the dagger with intricate engravings slowly floating up from Lucius's left boot, stealthily making its way to his hand. Chapter 35. Counterattack. Jack had recently discovered that he didn't need to fight to gain more power. He could also grow stronger through crafting, albeit more slowly. He learned this after gaining a level upon crafting his 6th spear. Encouraged by the breakthrough, Jack grew more confident in his choice and redoubled his efforts. The forge's storeroom had long since run out of iron ingots, so Jack began salvaging unused metal from around the farm to recycle. He had just finished tearing apart an old tractor, melting down its parts to create fresh material for his work. The air around him rippled with intense heat. The forge had been burning at full strength ever since it was first discovered, yet to Jack, it couldn't have felt more comfortable. The smell of old oil and carbon hung thick in the air, the byproduct of grime burning off the scavenged metal. Jack had received quite a few complaints that the spears he crafted were too heavy. Carrying them for a short time was manageable, but during long guard shifts, the people griped that their arms ached from the constant weight. He could have used wood to lower the burden, but upgrading a wooden shaft with his aspect required him to carve it by hand. Reforging all the spearheads would also take a great deal of time, more than he was willing to spare. Besides, Jack suspected the problem would solve itself once carrying the heavy iron spears earned the guards a few extra strength points. For now, he chose to ignore their complaints. At least now there were enough weapons for everyone. Jack had moved on from forging spears to addressing the community's desperate need for defensive equipment. After that, he planned to tackle ranged weapons and perhaps even craft personalized gear for the stronger members of the group. The red-hot slab of metal before him sparked and flashed with each strike of his hammer. He had already completed the upgrading process with his aspect and moved on to shaping the iron. Carefully, he hammered out a thin bowl of metal, large enough to cover an adult man's upper body. Once the shaping and cooling was done, he began to work on the base. This time, however, Jack chose to utilize both wood and metal for the shield. Using only iron would likely make it far too heavy for his companions to lift. With a handsaw, he dismantled a table he found in the attic and began chiseling the wood into shape by hand. As Jack worked, glowing orbs gathered around his project, his aspect hard at work imbuing the shield with magic. Through trial and error, he had discovered that each material required a different amount of time to upgrade. It was faster to work with wood than with metal, but fastest of all with leather. Once the item was fully saturated with magic and Jack could no longer force even a single additional drop inside, he allowed the process to finish. He had added 4 more points to his magic power attribute since unlocking his aspect, one of which he had earned from the system after upgrading so many materials. By now, he could force about 20% more magic into any given material during the upgrade process, but he still hadn't managed to create an item better than enhanced. The wood in his hand darkened slightly as the process completed, and it gave a pleasant sound when he rapped his fingers against it. Jack grabbed the leather straps he had prepared earlier, threaded them through the pre-made slits in the wood, and then fitted the iron bowl on top. The 2 parts fit together perfectly. Finally, he secured them with bolts around the rim. Through effort, you have raised the talent craftsmanship to level 5. Jack lifted the newly crafted shield and secured the straps to his arms. Holding his hammer in his free hand, He struck the iron face of the shield, sending a loud bang ringing through the room. The shield held up well against the blow, distributing the force evenly across his arm. With a satisfied smile, Jack nodded to himself and prompted the system to assess his work. Survivor Shield. Iron Shield. Quality enhanced. The first shield forged by a group of survivors. It has been magically enhanced by its creator's unique aspect. Strength of the survivor. Wielder gains +3 strength while this item is in use. Nice, Jack shouted, pumping his fist in the air. The item was of similar quality to the spears he had crafted earlier, but the real source of his joy was the shield's additional strength attribute, an incredibly valuable trait in their small community. He glanced back at his remaining materials, scratching his chin and thought, I should have enough maple for 3 more shields. After that, I'll need to find a new source of wood, he muttered to himself. Lucius wrinkled his nose and turned his face sharply away from the man before him. Now that he was so close to his enemy, the stench of rot and death was unmistakable. The sound of the man's heavy breathing filled the quiet room as he stared at the bleeding wound on Lucius's chest. The fiend had long since stopped bothering to wipe away the constant flow of saliva dripping from his mouth, and every rapid exhale sent a wave of foul breath into Lucius's face. He had already retrieved his backup dagger, clenching it tightly behind his back, but he kept waiting patiently for the right moment to make his counterattack. It was clear to see that the man in front of him was barely able to restrain himself from the blood as the goblet filled, so Lucius planned to strike when his opponent was fully distracted by his meal. He glanced at Matriarch's Fury lying on the floor nearby. It was close enough to retrieve with telekinesis, but doing so would reveal to his enemy that he wasn't quite as helpless as he appeared. Besides, the long blade had failed to harm the man before, and he had been able to escape unharmed into the shadows when it struck him. Lucius was hoping that Patrick's inscriptions would make the small dagger more effective against the strange abilities of his enemy. It took all the young man's willpower to remain still and let the creepy bastard continue draining his blood. Thankfully, the discomfort wouldn't last much longer. The goblet was getting quite full, causing a drip to spill over the edge. The man quickly caught the escaping drop with his hand, licking his fingers clean before lifting the goblet to his lips. A visible shudder of pleasure rippled through the body of the black-clothed figure as the warm liquid poured into his mouth. That was the moment Lucius had been waiting for. Without hesitation, he twisted his wrist, sending the magically empowered dagger slicing through the shadows, binding him. A loud hissing sound could be heard as the blade passed through the shadows, destroying the bindings and freeing the young man's hands. Lucius didn't stop after cutting the shadows. In one smooth, continuous motion, he swung the weapon forward, slashing the blade directly through the man's neck as he drank. Lucius took a swift step backward after the attack and watched on in disgust as a strange black ooze came pouring out of the massive cut in his enemy's neck, followed by a trail of bright red blood. Chapter 36. Novus Tenebris. The wound should have been fatal, but the man did not collapse. Lucius watched on in disbelief as his enemy appeared to be completely unaware of the large wound on his own neck and continued desperately swallowing the blood. Even while every sip of blood he took came spraying out of the wound on his neck, the man continued to greedily press the goblet to his lips. Lucius had underestimated just how all-consuming his enemy's desire would become once he drank. Not willing to let this opportunity slip away, Lucius stabbed forward again with his dagger, this time aiming for the heart. As the blade stabbed down, the man still did not release the goblet from his lips. But perhaps out of instinct, he began dissolving into a pool of shadows to avoid the attack. The moment the enchanted weapon made contact, the shadows were dispelled with a loud hiss, allowing the blade to pierce down into the unprotected heart. The strike finally snapped his opponent out of his ravenous gluttony. The goblet he had been clutching so desperately a moment ago fell to the ground, and a pained grimace overtook his face as he staggered backward, clutching his chest. "What have you done?" Bubbles of black, oozing liquid sputtered from the man's mouth and neck. making it difficult to understand his words. The man swung his cane at Lucius, forcing him to duck nimbly out of the way, buying the injured man enough time to retreat. A flood of shadows coalesced around his dark figure, consuming his body before spreading out like a collapsing wave. Lucius rushed forward to try and catch his fleeing foe, but he was a step too slow, and lost sight of the man's form as it blended into the multitude of shadows within the church. The shadows on the floor started reforming into the same snake-like ropes that had trapped Lucius before. It was only a matter of time before they resumed their pursuit. "Damn it!" Lucius clenched his fist tightly as he cursed, throwing a heavy punch at the cracked window beside him. The crack widened, spreading to the top of the large archway that held the glass pane, creating just enough space to let in a beam of light. The beam landed on the floor a few meters away, and the shadows moving in that direction immediately retreated. Lucius's eyes widened as he witnessed the shadow's reaction to the light, turning his head toward the cracked window with a smirk. Leaping onto the nearest pew and using it to propel himself to the top of the window, the high-pitched sound of metal against metal spread through the room as Lucius stabbed into it forcefully with his dagger. Whatever magic the man was using had also created this church, and it was just as susceptible to the enchantment Patrick had created to fight ghostly magic. The sound of hissing and strange purple sparks came spraying out from around the knife as it passed through the window. It took all of Lucius's strength, as well as the force of his body, to press the weapon through the magical glass. The material did not behave like anything he had ever encountered. Looking down at the pooling shadows behind him, Lucius realized that he was running out of time. It would take too long to try and cut through all the glass like this. Taking a leap of faith, he let go of the ledge and hung from the dagger itself, dangling in the air as the blade slowly moved downward from the weight of his body, opening a long slit from the top of the window to the bottom. It didn't behave like normal glass, refusing to shatter from all the damage he inflicted. After reaching the ground, he forced the dagger sideways, prying the glass apart just enough to fit his fingers through. Gripping tightly around the sharp edge of the material, he pulled. By now, the shadows had crept across the floor and reached him. He made the decision not to retreat, maintaining his focus on his task, even as they crawled up his legs and wrapped around his body. The material between his fingers resisted him every step of the way, and even with his full strength, it barely budged. The shadows pulled at his arms, trying to rip him away from the window, and his hands bled from refusing to let go as the shadows pulled on him, grinding the flesh of his hands against the sharp glass. His face turned red as he continued to pull on the glass, the veins bulging in his neck as he strained, refusing to give up. Slowly, his efforts bore fruit, as small cracks spiderwebbed across the glass, starting around his hands and spreading upward as they grew. Gah! Crying out from the pain, he unleashed one final burst of effort. The shadows stabbed at his flesh in a desperate attempt to stop him, but they were too late. Lucius had achieved his goal. With an almighty crack, the window collapsed into a burst of golden light. The shadows attacking him let out high-pitched screeches as light from the window spread over them. They released Lucius as they fled, leaving purple sparks and puffs of smoke that smelled like burnt hair lingering in the air. Lucius wiped the blood from his hands, drawing in deep lungfuls of air to catch his breath. He gazed into the darkness of the church from the safety of the sunlight, his chest heaving as he thought about how close he had just come to death. The window was open, and he had a clear view of the outside. His rational mind was urging him to take this opportunity to escape and leave the vampiric stranger far behind him, so he quickly turned and jumped through the window. His feet crunched lightly on the leaf-covered ground outside, the fresh smell of the damp forest clearing the stink of death from his nose. He took a few hasty steps away from the building, before a conflicted expression came over him as he slowly came to a stop. The furrow in his brow deepened, and his fingers squeezed tighter and tighter around the handle of his dagger. As he turned his gaze back toward the church, the anger on his face was gradually replaced by cold determination. Lucius turned and walked back toward the building. The moment he reached the wall, he leaped up, forcing his dagger through the outside of the unbroken window before him. Over the next few minutes, He repeated the actions of destroying the magically enhanced glass like he had done before. As the second window collapsed into a pool of sparks, he glanced through the opening and watched the screeching shadows flee. Now at least half of the interior was covered in sunlight from the two openings. A quick look up at the sky informed Lucius he still had a few hours before sunset, but he needed to quicken his pace. If the man inside the church survived until nightfall, it might be impossible for Lucius to even protect himself, let alone kill his foe. One by one, he worked his way across the west side of the church, exposing its interior to the rays of the setting sun. Finally, only one window remained. All the shadows had collected in the only remaining darkness within the church. Lucius jumped up and pressed his knife into the window, creating the slice he would use to finish the job. Wrapping his aching hands around the last piece of magically hardened glass, his enhanced perception picked up a raspy voice drifting out from inside the church. "Please, I do not wish to die again. The spell is lifted. You are trapped no longer. Let me live." Silence filled the forest as seconds stretched into minutes. Lucius let out a deep, tired sigh, staring at the sky above him for a long time before answering. "You attacked a fellow human being. What will happen when someone weaker than me crosses your path? To show mercy to the guilty is cruel to the innocent." The end of Lucius's response was accompanied by the sound of the magical glass breaking, flooding the last refuge of darkness in the church with light. With nowhere left to hide, the large mass of shadows was fully exposed to the searing rays of the sun. Thick clouds of smoke poured out from the church as deep, pained moans echoed through the forest. The shadows rolled across the floor as they sizzled, slamming into walls and crushing furniture. Lucius watched as the flaming shadows leaped through a broken window in a crazed attempt to escape their doom, landing among the moss and leaves of the forest floor. The loud crinkle of burning leaves reached Lucius's ears as the shadows raced past blindly, crashing through gravestones before collapsing. They twitched and bubbled for a moment before transforming back into the man's body. Steam billowed from his bubbling flesh as it slowly disintegrated. In the end, all that remained of the man was a single black stone, about the size of a fist. "You have slain Novus Tenebris, level unknown. You have reached level 20. You have 8 attribute points available for distribution. You have reached level 21. You have 16 attribute points available for distribution. Congratulations! You have defeated a novel creature. You have received 1 rare grade item upgrade." Chapter 37. The Hedge Pigs. James enjoyed the warm sun on his skin, his arms crossed behind his head, as he rode on the back of a massive spider following Mary through the long rows of plants around them. The spider James was riding had obviously grown quite a bit, since the boy had created a magical bond with it. The pink fur on its back was brighter now, and it looked fluffy and clean. The talent James had developed for taming beasts created a symbiotic relationship between the two. The creature would follow his commands and protect him, while James's magical ability empowered it over time. The field they were currently walking through was discovered to still contain a variety of vegetables, including spinach, carrots, beets, and lettuce. Mary reached down, gently cupping a wilted leaf in her hand. "It's working! I think I can get them healthy again in a few weeks." She had found that blessing of the healer was also quite useful for healing sick plants, and the crops in this field were suffering from some kind of fungal infection. She had set aside some time each day to walk through the rows of crops, letting her magic improve their health. James accompanied his mother out of a sense of duty. She was one of the weakest fighters in the community, and the young boy hated the thought of his mother being on her own, vulnerable to attack. "I don't mind that you're spending so much time with those creatures, James. I understand that your talent makes it impossible for them to harm you, but I don't like the idea that you've become someone the community looks to for defense." The young boy rolled his eyes and turned away, looking toward the forest as his mother lectured him on her favorite topic. "I know you think I'm wrong, but I know you, James. How are you going to react when one of your pets starts losing a fight? Will you be able to stand back and let it happen? Or will you throw yourself into danger? You've been influenced way too much by Jack and Lucius. Life is not a video game. There are very real consequences. You have to stop, Mom. You can't keep me safe. Not anymore. Besides, I'm not dumb. I won't run right in front of an angry monster. James ran his hands through his favorite spider's soft fur, rubbing it between his fingers. He had named her Ellie. She was one of the only females of the bunch they had stolen from the goblins, and her potential for growth was immense. Plus, he just liked her the most. For whatever reason, James could feel Ellie's emotions much stronger than he could with the other spiders, so he couldn't help but grow increasingly attached to her. Right now, though, Ellie was agreeing with his mother, which frustrated James to no end. I know you aren't dumb, James, but what you are is loving, and that can be far more dangerous. Jack and Lucius are much older than you, and you're mature for your age, but that's still... Be quiet, Mom. Mary turned back, her eyes narrowed. What did you say? No, Mom, I heard something. He sat up abruptly, cupping his hand behind his ear as he turned toward the noise. The boy and his mother stood quietly for a moment, as a faraway ringing drifted over from the direction of the farmhouse. Ding, ding, ding. It's the warning bell! Mom, get on! James reached out his hand to his mother, helping Mary climb onto the large creature's back before sending a mental command, urging Ellie to quickly return home. The spider lowered its head to the ground, lifting its abdomen upwards slightly before taking off like a racehorse. Leaves and bits of dirt were flung into the air by Ellie's powerful steps as she followed her master's command. It only took a few minutes for the farm to come into view. A group of people armed with spears and shields were running toward the far side of the building. James sent Ellie after them, and when she rounded the corner, he saw Jack leading the group of people toward the two guards in the distance who were currently fending off a large pig-like creature. The creature was the size of a Clydesdale, with thick gray hair follicles that resembled porcupine spines running down its back. Its eyes were comically small, set in on both sides of its snout, like was common in herbivores. The creature was currently spinning its body to keep its spiked rear facing the guards, preventing them from getting any closer to it, as it angrily hissed at the offending humans. As he watched the group of people surround the creature, James suddenly felt a familiar feeling rising up inside his body. His talent, Beast Tamer, was giving off a reaction. This was a creature that he might be able to tame. James's eyes shot open and a smile found its way to his lips. He clenched the reins eagerly as he got a good look at the creature, before shifting his gaze toward the people moving in its direction. Oh no! James watched from a distance as Jack led the group of well-armed villagers rushing toward the beast. If they arrived before him, the creature was as good as dead. Sorry, Mom. I need you to wait here. Ellie quickly tilted to the side at James's command, causing Mary to slip off the spider's back and onto the grass. Mary jumped up from the ground with as much haste as she could muster. Her face had already begun to turn pale as she felt her heart drop into her stomach. What are you planning? James! She shouted, her rising anxiety clear in her voice as she scrambled to catch Ellie before James got too far away. Ignoring his mother's desperation, James stood up on Ellie's back like a jockey as his 8-legged companion sped away. He crouched low on her back for stability, leaning forward and holding the reins with one hand. There was no time to explain things to his mother. Jack and the others had nearly reached the creature, and with the power of Jack's hammer, it would only take a single well-placed hit to end its life. Wait! He called out to the people in front of him, but it was to no avail. His voice, high and childlike, went ignored. Please, Ellie, go faster! He begged, and she did her best to please him, running at full speed over the hill in front of her with wild abandon. Her massive body shot through the air for 3 meters before her long legs touched the ground beneath them again. As they closed in on the group, 3 of the strongest men walked forward with their shields up, making as much noise as they could. They banged their spears against their shields and feinted at the beast. All the while, Jack moved around the opposite side of the creature to deliver the killing blow. Jack scoped out his opponent for a moment before nodding to himself and raising his hammer up over his shoulder. His muscles flexed as his arms swung forward, but his eyes shot open wide as he felt his empty hands moving through the air. He spun around only to see Ellie grasping the head of his hammer between her massive teeth, waving a leg at him playfully. "Sorry, Jack! Let me handle this one, please!" James shouted quickly as he rushed past a stunned Jack. "Everyone, get away! Stop scaring her!" The men drawing the beast's attention heard the command and glanced back at Jack in confusion. Only after receiving a nod of approval did they follow James's order. As the men backed away, the beast directed its aggression fully toward James. It snorted and ripped at the grass beneath its hooves, but James ignored the display, walking toward the creature with his hand outstretched and focusing all his attention on the magical connection budding in his chest. With one final snarl, the creature lunged at James, knocking him to the ground as it raised a hoof up above his face, preparing to stomp the life out of the boy. As the beast brought its leg down with great force, James moved his head to the side, narrowly avoiding his death, lifted his hand, and pressed it against the monster's underside. The creature's angry eyes suddenly calmed as its movements slowed down, before stopping completely. Silence filled the surroundings. The only sound was Mary's distant scream at the sight of James's figure disappearing under the massive frame of the beast. Jack had nearly intervened, but James had held one hand up, urging him to wait even as he lay on the ground. Now it seemed the boy knew what he was doing. The creature's sudden stillness was proof of that. After a few tense seconds, the large beast stepped away from James and lay down beside him. As it lowered itself to the ground, it exposed its soft belly, revealing the dozens of tiny, pink, hairless bodies laying half exposed in the fleshy pouches on its underside. The infant creatures were suckling from her teats, squealing quietly as they fed. As the commotion calmed down and the group of people headed back toward the farmhouse, Mary finally reached the location where James was sitting beside his new beast. "I'm not stupid enough to jump in front of an angry monster. Isn't that what you said to me?" James looked up at his mother's furious face. He had enough experience with her to know that she had moved far past the stage of being upset and was now truly enraged. James put both hands over his face as he sighed. He would not be able to talk his way out of this. Chapter 38. A New Friend. With the strange man dead, the environment around Lucius underwent a great deal of change. The gravestone and church slowly became more and more weathered, as if someone had pressed fast forward on the world. When the process finally stopped, the area was nearly unrecognizable. The gravestones had become no more than moss-covered lumps, and all that remained of the proud church was a rectangle filled with debris above the crumbled foundation. "Hey, mind explaining to me how an actual vampire ended up in the middle of this forest? That obviously was not an abyss creature," Lucius thought. "Much like your own soul gained the power to strengthen your aspect and influence physical reality when exposed to magic, the rising magical energies in your world have enabled the collective soul of your species to achieve something similar. As a result, mythical creatures residing within your race's collective subconscious may begin manifesting in reality. So vampires exist now. Got it." "Incorrect. A vampire existed. You have slain the creature. The physical manifestation of that particular mythical being has now been reduced to pure magical potential." "Reduced to magical potential? Do you mean that black stone?" "Correct." Lucius reached down and brushed away the ash covering the stone, before gripping it between his fingers. The item was smooth to the touch and cold as ice, despite having just been in the center of a great plume of fire. Lucius passed it between his hands a few times to reduce the chill before grabbing a shirt from his storage ring and using that to protect his fingers from the numbing chill of the stone. Gazing into the inky blackness, he could see that it was much darker than any normal material should be, as if someone had come along and deleted an oval-shaped chunk of reality where the stone should be. It was like a small black hole. Well, it's nice and cold. I guess I can use it like an ice pack, he muttered. Lucius pressed the stone against his aching chest. The wound the vampire had dealt him had been throbbing painfully ever since the fight ended, and the adrenaline had cleared out of his system. That feels better. As he pressed the stone against his wound, a streak of fresh blood smeared across its surface. He reached to wipe it off with the shirt, but froze as the blood vanished, absorbed into the stone like ink into parchment. His eyes widened in alarm, but before he could react, the stone flared with a blinding flash of purple light. With a startled cry, he dropped it and shielded his face. The light burned behind his eyelids for several long seconds before finally fading, dimming just enough for him to risk a glance. Looking down at the place where the lump of inky blackness should have been, he saw a small bat, covered in shiny purple fur. It had its wings tightly wrapped around its body as it stared up at him, with a pair of large, glistening eyes.
"Father? It's too bright. I'm scared."
Lucius felt his body stiffen as he stared back, wide-eyed, listening to the soft, childlike voice speaking to him in his own mind. He watched as the tiny creature scurried deeper into the center of his shadow, away from the sunlight, and wrapped its winged arms around the tip of his shoe. "Who are you?" Lucius questioned, a single eyebrow raised high as he stared down at the creature.
"I'm me,"
the creature squeaked. It snuggled against his dirt-covered sneakers as it let out a deep yawn. "Why did you call me father?" Lucius protested.
"Because you are father,"
it said as it closed its big eyes and laid its head down against Lucius's shoe.
"I'm tired."
The creature's tiny shoulders drooped as its chest rose and fell more slowly. Lucius continued to stare at the creature for a few moments before shaking his head and taking his backpack out of his storage ring, along with some spare clothes. He stuffed the clothes into the bottom of the backpack to create a soft and stable surface before lifting the small creature off his shoe. He carefully avoided letting the sunlight touch its skin as he placed it inside the backpack, zipped it up tight, and strapped it over his shoulders. "Can you explain this system?" "The magical potential responsible for the birth of each mythical being cannot be created or destroyed. It can, however, be bound." "What does that mean exactly?" "The potential has become an extension of your own soul, bonded to you at birth, and will obey your commands. If you do not wish to continue the bond, simply destroy its physical body and it will return to a condensed form." "You mean kill it?" "Correct." The way the tiny bat had clung to his shoe and fallen asleep against him, finding comfort in even the dirt-encrusted tip of his sneaker, weighed on Lucius. He thought about how it seemed to trust him implicitly, calling him father and placing its life in his hands the moment it was born. When he imagined himself harming it, he couldn't help but wrinkle his nose and quickly shake the thought out of his head. "Well, I'm not doing that," Lucius decided. Bonding the magical potential to himself had been an accident, but the creature had done him no harm. It felt awkward hearing a creature he'd just met call him father, but that was no reason to harm it. Lucius decided to wait until the creature awoke before thinking about it any further. Turning away from the remains of his dead foe, Lucius walked back toward the ruined church. He spent a moment finding the area where he had last seen Matriarch's fury and began digging through the debris, until he saw the sharp red spike of the sword's handle sticking up out of the pile. Reaching down, he pulled the blade free, lightly dusting it off with his pants. Lucius examined the vicious short sword for a few moments, casting his gaze past the needle-like tip and down toward the purple and red-spiked handle. The weapon had served him well so far, and now he had an opportunity to upgrade it further. Lucius focused his attention on the item to prompt its description from the system. Matriarch's Fury, short sword, quality, rare. This weapon will never dull. Created with the rare magical material proboscis of the Swarm Mother, and further enhanced by an item upgrade token, it has miraculous penetrating power and is imbued with the Swarm Mother's ability, Leech Life. Leech Life, 0.15% life stolen per hit. It was his most important rare item, which meant that using his rare upgrade token on anything else would be a huge waste. He only hesitated for a moment before tightening his grip around the handle of the sword and activating the upgrade token with a thought. A flood of glowing sparks materialized in the air around him, flowing toward him from all directions. The already sunlit clearing became brighter from the multitude of small lights. There were far more this time than when he had first created the sword. As the magic coalesced onto the item, it grew hot to the touch. So much so that Lucius was forced to place the sword down and take a step back to watch the process unfold. The patch of leaves beneath it sizzled and burned, but the damp ground prevented the process from setting the forest ablaze. The upgrade lasted a full 5 minutes, and Lucius could tell even through the glowing lights that his sword had grown a bit larger. As he waited, he sat down nearby and took out a med kit from his storage ring, then began the process of cleaning and bandaging his chest. After cleaning the wound with bottled water, he taped down some gauze to cover it up and put on a fresh shirt. The magical glow of the sword dissipated a few moments later. Taking a few sips of clean water before putting it away, he stood up and walked over to the weapon. Looking down at the item, the only difference he noticed was that it had become slightly larger, and the colors seemed more vivid. However, the magical aura of the weapon was clearly much stronger than before. Taking the handle firmly in his hand, he lifted it off the ground and swung it back and forth a few times, noticing immediately that something felt different. Eager to understand the changes, he prompted the system. Matriarch's Fury, short sword, quality, extraordinary. This weapon will never dull. Created with the rare magical material proboscis of the Swarm Mother and further enhanced by multiple item upgrade tokens. It has miraculous penetrating power, is imbued with the Swarm Mother's ability Leech Life, and deals additional magic damage with each strike. Training with this weapon will increase the speed at which the wielder learns the art of the sword. Leech Life, 0.25% life stolen per hit. Magically enhanced, 20% additional magical damage with each strike. Expert Blade. The sword fighter talent gains levels more quickly while this sword is in use. Chapter 39. Camp. Lucius looked up at the setting sun. Daylight was fading fast. Rather than risk traveling back to the farmhouse in the dark, he decided to find a place to camp for the night. Turning west, he held his breath as he stepped over the invisible boundary between the church clearing and the forest, only relaxing with a long exhale when his body passed through without incident. Phew. He cast one last glance at the now ruined clearing before turning away and heading into the forest. The air had begun to cool with the setting sun, and each crunch of leaves beneath his feet sounded unnaturally loud in the growing stillness around him. With a rough sense of where the nearest farmhouse lay, he moved westward until he found the dirt road that would guide him to his destination. He followed the road until he reached a mailbox marking the start of a narrow driveway, nearly hidden between dense walls of forest. Lucius stepped onto the winding path and followed it until it opened to a clearing, where a modern-looking log cabin stood at the center. A neatly stacked row of firewood lined the front yard. Lucius grabbed a few of the best-looking logs and added them to his storage ring before heading toward the cabin's front door. By now, the sun had vanished behind the distant horizon, and the final traces of light were quickly fading from the sky above. Lucius tried the doorknob first, but when he found it locked, he tightened his grip until the mechanism gave way with a sharp crack. He pushed the door open and watched as the handle fell to the floor with a clank, then rolled across the room. Oops, he chuckled, a wry smile tugging at his lips as he stepped into the dark cabin. He had some experience picking locks, but it was a slow, tedious process, and far less satisfying than simply flexing his superhuman strength. Sensed danger hadn't issued any warnings as he approached the door, so the place was probably safe. Still, he decided to check each room just to be sure. Lucius moved past the shattered door and made his way toward the wood stove. He'd seen the chimney from outside, so he had a rough idea of its location. As he walked through the dim cabin, his gaze drifted to the photos lining the walls. A man in a red flannel shirt and jeans chopping wood. A small red-haired girl blowing out birthday candles, surrounded by friends and family. a family portrait of the man, the girl, and a short brown-haired woman who bore a strong resemblance to the child. Almost certainly mother and daughter. "Where are you all? Are you still alive somewhere?" Lucius muttered as he gazed up at the wall. He let out a sigh and stepped away from the photos, heading toward the wood stove. A small pile of starter logs sat beside it, so he grabbed one and placed it inside along with a few pieces from his storage ring. With a bit of effort, the fire caught, and a warm, flickering light spread throughout the room. Once the flames were steady, he pulled a candle from his ring, lit it in the fire, and rose to his feet. Using the soft glow of the candle, he began exploring the rest of the cabin. In the kitchen, he found signs that someone had lived here after the abyss monsters invaded. A dozen or so empty food cans were scattered along the countertop, each with a dirty plastic spoon still sticking out, like little flags of despair, marking just how desperate the last occupants had been. The cans were coated in a light layer of dust, suggesting they'd been undisturbed for at least a week, maybe longer. Lucius rummaged through the cabinets, searching for anything worth keeping. Pickings were slim. Only a few unopened bottles of spices made the cut. Any food that had once been there was long gone. He did a quick sweep through the bedrooms, expecting to find nothing, and wasn't surprised when that expectation proved correct. Returning to the comforting warmth of the wood stove, Lucius pulled a can of soup from his storage ring, popped it open, and set the metal container directly on top of the iron stove to heat. While the soup warmed, he slipped off his backpack and carefully unwrapped the bundle of clothes cradling the small, sleeping, mystical creature. He placed it gently beside the stove, letting the heat from the fire spill over it. The flames felt good in the chilly night air. Some of the logs must have been pine because soon the sharp but pleasant scent of burning resin replaced the cabin's musty, damp odor. Lucius watched the fire dance and crackle, the occasional pop of damp wood breaking the quiet, until he saw bubbles rising to the surface of his soup. Good enough. Lucius cracked open one of his new spice bottles, a vivid red cayenne pepper, and sprinkled a few dashes into his soup. In his opinion, spicier was always better. He was about halfway through his meal when he noticed movement from the pile of clothes in front of him. The little bat stretched out its winged arms, arching its back with a deep yawn before sitting up and rubbing its face. Once it seemed satisfied that the sleep had been thoroughly wiped from its oversized eyes, it lowered its claws and turned to look up at Lucius.
"Father, I'm hungry."
The same childlike voice he had heard in his mind the first time the creature spoke echoed again, soft and familiar. Lucius narrowed his eyes as he stared back, a grin tugging at his lips as he scooped a chunk of meat from his soup and held it out, nodding toward it in offering. The little bat scrunched its nose at the meat, shaking its head and crossing its wings in front of its chest with a defiant huff.
"Don't want."
Lucius shrugged as he stuffed the chunk of meat into his mouth. "Well, I've got some beans and a couple apples. Oh, pickles, too."
"No, no, no."
The bat closed its eyes as it shook its head from side to side in sync with each word it spoke. Lucius furrowed his brow as his head tilted down toward the creature, looking at it for a few seconds before shaking his head. "Well, you're out of luck. That's all the food I've got." The little bat stared back at him for a moment in thought, before turning its head to glance around the cabin slowly. It raised its tiny nose into the air and sniffed deeply a few times before its eyes shot open wide as it stared off into the darkness, toward one of the bedrooms.
"I want the human child. The one under that bed."
Chapter 40. Marianne. Lucius stared down at the mythical creature, the message it had just sent still tumbling through his mind. It took a few seconds before the meaning finally clicked. "What?" he blurted out. Turning toward the darkness, Lucius's own eyes followed the tiny bat's gaze toward the bedroom, only to see a sudden glow of purple light rising from the corner of his vision. Glancing back down toward the purple light, he saw the bat's eyes glowing with an eerie violet hue. At the same moment, the shadows around him stirred, shifting like creatures roused from a long sleep. Before he could blink, half a dozen of the shadows slithered free from their resting places and darted into the cabin toward the bedroom. The abrupt motion of the shadows snapped Lucius out of his stupor, his eyes narrowing into slits as he looked down at the bat with a stern expression. "Don't hurt the child. Just bring them here," he ordered. The purple light in the creature's eyes flickered for a moment at the command. It scrunched up its nose and frowned, letting out a quiet grumble that quickly disappeared when it saw the growing frown on Lucius's face. With a defeated expression, the purple light in its eyes continued to dim until it was barely visible. Then the bat waved one wing casually in the direction the shadows had moved, before slumping back down grumpily into the warm pile of clothes beneath it.
Please, no! Mommy! Daddy, help!
Lucius heard the desperate cries of a child, followed by the sound of something being dragged across the cabin floor. Moments later, a small figure emerged, child-sized and wrapped in writhing ropes of shadow, struggling helplessly as she was pulled into the light. Now that she was close, Lucius recognized her as the same girl from the photos scattered around the cabin. She looked frail and disheveled, with heavy black bags sagging beneath her young eyes. She couldn't have been older than 5 or 6. Her hair was a matted tangle of neglect, and her clothes looked like they hadn't been changed in over a month. The girl screamed and thrashed, biting at the shadows that bound her, fighting with what little strength she had left. But her movements were sluggish and uncoordinated, every motion weighed down by exhaustion. It was clear she was suffering from severe malnourishment and neglect. The shadows dragged the distraught child into the warmth of the fire. Her small teeth bared aggressively at Lucius as her tears carved rivers through the dirt and dust on her face. "Hey, calm down. I'm not going to hurt you." Lucius held his hands up and tried his best to appear non-threatening. Hearing the words, the girl stopped trying to bite at the shadows and looked up at him, her body shuddering every few seconds from hiccups after such intense crying. Her desperate gaze darted back and forth warily between Lucius and the tiny creature near the fire, but quickly stiffened as her eyes locked onto the can of food sitting on the floor not far away. Her mouth swung open as she stared at the can like a hypnotized snake, chest rising and falling heavily with each breath. "Let her go," Lucius calmly commanded, then picked up the can of beef stew and slowly moved it toward the girl as the shadows receded from her trembling form. When she flinched away from his outstretched hand, he gently set the can on the floor in front of her and returned to his seat. The child wiped the tears from her eyes, staring at the can as if it were a treasure. She sniffed the air a few times, the scent of the hot meal making her stomach clench. One hand gripped her shirt over her belly, and after a final wary glance at Lucius, she surrendered to her hunger. She sat down beside the can and began scooping large spoonfuls into her mouth, barely pausing to chew. The oversized bites made her hiccup and choke, but she didn't stop. Even as she coughed violently, she plunged the spoon back in, shoveling hot stew into her mouth between gasps for air. "What's your name, girl?" Lucius gently questioned. Meh. Meh. She coughed, a small chunk of potato flying out of her mouth. "Marianne." She spat the word out quickly, trying to avoid another interruption. "Nice to meet you, Marianne. My name is Lucius, and this is..." He looked down at the bat for a prolonged moment. "What is your name, by the way?" "You never gave me one, Father." Marianne looked up from her meal, wide-eyed at the shiny purple creature. Noticing her expression, Lucius asked, curiously, "Can you hear him too?" The girl nodded at the question without moving her eyes away, her fear slowly being replaced by a childlike curiosity as she continued staring at the bat. "That's interesting. I wasn't sure if other people would be able to communicate with him, but I guess that question is answered. Would you like to help me give him a name?" Marianne turned to look up at Lucius eagerly when she heard the suggestion. She nodded quickly, then scraped the last drops of stew from the can and licked her fingers clean. Leaving the empty can behind, she moved closer to the bat and slowly and gently stroked the soft puff of fur wrapped around its neck. The trio sat silently like that for a short while. The only sound that could be heard was the soft chirping of insects that drifted in from the forest around them. With the warmth of the wood stove, the hot food in her belly, and the cute purple animal beneath her fingers, Marianne's body finally relaxed. Her breathing steadied, and the lingering hiccups subsided. The silence was only broken when Marianne decided on a name.
His voice sounds soft in my head, like a whisper. I'll call him that.
Marianne smiled as the bat rolled onto its back, urging her to rub its soft belly.
Hello, Whisper.
The bat rolled its head lazily in Lucius's direction as it enjoyed the massage.
Is that my name, Father?
Well done, Marianne. It's a fitting name. Lucius gave Whisper a nod as he pulled a bottle of water out of his storage ring and handed it to the child. Before asking the hard question that had been at the forefront of his thoughts since they discovered Marianne. Can you tell me how you ended up here all alone, Marianne? Where are your mom and dad? Marianne's smile slowly faded away as a fresh pool of wetness began to glisten under her eyes. She quickly wiped it away with her dirty sleeve and continued to stroke Whisper's fur as she spoke.
Mom and Dad were here with me when the monsters started hurting people. We stayed inside to be safe, but we ran out of food. Dad went out to look for something to eat, and when he never came back, Mom went to look for him.
How long ago did your father and mother leave? Can you remember that? Marianne raised the fingers on her free hand, carefully counting.
I think 6 days since Mom left. I don't know for Dad. It's been too long.
Marianne looked up at Lucius with her dirt-covered face, now wet and smeared from all the crying.
It's really scary being all alone. Could you help find them?
Lucius carefully hid his clenching fist from the young girl's view, as he fought to keep the sudden flood of emotions from showing up on his face.
Yeah, I'll help.
Lucius stood up and turned away from the stove's light, stealthily wiping the moisture from his eyes. He let out a cough and cleared his throat. I need to use the bathroom. Wait for me here, okay? The color drained from Marianne's face when she saw him walking away, and she scrambled to her feet after him, her calm facade crumbling to reveal the traumatized desperation lingering just below the surface.
Please don't leave me!
Lucius turned toward the sudden shout, clearly taken aback by her outburst, as the child rushed toward him on wobbly legs before collapsing into his side and clinging to his pants, her small body trembling with fear. Slowly leaning down, Lucius rested his hands over Marianne's back to comfort her. The desperate sight of the child clinging to his leg was more than he could handle, and he was no longer able to hold in the emotions that had been threatening to overwhelm him. A warm trail of tears dripped from his eyes as he spoke. Okay, Marianne. I won't go. Chapter 41. Vitality. Marianne showed Lucius where her parents stored the spare bedding, and together they set up 2 cozy sleeping areas around the wood stove. After eating another full can of soup and drinking 2 bottles of water, Marianne drifted into sleep with her hand still lying on Whisper's back. When Lucius noticed that she had fallen asleep, he moved her hand to her side and pulled the blanket up to cover her. Tomorrow morning we'll head back to the farm. I won't be able to scout and drag her along at the same time, so I need to drop her off. And she's too weak to walk. I'll have to carry her. She'll probably fit in the backpack if I leave the top unzipped. That might be the easiest way. You'll have to share your ride with Marianne, Whisper. The little bat looked up at him before glancing at the backpack lying on the floor, as well as at Marianne, with a scrunched-up nose.
If it's open, the sun will get me, Father.
Whisper flapped his wings and quickly flew over to Lucius's side, pointing at the adventurer's ring on his left hand.
I'll just stay in there. As long as you give me permission, I can move in and out of it as I please.
Lucius looked down at his ring as he scratched his chin. Are you sure about that? I get the feeling that living creatures can't survive in there.
I am not a living creature. I am a mythical being. Give me permission and I will show you, Father. All right, you have my permission. The moment he said the words, a big grin spread across Whisper's tiny face, and with a blink of his eyes, the bat was gone. Lucius concentrated on his ring to bring up the image of the dimensional space in his mind, and sure enough, Whisper had moved inside the space. The tiny creature was currently manipulating the shadows inside the ring in order to move things around, setting up a living area for himself. When he reached the ape's corpse, he stopped moving as he stared at it for a long moment. You never fed me. I want that, Whisper said, pointing at the corpse with a look on his face that brooked no disagreement. Oh, you can have it, I guess. I only kept it to try and make some leather with the skin, Lucius explained. As soon as he received permission, Whisper pounced on the corpse, covering himself as well as the body in a blanket of shadows. Lucius let the image of the ring disappear from his mind as he lay down to sleep. But as soon as his head hit the pillow, he felt a familiar warmth flowing up inside him. It was the same feeling he had felt when he added points to vitality. With the sudden idea about what might be happening, Lucius pulled up his status. Status, level 21. Strength, 24. Vitality, 11. Dexterity, 30. Intelligence, 5. Creativity, 6. Luck, 1. Stamina, 15. Magic power, 0. Magic resist, 5. Free attribute points, 16. Sure enough, my vitality went up by 1 point. Lucius looked back inside his ring, and by now the blanket of darkness had retreated from the body of the ape, which had become shrunken and desiccated. Whisper was lying on a pile of clothes nearby, with a comically bulging stomach and a satisfied grin on his face. I guess I can still use the skin. That's good, he muttered, rubbing his chin. Whisper, can you explain what just happened? Whisper didn't bother to open his eyes, snuggling comfortably in the clothes inside the storage ring as he responded. I am a part of you, Father. When I grow in strength, you do as well. The little creature was obviously struggling to stay awake now. Apparently, digesting his meal was taking a lot out of him, and his chest soon rose and fell rhythmically as he fell into a deep sleep. Lucius decided not to disturb his resting companion further, as he made himself comfortable and followed Whisper and Marianne's lead. The night passed without incident. Lucius had been awoken a few times at the feeling of warnings from sense danger, but each time the feeling had faded soon after, and he decided that it was probably just creatures passing in the night. At sunrise, when he finally arose, he threw a few pieces of fresh wood into the fire to stoke the flame and chase away the morning chill, before opening a few cans of food and placing them on top of the stove. Marianne awoke soon after when the smell of the food drifted into her nose. The young child sat up cautiously, rubbing her eyes and staring toward the food above the fire. Lucius used a towel to grab one of the cans, shoved a fresh spoon inside it, and placed it on the ground close to Marianne. Be careful. The metal is hot. Don't touch it with your fingers. Marianne was too eager and burned her finger anyway, but she ignored the pain and dug into her breakfast with great enthusiasm. When Whisper popped out of the ring a few minutes later, Lucius could tell that the creature had grown a few centimeters overnight, and the feeling of magical power emanating from it had increased. Whisper fluttered around the room a few times when he saw the two humans looking at him, happily showing off his slightly increased stature, before landing on Lucius's shoulder. He pointed his chin in the air and puffed out his fluffy chest. Marianne clapped with a big smile as she watched the animal put on his show, further encouraging the behavior. Lucius shook his head as he packed up the sleeping materials and added some of the starter logs to his ring, looking over at Marianne as she finished her meal. We'll be leaving soon. I'll take you to the place where my friends are before I search for your parents. There are lots of nice people there. You'll be safe. Is there anything you would like to take with you? We probably won't come back here anytime soon, so this might be your only chance. Marianne looked down at the ground, squeezing her hands together under her chin as the meaning of his words sunk in, before standing up and slowly moving into the bedroom where she had been hiding when Whisper had captured her the night before. She came back a few minutes later carrying a heavy hardcover book of children's stories, holding it up with both hands as she gave it to Lucius. Mom and Dad promised to read all the stories to me, But we never finished. I need to bring it so after you find them, we can have story night again."
Lucius accepted the book solemnly, nodding with resolve as he carefully placed the large tome in his storage ring. "I'll do my best. Let's get moving. The sooner we get you to safety, the sooner I can start." Lucius held up his hand, and Whisper fluttered into the air before diving toward the ring, disappearing in a showy puff of purple smoke. He was turning into quite the attention seeker. Lucius waited outside the bedroom door as Marianne put on the warmest clothes she could find, before climbing into the backpack that he held open for her. She held her knees against her chest as she squeezed into the bag, facing away from Lucius as he hoisted it over his shoulders. After one last glance around the cabin for anything he might want to take, Lucius found a toolbox containing various small hand tools. He added it to his ring before stepping out the front door. The sun was shining brightly overhead, but the constant wind gave the air a slight chill. It was a good day for traveling. Chapter 42. Hunted. Lucius moved down the winding dirt driveway away from the cottage. In his mind, he did his best to conjure up a memory of the system of roads between here and his destination. It had taken him a full day to reach this place from the farm, but that was when he was in the process of scouting and dealing with multiple distractions. "We can probably make it back in a few hours if we move quickly and follow the roads." Once he settled on a route, Lucius set off at a light jog, not just to make better time, but to train his stamina along the way. With Marianne adding extra weight on his back and the crisp autumn air making each breath feel clean and easy, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to push himself. It had been a while since he'd gained any attributes through personal effort, aside from the vitality Whisper had gifted him, and he suspected it would only get harder to improve them naturally as his stats grew. Still, with his stamina lagging behind at just 15, only half his strength, he figured there was a solid chance he could earn a point or two on the journey home. The thought of his attributes sparked a related question in his mind. "Hey, Whisper, if you are a part of me, why don't my other attributes besides vitality reflect your abilities? You obviously have high magic power, but mine still says 0. The little bat, currently looking through Marianne's storybook to pass the time inside Lucius's storage ring, closed the book and began scratching his chin when he heard the question. "My vitality will always add to your attributes because my life force is tied to yours. As for magic power, it will most likely be reflected in your attributes only when you actively use my power." The first part of Whisper's explanation made sense, and Lucius nodded along as he heard it. However, the second part was confusing, causing him to narrow his eyes as he glanced down at his storage ring. "What do you mean by, when I use your power? How am I supposed to do that?" "Oh, you didn't know. It is the reason why binding a mythical being is a valuable and rare opportunity. I will show you when you get out of the sun. You cannot use my power while the light is on your skin." "How do you know all this anyway? You're only 2 days old after all." "I don't know how I know." A look of confusion arose on Whisper's small face as he scratched his furry chin. "Maybe it's just something mythical beings are capable of?" "Works for me." Lucius ended the conversation and focused his attention on the road ahead. His breath was starting to grow heavier from the strain of jogging, but he didn't feel anywhere near his limit. Looking back over his shoulder at the small girl riding on his back, he checked in on how she was holding up so far. "How are you doing back there, Marianne?" "I'm all right," she answered softly, her eyes constantly moving through the colorful forest around them. "If you get uncomfortable, let me know. We can take a break whenever you need to," he replied. "Okay." With Marianne's reassurance, Lucius kept up his pace. They moved swiftly down the dirt road, scanning the canopy of trees and gazing into the forest on both sides for any signs of danger, while staying alert for any signals from sensed danger. The distance between them and their destination steadily decreased. They traveled without issue for close to an hour, taking a break every so often for Marianne to stretch her legs and drink some water. However, as the group was nearing the 1-hour mark, Lucius felt the first pulse of warning moving through his chest since they had started their journey. He stopped abruptly when the feeling arrived, his feet sliding across the ground and creating a large trail of dust behind him. Glancing around in all directions with narrowed eyes, he tried to get a better sense of where the danger was coming from.
"What do you sense, Father?"
Whisper questioned.
"The dust is getting in my eyes,"
Marianne complained, covering her face with the neckline of her clothing as the cloud of dust surrounded her. Lucius walked a few steps into the clear air, continuing to focus his attention. However, as soon as he stopped moving and looked around, the danger disappeared. A look of confusion spread across his face as he tried and failed to feel the warning from sense danger again.
"I'm not sure.
Maybe it's nothing," Lucius muttered. With a shrug of his shoulders, Lucius turned back toward their destination and continued forward. A few minutes passed without incident, but as he turned a corner to follow the winding road, the same exact sensation of danger returned, this time slightly more intense than before. Lucius came to a stop, carefully lifting his feet to avoid kicking up the dust beneath him, like he had done earlier. He tried to sense the direction of the danger, but it once again vanished the moment he stopped to focus on it. Something is hunting us, he thought. He kept the thought to himself to avoid scaring Marianne, but he was quite sure of it. Sense danger was not a simple on or off switch. The talent activated his senses in unique ways depending on the danger he was facing. Feeling the exact same sensation meant it came from the same threat, and it was getting closer. That alone wouldn't necessarily suggest something was hunting them, but the fact that it kept hiding from his senses whenever he stopped to look for it proved they were being watched. Something dangerous was following them, moving closer while carefully avoiding detection. He exhaled slowly, then, like a snapped rubber band, launched into a dead sprint. Matriarch's fury flared into existence in his hand as he hurled himself down the road, each powerful step kicking up thick clouds of dust behind him. Sense danger pulsed in a steady, rhythmic thrum the moment he hit full speed, beating like a second heart in his chest. With 30 points in dexterity, Lucius moved like a phantom, fast, fluid, and nearly impossible to track. He was betting that whatever had been stalking them would have no choice but to show itself if it wanted to keep pace. His hunch was dead on. Just seconds later, the sharp, violent sound of earth shattering tore through the forest around them. "Eeh!" Marianne cried out as the ground trembled violently, and Lucius could feel her tiny body shaking against his back. He glanced over his shoulder while keeping his stride, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was pursuing them. And he did. The color drained from his face. His glance had been timed perfectly. He looked back just as clumps of dirt rained down from the sky, falling around a gaping hole in the road. His vision was filled with the sight of a creature bursting out from beneath the earth, leaving a wide crater in its wake as it surged after them. Hundreds of sharp, skittering legs lined the creature's body on each side, moving in hypnotic waves as they propelled it forward. A sleek, black, armored carapace covered its body in segmented plates, and a massive set of jagged pincers protruded from its flat, eyeless face. The creature was incredibly fast, at least as fast as Lucius. The creature itself was the length of a city bus, from the tip of its pincers to the base of its body. Lucius cursed his luck that such a dreadful thing had found them. His speed and power that he was so proud of would not be enough to escape. To have any chance of escaping, he would need to get creative. "Hold on tight, Marianne." Chapter 43. Stupid Bug. Lucius dashed to the side with such force that Marianne nearly tumbled out of the open backpack. The child reacted instinctually, reaching up behind her to sink her fingers into Lucius's hair as she held on for dear life. Lucius grit his teeth as a sharp, tearing sensation spread across his head. He did his best to ignore the feeling, focusing on their survival as he raced into the forest, narrowly avoiding the trees whizzing by on each side as he weaved back and forth. The giant centipede-like creature followed behind him like a homing missile, crashing through any trees or branches in its way. Shattered limbs and upturned root systems littered the path behind it as the creature moved through the colorful foliage with no regard for the destruction it was leaving in its wake. When Lucius jumped through a narrow opening between two particularly large trees, the centipede leaped into the air like a shark, jumping out of the ocean before diving into the dirt as if it were the surface of the water. "What the hell?" Lucius cursed, unable to believe his eyes. "That has to be a magical ability." He shouted in disbelief. He had been betting that the creature would not be able to move between the large trees swiftly, but now he knew that the centipede was capable of much more than he thought. His mind scoured possibilities as he continued to run. He was ready to try his next plan when he felt a sudden rumbling beneath his feet and sensed danger rapidly increase the intensity of its warning. Lucius glanced down, wide-eyed, before quickly launching himself into the air with his next step. He flew toward the closest tree and used the trunk as a second step to jump further into the air. And not a moment too soon, as dirt exploded directly beneath them, sending dust, rocks, and branches flying through the air at dangerous speeds. Lucius protected Marianne, shielding her with his body. He even used his storage space to get rid of the larger projectiles as they hurtled toward his face, sending a silent apology to whisper as he did so. But he didn't have the perception or telekinesis powerful enough to stop everything, and a rain of projectiles crashed into his body before the massive set of pincers came sailing through the air toward him. Lucius scrambled to dodge the creature's attack, flailing his arms and legs in every direction in a frantic attempt to find something, anything to grab onto. By sheer dumb luck, his left foot caught on a branch as he soared upward, abruptly halting his momentum with a jolt. His eyes watered from the sudden stop, and a grimace twisted his face as Marianne instinctively yanked on his hair, trying to keep herself from flying out of the bag. Lucius held Matriarch's fury out in front of him, bracing for the creature to redirect its assault toward his new position. But it didn't. The massive centipede barreled through the air, its pincers snapping shut with a deafening crack that sent a shockwave rippling outward, hurling debris in every direction. Lucius narrowed his eyes as he watched the beast mindlessly strike the spot he would have occupied if he hadn't been able to halt his movement. "It can't see! It's been using some other method to track us!" The strange scene before him sent a flurry of realizations racing through Lucius's mind. Maybe the creature didn't possess an ability that interfered with sense danger. The talent may well have been working perfectly, stopping its warnings whenever he paused to search for the creature because standing still had thwarted the danger. The creature crashed through the canopy, angrily thrashing its head back and forth as if it had captured its prey while it tumbled to the ground. The tension disappeared from Lucius's shoulders as he observed the centipede's behavior. Oh, it's an idiot. Hanging from a thick tree limb with one hand, he turned and looked back at Marianne, holding one finger up over his mouth. Marianne quickly nodded her head and pressed her lips together, firmly. The two of them watched from the tree as the centipede hit the ground, soon realizing that it had failed to capture its prey as it began circling the area. Every few meters, it stopped and pressed its long, hairy antennae to the ground. The hair follicles were most likely sensitive to vibrations, and that was how the creature located its prey from underground. Lucius pulled a rusty wrench out of his storage ring, reaching back and hurling the item high across the forest canopy, using his telekinesis to add a little extra momentum after it had left his hand. The item flew with tremendous force, crashing back down into the tree line with a loud series of thumps at least a quarter of a mile away. He watched as the creature's body stiffened the moment the item hit the ground, before it dashed through the forest toward the noise, kicking up dirt and bulldozing trees in the process. The two humans dangled from the tree, remaining as quiet as possible, for over an hour. For the first 20 minutes or so, they could still hear the loud shattering of tree limbs and see the canopy shaking as the creature moved off in the distance. But soon, it traveled far enough that they could no longer see the signs of its presence, and for the last half hour, the world around them was undisturbed. The sound of chirping birds and the scurrying of small animals slowly returned to the area. "I think we're safe," Lucius said the words quietly. his subconscious still not quite trusting that the nightmare centipede wouldn't reappear at the slightest noise to eat him up. He paused for a moment after he spoke, listening carefully to the ambiance around him. With a deep exhale, he descended from the tree. When he reached the bottom and both feet were firmly placed on the ground, he couldn't help but rub his aching arms. The lengthy hang had been difficult, even for someone so strong. It was like holding a very light weight in your outstretched hand. Simple at first, but increasingly painful as time passed. Through effort, you have gained +1 to the stamina attribute. Well, that's one way to do it. Lucius smirked as he saw that he had achieved his goal of increasing his stamina, just in a rather unexpected way. Let's get out of this forest and back to the path. Then we can take a break, Lucius suggested. The two of them continued speaking in hushed tones, even though the creature was likely too far away to hear. Lucius scanned the ruined forest to regain his bearings, then stepped toward the road. But as his foot landed, his eyes flew open and his head snapped downward. The expected resistance of solid ground never came. Like stepping onto what you thought was the floor, only to find more stair. His grip on Matriarch's fury tightened as the earth gave way beneath him. He pitched forward, arms reaching out in a desperate attempt to catch hold of something, anything, but there was nothing. A wide circle of ground was collapsing with him. Ah! Marianne's scream echoed off the dark soil and rock filling their field of vision, as the sky rapidly fled, turning into a smaller and smaller circle of light above them. Chapter 44. Mythification. The fall only lasted a few seconds, but in freefall, that was more than enough to cover a deadly distance. Lucius and the girl plunged nearly 40 meters before the narrow tunnel gave way to a vast underground cavern. There was almost no light this deep beneath the surface, only a single patch of sunlight filtering down from far above. That faint circle of light grew rapidly in his vision as the ground rushed up to meet him. He braced himself for impact. There's a proper way to fall, a technique practiced by airborne rangers during parachute landings to minimize injury. Lucius didn't know it by name, but his instincts carried him through an amateurish version of the technique. The key was to absorb the force gradually, letting it travel through your body rather than resisting it. Thud! He struck the ground feet first, but didn't stiffen or throw out his hands to break the fall. Instead, he allowed himself to collapse forward to avoid crushing Marianne, rolling with the momentum and spreading the impact across his body as he crumpled to the ground. Still, it was painful. He tried to moan, but there was no sound. The air was knocked out of his chest as he hit the ground. But even as he tasted the blood filling his mouth and his vision turned into flashes of dizzy motion, all he was thinking about was Marianne. He felt the child's body slam hard against his back when he hit the floor, and now she wasn't making any noise. Lucius spat the blood out of his mouth as he pushed himself off the ground. His entire body felt like it was on fire, but thankfully it was still responding to his commands. While holding the sides of his forehead in his hands, trying to stabilize his vision enough to see straight, he casually added 2 of his free attribute points into vitality to blunt the pain. It worked a little, and feeling returned to his limbs as warmth spread through his body. However, he would need to add more than 2 points to stop the pain entirely, and he couldn't afford to do that in a dangerous situation. The whole reason he had been saving them up was to avoid using them while out on his own, when passing out could lead to a quick demise. He scrambled to tear the backpack from his shoulders, dropping it onto the ground and hastily pulling Marianne free. Gently, he laid her in the small circle of light to check on her. Blood trickled from the girl's nose and one of her ears, but her breathing was steady. Lucius murmured a silent prayer that she had only been knocked unconscious before snapping his head up to scan their surroundings. But there wasn't much to see. Beyond the thin pool of light, a wall of absolute darkness pressed in from every side. Worse still, his sense danger screamed a warning. The centipede was drawing closer. Lucius clenched his teeth. The bastard had put on a perfect act, feigning stupidity just long enough to lure him into a trap. Damn it! Lucius punched the ground with enough force to crack the washbowl-sized rock that took the blow. breaking the skin over his knuckles in the process. By now, he could hear the faraway echoes of skittering feet as the creature raced along the underground tunnels toward them. Lucius squinted hard in an unsuccessful attempt to see through the darkness around him as he felt around clumsily on the floor for the sword. The force of the fall had thrown it from his hand.
"Father, I can help you. Step away from the light."
Lucius looked down at the ring on his hand as he heard Whisper's voice, remembering the bat's promise to show him how to use his power. The centipede was quickly approaching, so there was no time to refuse. He stood up from the ground and stepped forward, moving away from the lonely circle of sunlight into the darkness. Okay, now what? Lucius saw two narrow orbs of purple light glowing in the air in front of him. Whisper had emerged from the storage ring, and a magical glow was being emitted from his eyes, growing brighter by the moment.
The process is called mythification. My power is a product of the combined subconscious soul of humanity. I am just the focal point. I will pass that focal point to you by merging my body with yours. You must speak my name aloud, with the intention to undergo this process in your mind.
Lucius's eyes continued to widen as he listened to Whisper's explanation. Really? Merge bodies? That is not what I had in mind, Whisper. The floating orbs of purple light shifted slightly as Whisper tilted his head.
I am already part of you. We are two pieces of one body. This process simply recombines it. I don't understand why you hesitate.
Sensed danger interrupted the conversation, reminding Lucius that he was running out of time. The young man held one hand against his brow for a moment, before turning his head back toward Marianne. Her body was lying inside the circle of light, as her tiny chest slowly rose and fell with each breath. His fists couldn't help but clench as he thought about how unfair the world had been to the child. Now, she would certainly die if he turned Whisper down. Maybe he could escape on his own, or even defeat the centipede. But there was no way he could do that while protecting Marianne. Not in the darkness of the cave, without his vision. On the creature's home turf. His indecision fell away as he continued to look at her. Whisper! He called out the name as the mythical creature had instructed. The bat's lips peeled back in a savage grin, exposing rows of needle-like teeth. In the next instant, its body unraveled into a writhing tide of shadows that surged toward Lucius with terrifying speed. He stiffened instinctively as the silky darkness slithered up his legs, sliding beneath his clothing like a living thing. The shadows were cool against his skin, but there was a strength in them, a tight, unrelenting grip that wrapped around his body before sinking deep into his flesh. Lucius staggered, gasping as a violent transformation rippled through him. Power flooded his senses, raw and overwhelming. Most striking of all was a sudden awareness, a new, alien sense awakening within him. He could feel the shadows now, every strand, every flicker, as if they were extensions of his own body. It was similar to the telekinesis granted by his ring, but compared to this, the ring's power felt pale and fragile, a candle next to a roaring fire. Lucius watched in alarm as his fingers stretched, the nails thickening and darkening until they became razor-sharp claws. An unsettling pressure built in his jaw as his teeth shifted, growing longer and sharper, forcing him to part his lips slightly to avoid tearing into his own flesh. The shadows slipped away from his face, revealing his transformed eyes. Both irises now a deep, unnatural purple. The once black cave exploded into blinding brightness, and the small circle of light where Marianne rested now burned like a miniature sun, searing his vision. With a grunt, Lucius shielded his eyes with one hand, turning away from the painful glare. When he cast his newly sharpened vision back into the cavern, the world around him sprang into vivid detail. He stood in a vast, rocky chamber, its high ceiling crowded with jagged stalactites, and a honeycomb of tunnels branching out in every direction. Lucius's perception had evolved into something razor-sharp, allowing him to pinpoint the exact tunnel from which the skittering echoes of the approaching creature were racing toward him.
How do you feel, Father?
I feel strong. Where are you? How can you speak without a body?
I am here with you. I never used my body to speak in the first place, so why should losing it stop me? Look at this. I can even still help you command the shadows. As Whisper spoke, a clump of shadows rose up from the ground and took on the form of its body, waving at Lucius before melting back into the solid rock.
I see. We should take the fight to the creature. If we wait here for it, we'll be exposing Marianne to the danger. Let's go. Lucius stepped toward the tunnels. But what should have been a simple step forward turned into a great leap. He landed on the ground with his arms and legs sticking out awkwardly and a clumsy attempt to steady himself. Shit, he muttered. Chapter 45. The Clash. As Lucius stepped forward awkwardly, he caught sight of his missing sword, its blade jutting from a pile of stones along the path ahead. He reached out with his newly clawed hand, and the moment his fingers extended toward it, the sword vanished from the rocks and materialized in his grasp. Moving forward, he quickly adjusted to the strange changes in his body. In fact, he adapted with a speed that felt unnatural, leading him to suspect that his intelligence and creativity had also been enhanced by the mythification. Lucius broke into a sprint, racing to meet his foe head-on, and with a thought, summoned his attribute panel to better understand his transformed condition. Status, level 21. Strength, 29. Vitality, 13. Dexterity, 35. Intelligence, 10. Creativity, 11. Luck, 6. Stamina, 21. Magic power, 20. Magic resist, 10. Free attributes, 14. A smile spread across his face, exposing his sharpened fangs as he used his boosted intelligence to hastily calculate the extent of the changes. Looks like it's +5 to everything, except magic power, which got a massive +20, and vitality, which stayed the same, Lucius concluded. It made sense that vitality would not change from the mythification. Just as Whisper had explained, the two shared a constant connection in that aspect, and Lucius's vitality would increase as Whisper grew stronger. Basically, the boost to his health was always active. Next, Lucius glanced at his list of talents, hoping the system would explain exactly what he was capable of now. Below the list of his usual talents, there was an additional line that read, Mythification, but the description box contained only a row of question marks. That's not helpful, he muttered. He attempted to scratch his chin as he stared at the list, but when he saw the sharp blades at the end of his fingers moving toward his face, he decided against it. Pay attention, Father! The creature approaches! Lucius tightened his grip around Matriarch's Fury as he stared down the long tunnel. About 20 meters ahead, the path twisted sharply to the right, and from around the bend, a pair of massive pincers slid into view as the centipede finally emerged. The creature's oversized body filled nearly the entire tunnel, and Lucius wondered if it was even capable of turning around in such tight quarters. He decided to put that question to the test, hoping to draw the monster farther away from Marianne. Dirt scattered underfoot as he poured strength into each stride, feeling the air tear past him like he was leaning out of a speeding car window. Lucius couldn't help but notice how calm he felt, even as he sprinted straight toward the deadly centipede. Somewhere along the way, during the endless string of emergencies his life had become, he had made peace with the fact that battle and death were now part of his reality. But that acceptance didn't erase the natural terror of fighting to the death against creatures from another dimension. Yet now, that fear was simply gone. An eerie calm blanketed his mind. No doubt another effect of the transformation. This wasn't the time to reflect, though. Shaking his head slightly, without ever taking his eyes off the enemy ahead, Lucius shoved all unnecessary thoughts aside. This was no time for hesitation. This was a moment to wager everything, his life and Marianne's, on a single desperate battle. The creature was clearly aware of his approach. It clacked its mandibles together furiously and surged forward the moment Lucius broke into a charge. Lowering its head, it spread its pincers wide, ready to tear him apart. But just as Lucius was about to enter the deadly gap between its jagged jaws, he pushed off the ground with all his strength, vanishing from the path in a sudden burst of speed as he launched himself into the air. Even with his enhanced reflexes, he was almost too slow. He had to yank his knees tight to his chest to avoid losing his legs as the centipede's pincers snapped shut beneath him with a thunderous crack that shook the tunnel. The creature reacted far faster than it had in the forest, instantly tracking Lucius's movements with a sharpness it had lacked before. It arched its thick neck backward, snapping at him before he could slip beyond its reach. But a shadow shaped like a small bat darted into its face, startling it just long enough for Lucius to evade. Reaching the ceiling of the tunnel, Lucius kicked off with explosive force, launching himself toward the centipede's exposed back. Matriarch's fury was leveled before him like a lance, the weapon gleaming with lethal intent. As he collided with the moving wall of black armor that was the creature's back, he drove the spear point into it with all his strength. A sharp crack split the air, like a nail gun firing into solid steel, as the enchanted weapon and the monster's defenses clashed, two brutal forces struggling for dominance. Lucius thought the blade might fail him at first, but a red radiance spread from the blade to the surface of the carapace upon impact, weakening the armor just enough to allow the weapon to sink into the monster's flesh. A shrill, offensive screech tore from the centipede as the blade pierced its armor. The sound was deafening, but Lucius hardly noticed. He was too focused on the rush of warmth flooding into his body through Matriarch's fury. The deep aches and bruises from his feet to his chest tingled as the healing energy spread through him, drawing a quiet breath of relief from his lips. There was no time to savor it. Lucius's eyes snapped upward as the centipede lifted its head, twisting back toward him. To his shock, the creature's head passed straight through the solid wall of earth that should have blocked its massive body, the dirt rippling like water around it. A moment later, the centipede's pincers burst free from the shifting soil, leading the charge as it lunged straight for him. He was forced to rip Matriarch's fury free and sprint across the creature's dark, shifting armor, moving against the flow like a man running on a massive, living treadmill. Small bats and tendrils of shadow continued to harass the centipede. Whisper wove shadows around its legs, sent vibrations along its body to disorient it, and tugged sharply at its antennae. It was hard to tell how effective the assault was, but at the very least, it was fracturing the monster's focus, forcing it to divide its attention across too many threats at once. Lucius stabbed and slashed as he ran. Even when he failed to pierce the thick armor, every blow was building stacks of assassinate, preparing for a devastating strike. Unfortunately, he quickly realized that attacks made through the shadows didn't seem to activate the talent. A shame. If he had been able to boost the shadow's damage remotely, he might have been able to kill the beast without ever putting himself in real danger. Once he reached the end of the centipede's long body, Lucius leaped off and sprinted down the rocky tunnel, the creature thundering after him. As he ran, a sudden idea struck him. Without looking back, he twisted his body and hurled his sword over his shoulder with pinpoint precision. The centipede barely reacted as the weapon bounced harmlessly off its armored face, leaving only a faint scratch before vanishing just before it could hit the ground. Lucius was already moving his arm again, readying another throw. As he swung forward, Matriarch's fury rematerialized in his hand an instant before he released it. The blade flew through the air and cracked hard against the centipede's black carapace once more. This time, the impact carved a slightly deeper groove, barely noticeable to most, but easily spotted by Lucius's sharpened senses. Grinning, he hurled the sword a third time, a wide smile spreading across his face as he realized two critical things. Assassinate worked with thrown weapons, and his storage ring allowed him to throw Matriarch's fury as many times as he pleased. Latent talent detected. You have unlocked the talent Dimensional Manipulation. Dimensional Manipulation, Level 1. Your unique use of dimensional storage has led to the development of a talent, plus 20% item retrieval distance, plus 20% retrieval speed. Chapter 46. The Clash 2. Nice! Lucius cheered as a new talent scrolled quickly past his vision. His enhanced perception allowed him to read it instantly, without pulling his focus away from the fight. He felt the effects immediately. When he reached out to pull the sword back into his storage space, the retrieval was noticeably quicker, and the same was true when summoning it back into his hand. The improvement allowed him to throw weapons more rapidly and from greater distances, extending both his reach and his offensive momentum. He continued his relentless assault as he sprinted down the tunnel, creating a bizarre and terrifying spectacle. To any onlooker, it would have seemed as if Lucius possessed an endless supply of swords. His high dexterity allowed him to throw Matriarch's Fury slightly faster than once per second, unleashing a barrage of strikes that hammered the centipede without pause. The damage buffs from Assassinate stacked higher and higher, and the centipede quickly realized it could no longer simply shrug off the attacks. With little room to maneuver, it tried to climb the walls and burrow into the earth to avoid the incoming blows. But it couldn't dodge them all. Strike after strike wore down its defenses, and finally the accumulated force of Lucius's relentless assault reached a critical point. Matriarch's Fury pierced through the centipede's black armor, even while being thrown. The blade sank into the left side of the centipede's face, driving a few inches deep past the hard black carapace. It had just finished dodging an earlier attack by diving beneath the earth and was resurfacing when Lucius finally landed the strike. He felt leech life activate instantly, even from a distance, and marveled at the system's ability to transfer stolen vitality across open space without the need for physical contact. The moment Matriarch's Fury pierced the centipede's armor, a change stirred in the creature, one that Lucius failed to notice. Sensing that it would lose if the battle continued unchanged, the monster abandoned its efforts to conserve magic. Instead, it unleashed its power over the earth, turning its defensive manipulation into an aggressive assault. Lucius, still focused on maintaining his relentless pace down the tunnel, remained unaware of the new threat. He retrieved his sword after the successful strike and was winding up for another throw when, without warning, the ground beneath his feet turned soft and treacherous. "Shit!" Lucius shouted as he sank to his waist, his forward momentum vanishing as the soft earth swallowed him. The centipede surged forward, closing the distance with terrifying speed, its mandibles opening wide over his trapped body. At the last possible moment, a rope of shadow lashed around Lucius's waist, yanking him backward and out of reach, saving his life, but not sparing him from injury. One jagged pincer caught him as he was pulled away, raking across his back and shredding his shirt, leaving a deep laceration that carved from his shoulder down to his opposite hip. Lucius clenched his teeth as solid ground met his feet once again, launching himself forward with every ounce of strength he had as the centipede shredded the earth where he had just been. The pain wasn't the worst of it. The real blow was losing his built-up stacks of Assassinate, forcing him to start over to break through the creature's armor once more. But Lucius didn't hesitate. Gritting through the agony, he immediately resumed his ranged attacks. Each throw strained the torn muscles in his back, sending sharp bursts of pain radiating through his body with every swing. But he refused to let it slow him. With the centipede so close on his heels, his aim was more precise. He focused his throws on a vulnerable spot, the joint where the armor met the base of the creature's left antenna. Latent talent detected. You have unlocked the talent Piercing Throw. Piercing Throw Level 1. High perception and dexterity allow you to better target your attacks, plus 25% critical hit chance to weapons thrown within 10 meters. The blade slipped neatly between the joints of the centipede's long antenna. Lucius knew the strike had landed true when he felt the familiar warmth of leech life coursing through him, easing the pain in his back. The centipede reacted violently, slowing its charge as it lowered the wounded antenna to its face, trying to claw at the embedded weapon with its mandibles. Lucius didn't waste a second. He yanked the blade back into his hand. If the creature had managed to grab it, he wouldn't have been able to retrieve it through the storage ring's magic. The enemy's hesitation lasted only a moment. With a shriek of rage, it poured the last of its stored magic into the earth, unleashing a massive surge that rippled down the tunnel ahead. It was a desperate, final gambit. A colossal trap meant to end the battle in one decisive strike. This time, Whisper was ready. He pushed against the soles of Lucius's feet with his shadows, creating bursts of support that allowed the young man to keep running across the unstable, crumbling ground. "Nice job, Whisper!" Lucius gave a thumbs up to his companion as he raced over the long stretch of liquefied earth, using the shadows as stepping stones to rapidly move through the trap. By the time he reached the other side, beads of sweat had begun to collect on his forehead, and he could feel a sense of exhaustion rising inside him. "Why am I suddenly so tired?" "It cost a great deal of magic power to create shadow strong enough to support your weight, Father. Our enemy should have exhausted its magic with that attack as well. It won't be able to move through the earth for some time. If you can get behind it, it will be helpless to defend itself from your attacks." Lucius glanced back at the creature, noticing its decreased speed and the slight drooping of its antennae. "I have an idea. How much magic do you have left?" He spent a few brief seconds discussing his plan with Whisper, the two quickly reaching an agreement. Then, after his next throw, Lucius dug his feet into the ground, sliding forward a few inches as he abruptly shifted direction, sprinting after the flying blade toward his enemy. The centipede lifted its head, preparing to strike at the sudden change in movement. But just as Lucius was about to enter its attack range, two shadows split from his body, each identical to him in shape and weight, and darted past the creature's head in opposite directions. Lucius was gambling on the idea that the centipede relied on senses other than sight to track its prey, and if he was right, it wouldn't be able to tell at a glance which of the three targets was real. The creature's mounting exhaustion, combined with the confusion sown by the trick, was enough to delay its reaction for a crucial moment, stealing away its final opportunity to turn the battle. All three figures, real and false, slipped past without issue. Sensing its peril, the centipede immediately tried to flee down the tunnel, but the attempt was desperate and doomed from the start. Whisper lashed a length of shadow around the monster's writhing body and passed the tether to Lucius just as he landed with a heavy thud on the hard, black armor of its back. Clinging to the rope with one hand, Lucius summoned Matriarch's Fury back into his grasp and immediately set to work repaying the beast for all the suffering and wasted time it had inflicted on him and Marianne. The blade flashed with bursts of red light as its magic-infused strikes landed, and with Lucius pouring his full strength into each blow, it took only moments to carve a deep, square-shaped cut into the centipede's armored hide. Without hesitation, Lucius reached down, dug his sharp nails into one of the sliced edges, and yanked hard, ripping at the black carapace with savage force. The creature unleashed another ear-piercing scream as Lucius slowly tore the square of carapace from its back, the sound raw and agonized, like a fingernail being ripped from flesh. The centipede slammed its head against the tunnel walls in desperation, abandoning its flight and instead frantically trying to dig into the earth to create enough space to turn. The hard-packed soil and stone gave way under its strength, but it was a futile effort. There was no saving itself now. Lucius tossed the slab of black armor aside, and with a ruthless efficiency, used Matriarch's Fury and his claws to shred through the exposed layer of flesh, cutting deeper until he laid bare the creature's vital organs. Then, moving with grim precision, he began slicing the slippery innards apart, using only his sword to ensure he claimed every drop of leech life the system would grant him. The beast was so massive that Lucius had to lean inside its torn body to finish the job, quickly becoming drenched in thick yellow slime that reeked of salt water. He could sense the steady thudding of the creature's heart just a few feet beyond the walls of flesh before him. Ever since undergoing mythification, Lucius had developed a sharp attunement to the heartbeats and blood flow of living things around him. Even from a distance, he had instinctively pinpointed the general location of the centipede's heart, and now he was closing in for the kill. The final layer of flesh parted under his blade, revealing a massive blue heart. He reached back to stab the organ and put an end to the fight. But the longer his eyes lingered on the beating heart, the stronger a different desire rising inside of him became. Lucius's tongue ran across the sharp fangs at the top of his mouth as he stared forward. Chapter 47. A Painful Decision. You have defeated Centipede Colossus, level 24. You have reached level 22. You have 22 attribute points available for distribution. You have been awarded 1 item upgrade token, usable on items of the grade Magical or below. Lucius could still feel a powerful warmth coursing through his body as he jumped down from the corpse of his slain foe. He let out a long sigh, wiping streaks of blue blood from his lips. Spitting several times, he tried to clear the bitter taste from his mouth. Now that the overwhelming rush had faded, his mind was clear enough for regret to creep in. Grimacing, he shoved the unpleasant memory aside and turned his attention to the creature's remains. The centipede's armor was impressively sturdy, so he carefully cut a few sheets of carapace from the thickest areas, mostly around the skull, and severed both of the massive mandibles, the most difficult task by far. Once he had finished, he stored the harvested materials in his ring and left the mutilated corpse behind, making his way back down the long tunnel toward Marianne.
I don't understand why you're upset, Father. You regularly consume the flesh of slain creatures. Those cans of soup you eat contain it, and that cooked flesh doesn't even offer you an increase in power like fresh blood does.
Whisper was right, but it didn't improve the young man's mood. Lucius had gained 3 points of vitality from the centipede's blood, triple what he had received when Whisper consumed the ape's blood. He wasn't sure if it was due to the creature's strength, the amount of blood it contained, or both.
I usually don't eat it raw, though, Whisper. Especially not when it's still alive and moving. Well, you didn't have to eat it anyway. Just let me have it next time.
Lucius let out another sigh as he watched the ground moving past swiftly beneath his feet. He kept mythification active until he reached the end of the tunnel, where daylight streaming down from the hole above allowed him to see without the night vision provided by the transformation. The sound of quiet sobbing reached his ears as the light flooded the front of his vision.
Whisper, get out!
A wave of shadow retreated from his body like sticky black spiderwebs being peeled off glass. The black claws at the end of his fingers slowly retracted, and the awkward sensation in his mouth faded. Darkness filled his surroundings as the mythification fully dissolved, taking his enhanced vision with it. The blazing light at the center of the room dimmed, returning to the poorly lit patch of ground that his human eyes were accustomed to. Once he was certain the visible effects of the transformation had ended, he stepped into the light and rushed to Marianne's side. The girl lay on her back, her face scrunched in pain as she whimpered, tears flowing from the outer corners of her tightly closed eyes. When Lucius reached her and held her hand, she gripped it as tightly as her weakened body could manage, her eyes drifting open, but unable to turn her head toward him.
I thought you left. I was very scared, Lucius.
When she spoke, her small teeth stained red with blood were exposed. The blood kept filling her mouth, forcing her to swallow it, because the pain prevented her from rolling over and spitting it out. Even with Lucius acting as a cushion, the fall's great distance had severely injured the child. She couldn't move her neck and likely suffered from severe internal bleeding. Lucius was terrified to even attempt moving her.
I know. I'm sorry I wasn't here when you woke up,
he gently responded, trying not to let the fear he was feeling at her awful condition show through in his voice.
It hurts really bad, Lucius. I can't move, and it's hard to breathe. Please, don't leave me alone.
I'm not going to leave you. I just need a moment to think. I'll figure out a way to help you. Marianne reluctantly let go of his hand, allowing Lucius to stand. He began pacing anxiously along the outer edge of the small circle of light, his mind racing as he struggled to think of a way to save her. Marianne's condition was far worse than he had hoped. Even without fully understanding the extent of her injuries, it was obvious that the fall had severely damaged her internal organs. He should have known better. Even his own enhanced body was damaged by the fall, and hers was that of a mundane human, untouched by the benefits of the system's power.
She's going to die, Father. We should take her blood and end her suffering.
Lucius stopped and looked at his storage ring, where Whisper was hiding to avoid the light. Hey, Whisper?
Yes, Father.
If you ever suggest something like that again, I'll hold you in the sunlight until you burn to death in my hands, Lucius said through gritted teeth. His tone was calm, but the anger was unmistakable in his furrowed brows and clenched fists. The tiny creature peeked up from the children's storybook it had been reading inside the storage space, its mouth hanging open, large eyes wide with shock. After a long moment of silence, Whisper's face and shoulders drooped. He wrapped his winged arms around his head, moisture welling in his big eyes, before scurrying under a pile of clothes to hide from Lucius's sight. Lucius let out a deep sigh when he saw Whisper's reaction. His emotions had taken over, causing him to momentarily forget Whisper was only recently born. The mythical creature wasn't evil, just incredibly naive about most subjects outside its own powers. As Lucius glanced at the slightly trembling pile of clothes where Whisper had hidden, his eyes shot wide open in sudden realization. His gaze fell on Matriarch's Fury, lying nearby. That could work, he blurted out. Quickly retrieving the blade from his storage ring, Lucius rushed back to Marianne's side. He held the blade out of her view as he gently lifted her hand. I'm going to try something to help you feel better. Close your eyes. Marianne nodded weakly, her eyes barely opening at his touch before closing again. She was having a hard time remaining conscious at this point, likely going into shock. Lucius placed the sword's handle in her hand, pressing her fingers closed around it. Hold this for me. Don't let go, he hastily instructed. Marianne obeyed, and Lucius took a moment to gather his courage. After several deep breaths, he bit down on his shirt collar before stabbing the blade tip into his own arm. Lucius's eyes filled with tears, but he managed to stay silent. A flash of red shot from the weapon into his arm, making him tremble from the intense pain. But his attention never shifted away as he watched Marianne closely, hope fluttering in his chest as a bit of color returned to her pale face. It's warm. That's good, Marianne. Just keep your eyes closed for me. I will. I promise. 15 minutes passed, as Marianne was bathed in one wave of warmth after another, slowly healing her broken body. By now, her consciousness had returned to her fully, and when she could no longer feel the unbearable pain, she asked if she could open her eyes. Not yet. Lucius put the sword away. His face was pale and covered in sweat as he wrapped a bandage around the ruined flesh of his arm. Pulling a long-sleeved shirt from his ring to hide his injuries, he winced as a blinding pain shot through his body when his injured arm snagged on the shirt's fabric. Marianne heard his ragged breathing as he finally failed to suppress the pain, opening her eyes in confusion. Tears streamed down the young girl's face once again, this time from sadness rather than injuries. Lucius, what happened? Before he could respond, blackness crept into the corners of his vision, turning the whole world dark as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 48. Making Amends. Through effort, you have gained +1 to the magic resistance attribute. Lucius's eyes slowly opened. He lay on his back, staring up at the opening of the tunnel above him. The sun had shifted to the far side of the sky, and the light pouring through the gap had weakened considerably. The circle of illumination that had once surrounded him had drifted across the chamber, now casting its pale glow on the opposite side of the room. "You're finally awake," Marianne exclaimed. She was sitting by his side with Whisper in her lap. The two of them had been intensely focused on the storybook in her hands. She was explaining one of the stories to the mythical creature, pointing at the pictures as she described one event after another from memory. She couldn't read all the words on the pages yet, but she was able to recite a few of the stories by heart. When Whisper followed Marianne's gaze away from the book and noticed that Lucius was awake, he disappeared immediately into the storage ring. The pain in Lucius's arm was immense, It was probably what had awoken him. Lucius pulled a bottle of Tylenol out of his med kit while he continued to lie there and dumped a triple dose into his mouth before washing it down with a large mouthful of water. Then he began adding free attribute points into Vitality, one at a time, spending a full 5 points before the warmth spreading through his body dulled the pain. Now at least he felt like he could move without worsening his injuries. Increasing his vitality did not heal his wounds, but it empowered his flesh, allowing him to survive worse wounds and recover faster.
Are you okay now?
Marianne asked. She stood up and walked closer to him, looking down toward his injuries as she hugged the book tightly. Lucius noticed that the long-sleeved shirt that he had only managed to pull halfway onto himself was now fully in place. Whisper and the child must have helped him finish dressing himself after he collapsed. Carefully lifting his head off the ground, he pushed himself into a sitting position with his good arm. As he did so, a cool piece of wet cloth fell down from his forehead. He smiled as he picked up the cloth, noticing that it was one of his socks. He held it up toward Marianne as he spoke. "What's this?"
Oh, your head got really hot when you were sleeping, and you started sweating a lot. Don't worry, it's clean. Whisper helped me get it from your ring.
I see. Thank you for taking care of me. How are you feeling, Marianne? The girl moved her head back and forth a few times, placing one hand on her neck, testing the condition of her injuries.
I'm still really sore, and I have a lot of bruises, but as long as I don't move too fast, it's okay.
Lucius nodded at the girl's explanation. It seemed he had done enough. She was no longer in danger of dying. Moving carefully, he climbed to his feet, keeping his injured arm as still as possible. Once standing, he pulled a spare shirt from his ring, let it hang toward the ground, and stepped on one end. With his uninjured hand, he tore the fabric into a long strip. He slung the strip around his neck and struggled to tie it into a knot, awkwardly fumbling with one hand until Marianne stepped forward and helped him finish it. Afterward, he took a few steadying breaths before lifting his injured arm into the makeshift sling. The pain was shocking, and Lucius could do nothing but stand frozen, clenching his teeth in a twisted grimace until it finally ebbed. Once the worst of it had passed, he lowered himself into a sitting position, his gaze drifting up to the hole they had fallen through earlier in the day. He sat there, lost in thought, trying to figure out how he was going to get them out. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Marianne stealing glances at him as she nervously rubbed her hands together. Each time he turned to meet her gaze, she quickly looked away. "What is it, Marianne?" he asked. The hand rubbing intensified as her gaze passed back and forth between Lucius and the storage ring on his hand, before scrunching up her face in determination and looking him directly in the eye.
You need to say you're sorry, she blurted out impulsively.
Lucius raised an eyebrow as the unexpected words left the child's lips. He looked down at the storage ring, following her gaze, and realized what she was talking about. "You mean to whisper?" Marianne nodded resolutely, but her shaking hands revealed how nervous it made her to make such a demand. Nevertheless, she continued to stand up to Lucius to protect her friend.
"You hurt Whisper's feelings, so you should say sorry."
The girl had mostly been quiet and kind ever since he had met her. Starting a conflict was the last thing Lucius had expected from her. He looked down at her in silence for a few moments, letting her stew in her nerves during the long pause, before deciding he had prolonged her suffering enough. A small smile tugged at his lips as he reached out and gently patted her head. At his touch, her stern facade broke. She looked away in a hurry, her cheeks flushing red as her small hands squeezed tightly together beneath her chin. "Whisper, come out here." The pitiful creature obeyed the command, but when he appeared, it was behind Marianne's legs, clinging to her ankle as he peeked around her and kept himself hidden from Lucius's line of sight. Lucius did his best to suppress the regretful sigh that rose in his chest. His fear and desperation over Marianne's deadly condition had driven him to an angry outburst, one that had traumatized the childlike creature, and left a deep crack in the growing bond between them. "Will you please come over here? I promise I'm not going to hurt you." The purple bat trembled as he looked up at Marianne, who gave him a small nod of encouragement. Slowly, he unwrapped his wings from her leg and began the hesitant walk toward Lucius. As Whisper's tiny feet padded across the ground, Lucius couldn't help but notice the damage. Much of the fur on the bat's left wing was missing, and the exposed skin beneath was shredded and pocked with holes. When he finally arrived, Whisper stood, silently, his face lowered toward the ground, waiting for Lucius to speak. "What happened to your wing?" Whisper lifted his head, glancing toward his left wing in fear as the recollection of how he had received his injuries clearly disturbed him.
Our life force is connected, Father."
Now the sigh could not be restrained. Lucius let out a heavy breath as he realized that he had not only traumatized the creature, but had proceeded to painfully torture it immediately afterward. He had not intended to do so, but by using Matriarch's fury against himself, he was using it against Whisper at the same time. "I see. That was an oversight. I didn't mean to hurt your wing. Whisper, do you understand why I got so angry with you earlier?" Whisper shook his head from side to side as he continued to stare at the ground. Lucius rubbed his chin for a few moments as he thought about the best way to explain, looking over toward Marianne as he considered his options. "Do you like spending time together with Marianne?" Whisper thought about the question for a few moments before slowly nodding his head. "Right, so how would you feel if you weren't able to do that anymore? What if someone came and took her away forever?"
"I would get her back."
"What if you failed?" Whisper considered the question for a long time, looking back at Marianne every few seconds as the idea settled into his mind.
"I would be very sad."
Right. That is what death is like for humans. We aren't like mythical creatures that can be reborn. If we die, we go away and we can't come back. Do you understand?
"Yes, Father."
Good. I'm sorry for the way I spoke to you earlier. Lucius reached out, resting his hand gently on the back of Whisper's trembling head. As he spoke his apology, his fingers moved in slow, soothing strokes, careful not to startle the fragile creature further. At first, Whisper stiffened under the touch, his little body taut with fear. But as Lucius continued, the tension gradually ebbed from his limbs. The tremors in his wings subsided, and the tight, anxious expression on his face slowly gave way to something softer, a look of cautious, growing relief. By the time Lucius withdrew his hand, Whisper was no longer hiding behind his wings, but standing a little straighter, blinking up at him with wide, hopeful eyes. With his apology given, Lucius turned his attention back toward the more pressing issue. "Okay, now we need to get the hell out of this hole." Chapter 49. An Encounter in the Night. Lucius walked in a large circle, staring up at the only exit from this underground cavern that he was aware of. He could probably scale the walls and climb out if he were alone and uninjured, but that wasn't an option in this situation. "Whisper, can you lift us out with your shadows?" Lucius glanced down at his two companions as he spoke. Whisper had taken a bag of beef jerky from his ring's stock of food and brought it over to Marianne before resuming their reading. Even Whisper held a piece of it in his tiny hands. Though he didn't actually eat it, he simply licked at it now and then to try the flavor. The mythical creature looked up at the ceiling from his seat in Marianne's lap for a few moments before answering.
"I can do it, Father, but it will be draining and we must wait for night to fall."
"Good. I think that's our best option." The three of them got comfortable and settled in to wait out the sun. After learning about something called hopscotch from the pictures in Marianne's storybook, Whisper asked her to teach him the game. She agreed, and the two eventually convinced Lucius to carve hopscotch squares into the hard stone floor for them with Matriarch's fury, He agreed, creating a regular-sized game for Marianne and a miniature version for Whisper, after realizing the bat was far too small to hop from one square to another. For the next few hours before nightfall, the three companions ate their fill and hopped around the increasingly dark cave. One silver lining from the events of the past day was that Marianne's malnutrition-induced weakness seemed to have been cured, along with her injuries from the fall, by Lucius's desperate procedure. The child could now move much more easily than before, and would likely be able to walk on her own for the remainder of the journey. When it became too dark to see their game any longer, they waited another 20 minutes until Whisper was satisfied that night had truly fallen. Then, his eyes glowed purple as he waved his wings, summoning the shadows. A large mass of blackness joined together before it stretched upward, growing thinner as it ascended. When the shadows reached the mouth of the hole, they split apart and spread around it like spiderwebs, anchoring themselves to the ground above to support the weight of the two humans. Whisper created a basket of darkness for Marianne to sit in, while Lucius gripped the length of shadow above the basket with his good arm. Slowly, the shadows retracted, pulling them into the air. They rose higher and higher, entering the tunnel of dirt and stone that led to the exit. The circle of starry night sky above them grew larger as they approached, until finally, the dirt walls gave way, and the vast night sky spread out, covering the world above them. The air was cold. The cave had been as well, but it had at least protected them from the nighttime wind, which made it feel even colder. The loud chirping of insects filled the forest, and the dusty smell of the cave was replaced with damp wood and decomposing leaves. "Let's find somewhere to take shelter for the night. We need to move swiftly to find a safe place to sleep. So please, let me carry you one more time, Marianne." With a nod from the child, Lucius carefully strapped the backpack over his shoulders and crouched down, allowing Marianne to climb inside. As he took her weight on his back, a sharp pain shot through his left arm. Clenching his teeth and lifting the bag up slowly, he rose to his feet. It took a few minutes for the pain to subside, but the constant pull of the pack on his injured shoulder meant he would have to endure some discomfort until they reached their destination. He started heading toward the road, but the darkness of the forest, combined with his lack of attention to landmarks during their earlier flight from the centipede, left him unsure of the route. Whisper, noticing Lucius's hesitation, eagerly offered guidance. "This way, Father. I can lead you to the road." "Thank you, Whisper." Whisper conjured a small hand out of shadow, using it to grasp Lucius's and guide the two humans through the gloom of the forest. Their progress was slow at first, but once they found the road, they were able to move more quickly. Lucius broke into a run, following the path as the dark forest blurred past on either side. After some time, he spotted a mailbox jutting from the tree line a few dozen meters ahead, proof that they had finally found a potential shelter. Lucius turned off the road when he reached the mailbox, following the driveway toward a small, cabin-style home, like the one Marianne lived in. But as soon as he caught sight of the building, Lucius suddenly stopped moving, staring ahead warily as his brow furrowed. "Are we there?" Lucius turned to the side so Marianne could see why he had stopped. She looked at the cabin, immediately noticing the flickering lights spilling out from its windows. Lucius had to help the child to understand what that meant, however. "A fire?" she questioned. "Yes, but if there's a fire, someone must have lit it," Lucius explained, considering whether it was wise to approach strangers at night or whether it was better to keep moving. "Maybe it's Mom and Dad. Let's go see, Lucius." Lucius didn't share Marianne's hopeful enthusiasm, but he decided to approach the cabin anyway. After all, he was strong, and he could always retreat if something seemed off. "Okay, but keep your eyes open and hold on tight in case we have to run." He moved forward, cautiously, a strange, conflicting sensation emanating from sensed danger. It was as if the talent couldn't decide whether to warn him, like the potential for danger was present, but hadn't solidified into a threat. As Lucius stepped onto the cobblestone walkway leading to the front door, his foot snagged on something, triggering a loud, clattering sound, like a bag full of empty aluminum cans being shaken. Lucius jumped back as he glanced down at the tripwire he had kicked, crouching in a defensive posture as Matriarch's fury materialized in his hand. Sense danger flickered in the same odd fashion, as a taut, straining sound like rope being stretched tightly came from the cabin roof. He glanced upward, following the sound just as a man's voice rang out sharply from the same direction. "That's far enough. Don't move." Lucius's eyes snapped open as he twisted toward the voice, just in time to spot a man stepping out from behind the cabin's large chimney, a tall, wooden bow drawn and an arrow leveled straight at him. The man's combat boots creaked against the roof as he moved, camouflage leggings tucked neatly into the tops. Instead of a matching camo top, he wore a long, dark jacket with the hood pulled low over his head, casting his face into shadow. Only the rough blur of a brown beard jutted out from beneath the hood, offering Lucius the barest glimpse of the figure preparing to shoot him. As the man spoke, two more figures emerged, one from each side of the cabin. They moved to flank Lucius while the archer remained in front, his bow still trained on him. These two also wore uniforms, though only one wore his properly. Lucius glanced up at the man on his left, a tall figure, appearing to be around 30, with a head of thick blonde hair and a clean-shaven face. His uniform was neat and well-kept, and he carried a long sword that gleamed with a mirror-like perfection. The dark color of the sword's crossguard, grip, and pommel stood in stark contrast to the bright silver of the blade, which exuded a palpable pressure that made Lucius instinctively wary. It was undoubtedly a magical weapon, likely created by the system. The third man on his right side was by far the largest of the three. He stood as tall as the blond man, but appeared to be at least twice his weight. He was also dressed in combat boots and camouflage pants, but his heavily muscled upper body was bare. His shiny, bald head reflected the moonlight, and a black beard, thinner than the archer's, framed his thick face. Unlike the others, he carried no weapon, yet Lucius sensed he was no less dangerous. Lucius's gaze lingered on the blond man's uniform. He was the only one wearing something that displayed his name and rank. The solid gold bar pinned to the center of his chest marked him as an officer, while the name Tiber was embroidered in bold black letters over his left breast. Judging by the way the other two glanced at him for direction, he was clearly the leader. Lucius looked up at the man named Tiber as he stepped backward and spoke. "I'm not here to fight." Tiber maintained his stern expression as he listened to Lucius's words, never breaking stride as he continued to maneuver for position. "Of course not. You're just spreading the good word of the Lord out here in the dark, right?" The archer yelled down at him with a sneer. Tiber raised a hand toward the archer, silencing him, then pointed his longsword directly at Lucius. "Surrender first. Then, we can talk." Chapter 50. 3 versus 1.
"Don't hurt Lucius. He's a good guy."
Marianne's outburst startled the three soldiers. The archer slightly lowered his aim as he looked down at the bag on Lucius's back, brows deeply furrowed as he shouted down. "What the hell are you doing out here in the middle of the night with a child?" "What are you so scared of, Garrick? He's just a kid himself, and he's only got one good arm." The bald soldier let out a deep belly laugh as he saw that the hooded archer had raised a middle finger up in his direction, lowering his bow in the process. However, the stern expressions returned to their faces when the third soldier spoke. "Garrick, Roland, don't let your guard down. That could be any manner of abomination, wearing the skin of a child to fool you. What child could survive walking through the forest in the dead of night? It's pitch black out there, and crawling with powerful creatures. Everything about this is suspicious." The leader continued to stare at Lucius, eyes narrowed as he carefully observed the young man's every move. "Put down your weapon. The best I can do is not kill you. But you're getting tied up. This is your last chance to cooperate before we use force." The leader continued to hold his sword out in front of him as he slowly approached Lucius. "You want me to put our lives in your hands? I won't do that. If you aren't willing to trust me, I'll just be on my way," Lucius rebutted. He tried to step back and create some distance between himself and Lieutenant Tiber, but the soldier matched his movements, carefully maintaining the gap between them as he shouted orders. "Roland, disarm him! I'll cover you!" The largest of the soldiers gave a swift nod when he heard the order, cracking his knuckles and stretching his neck as he stepped forward toward Lucius. The rippling muscles on his chest clenched and relaxed a few times as he walked. "Put down that toothpick, kid. It's no use against me anyway." Lucius's eyebrows furrowed as he felt the magical energy enveloping Roland's body. The shade of the man's skin darkened several tones, becoming a shiny bronze that glistened particularly brightly on his bald head. The man's muscular physique, combined with the color and shine of his skin, reminded Lucius of Roman armor. A large bronze hand reached swiftly toward Matriarch's Fury, prompting Lucius to flick his wrist and swat the hand away with the tip of his sword. A loud clanging sound like a spoon hitting a metal pot echoed through the area as Roland's hand was knocked away. Stepping back, Roland glanced down at his hand with narrowed eyes. The sword hadn't cut him, but he was confused as to why he still felt pain, unaware of the weapon's magical nature. "Last warning! Just let us leave!" Lucius shouted as his frustration rose. He was worried that he would end up killing one of them and cause the situation to spiral out of control if this didn't stop soon. "Too risky. Now that you know our position, you need to stay here until we're ready to leave. Roland, what are you waiting for?" Roland shook off his uncertainty as Lieutenant Tiber urged him into action. He shifted his gaze from his pained hand back toward Lucius, lowering his stance and spreading his arms like a wrestler as he charged forward. Lucius nimbly sidestepped, a heavy scowl covering his face, before leaning down on his front leg as he thrust forward like a fencer, stabbing hard into Roland's left arm with the tip of his sword. "Ugh!" Roland roared. His magical defense was strong, but he couldn't withstand the tremendous piercing power of the extraordinary grade Matriarch's Fury. Even in his anger, Lucius held back, letting Roland off easy with a light wound and a great deal of pain. On the bright side, a warm flood of energy flowed into his body as his sword stole some of Roland's life energy, easing the constant ache in his injured arm. Lucius leaped back after his successful strike, proving he wasn't an easy target before giving his opponents one more chance to change their minds. Roland held up his bleeding arm for his companions to see as the group grew visibly hostile. No normal kid could break Roland's defense. What the hell are you? Garrick raised his bow again, knocking a new arrow as he took aim at Lucius. At the same time, Lieutenant Tiber suddenly dashed forward with inhuman speed, leaving a blurry after-image in the air behind him as he raised his sword to strike Lucius down. Lucius jumped back, narrowly dodging an arrow that struck the cobblestone walkway where he had just been standing. The arrow was obviously magical in nature, the impact sending small pieces of broken rock and dust flying in all directions as the cobblestones exploded. As the debris fell to the ground around him, Lucius focused on his aspect, empowering the magical ability of his soul. Lieutenant Tiber's eyes widened as the target in front of him suddenly vanished. But as a well-trained soldier, he didn't lose focus, continuing forward and swung his sword down powerfully on the spot where his enemy should have been. Beads of sweat dripped down Lucius's forehead as he looked at the sword inches away from him. He had only narrowly avoided the strike thanks to his stealth, but in the next moment, Tiber let out a shout of exertion. The mirror-like sword beside Lucius suddenly released a flash of glowing light, and a bright white shockwave spread out in a circle, a half-dozen meters around the sword. Lucius raised his sword up to block the shockwave, but the light passed directly through the blade, crashing into his body and hurling him through the air with great force. He managed to land on his feet. The shockwave had merely knocked him back and didn't directly damage him. However, the impact had jarred his injured arm, sending searing, white-hot pain coursing through it. Gritting his teeth, he bit down on his shirt to prevent himself from crying out in pain, standing still for a few moments as the worst of it subsided. Then he looked up at Tiber, clenching his fist tightly around the handle of Matriarch's Fury. "Where the hell is he?" The three soldiers stepped back slowly, hurriedly scanning their surroundings for the missing boy, when Lieutenant Tiber suddenly froze in place. Lucius had materialized directly behind him, pressing Matriarch's fury against Tiber's neck. Roland and Garrick looked on in shock as their commander was captured right in front of them. "I could kill you now, but you're still alive. Is that proof enough for you that I'm not here to hurt anyone?" The bald man, Roland, was the first to react, scratching his head for a few seconds before suddenly letting out a loud laugh as he slapped his leg. "He's right, Tiber." Garrick lowered his bow, covering his face with his free hand and shaking his head as he let out a sigh. "Why are you laughing? This is pathetic. We got taken out by a brat." Tiber slowly lowered his sword, and Lucius watched as the weapon vanished from the man's hand. That was when he noticed a storage ring on Tiber's finger. Not as high quality as the one he owned, but evidence that they had closed an anomaly at some point. Tiber raised his now empty hands up into the air, taking in a deep breath before he spoke. "Okay, I trust you." Chapter 51. Thousands of people. The anger that had threatened to overcome Lucius faded as Tiber admitted he was wrong. Removing his sword from the soldier's neck before sending it back into his ring, Lucius looked Tiber in the eye for a few seconds before turning around and stepping away from the cabin. They could find another place to stay, somewhere more welcoming. He probably should have escaped the moment Guise of Thief had hidden him from their sight, avoiding the risk of continuing the fight, but his emotions had gotten the better of him instead. The three men watched silently as he moved away, Roland glancing back and forth between Tiber and Lucius, his frown growing deeper by the second. Finally, with a sigh, Roland shook his head and jogged after Lucius, holding both hands up to gesture his intentions. "Kid, don't go. Tiber isn't a bad guy, he just wants to keep us safe. You're one of the strongest people I've ever seen. That's incredible for someone so young. The woods ain't safe anyway. Come on inside. Let's talk." Lucius stared back at Roland for a few seconds, considering the invitation. Sen's danger had never really marked these people as enemies, so he was inclined to hear them out. Any information they were willing to share about where they came from and what they had experienced would be highly beneficial to him as well. Lucius scratched his chin as he glanced back at his companion. "What do you think, Marianne? Should we give them a second chance?" Marianne stared at the three soldiers, her face a picture of concentration, before tilting her chin up to the sky in a show of dominance as she responded. "They have to say they're sorry." The oversized man blinked rapidly at the child's response, then let out a hearty laugh before giving them a sincere apology. After hearing the words from Roland, the young girl cast her eyes toward Lieutenant Tiber, who met her gaze with a stern expression. Placing his hand over his heart, he bowed his head slightly and spoke. "Thank you for your generosity, young miss. Please accept my sincere apology." Marianne nodded as she heard the words, finally casting her gaze up at Garrick, the archer on the roof. "Yeah, whatever. Sorry." Marianne's eyes narrowed as she heard the half-hearted words. She shook her head, crossing her arms. "No, you have to do it nice." Roland's familiar laughter echoed through the area, and this time even Tiber couldn't help but smile as the two men stared expectantly up at Garrick. The archer threw his hands into the air in exasperation at the child's response. "Do it, Garrick. That's an order." Lieutenant Tiber's words ended the standoff a few seconds later, and the archer was forced to repeat his apology twice more before Marianne was satisfied. "Thank you," she said, smiling brightly as she finally relented. Glancing up at the pouting Garrick, Tiber gave a new set of orders. "You've got first watch while we get to know our new friends here. Roland will relieve you in a few hours." After receiving confirmation from Garrick, Tiber turned towards Lucius and Marianne, gesturing toward the entrance of the cabin as he led the way inside. Lucius followed and stepped into the building, immediately feeling the comfortable warmth of the fire as he crossed the threshold. The smell of burning wood and cooked meat filled the air, mingling with a hint of sweetness, likely barbecue sauce. 3 large rucksacks lay on the floor just inside the entrance, and military-issue sleeping bags were unrolled around the wood stove. Lucius walked over to the large couch on the other side of the room and sat down, so Marianne could climb out of the backpack. Once she was out, he stored the bag in his ring. It didn't take long for Whisper to appear on Marianne's lap, when she was sitting comfortably next to Lucius. Tiber's eyes widened for a moment as he saw the creature appear, but his expression quickly shifted back to a calm smile. "Beast taming?" Tiber asked, tilting his head slightly toward the creature. "Something similar. His name is Whisper." The fluffy purple bat looked up at Tiber with clear malice in its eyes. "I do not like you, human Tiber. Your attempt to harm Marianne and Lucius is unforgivable. Be grateful to us for sparing your life." Tiber couldn't hide his surprise at hearing the voice in his head. It took him a full 10 seconds to process what had just happened before he let out a long sigh and shook his head. "I understand how you feel, but my job is to keep my soldiers safe. I hope you can try to see things from my point of view." Whisper looked away from the man with disdain, choosing to focus his attention on Marianne as Lucius pulled some food out of his ring for their dinner. The sight of the food seemed to spark an idea in Tiber, and he smiled as he looked over at Roland and gestured toward the food. Roland seemed to understand his meaning and gave a thumbs up. "Allow us to show our goodwill. Roland here was a cook before the world went to shit. He unlocked a unique talent, so any food he prepares is quite special." Roland walked over to Lucius with a wide grin, holding out his hands. Lucius considered it for a few seconds before handing over the cans of food. Sense danger would warn him if anything malicious was done to the food, so it seemed like a good opportunity to test their intentions. Lucius, Marianne, and Whisper watched curiously as Roland walked to his rucksack, retrieved a small pot, and placed it on the wood stove. He quickly poured both cans of soup into it. Over the next 10 minutes, Roland stirred the food, casually. Familiar golden lights materialized in the air around him, drifting lazily toward the pot. When he finished, Roland poured half the soup back into each of the cans, then placed them on the table in front of Lucius and Marianne, with a bow. "Bon appetit." Sense danger remained silent the entire time, even as Lucius stuck a finger into the hot liquid and tasted it. Marianne stared up at him, unmoving, until he gave her a nod. Only then did she happily dig in. As Lucius ate, he felt a sensation similar to the healing aura his companion back at the farm, Mary, was capable of. The gentle sensation grew stronger as he continued eating the soup, slowly repairing his injured body while replenishing his energy reserves. The amount of restoration was unfortunately quite small, but depending on how long it lasted, it may prove useful. Lucius looked up from his empty can, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as the warm energy gradually chipped away at his pain and fatigue. "I see. So Roland's ability can heal through his cooking skill. How long does the regeneration from one meal last?" Tiber nodded with a smile, seemingly pleased that his goodwill had been received, before answering the question. "It depends on how much you eat, but as long as the food is moving through your digestive system, the aura will remain. Usually that lasts about 8 to 10 hours. Lucius blinked in surprise and looked over at Roland with newfound appreciation as he realized the implications of such an ability. What a useful talent. Roland let out a hearty laugh, bowing toward Lucius as he accepted the praise, then added a few more pieces of wood to the stove. Tiber had been waiting for Lucius to finish his meal and grow more comfortable with their presence before steering the conversation toward more serious matters. A stern expression replaced the carefree smile on his face as he began explaining the situation. "The three of us are part of a larger Special Forces unit of 300 men, though only about half of that number remain alive today. When the Abyss invaded, we fortified our position in the nearby city as best we could, as hundreds of surviving civilians continued to seek out our protection. Right now, we have around 150 soldiers and a few thousand civilians under our care. But we lose more and more every day. A savage tribe of goblins led by a powerful summoner owns the territory around our location. The creatures constantly launch raids against us. They capture humans, feeding the men to their pets, and using the women as breeding slaves. We cannot allow this to continue." Tiber's explanation triggered a memory in Lucius. He was fairly certain he had encountered the goblin tribe the soldier was describing. "Why are you three all the way out here, then?" Lucius questioned. "The base commander is well aware that we are in an untenable position, so he sent the three of us on a mission. Our job is to find a suitable place to relocate, somewhere we can start to rebuild away from the goblin menace." Lucius frowned, looking down at his hands as he carefully considered the information Tiber shared. A few thousand survivors was a huge number. That was enough people to populate a small town. After a few moments of careful consideration, he responded, "I might know a place." Chapter 52. The Minotaur. A knowing grin spread across Tiber's face as he heard Lucius's words. He took a sip of water from the canteen resting on the coffee table between them before speaking. "I thought you might be able to point us in the right direction. You're a very mysterious young man, Lucius. We could do some real damage to the goblins with that stealth ability of yours. Maybe if we'd had you around, we wouldn't have been put in such a weak position. But it's too late to complain about that now." Tiber leaned back in his seat, glancing over at Marianne and whispered before continuing. "You must have more companions somewhere, don't you? No one survives alone in this unforgiving new world. Are you willing to explain how you ended up like this, traveling through the forest in the dead of night, with a child on your back?" Lucius ran his hand through his hair as he considered how much to share with his new acquaintances, deciding to keep his story vague for now. "I have friends. There weren't many of us, so it wasn't that hard to escape the city. It will be much worse for your group. That many people will be impossible to hide. We settled down in a farmhouse nearby. This area is the best choice if we want to survive for any long period of time. Food will become the most important resource soon. Because of my unique abilities, I chose to scout the area alone. That's how I ended up finding Marianne. We were attacked earlier in the day, and never had time to find somewhere to spend the night." Tiber listened to Lucius's story quietly, with his fingers steepled together below his chin, paying close attention to every detail the young man revealed. "I see. Our thinking is the same as yours. We chose to search for a place to relocate out here because of the need to feed so many people. Our current supplies are dwindling, and we'll need to rely on renewable resources of food soon. Do you know if any of the fields nearby still contain a salvageable crop?" "Some do, most don't. There are dozens of abandoned farms around the area, most with large barns as well. If you needed to, you could put a few hundred people in each barn. It wouldn't be fancy, but it's temporary. Everyone can build better shelters over time, work the fields to feed themselves, and rely on the soldiers to protect them and hunt for meat." Lucius debated himself internally about whether he should bring Tiber and his men to the farm. It wasn't like they wouldn't be able to find it on their own anyway, and Lucius liked the idea of turning the area into a human settlement. As he considered the matter, sensed danger sent a ripple of warning through his chest. And at the same instant, a loud whistle sounded above the house. Tiber jumped to his feet at the sound, his calm expression replaced by a solemn stare as the lethal longsword appeared in his hand. "That's Garrick. We're under attack." Roland and Tiber dashed toward opposite sides of the house, each moving in the direction of a separate exit. This was obviously a tactic they used regularly, in order to surround enemies, just as they had done to Lucius earlier. The twang of a taut string being released echoed, followed by the sharp whistle of something cutting through the air, and ending in a sound like a piece of meat being hit with a baseball bat. A deep, loud cry, reminiscent of a cow's bellow, carried through the chilly night air. Cracking noises like a tree snapping in half came next as the ground trembled. Matriarch's fury appeared in Lucius's good hand as he glanced back at his two companions. "Whisper, protect Marianne." Whisper looked back at him with a stern expression as he raised his small, winged arms, clenching his tiny fists in response.
"None shall harm the girl, father."
Lucius headed in the direction of the commotion, Garrick's shouts giving him some clue as to what they were facing.
"It's a goddamn minotaur! My arrow barely scratched it!"
As Lucius stepped out the front door, it took him a moment to readjust to the darkness. Even so, he quickly discerned the dark outline of a massive creature, standing 5 or 6 meters tall. As his vision sharpened, he saw that while the creature's body was humanoid in shape, it bore the cow-like head of a bull. Large horns jutted upward, their tips curving forward. The beast was naked, its shaggy brown hair mercifully concealing its private parts. What the hair couldn't hide, however, were the rippling layers of muscle, stacked like mountains across its limbs, neck, and chest. The Minotaur had knocked over a small tree and was now stomping on it just below the leaves. With a grunt of effort, it gripped the tree with its thick arms and lifted hard, snorting angrily. The tree stood no chance against the creature's raw power. Its leafy top snapped away, leaving the Minotaur holding a staff-like weapon perfectly suited to its massive size. Roland and Tiber had cautiously approached while the monster was occupied, hesitating as they debated whether to engage the beast or attempt to escape. The sound of the bowstring echoed through the air once again, much louder than before. A glowing arrow blasted through the corner of Lucius's vision as he kept his eyes locked on the threat. The Minotaur glanced upward toward the noise, in an incredibly unlucky coincidence, allowing the empowered arrow to strike its left eye. An ear-splitting bellow tore from the creature's mouth as it staggered back a step, its thick, meaty fingers reaching up to grasp the vibrating tail of the arrow lodged in its face. With a savage yank, the beast ripped the projectile free, tearing out its own bloody eye in the process. It held the gore-soaked shaft up before itself like a macabre lollipop, staring at the ruined organ dangling from the tip. Snarling, the Minotaur tossed the grisly object aside and glared down at the humans with its remaining eye, clenching its massive fist. Without hesitation, the monster raised its weapon high and slammed it into the ground between them with a thunderous crash. The floor rippled unnaturally from the impact, sending a wave of earth flooding out rapidly in all directions. Tiber nimbly dove over the wave, but Roland wasn't as quick-footed as his leader. The moving wall of earth crashed into the large man, dragging him along with it as it surged across the ground into the forest before collapsing. Roland was left half-buried but mostly uninjured, struggling hastily to free himself. The Minotaur held the tree up in front of its face, shielding its remaining eye from incoming arrows as it lumbered toward Tiber with heavy, earth-shaking steps. Lucius activated his aspect and rushed forward to flank the creature as the splintering log came crashing down toward Tiber. The soldier was forced to retreat. Dodging the tree itself wasn't difficult, but avoiding the shockwave required him to move further from the epicenter. Tiber dashed back just far enough for the wave of earth to fully form, then dove over it again, charging forward before the Minotaur had yanked its weapon free from the ground. A massive, muscular leg swung through the air toward the advancing soldier. Tiber rolled forward beneath the kick and thrust his sword up between the beast's legs, aiming to inflict a grievous wound. Before the blade could land, a long whip-like limb, tipped with a puff of fur, lashed down from the Minotaur's back. Tiber hadn't accounted for the tail in his plan of attack. He was forced to clumsily redirect his strike, turning the blade to defend against the approaching limb. The tail struck Tiber's powerful blade with incredible force, so much so that the appendage was severed in a single swift motion. But the heavy tail continued its forward trajectory, slamming into Tiber's chest and striking his head. The blow knocked the soldier to the ground, disoriented and gasping for breath, just as the Minotaur's massive, cloven hoof came crashing down above him. Chapter 53. The Minotaur 2. Lucius's heart pounded against his ribs as he watched the tragedy about to unfold. He was too far away to intervene, and Whisper was still inside, guarding Marianne, leaving him unable to command the mythical creature's shadows to save the fallen soldier. As the massive hoof descended within inches of Tiber's head, the soldier's instincts took over. A blast of white mist erupted from the edge of his sword, not aimed at his enemy this time, but at himself. The shockwave hurled him backward in a desperate bid for survival. A trail of spit flew from Tiber's mouth as he blasted himself backward with his own attack, narrowly escaping the death looming above him. He rolled across the ground several times before regaining his footing, sliding backward and carving 2 lines through the leafy forest floor with his heels. Jamming his sword into the earth to halt his momentum, he looked back toward his enemy, with clenched teeth, shaking his head in an attempt to clear the dizziness. The Minotaur chased Tiber, but Lucius had gotten close enough to use his new combination of piercing throw and dimensional manipulation. He aimed for the back of the creature's knee, sending Matriarch's fury streaking through the air like a lightning bolt. Through effort, you have raised piercing throw to level 2. The extraordinary blade sank into the beast's flesh without resistance, like a hypodermic needle piercing the soft skin of a child. It lodged itself deep in the joint of the knee, just as the Minotaur put its weight down to step forward. A sickening crunch followed as bone and cartilage ground against the sturdy metal, causing the creature to lose its balance and topple forward. Its remaining eye widened in shock as the ground rushed up to meet its face. The monster thrust its hands forward, catching itself in a push-up position against the ground. But the instant its palms touched the earth, a gleaming bronze shoulder crashed into the side of its face like a freight train. Roland had rejoined the fight. The brutal strike left the creature reeling, too disoriented to rise, as Lucius and Tiber closed in from opposite sides. Tiber displayed his formidable strength and agility, leaping into the air and bringing his blade down on the Minotaur's remaining eye, while Matriarch's fury embedded itself in the uninjured knee to kneecap it a second time. Lucius felt a flood of healing wash over him, enhancing what Roland's ability had given him. Despite its injuries, the Minotaur swatted at the humans with its free hand, then raised the broken tree it was wielding and slammed it against the ground. The impact triggered its ability, forcing all 3 combatants to retreat to avoid the spreading wave of earth. With a brief moment of reprieve, the beast tried to rise, letting out a deafening bellow as it realized it was both blinded and crippled. Lucius took a step back, gripping his weapon tightly as he felt a powerful surge of magical energy gathering within the monster's body. His stomach twisted with horror as he watched a dripping lump of flesh sprout from the bloody stump where its tail had once been. The bubbling, expanding mass quickly grew into a full-length replacement. The same grotesque regeneration was taking place in its ruined eyes, and across every other wound they had risked their lives to inflict. "Shit!" Garrick shouted in anger as he fired an arrow toward the rapidly healing eyes of the Minotaur. But the creature reacted to the noise and turned its face away just in time. The arrow struck the back of the beast's head and was stopped by its thick skull. When the archer realized the beast had returned to full strength, he hesitated, unwilling to continue the fight. "We're gonna end up dead before we can put this bastard down. We need to escape." It had become clear that this was an unusually strong enemy. Its sheer size and strength, combined with its ability to regenerate crippling wounds, made the Minotaur an exceptionally tough foe. Roland glanced over at Tiber for direction when he heard Garrick's words, only to see his leader shaking his head. Tiber advanced once again toward the monster as he gave Garrick his answer. "No, I won't risk fleeing through the forest blind. Not until we are out of options. We just need to land a killing blow. It can't regenerate if it's already dead." Lucius remained silent as the soldiers discussed the situation, though he agreed with Tiber's conclusion. If they attempted to escape and ran into another powerful creature in the forest, they could end up surrounded and forced to fight both the Minotaur and the new enemy at the same time. Lucius let his stealth fall away for a moment as he shouted out a suggestion. "If you're willing to draw its attention, I might be able to land a killing blow." Tiber narrowed his eyes, shifting his gaze to Lucius before swiftly returning it to the enemy. He looked back just in time to avoid the wave of earth racing toward him, leaping over the ripple as he responded. "Do it!" Lucius nodded and gave one more instruction before fading from sight with his aspect. "Keep it under the trees!" Lucius raced behind the monster, unleashing piercing throw as rapidly as he could to build power through assassinate. The 3 soldiers looked on as his attacks failed to inflict any real damage, again and again. Doubt crept across their faces. It seemed Lucius was either unable to do what he had promised or was intentionally stalling. An angry scowl twisted across Garrick's face as he watched his leader narrowly duck beneath a massive tree limb swung at him like a baseball bat. The Minotaur's strike tore past, sending a sharp gust of wind that ruffled Tiber's hair. Garrick continued trying to harass the monster with arrows, his frustration mounting. He was already exhausted from overusing his talent, so he was left with mundane attacks that were incapable of harming the beast. The feeling of helplessness only fueled his rage as he turned his ire on Lucius with a snarl. "What the hell are you doing? You tried that attack 10 times already. It's not working." Garrick's complaint fell on deaf ears, and his bearded face turned red as he watched Lucius continue using the same useless attack, completely ignoring him. Now Garrick was convinced they were being tricked. Maybe the kid was using the Minotaur to take revenge on them for what had happened earlier. Meanwhile, Lucius continued stacking his assassinate bonuses as the Minotaur chased Tiber and Roland around. He only stopped when he saw that the soldiers were beginning to become exhausted. If he did not finish the monster off soon, someone would end up dead. "That will have to be enough," Lucius whispered under his breath as he bent down and shot up off the ground toward the tree in front of him, swiftly leaping between limbs as he climbed, rising higher until he could see the top of the Minotaur's head as it followed the soldiers. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for the right moment to strike. The beast seemed to realize it needed a new tactic and stomped toward a nearby tree to fashion a second weapon. Unfortunately, it picked the very tree Lucius was climbing. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the monster lift its thickly muscled leg and slam its hoof into the trunk. As the tree groaned and fell, Lucius was forced to leap, snatching at a nearby limb as he dropped. The branch snapped under his weight, releasing a sharp burst of fresh pine into the air. Fortunately, it slowed his fall just enough for him to catch hold of the branches below, narrowly avoiding an embarrassing plunge back to the ground. Tiber darted behind the distracted creature as it focused on the tree, but when he moved in to strike its flank, the Minotaur's newly regrown tail lashed through the air, forcing him back. Within moments, the beast finished crafting its weapon and turned to face the soldiers, now wielding a massive staff in each hand. It struck the ground with them one after the other in an alternating rhythm, sending wave after wave of heaving earth surging toward Tiber and Roland. The increased intensity of the attacks, combined with the mounting exhaustion of the men, caused them to make mistakes. Roland missed his mark and was soon trapped in a wave of earth for a second time. This time, however, the creature wasted no time exploiting the man's vulnerable state, charging toward him as it raised a staff up high with a cruel smile. Roland pulled himself free from the layers of earth, but not before the Minotaur arrived above him. The blood drained from the bald man's bronze face as he looked up at the beast's wicked grin. It was too late. "No!" Garrick shouted, reaching out desperately as he watched the horrifying reality unfold. The Minotaur stood over Roland with one hand raised high, seconds stretching into an eerie silence. Roland looked up in confusion as the stiff muscles in the creature's arms slowly relaxed, and the heavy weapon slipped harmlessly from its fingers. Only then did they see Lucius, standing atop the beast's shoulders, his hands clenched tightly around the hilt of a sword buried to the guard in the Minotaur's skull. Chapter 54. Novus Taurus. You have defeated Novus Taurus, level unknown. Congratulations! You have defeated a novel creature and received one rare grade item upgrade. You have reached level 23. You have 25 attribute points available for distribution. Roland and Garrick were both taken by surprise, gaping slaw-jacked at the scene before them. Only Tiber wore a sly grin as he caught his breath. Lucius clung tightly to Matriarch's fury, using the sword as a handle as the massive body of the slain creature tilted forward. "Move!" Tiber's shout snapped Roland out of the fugue state brought on by his near-death experience. Scrambling on all fours, his hands tore through the dirt and leaves as he clawed his way across the ground. At the last second, he rolled onto his back, pulling his legs up to his chest just as the Minotaur's sharp horns gouged deep holes into the earth in front of him. Gasping for breath, Roland stared at the massive head looming inches from his feet. It had been a dangerously close call. Lucius casually stepped off the falling head a moment before it crashed to the ground, landing beside a wide-eyed Roland. He yanked Matriarch's fury free from the skull, accidentally releasing a gush of blood and brain matter that sprayed into the bald man's open mouth and eyes. Grimacing, Lucius looked away as Roland doubled over, coughing and gagging, and scratched the back of his head awkwardly as the awful stench of the creature's bodily fluids hit his nose. Ugh, sorry about that, he muttered. Luckily for Roland, the remains of the Taurus bubbled and disappeared into a brown-colored steam, including the slurry of liquids that covered his face. This reminded Lucius of what had taken place with the vampire outside the old church not long ago. He squeezed his sword tighter as he noticed a familiar oval-shaped brown stone form deep inside the mist. He had to act quickly to prevent the soldiers from seizing the stone. Lucius stepped in front of Roland, casually blocking the man's view of the precious item, as he extended a hand toward him. Roland accepted the offer, gripping Lucius's hand as he was pulled to his feet. Lucius dusted Roland's back off for him, then stepped away from the corpse a moment later. When the body came back into view, the oval stone was nowhere to be seen. "Hey!" Roland's shout stopped Lucius as he tried to walk away. Anxiety rose in the young man's chest as Roland turned toward him with a stern expression, walking up and grasping his shoulder tightly as the large soldier stared into his eyes. Lucius let out a guilty chuckle, raising his hands in front of him. I owe you my life. You are my brother from this day forward," Roland declared forcefully, before releasing Lucius's shoulder, and stepping back as he bowed his big, shiny head toward the younger man. "Oh, don't mention it, really," Lucius stammered. "I wouldn't have been able to kill it so smoothly without all your help." Tiber glanced down at the corpse, which had nearly disappeared, his eyes narrowing. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he voiced his concerns. "What the hell was that thing? I've never seen an abyss creature's body behave like this after it died. Plus, it looked exactly like a minotaur from Greek mythology, and the system called it a novel creature. Roland, Garrick, report. Did you get credit for the kill?" Garrick jumped down from the rooftop and approached the group as Roland responded. "Yeah, I got an item upgrade. Enhanced quality or lower. And I leveled up. Did the creature's level show as question marks for everyone else?" Both Garrick and Roland had received enhanced upgrades, the lowest reward. Tiber had fared better, leveling up twice and earning a magical grade upgrade. Only Lucius received a rare item upgrade, but he stayed quiet as the soldiers made their reports to Tiber. When Roland and Garrick finished, Garrick gave Lucius a look, as if he wanted to say something, but he ended up simply clearing his throat awkwardly as he looked away. Tiber sent him back to finish his guard duty, while they entered the cabin. As the soldiers returned inside, Lucius followed. A smile crept across his face when he saw the fear on Mary Ann's face melting away, with a big exhale the moment she spotted him. Walking into the warm air around the wood stove, he gently patted the young girl's head as she looked up and spoke. "Did you kill the bad guy?" Tiber and Roland couldn't help but glance over, their faces breaking into smiles. Roland's deep voice boomed as he spoke up in place of Lucius. "He sure did, young lady. Lucius killed the bad guy himself and saved my life in the process. He's a hero." Mary Ann's little hands clasped under her chin as she listened to Roland's words. Pride shone in her eyes, and the firelight reflected off her teeth as she grinned broadly. "Yep, Lucius is very strong. He saved me, too." "Okay, that's enough," Lucius interrupted, looking over at Tiber as he continued. "I'm going to head into the spare room for a moment. I won't be long. Whisper, Mary Ann, you can join me if you like." Tiber nodded and waved Lucius ahead. Mary Ann followed after him, carrying Whisper with her, tucked snugly in her folded arms. Lucius chuckled at the girl's swift response, then led his two companions into the only other room of the cabin. The room was sparse, containing only a large bed and a dresser with a mirror on top. Shutting the door behind them, Lucius closed the curtains as he instructed Mary Ann to stand close to the wall. Lucius walked over to the bed, untying the sling around his neck and testing the range of motion he now had in his left arm. It still hurt, but draining life from the Minotaur had healed the limb enough to make it usable. Tossing the dirty cloth sling aside, Lucius held his hand forward and emptied the contents of his storage ring onto the bed in the center of the room. Marianne's face scrunched with confusion as she watched.
What are you doing, Lucius?
Just watch. You'll see. The oval stone he'd snatched earlier, some clothes, firewood, an old toolbox, bedding, a med kit, the dead soldier's journal and dog tags, food, and the pieces of corpses he had collected so far piled up in the center of the room. When the ring was completely empty, Lucius removed it from his finger and brought up its description. Adventurer's ring, gemstone ring, quality, rare. A utility ring fit for an adventurer. This ring contains a dimensional storage space of 9 by 9 yards and imbues its wearer with weak telekinesis. Lucky dog. All attributes +3. Now that he had an item upgrade capable of enhancing a rare item, Lucius didn't hesitate to use it on the only rare item he currently possessed. The ring had been incredibly useful so far, and he had integrated its telekinetic ability into his fighting style. Plus, using telekinesis was fun. His only complaint was that it was so weak. But maybe that could change now. Lucius held the ring out in front of him as he activated the rare item upgrade. Instantly, a large swarm of glowing lights filled the room, spiraling around him, and casting bright patterns on the walls. Marianne let out a gasp at the sudden spectacle. She only calmed down after she turned to Lucius and saw the calm smile on his face. Clutching Whisper tighter, she gazed up wide-eyed at the beautiful lights flowing into Lucius's ring. Chapter 55. Upgrade. The swirling spiral of light continued to condense around the ring as the flow quickened, spinning around the magical item as they drew closer. The final tail of sparkling light disappeared into the item with a whoosh, and the star-like tapestry reflected on the walls of the room disappeared. All that remained was a single, brightly glowing circle resting in Lucius's palm. Marianne leaned forward, still staring intently as she watched the show unfold. When the magical glow hiding the ring faded, her eyes shot open, locking onto the glittering ring with intense curiosity.
It's so pretty, Lucius, she exclaimed.
Lucius looked down at the newly upgraded item. He had to agree with Marianne. The ring was truly eye-catching. The metal had turned jet black, but the dark color was sharply contrasted by the glowing white inscriptions fluttering and spinning across its surface, as if alive. Marianne stepped closer, gently running her finger across the ring. The glowing runes seemed to register the touch, as they followed the girl's finger like fish following someone's finger through the glass. I might have to wear gloves over this thing in the future, he said. The glow is way too eye-catching. Well, let's see what's changed. Lucius sent a mental command to the system as he focused on the ring. Signet of the Commander. Magic ring. Quality extraordinary. This item should no longer be categorized with storage rings, and has risen to a class of its own. A potent magical power is housed within its metal body, prevented from escaping and molded to purpose by intricate living runes. This ring contains a dimensional storage space of 18 by 18 yards, and imbues its wearer with moderate telekinesis. Lucky duck. All attributes +5. Machiavellianism. Intellect +5. Creativity +5. Overload. Create a magical barrier by temporarily releasing the powerful energy trapped within. Usable once per day. Damn, that's one hell of an upgrade, Lucius muttered. Marianne scrunched up her nose at his choice of words. Don't say bad words, she scolded. Lucius smiled as the child rebuked him, playfully tapping her nose. She tried to swat his hand away, but he pulled it back just in time. Turning his attention back to the ring, he slid it onto the index finger of his left hand. A surge of energy flooded into his body, evenly increasing his attributes and adding an extra boost to intellect and creativity. He had always been hesitant to upgrade those particular attributes. Something about letting the system's magic mess with his mind made him uncomfortable, but he couldn't deny that the ring's influence felt amazing. Having his mental attributes increase was like putting on a pair of glasses when you didn't even realize you needed them. Suddenly the world was brighter and more vivid. The world around you gained a crispness that hadn't been there before. As Lucius's thoughts became sharper, the first decision his enhanced thoughts came to was to stop hoarding his attribute points. Waiting was foolish. He had let his fear control him because he was still haunted by his previous mistake of using them too greedily. A few points in strength or dexterity could mean the difference between life and death. Attributes needed to be spent immediately to give him the best chance of survival. Lucius pulled up his attribute panel, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Status: Level 23. Strength: 24. Vitality: 21. Dexterity: 30. Intelligence: 5. Creativity: 6. Luck: 1. Stamina: 16. Magic power: 0. Magic resistance: 6. Free attributes: 25. Why doesn't it show the points for my items? Can you show that too? User preferences adjusted. Good. Show me my status. Status: Level 23. Strength: Base 24, total 29. Vitality: Base 21, total 26. Dexterity: Base 30, total 35. Intelligence: Base 5, total 15. Creativity: Base 6, total 16. Luck: Base 1, total 6. Stamina: Base 16, total 21. Magic power: Base 0, total 5. Magic resistance: Base 6, total 11. Free attributes: 25. That's better, Lucius remarked. The status panel now displayed his base attributes first, with the bonuses from his items shown in parentheses. This made everything much clearer. Over the next 20 minutes, Lucius methodically allocated his free attribute points, focusing on strength, dexterity, and stamina. He considered adding some to vitality, but with Whisper's ability to increase vitality by consuming blood, that attribute would likely become his highest before long. It would be wasteful to invest points there. Once he was finished, he pulled up his status panel again to review the changes. Status: Level 23. Strength: Base 35, total 40. Vitality: Base 21, total 26. Dexterity: Base 40, total 45. Intelligence: Base 5, total 15. Creativity: Base 6, total 16. Luck: Base 1, total 6. Stamina: Base 20, total 25. Magic power: Base 0, total 5. Magic resistance: Base 6, total 11. Free attributes: 0. Lucius rubbed his chin with a satisfied grin, observing the growing numbers, when an unexpected system message interrupted him. Congratulations! You have reached 40 points in the dexterity attribute, passing the first magical threshold. There is enough magic in this attribute to generate a related talent. Taking into consideration your current attribute distribution, talents, aspect, and personality, the system can generate a new talent. Would you like to generate a talent now? Lucius stared blankly at the glowing words scrawled across his vision for a few seconds before his grin broadened even further. My strength passed the 40-point threshold as well. Do I earn something for that? Item bonuses do not apply toward the threshold. Would you like to generate a talent now? He gave the command without further hesitation. Of course. Generating. Congratulations! You have unlocked the talent Flicker. Flicker. Unleash the full power of your magically enhanced dexterity in one condensed burst, granting you an instant of tremendous speed. He spent a moment considering the words before committing the new talent to memory. Then Lucius began collecting the pile of items on the bed back into his upgraded ring. When he got to the dog tags and journal, he held them in his hand as the image of the ring on Tiber's finger popped into his mind. The ring was proof that Tiber's unit had closed an anomaly at some point, so there was a good chance that the female soldier Lucius had found in the abyss was related to them. He quickly transferred the remaining items into a storage space, before leading Marianne and Whisper back toward the warmth of the wood stove. Tiber glanced over casually, but the eye-catching glow on Lucius's finger immediately drew his attention. How fancy. Looks like we know who earned the most from the Minotaur kill. Tiber's focus shifted as Lucius placed the bloody dog tags and journal on the table before him. motioning for him to take a look. "I've been carrying these around in my ring. I was reminded of them when I upgraded it a few moments ago. I found these on the body of a soldier in an anomaly. You're the only other soldier I know who's closed one, so I thought they might mean something to you." Tiber's calm expression fell, replaced by a solemn look as he took the 2 items into his hands. He let out a deep breath as he read the name on the dog tags, sitting still for a few minutes before he finally spoke without looking up. "The woman these belong to. She's dead?" Lucius nodded silently. The woman's death had been brutal, and if these were her friends, it was better to spare them the details. "You're sure? You saw the body with your own eyes?" "I'm sure," Lucius replied. He saw a hint of emotion flickered across Tiber's face before the man buried it deep. Turning toward Roland, Tiber spoke quietly but firmly. "Roland, go relieve Garrick. I need to tell him that his wife is dead." Roland shook his head sadly as he walked out of the cabin. A few seconds later, the door slammed back open, leaving indentations in the wall as Garrick stormed over. Tiber spoke to him quietly, telling him the news, and Garrick's intent gaze shifted to Lucius. He snarled, grabbing the front of the young man's shirt. Lucius was about to defend himself when he saw the tears dripping down past the area of Garrick's face that was hidden behind the hood, soaking into the man's thick beard. "She's already gone, Garrick. Come sit down. Lucius is not to blame." Tiber tugged on Garrick's shoulder, trying to get him to release Lucius. Garrick's hand trembled as he released his grip on Lucius's shirt, his hand falling back down to his side, weakly. Chapter 56. Julie. Lucius sat opposite the 2 soldiers, the small, round coffee table resting between them. Warmth radiated from the crackling fire in the wood stove. A few minutes passed as Garrick let the flood of emotions wash over him, before he pulled himself together and turned his attention back toward Lucius, his voice gravelly and strained as he spoke. "I need to know what happened." Lucius winced when he heard the request. The last thing he wanted to do was share the gruesome details of the woman's death with her distraught husband, but it didn't seem like he had much of a choice. He answered Garrick, trying to keep the details vague. "She was in the tower when I entered the abyss." Garrick sat and listened, his hands resting on his thighs clenched tightly into fists as he saw through Lucius's intentions. "I need to know exactly what happened," he demanded. Lucius glanced over at Tiber uneasily, but Tiber simply signaled for him to continue. Lucius let out a deep sigh as he dredged up his memories of that day. "If that's what you really want, I'll tell you." For the next 20 minutes, Lucius recounted the story in its entirety, from finding the anomaly outside the farm to the screams he heard outside of the tower, and finally to the parasitized summoner's magical attacks that ended the woman's life. The color drained from Garrick's face as the tale unfolded, growing increasingly pale as he clenched his fists to stop his hands from shaking. Every moment was obviously torture for the bearded man, but he held on until the very end, before dashing into the bathroom and retching into the toilet. When he walked back into the room, he stood facing away from Tiber and Lucius, pulling his hood down tight over his head as he spoke. "I'm going back outside." Tiber and Lucius stayed silent as Garrick left the cabin. The door closed behind him only to open a few minutes later when Roland returned. Now that Garrick was gone, Lucius had a question of his own. He looked over at Tiber as he asked it. "I'd like to know how it happened. How did she get stuck in the abyss?" Tiber looked up when he heard the question, then nodded as he leaned back in his chair. "I wish we knew. That was the worst part about the whole thing, not knowing." Tiber rubbed his forehead as he stared at the floor. The man's shoulders seemed to take on the weight of an additional burden as he explained what had happened. "We entered the anomaly together as a 12-man unit. Once we reached the other side and did a sweep of the area, I left Garrick's wife, Julie, and one other soldier to guard the anomaly while we attacked the summoner. Everything went smoothly. We killed the bastard and rushed back through the portal. When we did a head count back on Earth, we realized that Julie still hadn't come back through the portal. She had been right there waving us through the portal as we returned, but she never came through after us. Garrick was about to head back through the destabilized anomaly after her, but the portal closed too fast. There was nothing that could be done, and I never learned what happened to her until today. Roland listened to Tiber's recounting of Julie's fate, shaking his head as he saw the stress on Tiber's face. You can't keep blaming yourself. Now that we know she's really gone, we can focus on the people who are still with us. Julie would want that. Tiber cleared his throat and nodded at Roland's words before walking over to his sleeping bag. Let's get some sleep. Half the night is already gone. Lucius, you can have the last watch. I'll wake you up when it's time. Lucius tucked Marianne and Whisper into the bed in the spare room before sleep dragged in. It seemed like no time at all had passed when he was awoken by a tap on his shoulder. Lucius opened his eyes to see Tiber standing over him, speaking quietly so as not to wake everyone else. Wake up, kid. It's your shift. There's only 2 hours left until morning. Just keep an eye out for abyss creatures and wake us up if something comes along that you can't handle. Lucius rubbed his eyes and nodded groggily, reaching over to wake up Whisper before he left. Whisper, wake up. I'm going on guard duty. Keep watch over Marianne while I'm gone. The purple bat fluttered up to the headboard above Marianne, waving to Lucius as the young man stepped out of the cabin. The air was dark and cold, especially when the wind blew, but the stars, moon, and the magical glow of his ring provided enough light that he could make out his surroundings. After a few minutes of adjustment, he was able to see quite well. Lucius strolled around the cabin, casually scanning the dark forest while staying alert for any signals from sense danger. With a few hours to kill, he decided it was a good time to test out his new talent. Drawing Matriarch's Fury from his ring, he approached a nearby tree. First, he wanted to measure his speed without the talent's assistance. Tossing a stone into the air, he swung his sword at the decaying bark as many times as he could before the stone hit the ground. The starlight glinted off the sharp blade as it sliced back and forth rapidly. The young man's arm became a blur of motion as he unleashed his full speed with each attack, though he chose to keep his strikes light to avoid destroying the tree and losing his training target. As the stone hit the floor, he stopped and looked up to see that the bark contained 11 fresh slices across its front. Not bad. Lucius circled to the back of the tree, raising his sword in a ready stance as he tossed the stone into the air and activated Flicker for the first time. Instantly, the forest around him seemed to distort. The chirping of insects stretched into long, drawn-out notes, as if time itself had slowed. Overhead, the stone drifted lazily through the air, moving with surreal slowness. Lucius burst forward in a blur of motion, astonished by the sheer speed of his own body as he struck the tree with rapid, relentless blows. When the sounds of the forest snapped back to normal and Flicker faded, the bark was covered in so many overlapping cuts he couldn't begin to count them. As he turned away, he suddenly noticed the stone was still falling. Eyes widening, he reached out and caught it with his free hand. Incredible, he muttered. The next moment, Lucius felt a welling up of fatigue spreading through his body. It wasn't enough to really slow him down, but it certainly was not pleasant. Looks like Flicker uses stamina to power itself, he thought. Lucius paid careful attention to how he felt after trying Flicker out for the first time, trying to gauge how many times he could use the ability before growing too exhausted. My limit is probably less than 10 uses right now, maybe even 5. Lucius spent the next 2 hours practicing with his sword. He used his enhanced creativity to visualize different creatures and imagine how they might attack him, practicing counterattacks as best he could. He also practiced different swings, cutting through the air from different angles while jumping or diving. Finally, he practiced his aim while using piercing throw. He got so lost in practice that before he knew it, The sun was rising, and the forest around him was illuminated by the light of dawn.
Through effort, you have raised Sword Fighter to level 5.
Chapter 57. Classes. As sunlight flooded the clearing around the cabin and the temperature rose, Lucius glanced toward the building, leaning Matriarch Fury on his shoulder. "Wonder if anyone's up yet," he muttered. His eyebrows rose as he received an unexpected response.
"No, Father. The humans are still asleep."
"Wait, you can hear me from in there?" Lucius asked to whisper incredulously.
"I am not hearing your words. More like your intention. It is difficult to explain. I suppose it is easier to just assume that, yes, I can hear you."
"Huh. That's useful. Let me know when the others wake up then."
"Yes, Father."
Lucius turned away from the cabin and gazed into the woods. It looked like the creatures of the forest woke up earlier than the humans. Something odd was going on with Sense Danger. The skill had been growing increasingly useful the more he used it. Originally, it had simply flooded him with fear whenever anything dangerous was nearby. But it was now capable of distinguishing between different threats. One such threat was slowly approaching the area around the cabin, from deep in the forest. And for the first time, Lucius could almost precisely gauge the strength of the threat. The skill seemed to have suddenly broken through a bottleneck he did not know existed.
Through effort, you have raised Sense Danger to level 6. Congratulations! System integration unlocked. Would you like the system to integrate this skill and display the information gleaned from Sense Danger?
Lucius could feel that whatever was coming was much weaker than himself, and it was still far enough away for him to comfortably focus on the system's message. The system was offering to display with words the information his skill collected. He decided that might be a useful thing. Sure, integrate the skill.
Integrating. Sense Danger has detected an F-class threat.
F-class? What does that mean?
Class refers to the strength classification of a particular being. Classes are determined using each being's single highest attribute.
That sounds interesting. Can you tell me what the classes are?
F-class refers to beings whose highest attribute falls within the 0 to 39 range. D-class includes attributes between 40 and 99. C-class covers 100 to 249. B-class ranges from 250 to 999. And finally, A-class, or the demigod realm, applies to any being with an attribute greater than 1,000.
Lucius read through the information, doing his best to commit it to memory. As his gaze reached the end of the list, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath through his teeth. Damn, the highest class has 1,000 points in a single attribute? That feels impossible. He rubbed the back of his head for a moment, wondering how high Twixie or her master's attributes might be, before focusing his attention back on the approaching threat. It wasn't far away now. So, whatever's coming is F-class. I just reached D-class, so that means I outclassed them by a grade. I should be able to handle this by myself without waking the others. Lucius concentrated, determining the approximate location of the threat. As it drew closer, he realized it wasn't a single creature. There were multiple. Feels like 3 separate creatures. They're moving through the trees. Wait, I know this feeling. Lucius dashed forward, slamming his right foot against the ground to propel himself into the air toward the forest canopy. Grabbing the lowest branch with his left hand, he swung himself up and planted his feet on a thick limb, scanning in the direction Sense Danger had indicated. Sure enough, I've fought these before, he muttered. It shouldn't be too difficult to dispatch them. 20 yards away, a creature swung into view through the trees. It was an ape-like being, slightly smaller than a full-grown man. Its body was covered in yellow fur stretched over rippling muscles, and its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light. It was another pack of the apes he'd faced during his first scouting mission, after leaving the farm. Or maybe it was the same pack. He couldn't be sure. These creatures had a strange ability to see through guise of the thief, likely tied to their glowing eyes. The apes weren't heading directly for the cabin. It looked like they were going to pass it by. If he stayed where he was and did nothing, he would probably be able to avoid the fight. A wide grin spread across Lucius's face as he dashed into the woods, heading straight for the creatures. Let's test my growth. He moved through the trees at a speed he would have once thought impossible, never slowing as he kicked hard off one branch after another, his body almost horizontal as he flew through the air. Breaking past the 40-point mark in dexterity had caused a fundamental shift in his speed and maneuverability. That was probably why it was the dividing line between F-class and D-class. The apes let out startled screeches as they saw Lucius's rapid approach, quickly scattering as they searched the forest floor for their weapon of choice. Even as the apes rounded on him with stones in their hands, Lucius did not slow down, choosing the closest ape as his target, increasing his speed with a burst of effort as the force of his step destroyed the limb he had just kicked off. 3 large rocks blasted through the air toward him. Lucius had to give the apes credit. They possessed incredible accuracy, predicting his trajectory and sending the rocks straight at him even as he rushed through the trees, presenting a moving target. Lucius focused his mind, reaching out toward the projectiles with the newly enhanced telekinesis granted by the signet of the commander. 2 of the stones vanished instantly as he diverted them into a storage ring. Narrowing his focus to the last one, he pushed against it with his mind, slowing it until it hovered mere inches from his body. It floated after him like a tiny moon orbiting a planet as he moved through the trees. Grinning, Lucius pumped his fist in triumph. Before, the most he could have managed was pulling a single stone into a storage ring. Grabbing 2 mid-air while halting the third with his mind would have been impossible. When the apes realized their attack had failed completely, they let out fearful howls and scattered in all directions, scrambling to escape. Lucius tried to hurl the stone at one of the fleeing apes using his telekinesis, but his moderate skill level wasn't strong enough yet to cause real damage. The stone bounced harmlessly off the creature's back. Still, it wasn't a wasted effort. Mistaking the projectile for Lucius himself, the ape spun around defensively, giving him the perfect opening to catch it. The ape swung its long arms at the young man as he approached, but Lucius's body suddenly blurred, darting past the creature with incredible speed. The ape furrowed its brows in confusion, trying to turn its head to track its enemy, only to realize it couldn't move its neck. You have slain Magna Simia, level 12. Lucius glanced back just in time to see a spray of blood as the ape's head toppled from its shoulders, tumbling toward the leafy forest floor. He shifted his focus to the remaining creatures, a wave of exhaustion washing over him after using Flicker to swiftly kill the first ape and close the distance on the next before the effect wore off. The second ape had just landed on the ground to rearm itself when Lucius got close enough to use Piercing Throw. He reached back, flinging his sword forward with all his might, and boosting its velocity even more by pushing on it with telekinesis after it left his hand. The weapon tore through the air faster than ever before, appearing more like an actual arrow than a sword. You have slain Magna Simia, level 14. The ape had turned at the last moment to face him, just in time to narrowly avoid Matriarch's fury. But Lucius deftly adjusted the weapon's trajectory with telekinesis, driving it through the creature's skull. The ape stood motionless for a moment, as it stared back at Lucius, the sword protruding from its head like some gimmicky Halloween costume. Even Lucius was surprised at how easily the weapon had pierced the creature's tough skull, and he stared back at the doomed ape with wide eyes until it finally collapsed. Holy crap! Lucius came to a stop, taking a few heavy breaths and wiping the sweat from his forehead. He retrieved his sword and stored the slain creature's body in his ring. The third ape was already a few hundred meters away, so he decided to let it escape, rather than risk leaving the cabin unprotected while everyone slept. On his way back, he casually collected the beheaded ape's body. When he returned to the forest clearing where the cabin stood, the message he was waiting for finally reached him. Father, the others have awoken. Chapter 58. Return. Now that the others were waking up, Lucius headed inside. Marianne was the only one still asleep, so he told Whisper to wake her while Roland worked on breakfast for everyone. Garrick didn't say a word, although he looked like he had calmed down over the course of the night. He simply took his breakfast to go as he headed outside. Marianne got up, her blanket still wrapped around her as she emerged from the spare room, slowly rubbing her eyes. The child looked better than she had since Lucius first found her. Roland's cooking talent had gone a long way in alleviating the lingering effects of her injuries and malnourishment. Once Roland finished the rest of their meals, he placed the food in front of them, and Tiber began discussing their plans. "Once we finish eating, we should get moving," the stern soldier suggested. "The sooner we take a look at these farmhouses of yours, the sooner we can report back. With every day that goes by, we lose more people to the goblin raiders." Lucius nodded along as Tiber spoke. Afterward, the group hastily finished their food and packed up their things. When it was time to go, Marianne wanted to walk on her own, but they needed to move quickly and there was no way the child could keep up. "Just ride in the bag one last time, all right? We don't have much further to go." Lucius tried to persuade her. Marianne scrunched up her nose before making a counteroffer of her own.
"It hurts my legs to stay like that for a long time. I can hold on tight, like this."
The young girl motioned for Lucius to bend down before climbing onto his back, wrapping her legs around his waist and wrapping her arms around his neck. Lucius stood up slowly and rocked from side to side a few times to check how sturdy her grip was. Marianne grinned broadly when Lucius agreed to piggyback her. Whisper disappeared into the storage space of the new ring as Lucius made his way toward the exit, following the soldiers who had just stepped out of the cabin. The bat happily fluttered around the enlarged space, using his shadows to reorganize all the items Lucius had clumsily piled inside the night before.
"There's so much room!"
he exclaimed joyously. The new space was double the size it had been previously, and it hadn't been small before the upgrade. Now it was roughly half the size of a basketball court. Lucius wouldn't be able to fill it up anytime soon. When Whisper found the corpses, he turned to Lucius with an eager look on his face. As soon as Lucius gave him permission, a cocoon of shadows encircled the two corpses. Checking his status as the warm energy flooded his body, Lucius saw that he'd gained 1 point of vitality from each corpse Whisper devoured, bringing his total to 23. Garrick, Roland, and Tiber stood just outside the door, carrying their heavy rucksacks as they waited for Lucius. When he walked out of the cabin, Tiber glanced at him, motioning toward the road with his arm as he spoke. "Lead the way, kid." Lucius took a moment to ensure that he knew the route before setting off down the driveway at a casual run. He would have gone much faster if he had been alone, but he set a pace he thought the 3 soldiers could follow, as he wasn't sure how much stamina they possessed. The sun had been up long enough to warm the air, and the clear blue sky stretched as far as they could see over the canopy of trees. It was a good day to travel. After a few minutes of running, Lucius realized he had underestimated the soldiers. They urged him to move faster twice before finally being satisfied with the pace. Now the group was moving at quite the speed, with Marianne tucking her face into Lucius's neck to shield herself from the wind generated by their rapid movement. The group made excellent time, and with Lucius's ability to steer them around most threats, they avoided being delayed by any fights. Before the sun had reached its peak in the sky, Lucius spotted the tiny farmhouse in the distance. The place had already changed significantly in the few days he'd been away. The nearby field was full of thriving greenery. Strange, pig-like creatures gazed in the pasture, and several carcasses had been skinned and hung up to allow the blood to drain. Their furry pelts were laid out nearby to dry in the sun. Someone had also begun constructing a rudimentary defensive wall that rose 6 feet off the ground, made of sharpened logs half buried in the earth and tied tightly together. Though only a small portion of the wall was completed, Lucius thought it would greatly enhance the farm's defenses when it was finished. What the soldiers noticed first, however, were the patrolling guards riding on the backs of large spiders, carrying matching shields and spears. From this distance, only the spiders were clearly visible, while the details of their riders remained indistinct. Tiber dropped to one knee, pulling his sword from his storage ring, a horrified expression spreading across his face as he shouted to Lucius, "Goblins! Get down, they'll see you!" Lucius turned around, furrowing his brows at Tiber's reaction before realizing the misunderstanding. He couldn't suppress a chuckle as he watched the serious man react with such alarm. Nonetheless, he cleared up the confusion, waving to get the guards' attention. "No, not goblins. Those are our spiders. We stole them fair and square." A pair of binoculars appeared in Tiber's hand, and he used them to get a better look at the distant riders. His expression only softened once he confirmed with his own eyes that the riders were human. The soldiers rose from their crouched positions as Lucius led them toward the farm, meeting the guards along the way. It was Scott and Helen again. This time, they carried shields in addition to the spears Jack had made for them. Lucius wasn't sure if it was a coincidence that they were on duty again or if they were permanent guards. But either way, he was glad to see familiar faces. "Our young hero is back, and he brought some friends." Scott greeted them with a grin as soon as he recognized Lucius among the group. Lucius offered a quick hello before asking where he could find the others. Scott scratched the back of his head as he looked up at the sky for a few seconds, until Helen answered in his place, sounding frustrated. "You don't pay any attention, Scott," she rebuked before turning to Lucius, her sour expression morphing immediately into a smile. "Jack is in the forge as usual, and the rest should be in the farmhouse." Lucius thanked both of them and led the soldiers into the farmhouse. James was sitting at the table just inside the door, his arms crossed bitterly across his chest. However, he seemed to cheer up a bit when he saw Lucius walk in. "Lucius, you're back!" "Hey, James, why the long face?" James turned away from Lucius's gaze, his arms returning to their tightly crossed position. "I got punished. I don't want to talk about it." "Ah, I see. Well, can you help me gather everyone? We need to have an important discussion." James's eyes lit up, happy for an excuse to escape being grounded. He hopped up and raced out of the room without delay. A few minutes later, people began gathering around the kitchen table. Patrick was the first to walk in, and Lucius immediately noticed that his clothing emanated a few unfamiliar magical auras. He greeted Patrick with a handshake and asked about his attire. "It looks like you solved the problem of using multiple inscriptions. Is that the case?" Patrick smiled, glancing down at his clothing. "Yes and no. I unlocked an additional ability that lets me overcome the limitation for myself, but for others the limit still exists. However, I've managed to raise it 2 times instead of 1, so both the shields and spears everyone uses can now be inscribed." As the two spoke, heavy footsteps echoed down the hall. Lucius glanced over and saw Jack approaching quickly. A wide smile spread across his face. He was holding a pair of bracers as he rushed into the room excitedly, stopping in front of Lucius. "Lucius, you're finally back! I made a present for you. Try these on." Jack shoved a pair of bracers into Lucius's hands, then stepped back with his hands on his hips, watching expectantly. The bracers were built on a thick leather base, with 3 overlapping sheets of black iron riveted atop for added protection. Loops and thin leather straps at the ends allowed them to be tightened securely. The craftsmanship looked solid, and they gave Lucius a reassuring sense of sturdiness, as if they could easily deflect a heavy blow. Jack's smile widened as he watched Lucius examine them with growing approval. "I know you don't want to carry a shield, but these will help you block when you don't have a choice. They also have an uncommon attribute that enhances defense." "Thank you, Jack. Really, I appreciate it." Lucius rolled up his sleeves and slipped the bracers onto his arms. The fit was surprisingly good. As he pulled the straps tight, he prompted the system for a description of the items. "Light bracers, leather and iron. Quality enhanced. Defensive bracers crafted by a novice artisan. The materials have been magically enhanced through the creator's unique aspect, and additionally enhanced through use of inscription for added defense. Sturdy. The sturdy modifier allows this item to endure an additional 25% damage before being destroyed." Chapter 59. Debate. Lucius considered using his remaining magical item upgrade on the armor, but since the bracers were only enhanced, he decided to save the upgrade for now. He was hoping that the centipede's carapace would be magical grade. If so, he would use the upgrade on that, but he would need to inspect it later to confirm. He smacked his arms together a few times to test his new armor. The bracers felt sturdy. It did an excellent job absorbing the shock from the hits. Jack walked over and examined the items on Lucius's arms, tugging on the leather straps a few times to ensure they were snug. Satisfied, he gave a nod. Only then did Jack suddenly notice the new group of people standing beside Lucius. He stepped back, looking the soldiers up and down with an uncertain expression. "Who are your new friends?" "That's what I called you here to talk about. Let's wait for the others to arrive." Jack squinted at Lucius for a moment before shrugging and pulling out a chair to sit down. As he waited, he dug through his pocket and retrieved a few pieces of hard candy. He popped one into his mouth and slid another across the table toward Marianne. The candy was smudged with dark, soot-like fingerprints, probably carbon from the forge. But the child didn't let that stop her. She quickly snatched up the treat and popped it into her mouth, thanking him quietly. It didn't take long for the room to fill with people. James had enlisted his friend Sarah to help spread the word, and the two had made quick work of the task. Many of the attendees were unfamiliar to Lucius, as he had barely exchanged a few words with most of them. When Mary walked in with a group of older women, Marianne's eyes went wide. She leaped up from her seat at the table and scrambled across the floor toward the oldest woman in the group.
"Nana!"
The old woman froze in her tracks, startled. She raised her hands to her chest in surprise, before taking a good look at the child rushing toward her.
"Who? Oh my! Marianne!"
The old woman bent forward when she recognized the child, catching Marianne in her arms. Her confusion quickly gave way to misty-eyed joy as the overwhelming rush of emotion suddenly hit her.
"How did you get here? Are your mother and father here too?"
The woman glanced up at the other newcomers expectantly, her joy dimming when she realized that the other family members she had hoped to see were not among them. Lucius stepped forward to explain the situation when he saw Marianne starting to sniffle. "I found her, alone in her family's cabin purely by chance while scouting the area," Lucius explained. Lucius went on to explain how they had run out of food and how Marianne's parents had gone out to hunt, but hadn't returned. He suspected that the centipede, which he had slain close to the cabin, might have been responsible for their disappearance, but he didn't share this with everyone as he didn't want to upset Marianne. "I intend to search for them soon. For now, I hope you can take care of Marianne for me until I find out what happened to her parents."
"You can call me Nana," the old woman said. "Marianne is my granddaughter, so of course I'll take her. But I hope you'll find her parents. My son, David, is her father. He's a strong and capable man. If he hasn't returned, then he must be in serious trouble."
Lucius nodded firmly at the old woman's request, as he patted Marianne on the head one last time before returning to the table. After clearing his throat, he introduced the soldiers. "These 3 men are part of a large Special Forces military unit, with thousands of people under their care." He introduced Tiber, Roland, and Garrick, one by one, then explained the situation with the goblins and the mission the men were on. Silence filled the room for a few minutes after he finished, until James's mother, Mary, spoke up.
"We have to help. Our original plan was to seek shelter at the military base, and it was by chance that we ended up here instead. We could just as easily have been in their shoes. I'll start clearing and planting the 2nd and 3rd fields early, and Patrick was already planning to organize hunting parties. That way we won't lack for food, at least not in the short term."
Lucius nodded at her words, then turned his gaze to the others in the room, waiting for their opinions. Jack knocked his knuckles against the table to draw everyone's attention, speaking up with a frown. "I don't know about this. How are we supposed to fit that many people here? This farmhouse barely has room for the few dozen of us already living in it." Tiber stepped forward at the question, nodding at Jack before addressing the room. "Don't be mistaken. We do not intend to be a burden on your community. We still have a few months' supply of rations to feed ourselves, and we'll be bringing enough tents to house at least half our population. Between the farmhouses and barns in the area, we should be able to settle the rest temporarily, while we work on building more permanent shelters. The main reason we want to relocate here is that this area is deep in the forest, adjacent to many renewable food sources, and easily defensible. If you agree to let us relocate, we'll assist with putting up preliminary defensive structures before the move." Tiber stepped back beside Lucius when he was finished speaking. Lucius glanced at Jack to see if he had any further questions, but Jack shook his head. "Does anyone else have anything to add?" Lucius asked. This time, Paul spoke, letting out a frustrated sigh before voicing his opinion. Why should we get involved in this? They're going to lure the goblins right to us. I, for one, don't want to end up locked in a goddamn cage again, waiting to be fed to a spider. I vote no. Lucius glanced up at Tiber, expecting to see anger on the man's face. Instead, the soldier maintained his ever-serious expression as he patiently waited for Paul to finish speaking. Then, the tall man stepped forward again, calmly addressing Paul's concerns. If I thought you would be safe from the goblins if we moved elsewhere, I would gladly make that choice. However, that's not the case. The goblins are spreading like a virus. They breed impossibly fast, and more pour in daily from the anomaly in the center of their camp. They will find you sooner or later. And when they see how few of you there are, they won't even bother with a preliminary raid. They'll overrun the settlement with a single attack. Tiber stepped closer to Paul, towering over the shorter man as he spoke. You won't be captured and kept as a slave this time. The goblins have stopped keeping human males as slaves. It's more likely that the hobgoblins will cut off your head and use it as a casting material, trapping your soul in endless torment until you lose any lingering rationality, becoming a mindless weapon. Nana covered Marianne's ears as Paul's face turned increasingly pale at Tiber's words. When Tiber was confident his message had been understood, he softened his tone slightly and continued. We don't have the luxury of being individualistic anymore. Our only chance of surviving is to support each other with everything we've got. From here on out, humanity has to be one people. I hope you'll make the right choice. Tiber finished speaking and stepped back, patiently waiting for the group to come to a decision. Lucius asked once more if anyone wanted to speak. When no one did, he turned to Tiber and reached out his hand. As Tiber shook his hand, Lucius finalized the agreement with 2 words. We accept. Chapter 60. Plans Laid. Lucius and Tiber accompanied Patrick on a survey of the property and the neighboring farms. The men rode atop 2 large spiders, Patrick on his own mount while Tiber knelt behind Lucius, gripping the rigging on the spider's abdomen as they spread across the open terrain. As they passed through each property, Tiber took note of the available space and resources, compiling a list of tasks that needed to be completed before the move. These included clearing out barns to make room for civilians and ensuring all buildings were free of any creatures that might have taken up residence. Once he was satisfied with the surrounding areas, they headed back toward the main farmhouse. You've already started on a wall. That's good. We'll go ahead and build the bulk of the defenses here. If the scouts at the other farmhouses spot a threat too big to handle alone, they'll sound the alarm, and everyone will fall back to this position. When the time comes to face something serious, we'll make our stand here, together. As Tiber spoke, the 3 men continued toward the area designated for the wall. Once they arrived, the soldier began taking measurements and making calculations. Lucius watched him closely, impressed by the professional precision of his work. Do you have a background in architecture or something? Lucius asked. Tiber turned from his work with his usual stern expression, but a slight grin broke through as he replied. Engineering. Why do you think they sent me to do this job? Lucius nodded as he guided his mount around the property, giving Tiber time to complete his assessment. They finished at the main barn, where they returned the spiders to James before walking back toward the house. Along the way, Tiber explained his plans to the other 2 men, pointing out different areas of the property as he spoke. We'll need to build platforms for archers and sentries inside the wall. At least 1 at each corner, maybe another in the middle. Trenches should be dug around the entire perimeter and filled with spikes or water. We'll also need to build a drawbridge so we can seal off the entrance when needed. Patrick frowned as he listened, stroking the beard that had grown noticeably thicker since Lucius had last seen him. His tone was uncertain as he replied, We don't have the manpower or expertise to build something like that, especially not in a reasonable time frame. Tiber casually waved off Patrick's concerns. Once I return to the base, I'll request permission from the commander to bring back a full engineering platoon to help with the construction. Turning back toward Lucius, he continued. Lastly, before I leave, I'd like to speak with your blacksmith. The men made their way to the forge, where smoke billowed from the chimney as usual. Inside, Jack was hard at work. They stood quietly to the side as golden light spiraled around the room, flooding into the piece of steel Jack was forging. When the process was complete, Jack tossed the glowing metal into the water trough with his bare hands, earning a rare look of astonishment from Tiber. Lucius's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled at his friend's antics, certain that Jack was showing off in front of the new guy. Jack turned toward the waiting men with a satisfied grin on his face, dusting his hands together as he approached them. "It's Tiber, right? I figured you'd want to talk to me before you left." Tiber nodded, holding out his hand for a handshake. Jack's grin got wider as he walked away instead. The stern soldier frowned slightly, but when Jack proceeded to plunge his hands into the trough, resulting in a loud hiss, it dawned on Tiber that the young man hadn't been trying to snub him. Jack dried his hands on a dirty rag before walking back, holding out his hand instead this time. "Sorry about that. Wouldn't want to send you home with all the skin burned off your palm." Tiber felt the residual heat radiating from Jack's skin as they made contact, and he couldn't help but consider all the ways Jack's ability might be used in combat. Jack noticed the look in Tiber's eyes and chuckled, shattering the soldier's unspoken hopes. "I know what you're thinking, but don't bother. This ability only works inside the forge. Now, what can I help you with?" Tiber cleared his throat and refocused, locking eyes with Jack as he stated his request. "I've inspected the weapons and shields you've crafted, and I have to admit, they're much better than anything we're capable of producing right now. Your weapons are a full 2 grades higher in quality than what we can make. To be honest, most of our soldiers are still making do with crude weapons and basic protective gear. Magic ruining the use of gunpowder really did a number on us. I'd like to place an order, if possible. Enough to supply our entire outfit with equipment." Jack scratched his chin in silence, glancing at the pile of materials nearby before responding. "How many items are we talking about? I've already resorted to scrapping most of the unused metals on this property, and I've barely got enough to work with for our people alone. Our battalion originally consisted of 300 men, but we've been reduced to half that number. Some of them have earned their own upgrade tokens, while others have claimed spoils from closing anomalies or slaying hobgoblins. But at least 100 are still without proper weapons or armor." Jack drew a sharp breath through his teeth when he heard the number, then shook his head with a defeated look. "Sorry, there's no way I can scrounge up enough materials for that." Tiber held up a hand to stop him. "What if we provide the raw metal, leather, and wood you need? Additionally, we're not asking you to work for free. I'm authorized to offer double the required raw materials. So even after completing the order, you'd have enough left to keep your forge running for quite a while." Jack's eyebrows shot up as he tilted his head back slightly at the generous offer, glancing over at Lucius to confirm that this was genuine. When Lucius nodded his approval, Jack couldn't help breaking into a little celebratory dance before he realized what he was doing. The young craftsman let out a cough in embarrassment as he schooled his expression. "How soon can you get me the stuff? And just so we're clear, making that many items is going to take, a week? Probably more." Jack counted on his fingers as he spoke, trying to estimate how long it would take him to craft so many items, as Tiber responded. "We should have enough storage rings to hold the materials, so that'll make transport much easier. I'll bring them to you myself when I return with the engineering platoon in the next few days. It'll take us at least a week to prepare this place for relocation, so just make as much as you can during that time. Once we've finished the defenses here, I'll take the completed equipment back with me to help escort the civilians. Please, do your best. This gear will save a lot of lives on the dangerous journey out of the city with so many defenseless people." Once Jack and Tiber finalized their deal, Lucius asked Patrick to take Tiber back to the farmhouse, while he stayed behind to speak with Jack privately. Jack watched Lucius in silence for a few moments after the others left, curiosity evident on his face as he waited for his young friend to speak. His eyes widened in shock when a tiny purple bat appeared in midair.
"Hello, human item creator. I have seen that you are a friend to my father, so I will not consume you."
Jack looked bewildered, glancing quickly between Whisper and Lucius. Whisper looked back at Lucius, flinching when he noticed that Lucius did not look pleased.
No, what I meant to say was, I do not consume humans at all?
Whisper relaxed visibly when Lucius gave him a nod of approval. The tiny mythical creature was pleased with himself for quickly correcting his mistake, grinning wide and putting his sharp fangs on display as he fluttered up onto the workbench. Jack leaned closer, examining Whisper with intense curiosity. The bat's large purple eyes stared back at him as it straightened its posture, puffing out its chest and holding its tiny chin high in pride. Meanwhile, Jack bombarded Lucius with questions. Is this creature yours? Is it part of a new skill? Did you learn some kind of beast taming like James? Lucius chuckled as he watched the tiny bat showing off so shamelessly, before responding to Jack's questions. Something like that, he replied, before proceeding to explain the existence of mythical creatures to Jack, recounting how he defeated the vampire in the church and accidentally got his own blood on the egg-like stone it had left behind. Jack listened, stunned to learn not only that mythical creatures existed, but also that humans could defeat them and bind their power. Once he processed the information, he looked up at Lucius with thinly veiled envy, before asking the next question on his mind. That's incredible. I could feel that you'd grown much stronger the moment I saw you return, and it felt different from the strength you had before. It almost makes me want to leave the forge and go exploring instead of spending all my time here. Jack looked up at the ceiling wistfully as he considered the idea of heading out into the world to grow stronger, eventually shaking his head as he rejected the notion. While he did want to grow stronger and see what was out there, he had just accepted Tiber's order for more weapons. There was no way he could leave. Not for a while, anyway. He looked back at Lucius and leaned forward on the workbench, where the bat was standing as he spoke his final question. So why are you telling me all this? You're not just here to brag, are you? Jack teased Whisper as he spoke, tickling the fluffy bat's stomach. Whisper flailed, swatting at Jack's fingers in frustration. But Jack's demeanor shifted quickly, turning serious as his eyes locked onto the brown, egg-like stone that had appeared in Lucius's outstretched hand. Chapter 61. Mini-Tor. Jack stood at his workbench, holding the stone in his hand as he rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Lucius and Whisper watched him from the side, observing as Jack considered whether he should also bind himself to a mythical creature, like Lucius had. A minotaur, huh? Jack asked without looking away from the stone in his hand. Why give it to me, though? Why not use it yourself? Lucius stepped away from the workbench, listening to Jack's words as he wandered around the forge, inspecting the various items Jack was working on. He picked up a strip of red leather etched with intricate inscriptions that gave off an intriguing magical energy, and casually replied, I can't. First, I can feel that the power in that stone doesn't suit me. It would reject my attempt to bind it. Second, I'm not strong enough to bind two mythical creatures at once. It's possible, apparently, according to Whisper, but I'd need to be at least C-class, and the creature's power would have to match both my aspect and my soul. Jack furrowed his brows, continuing to stare at the stone with growing fascination. He glanced at Whisper, briefly studying the mythical creature once more, before returning his attention to the object, stroking its warm, shiny surface. I could use an assistant in the forge, I guess. Plus, who wouldn't want the enhanced strength and healing of a minotaur? Anyway, you said I can always remove the binding by slaying the creature if it turns out to be a bad choice, right? Whisper looked up, visibly offended by Jack's suggestion. Noticing its exaggerated expression, Jack reached out to pat the little bat's head, but Whisper scurried out of reach and stuck his tongue out at him from across the workbench. Jack withdrew his hand in defeat, trying to explain himself. Relax, Whisper. That would only happen in the worst-case scenario. He set the stone down on the workbench as he turned his attention back to Lucius. Okay, how do I bind it? Lucius completed his stroll around the workshop, returning to the bench where Jack and Whisper waited. When he heard the question, he shrugged as he looked back at Jack. No idea. Each stone has a unique binding method. I just got lucky. I was bleeding a lot when I found Whisper's stone. But if anyone can help you figure it out, it's him." Jack looked down at the pouting bat expectantly, but Whisper turned his head away in a childish display of displeasure. Jack's earlier comment had clearly struck a nerve. Lucius shook his head before picking the creature up and placing it in front of Jack. "Jack's a good friend of mine, Whisper. He won't hurt the creature he creates unless he has no choice. Please help him." "Please," Jack added, crouching down to look the bat in the eye. Whisper's demeanor softened at Lucius's words. Seemingly dropping his grudge for the time being, the bat stepped closer to the egg-like stone. Running a winged arm across the stone's surface, he explained. "I can't tell you exactly what to do. You'll need to figure that out on your own. But the power in this stone carries the traits of great physical strength and bodily endurance. You must demonstrate your compatibility with those traits." Jack scratched his head, narrowing his eyes at Lucius. "Did you have to do anything like that? I thought you just bled on it." Whisper's lips pulled back into a wide grin as he tilted his chin up arrogantly and answered the question in place of Lucius. "Father was able to bind me in such a simple way because his aspect suits my power over shadows. You aren't so lucky." Jack nodded at the explanation, lifting the stone closer to his eyes. "Physical strength is straightforward enough, but what does bodily endurance mean exactly?" "It refers to a body that can endure significant damage without failing," Whisper explained. "Fine. Last question. Do I need to worry about damaging the stone?" Whisper crossed his wings tightly over his chest when he heard the question. "You do not possess the power to damage such a thing." Jack studied the stone for a long moment before shrugging and striding over to the forge. The object clutched tightly in his hand. He set it down on the anvil and raised his hammer high, bringing it down with a sharp crack that echoed through the workshop. Sparks flew, but the stone didn't even flinch. Jack struck it again, and again. No matter how much force he used, the object remained stubbornly unchanged, as if mocking his efforts. Frowning, he scooped it up and placed it deep within the heart of the forge. The flames roared around it, bathing it in searing heat. Minutes passed, but the stone showed no reaction, untouched by the inferno. He muttered under his breath, clearly frustrated. Then, without hesitation, Jack thrust his bare hand into the flames to retrieve the stone. His fingers closed around the stone, and the moment his flesh, bathed in flames, touched its surface, a faint glimmer of light pulsed from deep within the object, as if finally acknowledging his presence. Jack froze when he finally got a reaction, staring at the stone as Whisper jumped up and down excitedly behind him. "That's it! Hold the stone in the fire with your hand," Whisper chirped. Jack followed Whisper's instructions, and the glimmering light grew a bit brighter, becoming easily visible even through the glow of the fire. He stood there for several minutes expectantly, but the look of frustration continued to grow on his face when nothing else happened, and even the light that the stone had been emitting thus far dimmed. "It's not enough," Jack muttered. "We're missing something." Gritting his teeth, Jack plunged his other hand into the fire, gripping the stone tightly between his palms. His muscles tensed, veins bulging on his face and arms as he used all the strength he could muster to apply pressure to the stone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the stone gave a faint shudder. The ability to endure the heat with his bare hands, combined with the display of strength, seemed to satisfy the stone, which suddenly released a blinding flash of light, then vanished in a flood of light brown smoke, Jack's hands smacking together the moment there was nothing holding back his strength. The flood of smoke spiraled up Jack's arms and around his body before gathering into a 3-foot-tall cloud on the floor. The swirling mass slowed, its movements becoming more deliberate as it took shape. Slowly, the outline of a small minotaur emerged, though it looked vastly different from the one Lucius had slain. This new creature was covered in short, light brown fur, with no horns and a face that resembled a baby deer. At the ends of its thin arms were 3 fingers and a thumb on each hand, while its legs ended in thick, black hooves. Lucius pulled a hooded sweatshirt from his storage ring and draped it over the small minotaur when its large chest finished forming. The two mounds at the center of the creature's chest allowed them to immediately determine that the creature was female. And even beneath the large sweater, the unmistakable feminine shape was still easily visible. The newly born female minotaur looked down at her own body, examining the oversized sweater that Lucius had placed on her. Then she cast her gaze past Lucius and whispered until her eyes finally landed on Jack. The pleasant sound of a young woman's soft voice entered into the minds of everyone present as she spoke for the first time.
"It's very good to meet you."
Waving a four-fingered hand at Jack, the minotaur crawled under the workbench and curled into a ball, pulling the hood up over her head. Jack watched incredulously as the creature's chest rose and fell deeply beneath the baggy clothes, soft snoring ringing out across the room. Lucius walked over and clapped Jack on the back, as he did his best to suppress the laughter after seeing Jack's stunned expression. When Jack looked up at him, he quickly cleared his throat to hide his smile. "That behavior is normal. They need to rest when they're first born. You'll need to pick a name for her. Once she's rested, you can talk to her about using her power. Be careful, though. If I've guessed right, the Minotaur's power might increase your size quite a bit. Best to test it outside." Jack continued to stare at the sleeping creature, blinking rapidly and rubbing his eyes before Lucius shifted the topic to something that could always get Jack's attention. "Anyway, I took a few materials from the creatures I've fought recently. I need you to use your aspect to upgrade some of it for me." Chapter 62. Some proper armor. Lucius waved his left hand over an empty area near the workbench, summoning the 3 desiccated corpses and the pieces of centipede carapace he had stored. Jack tore his gaze away from his new miniature companion, looking over earnestly the moment Lucius began speaking about the new materials he had gathered. "The skin of these apes should make for some strong leather. You can keep that and use it for whatever you want. The mandibles are all yours too. They're 3 or 4 times stronger than steel. Maybe you can think of a use for them. What I'm interested in is the centipede's carapace. It's only enhanced grade, unfortunately. But if you can get it up to magical for me with your aspect, I can use my upgrade token on it." Jack walked over and ran his hand across the surface of the thick, black carapace, considering his options for a moment before crossing the room to grab a hammer and chisel. The 2 metal tools had obviously been recently created, as they bore inscriptions of their own, and Lucius could feel the magic empowering them. Jack saw Lucius observing his tools and smiled as he explained their origin. "Working with these materials gets harder and harder the stronger they become. I've had to create my own tools for just about everything." Jack's aspect worked by upgrading any materials he worked with by 1 grade. At least, that was what it had done so far with lower-grade materials. He wasn't sure if the same would apply to materials that started at higher grades, but he would have to wait until he got his hands on such materials before he could find out. For now, he needed to alter the sheet of carapace in some way to allow his aspect to take effect. Jack cleared off the top of his workbench and instructed Lucius to place the carapace he wanted to use on it. Lucius reached out with his mind, using his telekinesis to select the thickest piece, the one that had come from the centipede's skull, and carefully moved it to the workbench. Jack's craftsmanship talent had been leveling up rapidly ever since he began investing nearly all his time in the forge. The talent didn't simply reflect his own ability, though. It also sharpened his instincts about how a particular material should be handled. Additionally, eyes of the craftsman synergized with his instincts to a marvelous degree. This was why Jack could take one look at the centipede carapace, a material he had never worked with or seen before, and immediately understood how best to prepare it. Using his hammer and chisel, he carefully struck specific points along the outer edge of the carapace, breaking off shorn edges and removing any cracked areas entirely. By eliminating these weak points, he strengthened the material's overall structure and durability. As Jack worked, the telltale signs of magic manifested around him. At first, slowly, but then with increasing intensity as he continued to refine the material. Over the course of more than half an hour, the thick black carapace gradually became saturated with a glowing light. With a final strike of his hammer, the light flashed brightly before disappearing. Jack stepped back, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and motioned toward the enhanced material with his free hand. Lucius approached the bench with a wide smile on his face. He could already tell that the procedure was a success. The magical energy radiating from the carapace had noticeably increased, and even before prompting the system for its description, he knew what it would say. Nevertheless, he asked the system to define the item as he ran his hand across its newly smoothed edges. Colossus Centipede Carapace. Biological. Quality, magical. This is a piece of carapace from a fully grown Colossus centipede, taken from the skull where the creature's defense is the strongest. This material has had its grade enhanced through the powerful aspect of a budding artisan. Lucius's smile widened further when the description confirmed his expectations. Well done, Jack! He gave Jack an enthusiastic thumbs up, and Jack gave him a nod as he drank deeply from a water bottle before responding. Anytime, bud. Now hurry up and use that token. I want to see what you make. Lucius turned back to the carapace, wasting no time as he placed one hand on the sleek black surface of the material and activated the magical upgrade token he had earned after defeating the centipede. Another flood of bright light filled the room, this time far surpassing the earlier display. A great, spiraling river of light gathered in the air around Lucius, forcing both young men to squint from the brightness as it swirled over the smooth surface of the carapace. The advantage of using the carapace to craft armor instead of metal was how light and durable it was, making it far better than any metal he had come across. This allowed Lucius to enjoy the benefits of solid armor without being slowed down by excessive weight. Before obtaining the carapace, he had planned to use leather for his armor, but now he had the means to create something superior. As the glowing lights morphed and reshaped the material, Lucius held a general vision in his mind of what he wanted to create. When the radiant glow finally dissipated, the result was revealed. A piece of armor with a striking design. The centipede's hard shell had been transformed into hundreds of scales, intricately linked in a flowing chest piece. This design was the best of both worlds, as it provided the blocking power of the carapace while allowing unrestricted movement. Upon closer inspection, each individual scale was intricately carved with such fine detail that they almost resembled feathers, perfectly layered to form an eye-catching piece of equipment. The armor was large enough to cover Lucius's entire upper body, shoulders, and upper arms, stopping just above the elbows. Jack stepped forward, joining Lucius as he examined the item. I didn't expect you to use the hard shell this way, but it makes sense with your fighting style to prioritize mobility. Lucius felt quite satisfied with the finished product. The new armor exuded an air of danger and power. While Jack inspected the item's craftsmanship, Lucius checked the details of his latest defensive item. Tenebrous Scales. Carapace chest armor. Quality rare. This is a piece of armor that was created from the carapace of a Colossus centipede. It has been further upgraded through the use of a powerful aspect in addition to a system upgrade token. The carapace used to create this armor retains some of its biological qualities, including its original body's affinity for Earth, and its ability to heal on its own over time. Close to the Earth, plus 10% movement speed while traveling over soil, plus 25% movement speed underground. Second Skin. This armor will self-repair as long as it has not been completely destroyed. As Lucius reviewed the details of his new armor, Jack examined it with growing confusion. Finally, when he couldn't resolve his doubts, he looked up at Lucius in bafflement. This thing has no straps or latches. How the hell are you supposed to put it on? Lucius chuckled as he realized what Jack was worried about. So you noticed that? Watch, I'll show you. Jack's eyebrows shot up as the armor suddenly disappeared from the workbench in front of him, vanishing into Lucius's storage ring. Lucius stretched his arms out to the sides as he summoned the armor back out, this time directly over his body. Jack's mouth hung open as he saw the unique way his friend was able to put on his armor, glancing down at Lucius's storage ring in envy before shaking his head. You need to get me one of those rings. Chapter 63. Some proper armor, too. Lucius did some light stretching to test the new armor covering his upper body. He swung his arms forward and back to ensure he wasn't restricted and could still move with his full range of motion. Only when he folded his arms across his chest did he notice the scales pressing against each other, slightly, creating a tight feeling under his armpits. Other than that, the chest piece felt nearly perfect and didn't hamper his movement in any way. Standing with his legs shoulder-width apart, Lucius crouched slightly as he looked over at Jack, clenching his fists tightly as he grinned slyly. "Hit me. Give me your best shot. Right in the middle of my chest." Jack's eyebrows rose, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "You sure about that? You know how high my strength is." When he saw Lucius nodding, he quickly agreed to the request. After all, he was quite curious about the armor's defense himself. Without another word, Jack walked in front of Lucius, pulling back his clenched fist and twisting his entire upper body like a pitcher. He launched his fist forward with all his power, his knuckles slamming dead center into the black scales covering Lucius's chest. A sound like a heavy object falling off the back of a truck echoed through the forge, as Jack's endless grit-enhanced fist struck the flowing layers of black scales on Lucius's chest. The impact sent Lucius sliding 3 meters backwards at rapid speed before 2 shadowy ropes jumped up from the ground, wrapping around his waist and preventing him from slamming into the wall. The armor did its job masterfully, dispersing the force of impact across his entire upper body and greatly minimizing the damage of the blow. Even so, if he hadn't exhaled and braced himself for the hit, he probably would have had the wind knocked out of him. "Damn, that's hard," Jack groaned, wringing his hand out. Lucius looked down at his chest closely, rubbing the spot where Jack's punch had landed. He noticed a barely visible hairline crack spreading across a single scale at the center of the impact zone. Just as he did, the edges of the crack slowly receded as the armor's self-repair mechanism activated. When Jack saw the pristine condition of the armor, he couldn't help but sigh in approval as he rested his hands on his hips. "Okay, bud. I'm impressed. I was sure I could knock you on your ass with a full-strength punch, but that hit barely fazed you." Lucius waved his hand dismissively at Jack's compliment as the shadowy ropes dissipated back into the floor. "I just got lucky." Jack shook his head, raising one eyebrow skeptically as he heard his young friend's shameless lie. "Yeah, right. You can keep your bullshit to yourself. I know you could kill us all without breaking a sweat if you wanted to." Lucius smiled but stayed silent when Jack called him out, quickly changing the subject. He pulled off the old pair of belts around his waist that Patrick had inscribed for him to use as a sheath. Now that he had a storage ring, the belts had become redundant. "Here, I don't need this anymore. If you don't have a use for it, give it away for me." Jack nodded and tossed the belt onto a pile of finished items he was preparing to distribute. As Lucius prepared to leave, Jack casually asked one more question while returning to his workbench. "Once Tiber returns with those materials, I'll be swamped for quite a while. Now's the time to ask if there's anything else you need." Lucius rubbed his chin, staring at the floor as he stood in front of the exit for a moment, before shaking his head. "No, you're better off focusing on getting everyone else well equipped. I'm one of the few people who can earn my own equipment through the system. I plan to close as many anomalies as I can over the next week before the big move while I'm out trying to track down Marianne's parents. I'll be able to acquire all the equipment I need from that." Jack gave a quick nod, waving as Lucius departed. Once the door closed and he was alone again, Jack gave his new companion under the workbench a long look. After considering it for a few moments, he turned and walked over to the couch where he usually slept at the back of the forge, and retrieved the thick blanket laying there. Careful not to wake it, he draped the blanket over the sleeping creature's body. After Lucius stepped out of the forge, he stood outside the door for a short while, deciding on his next course of action. As he stood there thinking, he glanced around, watching everyone as they moved around the farm focused on their various tasks. He happened to spot Marianne, James, and Sarah carrying a bin full of food scraps toward the fenced-in area that contained the pig-like creatures and decided to check up on Marianne to see how she was fitting in. He could ask James about the new creatures while he was at it. When Marianne saw Lucius approaching, she quickly set her bin of scraps down near the fence and ran up to him, grabbing his arm with both hands as she pulled him over excitedly. "Lucius, come and feed the animals with me. James let me help, but it's hard for me to reach over the fence." Marianne picked up the bin of scraps and handed it to Lucius, pointing toward the food trough on the other side of the fence, where the mother pig and her many children waited eagerly, snorting and nosing at the wooden trough in excitement. If Lucius had been around when James first tamed them, he would have been shocked at how quickly they had grown. Even the smallest of the new creatures had more than tripled in size. Instead of lifting the bin himself, Lucius hoisted Marianne up by the waist so she could dump it over the top of the fence. As the child gleefully watched the animals eating, he turned toward James to ask about the new creatures. James wore a proud smile, collecting the empty bins as he explained the details. Talking about the creatures he had tamed was one of his new favorite things to do. I call them hedge pigs. They grow super fast. They're the second type of creature I've been able to tame. Mom said we can only afford to keep them if they can pull their own weight. But I found out that they can dig really good. I've been using them to make the holes for the new wall. Dad said we need to make a big trench around the outside once the wall is done, so that will be my responsibility. Lucius nodded along to the boy's explanation, patting James on the shoulder in approval. Well done, James. You're more capable than most of the grown men around here. Take good care of Marianne for me while I'm away, okay? James couldn't help but stand a bit taller at Lucius's praise, nodding firmly as he glanced at Marianne. You can count on me. I promise to keep her safe. Thank you, James. If I don't see you three before I head back out, then this will be goodbye. Marianne grew visibly anxious as she listened to Lucius's words, shifting her weight from foot to foot while clutching his leg. You're leaving? She complained. Lucius gently pushed Marianne's freshly brushed hair back with one hand as he patted her on the head, noticing that Nana had taken good care of the child so far. Her clothes and skin were clean for the first time since Lucius had met her. Yes, Marianne. The longer I wait, the harder it will be to track down your parents. I made a promise that I'd do everything I could to find them, remember? Marianne nodded slowly, looking down at the ground. Her voice broke slightly from the emotions building up in her chest as she responded. Does Whisper have to go? Lucius let out a quiet sigh. He felt guilty taking the child's best friend away from her, but he needed Whisper's strength. Yes, I'm sorry. I know you and Whisper are friends, but I need Whisper's help in case I run into something I can't handle on my own. That was the final straw, and Marianne couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Lucius gave the distraught child a hug, waiting a few moments for her to calm down before continuing. I know you've had bad experiences with people leaving, but you're not alone this time, right? You have Nana, James, Sarah, and lots of other people here to keep you company while Whisper and I are away. Marianne rubbed her eyes, taking deep breaths to calm her fear. She asked Lucius one last question as he stood back up. Do you promise to come back? I promise, he said, squeezing her shoulder comfortingly before straightening up. Chapter 64. A Lead. As Lucius began walking away from the three children on his way back to the farmhouse, a sudden thought struck him. He turned around and walked back over to Marianne, reaching one hand forward as he stepped up to her. Marianne looked up in time to see her storybook appearing in his outstretched hand. I almost forgot to return this to you. Lucius flipped the book open, retrieving the family picture taped there before handing the book back to Marianne. He held up the picture for Marianne to see as he spoke. But let me keep this for now. It'll help me on my search. A gasp had escaped her mouth as Marianne saw Lucius removing the treasured picture from her book. But when he explained how it would help him, she bit her lip before nodding firmly to his request. Okay, Lucius. Please don't lose it. Marianne accompanied Lucius back to the farmhouse to put away her precious book. As soon as they stepped inside, she darted away toward Nana's room. He watched her hurry away for a few seconds before letting out a sigh and continuing on his way. Patrick and the three soldiers were gathered around the kitchen table when Lucius walked in. Patrick was hard at work, adding an inscription to Garrick's longbow. A pair of boots from Roland and Tiber's Kevlar vest sat beside him, waiting in line for their own inscriptions. The smell of boiling meat, vegetables, and spices lingered in the air from the big pot of soup slowly cooking above the wood stove. One of the older women of the group was slowly stirring the stew with a long wooden ladle. The men turned toward the door in unison when Lucius walked in, all except Patrick, whose eyes remained glued to his task. Roland gestured for Lucius to join them, with a wide grin across his face, sliding over to make room at the table. The large, bald man was the first man to speak, his tone as jolly and welcoming as usual. "We're almost ready to head home. Your friend Patrick here generously offered to add inscriptions to our equipment to improve our chances of survival on the dangerous journey through the city." Tiber remained silent, taking a small sip from his canteen as he rested his eyes. After Roland finished speaking, Tiber slowly opened his eyes and looked up at Lucius, a hint of worry on his stern face as he took his chance to speak. "What are your immediate plans? We could really use your help when the time comes to move the civilians. And I'd like to introduce you to the base commander. He'll want to meet the young man who single-handedly bested his 3 strongest soldiers." Lucius nodded as he approached the table, extending his arm to place the family photo in the center where everyone could see it. In the picture, Marianne was perched on the shoulders of a large, bearded man. The man grinned from ear to ear, revealing 2 rows of even white teeth in the center of his handsome face. His attire resembled that of a typical lumberjack, a tight black beanie on his head and a red plaid shirt covering his thick arms and upper body. To his right stood a petite woman who bore a striking resemblance to Marianne. It was obvious at a glance that the 3 of them were a family. The woman wore a flowing white dress, adorned with blue flowers, smiling lovingly at the man and child beside her. After placing the photo on the table, Lucius took a seat across from Tiber and addressed his questions first. "I'll meet you back here when you return with the engineers. I should return long before you finish constructing the defenses. That way, I will be here to make the final trip back to base with you, to collect the civilians." A relieved grin spread across Tiber's face when he heard the words. Their chances of getting everyone out of the city alive would go up immensely with Lucius by their side. After promising to be there for the dangerous move, Lucius gestured at the photo as he continued. "In the meantime, I want to find these 2 people. The man in the photo is named David. He disappeared over a week ago, southwest of where we first met. The woman is Sarah, Marianne's mother. She went missing not long after. Please take a look and tell me if you have seen either of them." Garrick reached forward and slid the photo across the table toward himself, lifting it up for a closer look. His relaxed expression stiffened almost immediately, the casual air around him vanishing as his eyes lingered on the woman in the picture. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, without a word, he handed the photo to Tiber. Tiber hesitated before taking it, noticing the change in Garrick's face. A frown crept across his features as he studied the picture, his fingers tightening slightly around the edges. After a few tense seconds, his shoulders sagged, and he shook his head slowly, a heavy breath escaping him. Lucius tapped his fingers against the wooden table, his eyes narrowing slightly with interest as he waited for Tiber to explain. Tiber passed the picture to Roland with a regretful sigh, his face etched with guilt as he glanced toward Lucius. "We've seen the woman," Tiber admitted. "A few days before we met you, we encountered a group of over 24 well-armed men. They'd set up a temporary camp off the road 10 or so miles southeast of the cabin where you found us. We ran into them while scouting the area. Unfortunately, they weren't interested in talking and attacked us as soon as we crossed paths. Instead of engaging while being so outnumbered, we retreated. That woman was in the camp. She, didn't seem to be there of her own free will." A deep frown spread across Lucius's face as he listened to Tiber's account. His fingers, which had been tapping the table, were now curled into a tight fist. His expression darkened as he lowered his gaze to the floor. The sudden, loud slam of a clenched fist striking the hard wooden table caused everyone in the room to flinch. When Lucius finally spoke, his voice was devoid of warmth. "Show me where. Now!" Tiber motioned to Garrick, who retrieved a map from his rucksack before spreading it out over the table. Tiber placed his canteen down and glanced at the upset young man, a mix of conflicting emotions evident in his expression as he spoke. "Tragic scenes of injustice like the one we witnessed that day are all too common in this new world," Tiber began,
his voice steady. "If we tried to help everyone we came across, no matter how outnumbered we were, we'd have been dead long ago. We can't afford to throw our lives away when we still have a mission to complete." He paused, a shadow passing over his face. "Still, I'm sorry we left Marianne's mother behind. If we had known, we would have done everything we could to free her." Lucius remained silent, his gaze fixed on Garrick as the archer scanned the wrinkled map in search of the location of the bandits' camp. Lucius knew that Tiber's words were likely true, but they did nothing to quell the searing anger in his chest. In just a few days, Lucius had grown fond of Marianne. He wouldn't admit it, but he had become quite emotionally invested in reuniting the girl with her parents. He couldn't help but identify with her plight. Unlike him, Marianne still had hope. Her parents were loving, and she longed to be reunited with them. That hope stoked a desperation within him, fueled by the traumatic wounds of his past. Finally, Garrick located the spot. He slapped his hand down on the map in triumph, quickly circling the area with his pencil and sliding the map toward Lucius. Leaning in, Lucius scanned the details with his enhanced perception, committing both the location and the route to memory. Once he had his target, he stood from the table. But before leaving, he paused, almost forgetting that he still needed to warn the group about something crucial. "I'm leaving. I'll meet you back here before it's time for the move, whether I find the woman or not. Also, stay out of the forest to the south. There's a creature there, named Magar." Lucius explained how he had met the creature, detailing the truce between them and the benefits of allowing Magar to protect the southern forest. He warned Patrick to ensure that none of the hunting parties he was about to organize ventured into that area. "Magar probably won't attack anyone unprovoked, but I'd rather not take any chances," Lucius warned. Chapter 65. Not everything is as it seems. Patrick finished the inscription on Garrick's bow just as Lucius wrapped up his explanation about Magar. Finally looking up from his work, he handed the bow back to the bearded archer and spoke. "I understand. I'll make sure everyone is aware of Magar. But you've only just returned, and there are only a few hours of sunlight left. At least spend the night and head out in the morning," he suggested. Lucius shook his head as he stepped away from the table, waving a hand behind him as he headed for the door. "The darkness isn't a problem for me," he said, before tossing a farewell over his shoulder. "Good luck on your journey home, all three of you. I expect to see you back here in one piece with your reinforcements when I return." Tiber gave a silent nod to Lucius's retreating back, while Roland waved his large arm enthusiastically. Garrick, engrossed in inspecting his newly upgraded longbow, remained silent during the farewell. Lucius stepped out the front door and immediately picked up his pace as he crossed the yard. He could feel his new armor's close-to-the-earth attribute kicking in, boosting his movement speed with each stride. The sensation was familiar, similar to the way adding points to dexterity felt, but without the sudden, overwhelming rush that came from permanently raising an attribute. The air was cool and clean as it blew against his face, the sun already starting to set from its peak toward the west. The area just outside the farmhouse was thick with the smell of iron from the drying pelts set up around the area. Lucius quickly passed the two men chopping wood in the front yard as he leaned into his momentum, gaining speed with each step. Between his highest attribute, the dexterity he had poured so much into that it had pushed him up to D class, and the boost from his new armor, Lucius's speed had become surprising even to himself. He found himself eager for nightfall, when he could push it even further through mythification. By the time he reached the edge of the property, he was already moving twice as fast as the swiftest of the spiders, even James's prized mount, Ellie. He tried to wave to Scott and Helen as he passed, but the two unsuspecting guards barely caught a blur of color and a rush of wind. Had they not seen him leave the farmhouse before he picked up speed, they might have thought they were under attack. Even so, his sudden movement startled the spiders beneath them, sending the creatures skittering in frantic circles as they searched for the unseen threat. He considered stopping when he saw Helen tumble from her spider, mumbling a quiet apology that she couldn't possibly hear as he glanced back over his shoulder. But the thought of Marianne's mother, still trapped in the hands of murderous thugs, surged back to the forefront of his mind. Instead of slowing down, he gritted his teeth and pushed himself to move even faster. A whirlwind of dust and leaves trailed behind him, growing wider and wilder as he sped forward. As he ran, Lucius pulled the mental image of Garrick's map into focus, double-checking the route as he veered from the long, winding driveway onto the road. The boost in intelligence from his ring had sharpened his mind, allowing him to hold vivid images like never before. It used to be difficult for him to picture anything clearly for more than an instant. Pulling up something as detailed as a map would have been impossible not long ago. In addition, his short-term and long-term memory had become more reliable than he ever imagined possible. Any trepidation he might have felt about allowing the system's magic to influence his mind had been pushed aside by the indisputable benefits. As Lucius moved through the forest at top speed, he felt various threats appearing within the range of sense danger, popping up as messages from the system one after another. However, none of the creatures seemed capable of following him, and none of the threats were greater than F-class. Getting from the soldier's cabin to the farmhouse had taken around 4 hours. Lucius had been carrying Marianne on his back at that time, moving at a speed slow enough for Tiber, Roland, and Garrick to follow. Now, Lucius made the journey in less than an hour. The cabin marked the halfway point between the farmhouse and where the soldiers had spotted Marianne's mother, Sarah. He could reach the area in another hour if he maintained his current speed, but Lucius chose not to. There was no guarantee that the large group of men he was searching for had remained in the same area. In fact, it was quite likely that they hadn't. Luckily, those men were his enemies, so he could use a combination of sense danger and novice tracker to hunt them down. Lucius dropped to half his top speed, shifting his focus to the road ahead. The moment he began actively searching for tracks, his perception surged, enhanced by novice tracker. Almost immediately, he spotted 3 sets of footprints, the trail left by the soldiers during their original escape. He was following the same route they had taken to reach the cabin, only now moving in the opposite direction. Sense danger has detected an F-class threat. After more than an hour of following the tracks through the dense forest, Lucius realized he wasn't the only one on the soldier's trail. A distinct sensation from sense danger prickled at the edge of his awareness. The unmistakable presence of a large group of F-class threats. When he sharpened his focus, he sensed the group slowly moving down the road toward him. His eyes widened as the realization hit. He had already found his target. Lucius glanced up at the sun, noting there was still at least half an hour until nightfall. He stepped off the road and into the forest to wait for the men to arrive. Inhaling deeply, he tried to catch his breath after the long, intense run, the sharp scent of pine flooding his senses as he took cover behind a pair of large evergreen trees. Once his breathing steadied, he stood, motionless, resting his eyes while focusing on the sensation provided by sense danger. He waited in silence, letting the world narrow to that faint, persistent signal. When the approaching threat finally drew close enough for him to catch the distant murmur of human voices, he opened his eyes and caught his first glimpse of the group. Lucius's brows rose, his eyes narrowing to slits as he focused his gaze on the large, bearded man in a flannel long-sleeve shirt at the head of the group. His fingers clenched into fists as he glanced from the picture in his hand up toward the man. Inside the storage ring, Whisper could sense Lucius's internal conflict. The tiny creature climbed out of the warm pile of blankets, letting out a deep yawn before speaking.
"What's wrong, Father?"
Lucius glanced down at his ring, answering the mythical creature in a hushed tone. "I'm not sure, but I plan to find out soon. Any guesses as to why the hell Marianne's father is leading the group of men that kidnapped his own wife?" Chapter 66. Scum. Lucius remained perfectly still, carefully watching the convoy of human beings as they slowly made their way toward him. He forced himself to focus, drawing in slow, steady breaths as he fought back the emotions threatening to overwhelm him. The knowledge that Marianne's father had not only abandoned his daughter, but had also kidnapped her mother, condemning the child to a slow death by starvation, was too much for the young man to bear. The crushing disappointment hit far too close to home for Lucius, and the traumatic memories rising to the surface, one after another, made his breath catch in his throat as he struggled to breathe. Leaning against a pine tree for support, Lucius continued to stare with growing despair. As the remainder of the group came into view, he counted only a dozen men, half the number that Tiber had seen before. The group must have split up at some point. Walking behind Marianne's father, David, was a petite woman who stumbled forward weakly, her face turned toward the ground as if the life had been drained from her soul. Her hands were tied behind her back, and a silver collar attached to a leash encircled her neck. David held the other end of the leash. He yanked on it when Sarah slowed, causing the woman to stumble forward. With her arms restrained, she was unable to catch her fall and fell face first into the dirt. David raised his hand to signal the group to stop, then approached Sarah and yanked upward sharply on the leash, choking her and forcing her to scramble back to her feet. When Lucius saw Sarah stand close to David, his eyes widened as he glanced back down at his photo to double-check what he was seeing. Something was wrong. The David in the photo stood over a foot taller than Sarah, but the David in front of him now was barely the same height as the petite woman. Lucius couldn't stop himself from mumbling his thoughts aloud, his despair morphing into confusion. What the hell is going on here? Quickly covering his mouth, Lucius looked up to ensure he hadn't been overheard. Once he confirmed that his presence was still concealed, he activated his aspect fully and began moving closer to eavesdrop on the conversation between Sarah and David. As Lucius approached the couple standing at the front of the group, he saw David reach down and rub his hand over Sarah's backside. The woman visibly shuddered as she tried to pull away, only to end up getting choked again in the process.
What's wrong? You've been bitching nonstop about how you just want to see your husband. Well, here he is. I'd like to hear a thank you. Now, the man leered.
His voice was high-pitched, with a heavy lisp. It was incongruous with his appearance, and hearing such a voice coming from David's ruggedly handsome face felt jarring. Before Sarah could say a word, the man quickly wrapped the leash around his hand and pulled hard, choking her so badly that she couldn't speak. He continued taunting her, demanding she respond while ensuring she could not. It was a sickening display of psychopathy and sadism. Many people would be shocked to see human beings act this way, but Lucius was all too familiar with psychopathic behavior. He glanced at the others, trying to see how they felt about the situation. The group of men stood watching with unhappy expressions, clearly disapproving of the man's behavior, but none of them intervened. When David noticed the growing disgust on his companions' faces, he seemed ready to relent.
Okay. Maybe I'm not being fair. Here, I'll let you off the hook with a kiss.
By now, Sarah's eyes had turned completely bloodshot, and she could barely stand. She finally gasped for air as the man loosened his grip on the leash. Moving his face towards Sarah's, the man puckered his lips, grabbing her hair and pulling her face closer to his. As his face neared hers, something strange happened. The smooth, light skin on the man's face flickered like a faulty light bulb. For an instant, Lucius could see an entirely different face behind David's. A second later, it seemed that whatever magic was fueling the transformation had been depleted. David's face fell away, and Lucius smothered a gasp. The face that replaced it was covered in a horrid patchwork of scar tissue. Rough, uneven skin covered the new face, evidence of deep and devastating burns suffered at some point in the man's life. When he realized that his true face had been exposed, he snarled in anger, shoving Sarah back down to the ground as he scrambled to pull a ski mask over his head to hide his face.
You stupid bitch! You made me waste all my magic wearing your idiot husband's face. Ah!
Lucius had seen enough. In a blur of motion, the hand holding the leash went flying through the air, landing with a thud at Sarah's feet, severed cleanly from the man it once belonged to. She stared at it, in shock, wide-eyed and frozen, until a startled gasp escaped her as her body was suddenly lifted off the ground. She instinctively covered her face with her hands, shuddering in terror as Lucius cradled her and sprinted toward the woods. Behind them, the group of men looked around in confusion, torn between the sight of their comrade writhing on the ground, blood gushing from the stump of his arm, and their prisoner, who was somehow floating away into the trees. What the men didn't know was that Whisper had begun sending messages to Sarah just before Lucius attacked, reassuring her that help was coming and urging her not to panic, no matter what happened next. After setting her down safely, Lucius straightened and turned to face the group. He let guise of the thief fall away, revealing himself fully. "Shit! We're under attack! Who the fuck are you? Get back!" A torrent of curses and rapid-fire questions flooded his ears as the men reacted to his sudden appearance. But Lucius ignored their words. Holding Matriarch's fury before him, he made his demand. "Put down your weapons and surrender. I'm only going to ask you once." The group of men stared at him in stunned silence, their eyes darting between the menacing blade in his hand and the sleek black armor covering his body. It was clear they were hopelessly outmatched, and whatever courage they had was draining away by the second. Finally, the man furthest to the back panicked, turning to run. He never made it. Before he could take his second step, the sword vanished from Lucius's hand and reappeared, buried deep in the man's left thigh. The throw was so fast that none of them even saw it happen, only the sudden, brutal reality of the man crashing to the ground, screaming in pain. Matriarch's fury was once again in Lucius's hand. Now, 2 men were laying on the ground, holding their bleeding limbs as they screamed in pain. What followed was a series of thuds and clinks as the remaining men dropped their weapons. Lucius stepped forward, casually sifting through the pile of machetes and crude homemade spears with his foot, finding only the lowest grade, crude equipment. Nothing worth taking. He turned his attention back to the group of men. Reaching into the toolbox within a storage ring, Lucius pulled out a bag of thick zip ties. He tossed it to the nearest man and ordered him to tie his companions' hands behind their backs. The man scowled as he received the order, but when he saw Lucius's eyes narrow in displeasure, he quickly got to work. "What the fuck are you doing, you useless fuck? He's going to kill us all the second—" Arrgh! The man with the facial burns had taken off his shirt and wrapped it around his bleeding stump, revealing the terrible scar tissue that covered nearly every inch of his body. As he began cursing at the others, urging them to disobey Lucius, he quickly earned a kick to the gut from the man holding the zip ties. Lucius raised an eyebrow in fascination when he saw how eager his temporary new assistant was to earn his approval. Shaking his head in disdain, he turned and walked toward Sarah. She was still sitting against the tree, frozen in place, and too terrified to so much as blink since Lucius had set her down. As he approached, she trembled visibly, her face a rictus of fear when she saw him getting closer. What do you want from me?" she stammered. Lucius tried to muster up the most reassuring smile he could as he extended his hand toward her, his palm out in an offer to help her off the ground. "Hello, I'm Lucius. I'm a friend of Marianne." Sarah's eyes shot open, the fatigue and fear disappearing from her face the moment she heard her daughter's name. The woman seemed to be injected with new life, reaching out to grasp his sleeve with a shaky hand, her voice trembling as she stuttered. "Marianne is okay?" Chapter 67. The Leader. Sarah grasped Lucius's outstretched hand, carefully rising to her feet before examining the young man in front of her with curiosity. He had displayed incredible abilities one after another, from becoming invisible to making the rope binding her hands disappear without even touching it. If she hadn't heard him speak the name of her daughter, a secret she had carefully kept from her captors, she might have been too frightened to even look at him. Lucius could sense the growing mountain of questions that were about to come rushing out from Sarah's lips, but he raised a hand to stop her as he spoke. "Marianne is safe with Nana. I stumbled upon her during a scouting mission. She misses you very much. Right now, it's David we need to worry about. Where is he?" The trembling in Sarah's hands spread throughout her body as the sudden relief washed over her. She couldn't help but weep once Lucius confirmed that Marianne was safe. The pain and humiliation she had endured at the hands of her captors was nothing compared to the soul-crushing misery of knowing that her daughter was slowly starving to death alone in their cabin. Yet if she told her kidnappers about Marianne's existence, the child would undoubtedly face a fate worse than death. What could she have done? Every day, she prayed that a passerby would discover Marianne and save the child from the slow, lonely death that awaited her. When she had seen those 3 soldiers not long ago, she nearly shouted Marianne's location to them, but her own fear had gotten the better of her, and she missed the opportunity. Now, she was learning that not only had Marianne been saved, but that she had also been reunited with her grandmother. The unexpected revelation that her prayers had been answered was overwhelming. The anxious tension she had carried for so long finally melted away. But it took her energy away with it. Suddenly, feeling too weak to stand, she leaned against the tree beside her for support. Lucius saw what Sarah was going through and decided to allow her a few minutes to grapple with her emotions. "Wait here for a moment," he instructed. Lucius turned back toward the group of men behind him. By now, everyone was zip-tied except for the burned man and the one holding the bag of ties. The man with the ties looked down at the one-handed man, scratching his chin in frustration. When he saw Lucius approaching, he seized the chance to explain the issue he was facing. Boss? You cut off Ashtray's hand, so tying his wrists together don't really work, you know?" "Ashtray? What kind of name is that?" Lucius raised an eyebrow as he looked down at the man with the terrible scars. It seemed like he was going into shock. His skin was turning pale, and he was curled up on the ground in the fetal position, cradling his arm. "Oh, that's what the leader calls him. Says it looks like someone used him to put out a giant cigar." Lucius chuckled as he reached out his hand and took the package of zip ties back, motioning for the man to turn around before tying him up and shoving him toward the rest of the captives. Then, he retrieved the leash and collar and walked back to Ashtray with a grin on his face. The wounded man remained motionless as Lucius wrapped the collar around his neck, only responding when he felt a sharp pain around his throat that left him gasping for air. "Get up!" A sound like a strangled dog echoed through the clearing as Lucius yanked hard on the leash, forcing the man to scramble to his feet, just as he had made Sarah do before. Without a word, Lucius dragged him across the road and tied the leash to one of the other prisoners, then turned and walked back to Sarah. By now, she seemed to have processed the sudden, massive shift in her circumstances. When Lucius reached her side, she was already ready to talk, speaking rapidly before he could even ask his first question.
"You said you have friends, right? If you want to save David, you'll need their help. The leader is too strong. He beat David, and David is the strongest man I know. Most of these people obey him out of fear. Only a few, like Ashtray, are truly despicable."
Lucius raised a hand, motioning for her to slow down. "Hold on. One thing at a time. Where is David now?"
I'm not sure. They keep us separated, and they used me as a hostage to make David obey them. Otherwise, he could overpower his guards and escape. If I escape, they'll kill him. If he escapes, they'll kill me."
"I see. Tell me about this leader. What are his abilities?" Sarah nodded her head firmly as she explained.
"I don't know his name. He just tells everyone to call him Leader. He's tall, pale-skinned, and speaks with an Eastern European accent. The terrifying thing about him is that he can transform his body into this ghostly blue figure. When he does, nothing can touch him. Weapons just pass right through. That's how he captured David in the first place." She hesitated, her voice cracking slightly. If I had just stayed home and waited, David might have found a way to escape. But once they captured me too, we were truly trapped."
Lucius rubbed his chin, considering the situation. From the sound of it, the leader's ability made him immune to physical damage. But that wasn't a problem for him. Matriarch's Fury dealt additional magic damage, which should bypass the man's defenses. And even if it didn't, Lucius could wait him out. An ability like that had to be draining. The man would run out of magic power eventually. I understand. I'll handle the leader. Right now, I need you to show me which of these men were being forced to obey and which were following the leader willingly. Sarah nodded as Lucius led her to the group of captives. The men had overheard the conversation, and most of them looked relieved, casting eager glances at Sarah. A few, however, turned pale, realizing they might be singled out. Sarah went through the group one by one. In the end, she identified 2 additional men, alongside Ashtray as guilty parties. Lucius waved his hand, and the zip ties disappeared from the remaining 8 men. While they smiled and rubbed their freshly freed wrists, Lucius adopted a grim expression as he rained on their parade. Don't get too excited just yet. I consider you all useless cowards. Luckily for you, I don't consider being a coward a crime worthy of the death sentence. You will do hard labor for a year back on my farm to pay for your crimes and earn your freedom. If anyone disagrees with that, you can join these 3 in hell. Everyone remained silent, most of them glancing down at the ground to avoid Lucius's intimidating gaze as he stared each of them down in turn. Are you going to kill us? One of the men still tied up to Ashtray mustered the courage to ask the question. Lucius looked down at him with an expressionless face, holding the man's gaze for what felt like an eternity. Finally, a grin spread across Lucius's face as an idea took root in his mind. I was considering it, yes. But I just came up with a better idea. One that lets me keep my hands clean. Lucius's face seemed to take on a demonic quality to the 3 terrified men as they stared up at him, and he grinned even wider, feeling a great sense of schadenfreude. Who knows where the closest anomaly is located? Chapter 68. Banishment. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a Rift Summoner enclosed in F-Class Anomaly. You have been awarded 1 Enhanced Grade Item Upgrade Token and a Ring of Holding. As Lucius escaped the Abyss Realm, stepping through the portal back toward Earth, he saw that the sun had already set over the forest. The only light he could see was coming from the campfire Sarah and the others had lit to stay warm while they waited. The 3 prisoners stood in front of the watery veil, waiting anxiously for their sentence to be carried out. When they saw Lucius returning unharmed from the other side, they knew that they were doomed. If he had been slain by the summoner, they might have had a chance to escape. Ashtray was the only one who seemed to have accepted his fate, although it might have been a consequence of the traumatic injury affecting the man's ability to think straight. One of the prisoners, the one with the stab wound in his leg, suddenly attempted to run away for the 2nd time that day when he saw Lucius returning. He limped away awkwardly, trying to put some distance between himself and Lucius. Unfortunately for him, a rope of shadow swiftly rose up from the ground, wrapping around his body and shoving him forward, holding him in place as he struggled violently to escape. Let me go! I'll do whatever you want! Please! It's not my fault! She's a liar! Lucius ignored the man's desperate begging. Waving his arm, he removed the zip ties around their hands, as well as the leash from Ashtray's neck. At the same time, he tossed 3 machetes through the anomaly, speaking swiftly to ensure the portal did not close before they were finished. You 3 acted like monsters, so it is fitting that you should be banished from this world and forced to spend the short time you have left struggling to survive against the vicious creatures of the abyss. You are more like them than you are like us. The event horizon of the anomaly flickered, so Lucius didn't hesitate in giving Whisper the signal. 3 thick tentacles rose from the ground, dragging the men into the portal. The sound of screaming and begging came from the 2 underlings, but Ashtray just stared at Lucius with a snarl stretched across his ruined face. He had been silent since his men had turned on him earlier in the day, but now, as he inched closer to his fate, he screamed. The leader is gonna make you beg for death, you fucking wannabe hero! Ashtray hurled his last words at Lucius with the viciousness of a rabid dog, his scarred face turning beet red as spit flew from his mouth. He struggled against the shadows in a final burst of defiance before he was swallowed up by the anomaly. Whisper responded by wrapping a second shadow around his neck, turning his screams into a gurgle as he was forced through the portal. Only seconds after the three men disappeared, the watery veil collapsed, rapidly shrinking down on itself until it formed the shape of a ring, just as it had the first time Lucius closed an anomaly. He caught the falling ring in midair with his telekinesis, but when he attempted to pull it into a storage ring, it felt like he was tugging on an immovable object. No amount of strength could push the item into a storage dimension. Lucius relented when he discovered what he already suspected, that storage rings could not be stored inside one another, and slid the second ring on his right index finger. It was only a regular, magical-grade ring of holding, so he intended to hand it over to Jack the next time he returned to the farm. When Lucius turned back toward the remaining group, the atmosphere was clearly solemn. None of the men would meet Lucius's eyes, and only Sarah was brave enough to speak to him. She walked up to where the anomaly had once stood, voicing her support for his actions.
It's rare for someone so young to be capable of making decisions like the one you just made.
Sarah's expression hardened as she glanced over at the other men in the group, who refused to look at Lucius. They had been cowards, and had not stood up for David or her, after all, and had just witnessed him send 3 of their comrades to their deaths.
I hope you won't begin to doubt yourself because of the way people react when they witness hard things. You made the right choice. Those men were demons. People who are too scared to do the right thing will often pretend they are against it morally when really, they're just cowards.
Lucius raised an eyebrow as he listened to Sarah's bold remarks. The petite woman was loudly and fearlessly berating the group of men before her as cowards. As if to confirm her words, the men around the fire lowered their heads. Not a single one spoke up to say it wasn't true.
Thank you for your support, he muttered.
Lucius rubbed the back of his head as he responded to Sarah's blunt statements. He wasn't used to being the center of attention, and felt awkward after hearing her praise. Clearing his throat, he changed the subject to hide his embarrassment. Let's get moving. I want to find the leader and finish this before daybreak. Lucius glanced over at the group around the fire. He didn't like the idea of heading into battle with people he couldn't trust, but he needed someone to show him the way to the leader's camp. He also didn't think it was wise to leave Sarah behind with them. Here's your chance to redeem yourselves. Who knows how to get to the leader's campsite from here? The men exchanged anxious glances, but none of them spoke up right away. Only after a few long moments of silence did the youngest man in the group finally stand up. He appeared to be around the same age as Jack, maybe a few years older. He was short, only an inch taller than Sarah, and noticeably overweight, with a shaved head and uneven patches of facial hair growing on his face.
I can show you, he stuttered.
Lucius nodded approvingly when he saw the young man step forward, taking note of the heavy Eastern European accent in his voice. Good. He sized the young man up, chuckling to himself before continuing. I forgot to mention that whoever volunteers to help me will get their sentence cut in half. Looks like that'll be you. What's your name? The new revelation sparked a swift reaction from the group, who shot looks of envy and disgust at the young man.
My name is Nikolai.
Okay, Nikolai. Mind if I call you Nick?
That is not a problem.
Lucius motioned for Nick to join him and Sarah. I'm taking Nick and Sarah with me. The rest of you will wait here for our return. You can try to run away if you want, but I'll track you down. Anyone who tries to escape will earn an extra year of hard labor. The men seemed to get the message, and none of them voiced any objections. Only one of the group spoke up to ask a question. What if we get attacked while you aren't here? Ashtray was the strongest member of the group, and the other 2 you banished were the second and third best fighters. Without them, we can't protect ourselves. Lucius and his 2 companions had already begun walking away when they heard the man's complaint. Lucius didn't bother to slow down or turn around as he responded. Well, I guess you'd better stay very quiet while I'm gone then, he tossed out insouciantly. What did he care if these men were killed? The group exchanged anxious glances, visibly disturbed by Lucius's parting words. But they had no choice but to stay put. When they reached the main road and the light of the campfire was barely visible, Nick kept glancing back at Lucius as if he had something to say, but couldn't find the courage to do so. When Lucius grew bored of waiting for him to spit it out, he spoke up. "Just say whatever you want to say already," he prompted. Nick jerked his head back toward the road in surprise, stumbling over his own feet and almost falling. Lucius stopped walking, waiting for Nick to steady himself and share whatever was on his mind. Nick looked up at Lucius with a nervous expression, wiping his forehead with the back of his sleeve before finally opening his mouth.
Before I show you the way to the leader's camp, there's something you should know.
"Oh yeah? What's that?" Nick struggled to get the words out, his eyes squeezing shut as he twisted his sausage-like fingers in his chubby hands. His fearful shivering made his puffy cheeks jiggle as he forced himself to speak.
The leader is my uncle.
Chapter 69. The Leader 2. Lucius looked over at Sarah after hearing Nikolai's words, noticing that she showed no reaction to the rotund young man's revelation. "You knew about this?" Sarah nodded, glancing toward Nikolai indifferently.
Nikolai could have used his familial connection with the leader to assert himself and take advantage of others, but he didn't. I have never seen him treat another human being poorly. However, he didn't use his position to try to help anyone either. He focused on his own survival, standing by as the others tortured me.
Nikolai's round cheek sank deeper and deeper into a frown as Sarah spoke. The young man didn't reject her claims, but it was obvious from his clenched fists that hearing someone bluntly speak about his failings evoked a strong emotion within him.
You don't understand. My uncle was not always this way. He's the only family I have left. Everyone else is lost.
Nikolai turned his gaze toward the ground as he continued.
Before the abyss descended, Uncle was a kind and generous man. He loved God and volunteered at our church every weekend. Something happened to him when the abyss creatures invaded our world.
Lucius's eyes narrowed as he listened intently to Nikolai. Any information he could glean about his foe might mean the difference between victory and defeat. "Explain. There's a big difference between a well-loved community member and the leader of a gang that enslaves and tortures others. What happened to turn your uncle into a sadistic criminal?" Nikolai took a couple of deep breaths, unclenching his fists as he did his best to explain.
It was soon after the abyss attacked. Uncle and I were the only ones at home when the anomalies began opening, sending our world sinking into the pits of hell. In those early days, he selflessly protected me from the terrible monsters of this new reality, one after another. His rapidly growing abilities gave us hope for the future, and he promised to help rebuild a society where people could feel safe again. One day, Uncle left to search for food, as he had many times before. When he returned, I could hear the strange laughter of an old woman in my mind when I walked near him. It frightened me so badly I couldn't move. I asked Uncle what was happening, but he simply told me that he had made a new friend, refusing to say anything whenever I brought it up.
Nikolai's hands trembled as his story reached this point. He clenched them together in an attempt to hold them still as he continued.
After that, his eyes carried a strange and dangerous feeling that was never there before, and he began acting cruelly for reasons I couldn't understand. From that day onward, Uncle would often invoke strange powers that I had never seen before. Eerie black magic that Uncle would have once considered the work of evil spirits. I would wake in the night and hear him carrying on a conversation, but he was all alone. For hours and hours, he would sit and speak to no one.
Lucius rubbed his chin as he considered the story he had just been told. It seemed as though the leader had come into contact with some form of powerful, mythical creature. For some reason, however, instead of controlling the myth, it was controlling him. Looking back up at the unsettled Nikolai, Lucius continued his questions. "What kind of spells has your uncle become capable of?"
I'm sure he has abilities that I don't know about, but I can tell you for certain
that he is capable of creating vivid illusions, casting curses that cause his enemies great pain or bad luck, and knowing things that should be impossible for a man to know. Those are the powers he gained after the change. Before that, he already possessed an aspect that allowed him to take on a ghostly form to avoid damage. I see. That's valuable information. Can I ask why you're telling me all this? I will almost certainly kill your uncle. You know that, right? Nikolai's eyes became moist as he rubbed his sleeve across his face, sniffing hard a few times, trying to prevent the snot from spilling out of his nose. I know that. Until now, I always hoped the uncle would come back to his senses. He was always so strong. He was my hero, especially after the abyss descended. He could do anything. I fooled myself into believing that he would find a way to overcome the evil spirit that has possessed him. But all I've done is allow a monster to use my uncle for evil. If my real uncle could be here now, I know he'd be ashamed that his body was being used this way. He would want me to help you put an end to it. Lucius was surprised by the young man's determination, realizing in that moment that he had underestimated Nikolai. With a firm nod, he reached out to grab Nikolai's shoulder, looking him in the eyes as he spoke. I understand. Whatever has taken over your uncle's sanity ends tonight. Please, lead the way, Nikolai. From that point on, the companions continued through the night in silence, making good speed as Lucius helped them avoid the many abyss creatures prowling through the forest. They traveled for hours like this, following Nikolai through the cold night air. The young man eventually stopped, earning questioning looks from Lucius and Sarah. The rotund young man turned to look at them, speaking in a hushed tone with his heavy accent as he eyed the surrounding forest warily. We're very close now. If you follow that road ahead for a few miles, you'll reach the main camp. There will be lookouts hiding in the woods. If Sarah and I go any further with you, they'll certainly see us and notify my uncle. Lucius pulled a spare tent he had received from Tiber out of his storage ring, handing it to his two companions as he spoke. Wait here. You can set up the tent for some shelter if you wish, but I don't sense any creatures nearby. You should be safe here until I return. Lucius turned away but stopped himself, turning back toward his two companions. If I'm not back with David by the morning, assume I failed and make your way to the farm without me. Lucius handed Sarah a piece of paper, on which he hastily scrawled a map. This way, she would have a chance to make it back to Marianne if the worst happened. Sarah accepted the map with a solemn expression, grabbing Lucius's hand with both of hers before he could move it away. Lucius looked up at Sarah in confusion as she spoke. You have to win, Lucius. If you lose, it won't take long for the leader to track us down. With no one strong enough to stand against him, everyone at the farm will be doomed along with us. You just have to win, no matter what. She released his hand after saying what she needed to. Sarah began biting her nails, anxiously. She could feel her heart pounding hard against her ribcage as she watched him turn to leave. This was it. The next few moments would determine their future. They would either enjoy a life of freedom and hope, or suffering and tragedy if he failed. After stepping into the darkness, out of sight of Sarah and Nikolai, Lucius called upon his companion to activate mythification. He decided to go all out from the start, and wanted to end the fight before it began. Whisper! The tiny creature appeared in front of him with a jubilant grin, its glowing purple eyes shining brightly for a moment before it disappeared into a pool of shadows that swallowed Lucius. When the shadows covering his eyes dissipated, the darkness of the night disappeared from his vision along with it, allowing him to see just as clearly as if the sun was high in the sky above. Examining his sharp black claws on his hand as he awkwardly opened and closed his mouth, Lucius frowned as he asked Whisper a question. Is there something I can do about these teeth? I can't stand having fangs in my mouth. The powers of mythification are yours, Father. You can freely summon or dismiss any aspect of them at will. If you had bothered to spend even the slightest amount of time practicing with my powers, you would be aware of that. Lucius rolled his eyes as he listened to Whisper's rebuke, questioning the creature repeatedly for the next few minutes until he had a good idea of how to dismiss an aspect of the transformation. After a few fruitless attempts, he eventually succeeded, focusing his willpower just the right way to make the sharpened teeth in his mouth melt away.
You should have told me that earlier.
I would have used your power more freely if I'd known I could do so without scaring everyone around me by growing claws and teeth. Whisper briefly appeared from a clump of shadows, sticking out his tongue and shrugging his tiny shoulders, before melting away once more. Lucius shook his head as he focused on the task at hand. Ensuring that Guides of the Thief was fully activated, he approached the area Nikolai had specified. He could tell he was moving in the right direction when Sense Danger began picking up one target after another, the closest being the sentries scattered throughout the woods. Lucius passed the sentries without arousing their suspicion. Normal humans had almost zero chance of seeing through his aspect. When he was close enough to see the dancing light of the bonfire in the distance, a powerful surge of warning suddenly filled his chest. Sense Danger was sending a signal that was strong enough to make the hair on his arms and the back of his neck stand up. Warning! Sense Danger has detected a D-class threat! Chapter 70. Evil. Lucius focused on the information he was receiving from Sense Danger. He had become skilled enough at identifying threats that he could sometimes even determine which attributes his enemies favored. For example, a creature with strength as its strongest attribute would feel vastly different from one that favored dexterity. Unfortunately, this new threat possessed a unique flavor all its own that was difficult to identify. If he were forced to compare it to something else he had faced, the closest comparison would be to the Hobgoblin Summoner. Even that was a stretch. They were similar enough to make Lucius suspect that his current foe favored magic power over other attributes. That meant the leader's magic power attribute was likely greater than 40 points, but less than 99. Lucius cautiously approached the threat, entering a clearing in the forest where an assortment of tents were spread out around a large bonfire. He spotted his target immediately. The man was thin and of average height, with short gray hair and light blue eyes. Nothing about him appeared particularly remarkable, but the man's unassuming appearance felt like a cruel deception. There was a deadly threat lurking beneath that facade. The leader was the only one seated on a chair. The rest of the group huddled together on the ground, at the far side of the fire, seemingly keeping their distance from him. The entire group, including the leader, was watching a single man fighting an abyss creature at the northern edge of the clearing. What's going on here? Lucius's brows furrowed as he tried to make sense of the scene. Why was everyone sitting around, watching as an abyss creature attacked one of their own? Only when Lucius looked closer at the man locked in a life-or-death struggle with the monster did the situation become clear. The creature was massive, bear-like, and covered in shaggy red fur. Its claws and fangs were long and thin, but the large number of them compensated for their thin appearance. Its mouth resembled a cluster of oversized porcupine quills, and its massive paws, currently swiping at the man, bore the same appearance. Lucius clenched his jaw tightly at the thought of what it must feel like to have such a strange set of teeth in your mouth. No wonder the bear was so angry. Shaking the disturbing thought from his mind, Lucius squinted at the man battling the beast. Though dwarfed by the massive creature, the man was still notably tall, even taller than Tiber and Roland, reaching up to the beast's armpit, where most others would barely come up to its stomach. He wore a plaid shirt and blue jeans, wielding a woodcutter's axe with both hands. It was Marianne's father, David. It seemed like the leader had no qualms about forcing David into life-threatening situations for his own amusement. Unfortunately, David didn't know that both Marianne and Sarah had already been saved. Lucius glanced between David and the leader, clenching his teeth as he fought the urge to intervene. Sorry, David. You'll have to hold on a bit longer. Lucius wanted to help the embattled man, but doing so now would reveal his presence and rob him of his greatest advantage, the element of surprise. Besides, David seemed to be holding his own. In fact, he was fighting quite impressively against the deadly creature. The oversized woodcutter's axe in his hand seemed to grow larger as he swung it forward, with tremendous force. When the creature tried to duck behind a tree to avoid the blow, the massive weapon smashed through the thick trunk, shattering wood and sending splinters flying in all directions. The tall tree came crashing down from a single strike of David's axe, forcing both man and beast to leap aside to avoid being crushed. Moments later, when the large tree was safely on the ground, their struggle resumed. Well done, David. Try not to think about what that scoundrel Ashtray might be doing to your precious Sarah while you fight. Distractions can be deadly in a battle, you know. Lucius's eyes widened as he turned toward the leader upon hearing his words. Something was definitely off about the man. His laughter shifted between the voice of a man and that of an old woman. It only lasted a second, but Lucius's enhanced perception caught the subtle switch. The strange phenomenon made him reconsider Nikolai's claim that something was controlling his uncle. Lucius hadn't admitted it to Nick, but he had initially suspected that his uncle wasn't being controlled by anything, just driven mad by power. After all, both Lucius and Jack had bonded with mythical creatures, and neither of them had been taken over. Now, however, he was beginning to believe something had gone terribly wrong. Had the leader really defeated a mythical creature and bonded with it? Or had he perhaps lost the fight, leaving the creature to use the man's body to carry out its own twisted desires? But why would a mythical creature who had not been defeated need to use a human's body? Something did not make sense. Either way, Lucius's task remained unchanged. He needed to kill the man who was causing so much suffering among his fellow human beings. If he needed to, he would kill the mythical creature possessing him next. Creeping through the clearing, Lucius approached the leader, Matriarch's fury clutched tightly in his fist. He moved with superhuman grace, carefully avoiding making any sound or leaving prints as he flowed through the area in absolute silence. Just as he got within a dozen feet, the man he was approaching suddenly rose to his feet without warning. Lucius froze in place, refusing to release the breath in his lungs as he waited to see what had changed. Fortunately, the leader's eyes remained fixed on David, who was gaining the upper hand against the beast. Apparently, that was unacceptable to him. An unpleasant scowl formed on the leader's face, as if he had tasted something bitter. Poor David. How will you ever grow stronger if your foes are so weak? Do not fret. I am here to aid you. If your enemy is not up to the challenge, we simply need to bring you down to their level. Don't you agree, David? David's face turned several shades paler. His jaw clenched tightly in anticipation of what was to come, the tendons in his neck standing out. Say it, David. Say you agree. David let out an angry howl, swatting the oversized bear with the side of his axe as he glared at the leader with bloodshot eyes and teeth bared. He shouted his reply so fiercely that it seemed like he was trying to kill the leader with his words alone. I agree! Even Lucius flinched back from the desperate shout the man released. The leader appeared to relish David's suffering, his face lighting up with a mockingly kind smile as he nodded slowly. Well, in that case, it would be rude of me to refuse. Of course, David. Of course I will help you. Try not to die, okay? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you died like a fool, slain by a creature much weaker than you? As the leader finished speaking, he flipped his hand over, palm facing upward. A mundane-looking chicken egg materialized in his hand, and a gray mist seeped from the leader's palm into the egg. And as it did so, the egg's white shell changed, sprouting red veins as it turned darker and darker, until it was pitch black. The leader held the egg as though preparing to crack it against the edge of a pan or bowl, miming the motion through the air. Lucius watched with narrowed eyes as the egg cracked against the empty air, splitting in two and releasing a puff of gray smoke. The smoke coalesced into the translucent form of a pristine white pelican. The bird flapped its wings as it flew toward David, but as it moved, its white feathers decayed and fell away. The once beautiful creature's flesh rotted, its eyes drooping out of their sockets, exposing the veins and bloody tissue that connected the organs to its skull. Bones protruded grotesquely beneath its sagging skin. The bird let out a tormented screech, as it collided into David's broad back. Chapter 71. Sneak Attack. For a few seconds after the decaying image of a bird disappeared into David's back, it seemed that no change had occurred. However, as the fight continued, it quickly became evident what was happening. David's movements slowed, as though his arms and legs had suddenly become heavier. His chest heaved rapidly as he desperately tried to fill his lungs with air, a look of exhaustion overtaking his face. The leader's spell had an overall weakening effect, sapping the strength from David's muscles and reducing his stamina. The fight that David had been winning immediately turned against him. Now, instead of victory, all he could hope for was to prolong his life a few moments at a time. His unnaturally exhausted body struggled to avoid one crushing blow after another from the relentless creature before him. I need to act now. Lucius was still a few steps away from the leader, but he no longer had the luxury of time. David was going to die soon if he didn't do something. Lucius took a deep breath to strengthen his resolve and commanded Whisper to aid David the moment he launched his surprise attack on the leader. Regardless of whether his ambush succeeded or failed, Whisper was to focus on saving David first. Thankfully, Lucius was able to talk to Whisper through telepathy, much faster than he would have been able to with spoken words. In the time it took him to take a single step, he had given Whisper his orders and activated Flicker. Time seemed to slow as Lucius threw caution to the wind, dashing forward at full speed to close the remaining distance between himself and the leader. Matriarch's fury snapped forward with tremendous power, aimed for the back of his enemy's skull. The man before him appeared frozen in place due to the overwhelming speed Lucius gained from Flicker. Lucius's heart pounded faster and faster in his chest in nervous excitement as the tip of his blade connected with the enemy's head. Lucius could feel the tip of his blade pushing through the hard bone of the man's skull. Yet, instead of sinking into soft brain tissue, the resistance suddenly vanished. The leader's head transformed from flesh and bone into a ghostly mirage, allowing Matriarch's fury to glide through unopposed. Lucius's eyes widened in shock as he watched his killing blow fail. However, when he noticed the red glow on the blade burning away some of the ghostly mist, he realized that his attack was not entirely ineffective. Matriarch's fury was not capable of dealing a fatal blow the same way it did for everyone else, but neither was it incapable of hurting Nick's uncle. The men around the campfire stared in confusion as they watched their leader's aspect suddenly activate. Something strange was happening to his ghostly form. One line after another rapidly appeared where the ethereal vapor of his body was being disturbed by some invisible force. What they were witnessing was the additional magic damage, destroying bits and pieces of the leader's ghostly form as Lucius unleashed an intense flurry of attacks, striking as quickly as he could before Flicker ended. Meanwhile, Whisper was sending messages to David, doing his best to explain the situation. At the same time, the tiny bat worked to distract the rampaging beast that was dangerously close to sinking its teeth and claws into David's flesh. As Lucius felt the effects of Flicker waning, he stepped back from his opponent to avoid a counterattack, relying on his aspect to shield him from the leader's revenge as he fought to shake off the wave of exhaustion that followed his use of the skill. The moment Flicker ended, Lucius watched his opponent stagger forward as the man's aspect deactivated and his flesh reappeared. Long, bloody gashes stretched across the man's skin, covering his entire body. Even the wounds beneath his clothing were visible due to the dark, bloody stains seeping through the fabric. The attack had inflicted significant damage, but it wasn't as devastating as Lucius had hoped. The leader was still fully capable of fighting back. When Lucius looked at his enemy's face, expecting to see confusion or panic, a sinking feeling grew in his chest from the malicious smirk the man wore. The leader rose to his feet, glancing around as he searched for his assailant, and began speaking in his deep Slavic accent. "You're finally here. Baba Yaga told me you would come. She said the little blood-sucking assassin would be a deadly obstacle that I must overcome." Lucius moved swiftly in a half-circle around the leader, narrowing his eyes from the unexpected statement, and responding in an attempt to delay the leader while preparing for his next round of attacks. Baba Yaga? Is that the name of the mythical creature you bound?
No one binds Baba Yaga. The great witch is powerful beyond your imagination, and she is kind to those who obey her. Become one of Mother's children if you wish to live.
No thanks. I already had one crazy mother. I don't need another.
That is unfortunate. What happens next will not be pleasant for me.
As Lucius prepared to launch his next attack, his lips fell open slightly, his eyes widening at the scene he was witnessing. The leader had dug his finger into his own left eye, screaming in pain as he tore it from his face. Blood and veins spilled from the empty socket as the leader held the eye in his trembling hand, muttering something under his breath. The eye was soon covered in dark red veins and a consuming darkness, much like the chicken egg had been earlier. Realizing his enemy was preparing something dangerous, Lucius dashed forward to stop him. He slashed at the leader's outstretched palm in an attempt to snatch the eyeball using telekinesis. The slash only left a shallow gash as the hand and eye both faded into ghostly forms. The magical damage the only thing that ignored the leader's aspect. At the same time, an unseen force prevented Lucius's mind from taking hold of the object in the man's hand. It was the same feeling as when he attempted to move one storage ring into another. The object suddenly became too heavy for his mind to move. Lucius decided to ignore the eye and focus on inflicting as much damage as possible, accumulating power through assassinate before his enemy could complete whatever he was doing. He began trying to inflict more and more gashes on the man's body, swinging his sword with all the speed he could muster, while glancing occasionally at the eye in the man's hand. The organ had grown to 10 times its original size, transforming from white and blue to a deep black and vivid red as it expanded. As Lucius pulled his arm back to land another strike on his opponent, the eye suddenly floated up into the air, turning to fix its gaze on him. At the same moment, the leader seemed to gain the ability to see him. The man rolled forward just in time to evade Lucius's next attack. The floating eye continued to hover, orbiting around the leader while maintaining its unyielding stare on Lucius. Lucius recognized the eye as a serious threat and attempted to destroy it again, this time using piercing throw as he hurled his sword at the moving target. The floating eye accelerated sharply in response, dodging the flying sword with ease. It evaded the next 2 throws just as deftly. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to hit the object from a distance, Lucius gritted his teeth and charged after the leader. If he wanted to defeat Nick's uncle, he would have to engage in close combat. A few dozen meters away from the battle, the massive red-haired bear was struggling to break free from the multitude of shadowy ropes binding it. David, whose side had been torn open by the creature's claws, was limping weakly away. The enraged bear pursued him with the single-minded focus of an angry predator. When Whisper saw the ropes wouldn't be enough to restrain the beast, he switched tactics. Instead of continuing to bind the creature, he moved all his shadows to its legs, wrapping them tightly around the moving limbs fast enough to throw the beast off balance. The massive creature toppled forward, unable to catch itself. The moment Whisper saw his ploy succeed, the shadows binding the creature's legs vanished, replaced by a new set in the form of jagged spikes rising from the ground. The creature let out a pained cry of anguish as the long, shadow spikes pierced halfway into its body from the force of the fall. It tried to push itself off the ground, but more ropes appeared, wrapping around it and impaling it deeper and deeper onto the spikes. Chapter 72. Curse. You have defeated Ursi Spiculum, level 16. Lucius let out a breath as a system message popped up at the bottom of his vision, rolling his eyes when the telltale feeling of his vitality increasing surged within him. Really? You need to eat right this second, Whisper? Hurry up and come help. Lucius was currently chasing the leader through the campground. The man was not impressively swift, but a moment ago when Lucius caught up to him, he realized the leader had swapped himself with an illusion at some point. When understanding dawned upon him, Lucius quickly focused on sense danger to pinpoint the man's actual location before setting off after him again. Passing through a cluster of dense trees,
Lucius spotted the blood-soaked leader leaning against a tree, waiting for him. The man was breathing heavily, blood dripping from his mouth. Apparently, the wounds Lucius had inflicted were more potent than he had originally thought. As the man's figure came into view, Lucius's gaze was drawn to the large black and red eggs in each of the leader's hands. This set of eggs was much larger, and gave off a more ominous feeling than the one used to attack David previously. The moment of distraction caused by chasing the illusion had allowed his opponent to prepare the next round of attacks. When Lucius saw the black eggshell suddenly explode outward, releasing large clouds of gray smoke, he prepared to dodge whatever horrid magic Nick's uncle had been brewing. However, the smoke simply lingered around the leader's body as the man retrieved something else from his storage ring. "You are strong, little assassin. The mother was right to warn me about our impending encounter, and I was right to prepare a special sacrifice just for you." The leader held a large canvas sack, dark red liquid dripping from its bottom. When he tipped the sack over and let its contents tumble to the ground, Lucius's breath caught in his throat, and he fought to keep from gagging. The object on the ground, now swarmed by the large cloud of gray mist, was the body of a young boy. The boy's eyes and mouth had been sewn shut, and his small body was covered in lacerations and bruises. It was clear he had been tortured before his death. Lucius halted in his tracks, staring wide-eyed at the body, disbelief delaying his reaction as he struggled to process what he was seeing. His fists clenched so hard that his nails dug little half-moons into his palms as he looked back up at the leader, fire in his eyes. "What have you done?" The leader's lips peeled back into a grotesque grin as he saw Lucius's pained expression, revealing blood-covered teeth. Cheerfully, he explained his awful deed. "You did this. If you hadn't come, I would not have needed the sacrifice, and the boy would be alive. An innocent soul, whose death was slow, painful, and terrifying. This is the potent foundation of the curse I have prepared for you." Lucius felt a jolt run through his chest like a lightning bolt as sense danger went haywire. The child's body twisted and lurched violently as the gray smoke invaded it. Ignoring the warning in his chest, Lucius refused to wait for the curse to complete. He activated Flicker once again. Moving carefully to avoid coming into contact with the gray smoke, Lucius unleashed a furious barrage of attacks on the wounded leader. Learning from his earlier mistake, he avoided spreading out his strikes this time, aiming each blow at the same spot on the right side of the leader's chest. The leader's ghostly aspect activated, mitigating most of the damage, but the sheer number of attacks, combined with Assassinate, created a potent attack that he was unable to escape unscathed from. When Flicker ended, Lucius quickly retreated to the nearest tree, leaning against the trunk as he struggled to catch his breath. He looked back to assess the outcome of his efforts in time to see the leader's eyes shoot open wide the moment his aspect deactivated, hands clutching at his chest as blood sprayed from his mouth. Lucius had aimed every attack at the man's heart. "Let's see how you fare after being stabbed in the heart that many times," Lucius thought viciously. As the leader collapsed to his knees, still gripping his chest with a pained grimace, the abominable spell he had conjured completed its activation. The skin on the boy's body tore apart as it rapidly expanded, growing in a horrific scene as it changed into a tall, skeletal figure composed of jagged black bones. Its skull resembled a grotesque hybrid of a wolf and a gargoyle. Red lights flickered in the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton as it turned its gaze toward Lucius. The creature's long legs pushed off the ground with tremendous force, propelling it through the air toward Lucius. It moved so fast that he barely had time to react, throwing himself away from the tree he was standing next to with all his might. The tree exploded into a shower of splinters as the black skeleton tore past it, clipping it with its arm. Lucius sucked in a breath, realizing that the monster was as strong as it was fast. "Hurry up, Whisper!" Lucius pushed through his fatigue, fleeing through the forest and refusing to let the monster close the distance. He launched Piercing Throw again and again,
but landing a solid hit on the creature was nearly impossible when it was just a haphazard collection of bones. Even when he managed to connect, his blade barely left a scratch. Whatever this thing was, it was the most powerful monster Lucius had ever faced. Exhaustion mounting, Lucius waited until the last second to dodge the skeleton's lunges. But as the creature charged toward him, it extended an arm, manifesting a long whip made of the same gray fog that had created it. The sudden change caught Lucius off guard. He gasped, his eyes widening in shock, as the whip coiled around his leg, ripping him off the ground and hurtling him through the air toward the monster. Lucius was disoriented, sharp pain radiating through his entire body from whiplash as he sailed through the air. The skeleton seemed to grin as it pulled back its fist to strike him. However, just as its fist was about to connect with his face, Lucius reached out with his left hand, activating the Overload skill on his ring for the first time. The magical runes on the ring released a great flood of light as an intense ripple of power burst out from them, forming a glowing, translucent bubble around Lucius. The bubble warped inward as the inertia of Lucius's flying body collided with the monster's powerful fist. Time seemed to slow as Lucius hovered in midair, the bony black fist pressing into the force field just inches from his face. Then, like a spring releasing, the bubble containing Lucius hurtled backward through the forest like a meteor, smashing through trees and ricocheting back and forth a half-dozen times before finally coming to a stop. When the force field dissipated, Lucius scrambled to his feet and stumbled forward, the world spinning wildly as he struggled to regain his balance. Being batted back and forth between the trees, protected though he had been, was not a great experience. He clutched his head tightly, trying his best not to vomit. As his sight steadied, a rope of shadows suddenly yanked him back down to the ground, just as the skeleton's hand sliced through the air where his head had been. Shadows began lashing at the skeleton as Whisper returned to Lucius's side, but the monster effortlessly snapped the bindings as it continued its relentless march toward him.
"You need to think of something, Father. I cannot restrain the cursed creature."
"I know. Try to buy me some time." Ignoring his exhaustion, Lucius activated Flicker for the third time. While Whisper did his best to delay the skeleton, Lucius sprinted away from it, through the forest, heading back toward the heavily injured leader. When he reached the spot where the man had collapsed, Lucius nearly fell himself as Flicker ended, and the overwhelming fatigue struck him like a tidal wave. Yet he found what he was searching for. Floating above the leader's body was the magical eye being used to see through Lucius's aspect. As the black skeleton began closing in on him again, Lucius lunged forward without hesitation. At close range, the magical eyeball was hopelessly outmatched. Matriarch's fury impaled the floating orb effortlessly. Green flames consumed the floating eye as it shrank back to its original size, and it squelched its way off his blade as Lucius flicked his wrist. As he did so, the black skeleton froze in place. The powerful creature cast its glowing red eyes around, searching for the target that had suddenly vanished from its sight. Chapter 73. Used. With Guise of the Thief restored, he could now use Sucker Punch. This skill increased the damage he could deal while the enemy was unable to see through his stealth. Lucius looked down at the unconscious leader lying in front of him, considering whether he should take the time to finish the man off now. But with the ghostly aspect the leader possessed, who knew how many attacks it would take to finish the job? And the skeleton was already casting its gaze toward the injured David. Lucius grimaced in irritation as he turned away from the leader's defenseless body, sprinting back toward the skeleton. Luckily for David, he was on the opposite side of the clearing, and Lucius was able to close the distance before the powerful monster reached him. "I'll handle the skeleton," Lucius shouted at David, as he let his aspect fall away for a moment, drawing the creature's attention back to himself as he used himself as bait. Lucius rolled forward to avoid the ethereal gray whip that sliced through the air toward him, quickly returning to his feet before launching himself into the air. He reactivated his aspect and escaped into the canopy. The moment the skeleton lost sight of Lucius for the second time, it began destroying the surrounding trees with one powerful strike after another, in a misguided attempt to reveal his hiding place, trying to flush him out. Meanwhile, Lucius had already returned to the ground, behind the skeleton, and aimed a piercing throw at the back of its skull. With how small a target the rest of the monster's bones were, the relatively large skull was the easiest thing on its body to hit. This time, with the additional damage from Sucker Punch, Matriarch's Fury managed to chip away some of the bone from the hard black skull. The skeleton screeched in fury as it spun around with incredible speed, forcing Lucius to jump into the air to avoid the whip. Lucius's jaw tightened as he stared up at his foe. How had the skeleton known his exact location? He relaxed a second later when he realized that was not the case. The skeleton began attacking its surroundings in a blind rage, proving its inability to see him as Lucius maintained his distance. He carefully avoided injury while peppering the cursed monster with one piercing throw after another. Lucius aimed for the skull whenever he could, but sometimes he was forced to target the pelvic bone or spinal column because of the skeleton's rapid and erratic movements. Whisper began using his shadows to draw the creature's attention, making sounds and throwing stones from all around it to overwhelm its senses and destroy any ability to pinpoint Lucius's location. The tables had clearly turned now, and the damage accumulated by Assassinate continued to increase the strength of his attacks. Since Lucius kept the skeleton occupied and the leader was out of commission, David turned his attention to the remaining humans. The remaining men in the camp were all standing around the fire, watching the battle warily from a distance, but none chose to intervene. A few members of the group grew visibly nervous as they saw David approaching, and when they noticed him staring right at them with a terrifying grin, they did not hesitate to turn and run toward the forest. The closest man to David only managed a few steps before a large axe came spinning through the air, quickly catching up to the man as it sank into its back between his shoulder blades. Ah! The man let out a pain-filled scream as he fell to the ground, his hands clawing at his back as he tried, and failed, to reach the weapon piercing his body. David walked up to the man slowly, stepping on his back with one leg as he wrenched the axe free, heaving it over his head as he prepared a mighty swing. No! David brought the axe down on the man's skull, ruthlessly and casually ending the man's life, like he was putting down a wild animal. He pulled his axe free and set off after the two remaining men. The rest of the men in the camp stood silently around the fire, frozen in terror as they watched the slaughter unfold. Back where Lucius was battling the skeleton, Assassinate had finally built up enough power to overcome the incredible resistance the black bones posed. The proof of this was now sticking out of the creature's skull. When Lucius retrieved the blade through telekinesis, gray smoke poured from the hole it had left behind. The skeleton seemed to panic at this new development, halting its pursuit of Lucius as it hastily covered the hole in its skull with one hand, trying to stop the smoke from escaping. The creature thought it had averted the disaster, but seconds later, it let out a wretched, wailing cry as Matriarch's Fury plunged into the opposite side of its skull. Another hole appeared, releasing more smoke, and the creature was forced to use both hands to seal the openings. Lucius mercilessly continued his assault, opening up one hole after another until the area around the skeleton was filled with smoke. When the creature's skull resembled Swiss cheese, the smoke flooding out thin. A few moments later, it stopped flowing completely. When that happened, the red light behind the skeleton's eyes dimmed, quickly fading out completely as the tall black skeleton went limp. The next moment, the bones collapsed to the ground and immediately began shrinking, returning to the size of the bones of the child they had been stolen from. You have defeated Skeletus Sacrificium, level 31. You have reached level 24. You have 8 attribute points available for distribution. Congratulations! You have defeated a powerful creature. You have been awarded a rare grade item upgrade. Lucius watched the bones return to their original size with a heavy frown across his face. Looking down at the child's skull, now riddled with holes from his own sword, he felt guilt weigh heavily on him, even though he knew that he had not been responsible for his death. He looked toward the leader, gritting his teeth as he moved toward the despicable man responsible for this tragedy. His anger reached a crescendo, and he didn't hesitate to drive his blade into the leader's chest. The overuse of magic must have rendered the man's aspect unable to activate, because Matriarch's fury pierced blood and flesh, rather than the ghostly vapor Lucius expected to see. The leader's eyes shot open wide as he stared up at the dark night sky above him, blood pouring from his mouth and eyes as he struggled to speak. Mazuyaga. Lucius's eyes widened as the terrible cackling of an old woman echoed through the forest. He pulled his blade from the leader's chest, watching the man topple over to the side as he looked around warily for the source of the sound. Something was wrong. That strike had fully destroyed the leader's heart. He was certainly dead. But why was there no message from the system? As Lucius continued to watch, a massive flood of gray smoke, unlike anything that had happened before, poured in from all directions toward the body. The amount of smoke made it difficult to see anything at all. At the same time, the quiet voice of an old woman entered Lucius's mind.
You have my thanks, little bloodsucker. It cost me a great deal of magical energy and careful planning to control the mind of this child of mine. But even with all my efforts, something inside him refused to submit completely. He had surrendered his body to me, but he refused to surrender his soul. That is, until you drove a sword through his heart. As thanks for the favor, I'll give you a few minutes head start.
Lucius's eyes widened further as he took a few steps back. What he had thought was the killing blow had in fact made the situation even worse. The leader's body shuddered and twisted as the flood of gray smoke entered it through every wound and orifice. The man's form rapidly grew, doubling and tripling, enlarging until it became at least 10 times its original size. The leader's clothes had long since disintegrated, and long gray fur sprouted across the darkening skin. His arms and legs lengthened and distorted, large paws forming at the end of each limb as a long, shaggy tail sprouted from his back. Sense Danger has detected a C-class threat. When Lucius saw the message from Sense Danger, he knew that his luck had run out. He glanced back in the direction David had gone, with an exhausted frown weighing down his face, as he shot out a single word. Run! Chapter 74. Run. Whatever awful abomination the witch was creating from the leader's body was not something Lucius could easily overcome. Even if Sense Danger hadn't informed him that the creature being born was a C-class threat, an entire class higher than Lucius, the blaring alarm in his chest was enough to let him know he needed to get away as quickly as possible. Lucius grit his teeth as he reluctantly activated Flicker once again. It was not a wise choice, but what other options did he have? Even before the skill took effect, a wave of dizziness passed over him as the consequences of overusing the skill manifested. He pushed himself through exhaustion by sheer force of will, clenching his fists and breathing deeply as he ran to keep from collapsing. As he shot past the group of men gathered around the campfire, Lucius couldn't bear to look at their faces as he passed by, knowing that he was leaving them to their deaths. He knew that many of them were most likely as innocent as Sarah or Nick, but the circumstances were dire, and he wasn't even confident of his own survival. He couldn't save anyone else right now. Lucius knew that he had no choice but to use them as a distraction to buy himself time, even though it left a foul taste in his mouth. Lucius shook his head, rebuking himself for getting distracted by things he had no control over in such a critical moment. He doubled his efforts as he sped through the underbrush like a rocket. He used Sense Danger to track the man David was chasing, zeroing in on their location. Weaving through the trees, Lucius quickly spotted his target. David was moving through the underbrush with an angry grimace, struggling to catch up to the fleeing man, his injured side slowing him down and preventing him from doing so. Without saying a word, Lucius dashed past David, lifting the large man into the air with telekinesis and pulling him along as he fled through the forest, ignoring the startled shouts of his companion, as well as a confused look on the face of the man David had been pursuing. Back in the clearing, a massive gray wolf the size of a full-grown buffalo stood where the leader's body had once been. The wolf was missing its left eye, An empty socket was all that remained on that side of its massive head. The beast let out a deep, guttural growl as it surveyed the clearing with its single remaining eye. A small, elderly woman with a sickly, thin body and long, wiry white hair floated down from above. She was riding inside an oversized mortar and pestle, as if it were a chariot, as she stared lovingly at the giant wolf. The old woman leaned over the side of her unconventional steed as she stroked the side of the massive beast's face with her wrinkled and bony hand.
Happy birthday! You who are my firstborn child. Go and eat your fill. Everything that moves upon this earth belongs to you.
The wolf let out a howl so loud and powerful that it damaged the eardrums of the nearby humans. The men around the campfire fell to the ground, holding their hands against the sides of their heads in an attempt to stop their eardrums from bursting. That was the moment they finally realized that they were doomed. The men watched in impotent terror as the large wolf rushed up to the campfire, tearing the closest member of their group to pieces before their eyes. Only now did the cowardly men try to run or fight back, although their efforts were even more futile now than they would have been before the leader's transformation. A short, overweight man with a crossbow in his hand stood before the creature. He knew he was the slowest man in the group, and didn't even try to run. Instead, he stood his ground and aimed his weapon at the approaching beast's face, his voice trembling as he tried to talk his way out of the situation.
Boss, it's me. Don't do this. I'll do whatever you say. Good. I want you to fill my stomach.
The man's face turned pale in horror as he heard the sinister voice in his mind, squeezing the trigger just as the wolf launched itself forward. As the arrow reached the creature's face, the wolf had shifted into an ethereal, ghostly image of itself, allowing the bolt to pass harmlessly through. It had apparently retained the leader's powerful aspect. That aspect likely being the reason Baba Yaga chose to use him in the first place. The remaining men scattered in all directions, screaming in terror as the overweight man cried for help. His desperate begging went unanswered as he was devoured in a horrific display of violence by the hungry wolf. Lucius raced through the forest, a loud howl off in the distance sending chills up his spine. He continued to put as much distance as he could between himself and the clearing, ignoring the disgruntled complaints of the man floating behind him.
Put me down, goddammit! I'm gonna puke!
David was currently floating upside down, his large body crashing against low branches and slapping into trees as they tore through the woods. Lucius's telekinesis wasn't strong enough to properly carry someone as heavy as David. He was barely able to lift the man and drag him along behind himself. Any notion of maneuvering him around obstacles was out of the question. Hence, the current spectacle of David being rudely smashed into one object after another. "Quit complaining! You're too slow with that injury, and we need to get as far away as possible before that creature decides to track us down."
What creature? What the hell are you talking about?
It's hard to explain. Just know that the leader is gone and something much more dangerous has taken his place. David wanted to keep arguing, but when his legs smashed into a passing tree, it sent him spinning like a top as he floated through the forest. He pressed both hands over his mouth, trying desperately to avoid vomiting. Unfortunately, he failed. A flood of vomit shot out of his mouth like a sprinkler from hell.
Where are we going?
Much of the energy had drained from David's voice after the motion sickness overtook him, but Lucius's next words seemed to infuse new life in him. "First, we need to make sure that thing isn't following us. Then, we're meeting up with Sarah. From there, we'll head back to the farm where you'll both be reunited with Marianne and your mother." Lucius had some experience with tracking and hiding trails, so he made his way to a creek that cut through the forest. He let out a relieved breath when they reached it without any warnings from sense danger to indicate that the creature was close to catching up. Waving one hand through the air, Lucius slowly lowered David into the creek, allowing the man to walk on his own as they sloshed their way through the water.
"So, Lucius, is it? How is my baby girl?"
Lucius glanced up at the imposing man beside him, noticing how David's fierce expression had softened for the first time as he spoke about Marianne. Exhausted from the overuse of flicker, the tough fight, and the frantic escape, Lucius responded with more attitude than he normally would have. Marianne is doing well. No thanks to you. If I hadn't stumbled upon her, the poor child would have starved long ago. How did you even let yourself get captured by that psychopath in the first place? David looked away, his face turning a shade pinker than usual. He rubbed the back of his head, pretending to cough. I was naive. The three of us had been hungry for weeks before I left to hunt for food. When I stumbled across the leader, he pretended to be a generous, kind man. He said he was willing to share food with my family. I was deceived. Lucius shook his head as he peered ahead through the darkness. Just around the bend was the wooden bridge that crossed over the creek, connecting them to the dirt road where Sarah and Nick were waiting. David was clearly strong, very much so, and yet appeared to be quite lacking in common sense. Forget it. We're almost there. Let's get Sarah and get the hell out of here. David nodded firmly and hefted his heavy axe over his shoulder, following Lucius as the two men climbed up the creek bank toward the road. Chapter 75. 2 Tokens. After stepping onto the dirt road, David followed behind Lucius as he retraced his step toward the place where Sarah and Nick waited. When they got close, Lucius spotted the tent he had left behind for them, as well as a small fire. Sarah was sitting by the fire, rocking back and forth, with her arms tightly wrapped across her knees and an anxious expression on her face as she stared into the darkness. Nick was curled up in the fetal position inside the tent, snoring loudly. Sarah jumped to her feet when she heard their footsteps. Moisture filled her eyes when she saw who it was and realized that Lucius had been successful. "Oh, God! David!" Sarah rushed up to her husband, accidentally pressing against his wounded side as she hugged him. Be gentle, my love."
"You're bleeding. Here, let me see."
Lucius ignored the reunion behind him, quickly nudging Nick with his foot to wake him. The moment the young man woke up, Lucius grabbed a flaming log from the fire and threw it into the tent.
What are you doing?"
Nick bleated as he shot out of the tent. "There's no time to pack up the tent, and I won't leave something that can be used to track us behind. Let's go, now. I'll explain on the way." A few moments later, the group was moving at a brisk pace down the dirt road. Lucius continued to badger them to increase their speed every few minutes, as he watched the forest around him with an intensity that unsettled Sarah and Nick. The petite woman was the first to inquire about the events that had left Lucius so on edge.
"Lucius, what exactly happened back there? When I saw you returning with David, I assumed everything went well. Was I wrong?"
Lucius glanced down at the woman walking behind him. She stayed close to David, as though afraid he would disappear from her grasp. "I guess you could say everything was successful. I rescued David, I killed the leader. The problem is, he didn't stay dead. And what he became after I ran my sword through his heart isn't something we can fight right now." Nikolai's eyes widened when he heard Lucius talking about his uncle. He rushed forward to match Lucius's pace as he spoke.
My uncle isn't dead? What does that mean exactly?"
Lucius let out a deep sigh, slowly shaking his head back and forth as he responded. "It was a trap, Nikolai. I'm sorry. You were right about your uncle. He was being controlled by a powerful witch named Baba Yaga, and I played right into her hands. She used me to destroy the last traces of your uncle's ability to resist her. When I drove my blade through his heart, Baba Yaga gained full control, using your uncle as a sacrifice to spawn a powerful creature." Nick looked at the ground, covering his mouth with one hand as tears dripped down his face. He wiped the teardrops away with his dirty sleeve, before a look of resolve took over his face. "Baba Yaga. I will kill this witch for what she has done to my uncle, no matter how long it takes." Nikolai lowered his clenched fist to his side as he continued speaking. "Is this new creature still my uncle, or something else entirely? I need to know if he is truly dead, or if his soul is trapped inside that creature." Lucius couldn't help but look away from Nikolai's questioning gaze as he responded. He didn't want to see the pain he would cause the young man when he spoke his next words. I'm afraid your uncle's soul is trapped inside. He had managed to avoid surrendering his soul to the witch all this time. I broke down his final defenses, and Baba Yaga now has control of both his body and his soul. After speaking that awful truth, Lucius remained silent as the companions continued to move with all the haste they could muster. The sun was rising over the horizon, and Lucius finally released mythification, allowing Whisper to take shelter within his storage ring. Without the benefits of mythification, the exhaustion Lucius felt became even more unbearable. He added 2 attribute points to stamina to take the edge off, letting out a sigh as a small boost of energy filled his body. It felt like he had just woken up from a nap that was far too short and had a cup of coffee. He still felt miserable, but it was bearable. Since he had 6 points remaining and only needed 5 points to strength to cross a 40-point threshold, Lucius decided to do so immediately to increase his power, in case Baba Yaga and her new child caught up with him before they reached the farm. A message from the system popped up in his vision as he felt the effects of his increased strength course through every muscle in his body. Congratulations! You have reached 40 points in the strength attribute, passing the first magical threshold. There is enough magic in this attribute to generate a related talent. Taking into consideration your current attribute distribution, talents, aspect, and personality, the system can generate a new talent for you. Would you like to generate a talent now? Lucius gave his confirmation, and the system followed his command. Generating. Congratulations! You have unlocked the talent Sundering Strike. Sundering Strike. Your impressive strength has turned your bare fists into valuable weapons on the battlefield. Focus your power into a single precise strike, destroying or cracking the armor of your target. Unarmored opponents will suffer internal bleeding and bruising from this attack. Lucius read the description as he continued to walk, rubbing his chin as he considered how to integrate it into his fighting style. An armor-breaking attack. Not as useful as I would have hoped against the wolf, but a valuable talent nonetheless. Next, Lucius turned his attention to the 2 item upgrades he had gained from closing the anomaly and defeating the skeleton. The first was only of enhanced quality, but that was perfect for the bracers Jack had made for him. Lucius didn't hesitate to use the first upgrade, focusing on the pair of items covering his forearms as he activated the token with his mind. Lucius was relieved when he saw that the token treated the bracers as a single item and began upgrading both at the same time. Sarah and Nick jumped back when they noticed a sudden swarm of bright lights, but David only looked on with curiosity and continued to watch closely as the process unfolded. It was obvious to Lucius that this wasn't David's first time witnessing the use of an upgrade token. When the process completed, Lucius pulled up the new description of his pair of items. Vicious Guard, Steel Bracer, Quality, Magical. Defensive bracers crafted by a novice artisan, raised to their current quality through the use of an upgrade token. These steel bracers come equipped with retractable spines that can stop a sword from sliding during a block and can be used to directly attack an opponent. Infused Steel. The presence of magically infused steel allows this item to endure 40% additional damage before it is destroyed. Lucius gazed down at the bracers on his arms. Somehow, the system had crafted them to match his black armor. He wondered if that had been intentional, or if he had subconsciously influenced the appearance of the bracers to suit his preferences. Regardless, the sleek black metal fit well, and Lucius was satisfied with his new items. When he read about the retractable spines, he inspected the bracers again, trying to figure out how to use the new function. The moment he imagined the spines extending, they did exactly that. Lucius raised an eyebrow as he examined the spines running down the entire length of the bracers. They started off as short spines near his hand, growing longer gradually as they moved toward his forearm. The spines resembled the spikes one might see depicted on the back of an image of a dinosaur or dragon. The design had a satisfying, animalistic look, and the spines themselves extended with incredible force. The bracers were certainly no toy. Lucius entertained himself by retracting and extending the spines a few times, holding his arm up for David to see. The large man observed the upgraded items eagerly. Very impressive. I've seen an item upgrade used like that once before, but I never got one myself. You're lucky to have received one. Lucius glanced at David from the corner of his eye, unable to suppress his smirk as he responded. Actually, I had two. Chapter 76. Homebound. As they continued walking toward the rising sun, Lucius turned his attention to the armor covering his chest. Even though the sleek black item was relatively new, it was already of rare quality, and would be an excellent choice for a second token upgrade. Lucius pulled up the description of the armor to review it before using his upgrade. Tenebrous Scales. Carapace chest armor, quality rare. This is a piece of armor created from the carapace of a colossus centipede. It has been further enhanced through the use of a powerful aspect, in addition to a system upgrade token. The carapace used to craft this armor retains some of its biological qualities, including its original body's affinity for Earth, and its ability to heal on its own over time. Close to the Earth, plus 10% movement speed while traveling over soil, plus 25% movement speed underground. Second Skin. This armor will repair itself as long as it has not been completely destroyed. He hadn't had much of an opportunity to test the item yet, but it was already about to undergo a significant change by being upgraded from rare to extraordinary. Still, Lucius was eager to see what changes would occur. When upgrading other items from rare to extraordinary, their two existing attributes had been strengthened, and a third additional attribute was gained. Lucius wouldn't be risking anything by upgrading the item. Without further hesitation, Lucius activated the rare upgrade token, summoning a swarm of magical lights far larger than what had been generated when he upgraded his bracers. When David saw the second massive swarm of lights, he froze in his tracks, staring at the scene. Glittering sparkles reflected off his eyes as he stared, his mouth agape. What in God's name just happened? What kind of upgrade token did you just activate? A grin crept across Lucius's face as he saw the man's reaction. That one was rare, he said. David rushed forward as soon as he heard Lucius's response, staring intently at the now glowing armor. And the item? Was it also rare? Lucius gave a casual nod in response. So that's going to be an extraordinary item? David mumbled as he continued to stare at the armor, transfixed. That's right. After hearing Lucius's response, David nodded, rubbing his chin thoughtfully after he regained his composure. Interesting. I've never seen an extraordinary item before. I'm excited to lay eyes on such a precious thing. Lucius raised an eyebrow as he glanced up at the large man walking beside him. Actually, you've seen two already, he admitted sheepishly. As Lucius spoke, he motioned toward his ring and sword, earning another round of wide-eyed disbelief from David. This time, the man's pride stung a bit at the revelation and his face turned pink as he responded. That's your third extraordinary item? Just who the hell are you? Lucius chuckled at David's over-the-top reaction. It was amazing that the man still had the energy to be so outgoing after everything they'd been through. It's not as incredible as you think. Stick around for a while and you'll earn your own item upgrades before long, Lucius explained. I got an early start by killing an entire swarm of creatures right after the abyss descended, and I was in a dense metropolitan area. David grinned widely at the idea that he might be able to achieve something similar. Will you please explain what an item upgrade is, David? Sarah demanded. She had had enough of being left out of the conversation. Meanwhile, the armor covering Lucius's upper body completed its transformation, and the last of the glowing lights surrounding it disappeared into the item. Lucius looked down, running a hand across his chest. The armor had retained its sleek black appearance, but it had become noticeably lighter and seemed to flow more naturally across his body. Eager to see what changes had occurred, he prompted the system to show him the description. Flowing Mantle of Chasms. Carapace chest armor. Quality, extraordinary. This piece of armor has undergone numerous upgrades. Originally formed from the carapace of a colossus centipede, the scales making up its body have been further infused with magical power, lowering their weight and drastically increasing their defensive ability. This magical infusion has also enhanced the armor's self-repair ability, and its affinity with earth mana has been increased. Close to the earth. Additional 20% movement speed while traveling over soil, and 40% movement speed while underground. Second skin. This armor will self-repair as long as it has not been completely destroyed. The rate of repair has been enhanced through the upgrade process. Sinkhole. Release the earth attribute mana gathered in this armor, creating a deep hole in the ground to trap your enemy. Usable once per day. Lucius pumped his fist in exhilaration. Upgrading an item from rare to extraordinary had never failed to impress him, and this time was no different. Better speed, stronger defense, quicker self-repair, and the invaluable new sinkhole skill all enhanced Lucius's chances of staying alive. Sinkhole especially gave him some reassurance that he could potentially escape Baba Yaga's C-Class wolf, if the need arose. A deep and heavy anxiety lifted from Lucius's chest. He was a lot more confident now about his ability to protect his own life, if the worst-case scenario came to pass. Somewhere along the way, he had grown accustomed to his newfound strength. Being powerful enough to face the dangers of this new world had become a pillar that upheld his sanity. When that pillar was threatened by the existence of enemies he couldn't hope to survive meeting, a familiar powerlessness crept back into the young man's heart. That feeling was a dark and unpleasant reminder of the life he had left behind. He couldn't tolerate feeling weak, but it was also unreasonable to expect that he would always be the most powerful person in the room. Lucius realized at that moment that he would probably never be finished with his quest to grow stronger. Setting these thoughts aside, Lucius continued to lead the group toward the rest of Sarah and Nick's group. The journey was blessedly uneventful, with only a few enemies appearing on Lucius's radar. Each time sense danger flared up, he had a mini heart attack before he realized they weren't the powerful enemy he was running from. Regardless, Lucius was too exhausted to get into a fight now, not even with an F-class threat that would normally be an easy thing for him to kill. Before the sun reached its zenith in the sky, the group reunited with the rest of the waiting humans and began making their way toward the farm as a single group. The men who had waited at the area where Lucius closed the anomaly had made it through the night without incident, coming through without losing anything but some sleep as they were anxiously awaiting Lucius's return. Sarah and David were growing increasingly eager to be reunited with Marianne as they drew closer to their destination. And Lucius was also excited to see the joy in the child's face when he reunited her with her parents. Lucius had grown quite fond of Marianne, and he couldn't think of any greater gift he could give the child than returning her loving family to her. It was probably the single greatest thing Lucius had done in his life up to this point. It was certainly the thing he felt most proud of, aside from saving the child herself, of course. He had saved people before, like the people who had been captured by the goblins, but Lucius hadn't been close to any of them, aside from James. This felt different, given how attached he was to Marianne. With the relatively slow moving speed of the humans in the group, it took the better part of the rest of the day to reach the outskirts of the farm. Lucius carefully led them around the edge of Magar's territory, feeling the last drops of energy draining from his bones when he finally caught sight of the farmhouse in the distance. Lucius realized at this instant that he already considered this place home, and right now, all he wanted to do was get inside and rest in the place filled with his friends, where he could feel safe. Chapter 77. A Meeting in the Forest. The tension drained from Lucius's shoulders as he made the short journey from the wood line to the farmhouse. From this distance, he could see that some progress had been made on building the wall. Glancing back at the men following him, he decided that the first task of their punishment would be to work on building the defenses once everyone got settled in. Lucius had told those men that they were being punished for what they had done, but it was more a punishment in name than anything else. The truth was that they would have been forced to work either way. No one could afford to do whatever they pleased if they wanted to survive. Everyone had to pitch in. Halfway down the long driveway, the approach of two large spiders gave the people behind Lucius a good scare, except for David, who merely raised his axe high, preparing to defend himself and his wife. Lucius held up one hand in front of David, stopping the man from attacking. "No need for that, David. Take a good look at who was riding those spiders." David squinted, but he wasn't able to see much until a few moments later, when the spiders had closed the distance. Only when the spiders got closer could he finally make out the features of the two human guards riding the beasts. David looked over at Lucius, confused. "Humans?" "Yes, humans. My friends," Scott and Helen, in fact. Lucius waved at the approaching guards, raising an eyebrow as he noticed how fit the two older people were looking. Scott had slimmed down a bit since the first time Lucius had seen him, and both of them had gained some muscle definition in their arms. Even Helen was carrying her heavy iron spear with an ease that betrayed her increased strength attribute. When the two got close enough, Lucius gave a quick greeting before commenting on the changes he noticed. "You look like you've gotten stronger, both of you. What have you been up to while I was away?" Scott let out a chuckle as he glanced toward the frowning Helen. The older woman shook her head and motioned toward her spear as she replied, "It's these damn iron spears. They must weigh at least 20 pounds. I brought it up to Jack many times, but he brushed it off for so long that the problem solved itself." Scott nodded along as Helen spoke, continuing where she left off. "My strength attribute just hit 13 points, and even Helen is up to 11. That's all without gaining a single level. Just busting our backs carrying these things around." Lucius rubbed his chin as he considered what they'd said. "Huh, sounds like Jag accidentally created a useful training tool," he replied. Helen rolled her eyes at his tone-deaf response, quickly changing the subject as she cast her gaze over the group of people standing behind him. "Looks like we've got some new mouths to feed. Mary is out in the fields and Patrick's in his office as usual if you need to speak to them, but I think you should go get some rest first, kid. You look terrible." Lucius nodded as he absorbed the information. "Thank you, Helen. I intend to do that as soon as I'm finished settling these people in. Can you do me a favor and let Mary know that some people need medical treatment? Tell her to come find us in the kitchen." Helen nodded at Lucius's request as the two guards tugged on the reins, sending the spiders dashing off toward the fields. Lucius waved goodbye before motioning for his companions to follow him toward the house. Deep in the woods, along the path Lucius had traveled just half an hour earlier, a massive gray wolf crept through the sparse foliage. Its long, shaggy fur clung to its frame, and one of its eyes was missing, the remaining eye gleaming with eerie intelligence. It moved with careful precision, its gaze betraying a predator's cunning. Somehow, it had stayed just far enough back to avoid triggering sense danger. Unknowingly, Lucius had led Baba Yaga's wolf straight back to the farm. Baba Yaga herself was nowhere to be seen. It seemed her new child had set out alone, hungry for revenge on the young man who had slain its former self. The oversized wolf prowled through the underbrush with deliberate caution, its massive frame gliding silently between the trees. Every few steps it paused to sniff the ground, nostrils flaring as it followed the fading scent. Its lone eye gleamed with purpose, cold, calculating. Then, without warning, it reached a particular patch of earth and shifted its weight forward. In that instant, its eyes snapped wide open. A heartbeat later, the wolf vanished in a blur of speed, and the ground beneath it exploded. A thunderous blast of smoke and fire tore through the clearing, sending dirt and leaves flying in every direction. The force of the detonation rippled through the trees, and the spot where the creature had stood was engulfed in light and flame. "That's far enough. If you enter these woods, you become my prey." The wolf lifted its head, its lone eye narrowing into a glare as it fixed its gaze on the source of the booming voice. A low growl rumbled in its throat. From behind a thick cluster of trees, a massive figure emerged, humanoid in shape, but covered in deep, red scales that shimmered faintly in the dappled light. Each step it took cracked twigs beneath clawed feet, and the heat radiating from its body seemed to warp the air around it. The wolf's growl deepened, hackles rising. It stared up at the muscled reptilian form before it, a walking furnace wrapped in armor-like flesh. Its rage flickered, but so too did its hesitation. Beneath the fury burning in its chest, the wolf's instinct whispered a warning. This was not prey. This was danger. "What are you? You do not smell like the creatures of the abyss." Row after row of jagged, predatory teeth gleamed in the light as a taut grin stretched across Magar's scaled face. His lips pulled back slowly, deliberately, revealing a mouth built for tearing. He stared down at the wolf in silence for a moment, the grin never faltering, his eyes burning with a cold, focused intensity. Then, in a voice that rumbled like rolling thunder through the trees, he spoke. "Indeed, I am not of the abyss, but I could ask you the same question, dog. I smell the stink of the abyss on you, and yet you speak the human language in my mind. What manner of creature are you?" The wolf lowered its shaggy head, shoulders tensing as a deep, guttural growl rumbled from its chest. Its lone eye locked onto Magar, burning with pure malevolence. The sound of its growling intensified, rising into a low snarl that vibrated through the underbrush, a warning wrapped in fury. "What I am is my concern. You allowed my prey to pass through these woods. Why are you protecting those humans?" Magar's grin stretched wider, teeth glinting as he stared down at the furious wolf. A crimson glow pulsed from his eyes, casting flickering light across the scaled ridges of his face. He raised one massive hand, and a swirling ball of flame formed in his palm, compact, seething, and hungry for release. The fire danced and twisted as he finally spoke, his voice low and brimming with promise. "What I do is my concern. The smell of their burning meat pleases me. I have grown accustomed to the presence of these humans. But I grow irritated of your presence, dog. Be gone or die." The standoff stretched into a long, heavy silence. The growling faded. Slowly, the wolf backed away, its lone eye narrowing with cold calculation as it slipped behind the cover of a massive boulder and out of sight. Magar lowered his hand, starting to turn back toward the forest, when something shifted. His eyes widened. In a flash, he threw his arms up in a defensive stance. A split second later, the massive wolf came rocketing out of the tree line. From the opposite direction, it had vanished, a blur of fur and fury hurtling straight toward Magar. Magar's reflexes kicked in just in time. He lunged forward, claws outstretched, aiming to seize the wolf by the neck as it flew at him. But just as his claws were about to sink into its thick fur, the creature's body shimmered, shifting into a ghostly, translucent form that passed clean through his grasp. Before he could respond to the sudden change, searing pain flared through his shoulder as sharp teeth sank deep into his flesh. Ugh! An ear-splitting bellow tore from Magar's throat, shaking the trees and rustling the surrounding foliage. The wolf's fangs punched through his thick red scales, ripping open a gaping wound and tearing into the dense muscle beneath. But Magar wasn't finished. The red light in his eyes flared violently, and a blast of flame erupted from his body in all directions, a scorching wave of fury unleashed in an instant. The wolf instinctively shifted into its ghostly form to escape the blast, but the magical flames tore through the spectral veil, as if it weren't there, searing into its body with unrelenting heat. With a pained yelp, the creature darted away, re-solidifying mid-sprint. Smoke curled from scorched patches of fur and blistered skin. The wolf turned, glaring at Magar with searing rage, its chest heaving as the sharp sting of the burns radiated through its body. The wolf lunged forward again, a blur of motion as it darted around Magar, aiming for his exposed flank. In response, Magar raised both arms high, his claws stretching longer in an instant, glowing a menacing red as waves of heat rippled outward from them, warping the air around his hands. The wolf's incredible agility was on full display as it twisted midair, kicking off a nearby tree trunk with a powerful bound before landing behind Magar. With a snarl, it launched itself at the red-scaled warrior's back, fangs bared and gleaming, ready to tear another wound into his exposed flank. But just as it closed the gap, a sharp whistle sliced through the air. Magar's tail whipped upward, like a striking serpent. The scales at the end of Magar's tail glowed red, just like the burning claws on his hands, moments before the thick appendage slammed into the wolf's airborne body. A sharp yelp split the air as the creature was sent hurtling through the forest in a blur of fur and smoke. Had it not shifted into its ghostly form at the last instant, the collision would have shattered several trees in its path. Instead, it passed through them in flashes of pale blue light before crashing back down toward the forest floor. The wolf twisted midair and managed to land on its feet as it returned to its physical form. But the moment it put weight on one of its front legs, another sharp yelp escaped its throat. The bone had snapped. It stumbled, then looked down at the injured limb, snarling through bared teeth, a blend of pain and fury burning in its eye. Magar pressed his advantage, dashing toward the wounded wolf as a deep, guttural laugh rumbled from his throat. Blood poured from the gash in his shoulder, trailing behind him in thick, crimson footprints with every heavy step. The wolf had no choice but to flee, its tail tucked low as it limped away into the trees. Even in retreat, it glanced back over its shoulder, hatred blazing in its eye, a silent promise burning through the pain. "I will return. Your death is certain," it howled. Magar's laughter rose, wild and thunderous, as he hurled a blazing ball of flame at the retreating wolf. The projectile screamed through the trees before detonating just behind its target in a burst of heat and light. The wolf skittered forward in a panicked scramble, awkwardly tucking its hindquarters as the explosion singed the air at its back, barely escaping the searing blast. Chapter 78. Reunion. Lucius led David and Sarah across the backyard of the farmhouse. After leaving the rest to Patrick and Mary, the three set off in search of Mary Ann. Their companions quickly caught sight of the child walking out of the barn that held the spiders. She was carrying a few large brushes in her hands that were covered in pink spider fur. The child carefully cleaned the fur off the brushes one by one, tossing the fluffy pink fur to the ground as the group approached her. David and Sarah couldn't hold back their emotions as they neared Mary Ann, breaking into a run and calling out to her as they approached. Mary Ann lifted her eyes from the task she had been focused on with obvious confusion on her face, quickly dropping the brushes the moment she recognized the two people rushing toward her. Mary Ann stood perfectly still for a few seconds, her hands slowly beginning to tremble as the emotions welled up inside her before bursting out. Mama! Papa! Lucius stood behind with a contented smile on his face as he observed the much overdue reunion. The impressive emotional strength that Mary Ann so commonly displayed made him forget sometimes just how young she actually was. But her uncontrolled sobbing as she collapsed into the arms of her parents brought that back into stark focus. Mary Ann grabbed Sarah's shirt as she hugged her mother so tightly that her little knuckles turned white. Her mother let out a quiet sob of her own as she returned the embrace. David wrapped his beefy arms around both of them, resting one hand on Mary Ann's head as he covered his eyes with his free hand, the large man's shoulders shaking as he struggled to maintain his composure. "I'm so sorry that we left you all alone, Mary Ann. It will never happen again. I promise." David managed to speak the somber oath without breaking down. Mary Ann looked up at her father as he spoke to her, releasing her mother from her tight grasp as she held her hands up in the air, urging David to pick her up. David turned back to face Lucius as he held Mary Ann in his arms, wiping his sleeve across his eyes before speaking. "Thank you, Lucius. You saved my entire family. I can never repay this debt, but I will do my best to do so. You can count on my support in the future. Just ask for whatever you need." Lucius smiled at David's words as he reached out his hand to accept the handshake that David offered. "I did it for Mary Ann. She can be very persuasive, you know. I'll leave you three to get reacquainted. Don't forget to see Mary to get that wound on your side looked at, David. Mary Ann can take you to her." Lucius waved goodbye, giving the family some privacy as he turned back toward the farmhouse, quickly making his way inside. Mary was at the kitchen table, which had become the makeshift medical center whenever people needed treating. Just being in the woman's presence left Lucius feeling a refreshing relaxation spread through his body, as her blessing of the healer aura worked its magic on his depleted stamina. Mary was currently applying first aid to the various wounds that the group of people had accumulated since the abyss invaded. Many of them had infected lacerations or sprains that had grown worse and worse from neglect. Their previous leader was not exactly concerned with the well-being of his men after all. Lucius didn't linger in the kitchen and made his way directly to his room, collapsing into bed without even taking off his filthy clothes. He barely managed to kick off his shoes before finally giving in to his need to sleep. When Lucius's eyes fluttered open later in the day, he glanced out the window and realized that only around 4 hours had passed. The sun was getting low in the sky, but Lucius felt wide awake. Well, guess I'm up. In the old world, after a night without sleep, he would have undoubtedly slept through the entire day, and well into the next night, waking up around 1 or 2 in the morning. But now, with his enhanced body, he felt great after just a few short hours of rest. As Lucius passed through the farmhouse, he saw that the kitchen had been emptied out, meaning that Mary had finished applying first aid to all the people who needed it. Stepping outside, Lucius saw the new members of the community hard at work on the defensive wall. Lucius gave a slight nod of approval as he saw that his orders had been carried out. James was there helping as well, sitting on Ellie's back as he directed the mother pig to dig the large holes required for the construction process. The pig would dig a large trench, and the men would follow, placing the prepared tree trunks into the hole and burying the base, much like setting fence posts. With half of the group working on sourcing lumber and the other half planting the posts, they were making decent progress on the defensive structure. Lucius waved to James as he passed, heading toward the forge where Jack was almost certainly working. As he approached the forge, he noticed the telltale smoke billowing from the roof, proof that someone was hard at work inside. When Lucius pushed open the door, however, he didn't see Jack working at the forge as expected. Instead, a humanoid creature with a face like a deer, wearing a tight leather apron across her obviously female chest, was standing over the anvil, hammering a piece of metal with great vigor. Jack was sitting on a chair on the far side of the room, watching the female minotaur work, as he picked at his ear lazily. Lucius raised an eyebrow as he glanced between Jack and the mythical creature. "What's all this? I didn't give her to you so you could start slacking, you know." Jack rolled his eyes at his friend's mocking words and gestured toward the minotaur with one hand as he responded. "Yeah, right. The moment she learned about forging, she begged me to teach her. Now she's refusing to budge. I'm going to have to make a second set of all my tools if I want to get back to work without constant interruptions. I thought I was getting an assistant, not a competitor." Lucius let out a chuckle as he motioned toward the deer-like creature. "I'm assuming your new companion has a name by now. Why don't you introduce me?" Yeah. Mina, say hi to Lucius. He's my good buddy. The one who found you that I told you about." Mina finally looked up from her work, placing the large hammer down on the anvil as she stepped toward Lucius, an inquisitive look in her big brown eyes. She wiped one four-fingered hand against the fur on her shoulder, brushing off some of the dirt and grease, before extending her hand toward Lucius. Lucius carefully observed Jack's new companion as he accepted the unusual hand in his own. Her palm felt tough, almost like worn leather, but the fur on the back was soft and smooth. As he shook hands with Mina, a puff of purple smoke burst into the air just above his right shoulder. When the smoke cleared, Whisper stood proudly with his chin raised and his winged arms crossed over his chest, staring down at Mina with a look of theatrical superiority. "I'm Whisper. I'm the oldest, so you have to do what I say. Marianne told me that's how it works with siblings." Lucius rolled his eyes as Mina shifted her gaze toward Whisper. The newly born Minotaur didn't seem to understand that Whisper was trying to provoke her and simply nodded enthusiastically at his words. "It's very good to meet you as well, Big Brother Whisper. I will do my best to follow your lead." Lucius chuckled at Mina's naive behavior as he casually shooed Whisper off his shoulder before stepping further into the sweltering room, approaching Jack. "Mina, huh? You know Minotaur is spelled with an O, not an A, right?" Jack's eyes widened ever so slightly before he caught himself, shaking his head and making an exaggerated face like he was offended. "Psh, who doesn't know how to spell Mina, Minnow, whatever? What did you come here for? You're not just here to poke fun at my spelling skills, right?" Jack quickly changed the subject, looking up at Lucius expectantly, waiting for him to explain his visit. "I brought you another present. Didn't you want one of these?" Lucius held up his hand to show that he was wearing a second storage ring, immediately earning the wide-eyed expression of longing from Jack that he'd been hoping for. "No way! If you keep bringing me gifts every time you come over, I might start to think you're interested in me." Jack stood up as Lucius rolled his eyes and handed over the ring. Jack reached out to accept it with a broad grin spreading across his face, carefully pulling it onto his finger as he examined the item carefully. How do I use it?" Chapter 79. The Return. After giving Jack the spare storage ring, Lucius took a casual walk around the farm. The way the place was rapidly transforming into a thriving small community gave him a sense of accomplishment that he had never felt in his previous life. Some latent instincts inside him had been stirred awake, and Lucius felt a strong desire to ensure the well-being of this group of people that he had worked hard to protect and gather in this place. For no particular reason, he started walking toward the fields where Mary was raising crops, and spent most of her time lately. Lucius quickly spotted the woman walking down a narrow dirt path between two thick rows of plants, so he wound his way through the crops carefully to meet her. "Hello again, Mary. These crops seem to have doubled in size since you started cultivating them only a few days ago. How is that possible?" Mary looked up from her task with a proud smile on her face, releasing the healthy-looking green leaf she had been inspecting from her hand.
"Hello, Lucius. You're not imagining things. These plants really are growing faster than I ever thought possible. You can thank Nana for that. Turns out she was quite the expert gardener before the apocalypse. And while helping me seed the second field, she unlocked a few talents that boost plant growth and help them survive in harsher conditions. With her abilities and my healing aura, I think we might actually solve the community's long-term food problems." Lucius's eyes widened slightly at the good news. He looked down at the plants with renewed interest after learning that their growth had been affected by magic. "I don't know much about plants, but these appear to be no different from normal. I hope this talent of hers can continue to promote growth without any unforeseen consequences. That would make all of our lives much easier." "I agree. Not only that," Mary stopped speaking abruptly, interrupted by the loud commotion. When Lucius zeroed in on the source of the noise, he saw a large group of uniformed soldiers rushing toward the farmhouse. "Looks like Tiber has returned with his men. But something is wrong. We'd better go and meet them," Mary said briskly. The two made their way back toward the farmhouse where the soldiers were heading. As they got closer, Lucius got a better look at Garrick and Tiber as they rushed forward at the head of the group, their faces solemn and uniforms spattered with blood. As his gaze moved over the group of soldiers following behind the two men, Lucius gaped as he saw Roland's unconscious body being carried by 4 soldiers, each holding one of the large man's limbs. The bald soldier had a vicious wound across his chest and was still losing blood as they hurried toward the farmhouse. Mary clapped a hand over her mouth as she noticed the horrifying wounds on the soldier's chest. "Oh, God, that's Roland," she whispered beneath her hand, before quickly breaking into a run as she rushed forward to help. Lucius kept pace with her as they intercepted the men. The two split up as soon as they reached the group, Mary moving toward Roland while Lucius approached Tiber. Mary began shouting directions as soon as she saw the extent of Roland's injuries, instructing the soldiers to move him to the kitchen table and for someone to bring her the medical supplies. The soldiers had applied some hasty first aid to Roland's chest, but he needed much more thorough treatment as soon as possible if he was to survive. Tiber quickly instructed his men to follow Mary's orders, as he stood behind to speak with Lucius, watching the group carrying Roland move toward the farmhouse before turning to face him with a grim expression. Lucius was the first to speak. "What exactly did you run into out there? Roland is the last person I expected to see injured so badly. I know how strong his defensive talents are." Now that they had reached the safety of the human settlement, Tiber put away the shiny longsword he was holding and turned to look back toward the forest they had just passed through, a heavy sigh issuing from his mouth. "We made it out of the city without issue. I let my guard down when the journey was almost over. We were only a few miles away from the farm, beginning to feel relieved that we had made it in one piece. That was when we crossed paths with a giant creature, a wolf to be precise." Lucius narrowed his eyes as he listened, a bad feeling beginning to rise up in his chest. A wolf?
Was it gray, around the size of a small car with a missing eye? Tiber turned back toward Lucius, narrowing his eyes. I'm not sure about the eye. It happened too fast, and I couldn't get a good look. But the creature was about the size you described, with long gray fur. However, much of its fur had been burned off, and its front leg was severely broken when it attacked us. Even so, it was incredibly fast and powerful, beyond anything I have faced. To be honest, if it hadn't already been so injured and weakened before we ran into it, we'd all be dead. We were able to drive it away simply by overwhelming it with our superior numbers. But as you can see, we didn't escape unscathed. As Lucius listened, the pieces of the puzzle connected in his mind. The size and color of the creature, the burns on its body, and the fact that it was moving away from the farmhouse when Tiber's group encountered it painted a picture in his mind of a series of likely events. I see. I think I know what you ran into. You probably have Magar to thank for saving your life. He's likely the one who inflicted those injuries on the wolf. Lucius proceeded to explain the events of the past few days to Tiber, telling the soldier everything he knew about Baba Yaga, the leader's transformation into the large wolf, and how he, Nick, David, and Sarah had made their hasty escape from Baba Yaga's camp. Tiber grit his teeth as he took in the information, eventually shaking his head with a deep sigh. So we just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Forget it. For now, we need to see if Mary needs any help. Lucius nodded and accompanied Tiber to the farmhouse, stepping into the kitchen where Roland lay unconscious on the large table. From this close, Lucius could see that the normally tan man's skin tone had become a sickly pale, and his chest contained 4 deep lacerations in the shape of a wolf's claws. Mary was in the process of cleaning the terrible wounds on his chest and preparing to sew him up. How does it look, Miss Mary? Will he pull through? Tiber asked without much expression. Lucius wondered how many times Tiber had stood at the side of a dying comrade before. Mary responded to the soldier's question without looking away from her task, her hands moving swiftly as she prepared her instruments.
I don't know. I'm not a doctor, or even a nurse. I'm just the unlucky fool who keeps unlocking healing talents. I'll use my mend wound ability while I sew up these deep lacerations, and I'll spend the night by his side so he can benefit from my healing aura. That's the best I can do.
Tiber looked at Roland, his distant stare belaying his concern for his underling. Thank you, Miss Mary. I'm very grateful for the time and energy you're dedicating to one of my men. Tiber turned back to Lucius, allowing the exhaustion he was feeling to show on his face for the first time since arriving as he spoke. The journey was exhausting, and as much as I'd like to get to work right away, my men need food and rest. Can you help me get them settled in for the night, please? As Tiber was speaking to Lucius, Patrick came down the stairs, with an excited expression on his face and something in his hands. He rushed up to Mary and interrupted her just as she was moving her needle toward Roland's skin.
Wait, Mary, use this. It's something I've been working on. I didn't expect it to be of use so soon.
Mary looked up, frustration flashing across her face at the sudden interruption, but her expression cleared when she heard Patrick's explanation.
I've been practicing unorthodox inscription methods. I finally learned how to inscribe items that are too small to physically etch. Both the needle and thread in this kit have been empowered to promote the healing process. Please, give it a try.
As Mary opened the case and retrieved the items inside, Lucius realized that he could feel the magical energy radiating from the small tools. He glanced at Patrick, who wore an eager expression as he watched Mary thread the enchanted needle. How is it possible to leave inscriptions on something too small to write on? Actually, never mind that for now. Lucius shook his head before continuing. Patrick, please help me get these soldiers settled in for the night. Chapter 80. Apprentice. Tiber was given a spare room in the farmhouse, but space was limited and the rest of the soldiers had to set up their tents outside. After Patrick marked out an area for them in the yard to build their camp, he walked back over to Lucius.
Hey, can I speak with you about something?
After giving him a nod, Lucius followed Patrick back to his office, taking a seat in the spare chair on the opposite side of the desk. Glancing around at the many vials holding liquids that looked like blood, likely from various different creatures, He noticed the strips of leather and the assortment of mundane materials covering the desk, all containing inscriptions. The amount of magical power that emanated from the items on the desk was impressive. Patrick's ability seemed to be growing at an increasing rate. From having quite modest usefulness, his talents were starting to become a force that might truly make a difference to the community going forward. Lucius pulled his attention away from the oddities and looked up at Patrick, with a curious expression. "What is it that you needed to speak with me about?" Patrick remained silent as he picked up a large piece of leather with an intricate inscription on its surface, handing the item over for inspection. Lucius raised an eyebrow as he accepted the leather, running his hand over the perfectly uniform inscription. Of all the things on the messy desk, this felt like it had the greatest amount of magical power. "I can tell that it's stronger than the inscriptions I've seen you create in the past, but that's all I can discern. What am I looking at here?" Patrick wore a small grin as he glanced toward the leather Lucius was holding, waving his hand in the air dismissively. "It's just a simple durability inscription, designed to increase the defensive power of the material it's inscribed on. The important thing about this inscription is not the inscription itself, but that my proficiency with it has passed a threshold. Instead of the modest boost in defense this inscription used to provide, it can now increase the durability of the item it's inscribed on, threefold. Of course, I can only make it work if the item is made of mundane materials. I wouldn't be able to triple the defense of something as powerful as that armor on your chest, for example." Patrick took the leather back from Lucius and handed him a different item to look at. This one was very odd. It was a large, round stone strapped to the top of a stick, but in a way that would make it awkward to use as a club. It looked like a failed attempt to create a primitive weapon. Lucius chuckled as he looked at the oddly crafted item, glancing back toward Patrick with a smirk. "No offense, but maybe you should leave the weapon crafting to Jack," he joked. Patrick's expression remained unchanged as he reached forward and tapped the stone. Lucius was forced to squint and move the item away from his face as a bright illumination was released from the stone. Suddenly, the odd contraption made much more sense. Rather than a weapon, it was actually a torch. Since most items from before the apocalypse had stopped working, including batteries and torches, Patrick's invention was very timely. Patrick's smile widened as he observed the look on Lucius's face. "Okay, I'm impressed. This is incredibly useful. Is it necessary to use something heavy like a stone at the top, though? What about using wood as a bulb?" Patrick shook his head in response to Lucius's question. "It's possible, but the quality of light differs between materials. Wood only produces a dull glow. Glass works even better than stone, but it's too fragile. I plan to mount these stones on the new wall and around the perimeter once they're completed. For that purpose, sturdy, hard stones are much better." Lucius rubbed his chin as he held his fingers close to the stone. He could feel a slight heat radiating from the item, but not enough to burn him. When Patrick reached over and tapped the stone twice, the light disappeared. "I see. You've really outdone yourself, Patrick. We're lucky to have you and Mary with us. Was there anything else you wanted to show me?" Patrick accepted the torch back from Lucius and replied, "There are a few other things I think you'll be interested in, but they aren't quite ready yet. The actual reason I brought you here and showed you these things was so you would understand how much potential this work has, and how essential it is to the community." Lucius's face took on a quizzical expression as he listened, unsure why Patrick was saying all this. Sure. We're very lucky to have you, Patrick, and I know your work is really important." Patrick nodded, casually waving one hand back and forth. Of course. The thing is, these inscriptions will be essential to our survival going forward, but they take a lot of time and effort. The more I try to complete everything myself, the further behind I fall." "Okay. You're the only one capable of doing inscriptions, though, so I don't know how I can help you with that." Lucius wondered what Patrick wanted. Did he want a human apprentice or a familiar, like Jack's Minotaur? Patrick smiled again, then went over to the window behind his desk. He motioned down toward the yard to the overweight young man, covered in dirt and sweat, who was helping maneuver a large log into a hole. It was Nick. "I spent some time speaking with one of the new young men you brought with you. When Nikolai learned about my work, He explained that he was taught some Latin as part of his religious education as a child. Patrick turned back toward Lucius, looking the young man directly in the eye as he finally spoke his request. I think if you allow me to tutor him, there's a very good chance he'll unlock an inscription ability similar to mine. Lucius's eyes widened slightly at the revelation. He stepped beside Patrick at the window, staring down at Nikolai and rubbing his chin, as he considered what Patrick was getting at. So, you want me to commute his sentence? Give him back his freedom early? Is that it? Patrick moved back to his desk, gently shaking his head. Not necessarily. I understand why you did what you did, and I agree that Nikolai's group needs to face punishment for their gross indifference. Just change the terms of his sentence. Instead of serving his time doing hard labor that anyone could do, allow him to be of much greater service to the community by learning inscription under my tutelage. Patrick stapled his hands as he laid all his cards on the table, glancing up at Lucius, hopefully, while he waited for the young man's verdict. Lucius placed his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth across the office floor, while he considered the proposition. After a few moments, he came to a stop and glanced back at Patrick. You really think you can teach Nikolai to inscribe items like you? Patrick stood up at his desk, nodding firmly. I can do it, Lucius. I know how I unlock the talent. I don't think it's a skill that relies on someone's innate qualities, like so many others. I believe it's uniquely teachable and can be learned through dedication and hard work. How exactly do you know that? It's hard to explain. It's more of an instinct than anything else, but you won't be disappointed if you give me a chance to prove it with Nikolai. A wide smile spread across Lucius's face. Patrick's declaration was just too convincing to resist. It would be valuable to discover if talents can be taught. That information alone might make the entire thing worth trying. Walking back to the desk, Lucius picked up the torch and casually turned it on and off as he smiled. Fine. Take Nick. Work him to the bone day and night if you have to. Just make sure he learns the skill. Patrick grinned broadly in celebration of his minor victory as he received permission to move forward with his plans. He will learn the skill, even if I have to inscribe it into his bones myself, he proclaimed,